Qingning, I did well, right? I saved all these people from the Hall of Enforcement, Xiaobai boasted. Xiaobai is really amazing, but this time we only need to bury this Li Fudu, Qingning praised. Why? Because eldest senior brother is now in charge of the Hall of Enforcement, and he needs people under him. I see, you've thought this through. We shouldn't delay. Let's take Li Fudu away quickly. I saw Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai, those two lunatics, also looking for him. What those two lunatics got out to, then let's hurry. The following conversation was lost to Li Fudu. Because as the last sentence fell, he was knocked unconscious by a spiritual shovel. Before passing out, he seemed to hear the sound of Lu Lin being terrified. And when he woke up again, Li Fudu found himself in a clearing overgrown with weeds and surrounded by dead trees and broken branches, lying in a freshly dug deep pit. Next to him was another deep pit, which had been Ma Wu's grave. Li Fudu could never have imagined. He had just inherited Ma Wu's will, and now he was about to join Ma Wu. At this moment, he was buried halfway by Zijin blood soil and couldn't move. His core formation was completely shattered, presumably because Qingning feared he would resist, so she destroyed his core formation. Under normal circumstances, Qingning would not have been able to destroy his core formation, but unfortunately, he was already severely injured, and his core formation was cracked. Kind niece Qingning ah. Li Fudu tried to communicate, but before he could finish, he was knocked unconscious again by Qingning's shovel. Qingning, your technique is getting more and more refined, Xiaobai complimented. Xiaobai, you're not bad either. You're no longer easily startled, Qingning also praised. With that, the woman and the tiger exchanged smiles. Sigh. After Qingning and Xiaobai left, Juya old ancestor appeared in front of Li Fudu's grave, letting out a long sigh. He waved his right hand lightly. The mound of Zijin blood soil, heavy as 1,000 jin, seemed to be parted by an invisible hand, scattering to the sides like flowing sand. He swept his sleeve again. Li Fudu floated out of the deep pit on his own, landing at his feet. At this moment, Li Fudu was weak and faint, but the relief of seeing daylight again brought him back from unconsciousness. Old ancestor Li Fudu's voice was slightly choked. He tried to get up to pay his respects, but due to his serious injuries and the collapse of his core formation, he was unable to move. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word. Old ancestor, was I wrong? After a long time, Li Fudu finally spoke. Upon hearing this, the Juyan old ancestor let out another long sigh. Were Li Fudu and Jiyu Changqing wrong? Yes and no. They were wrong because they were blinded, used by the heavens, and became unwitting tools to aid Lin Feng. But they were not wrong. Jiyu Changqing, as the sect master of Juyan sect, wanted to rid the sect of hidden dangers, which was right. Acting on conclusive evidence, to take Jiang Chen to task was also not wrong. Li Fudu was upright and in charge of the Hall of Enforcement. From his perspective, punishing disciples who violated sect rules and endangered the sect was reasonable. In this life, as in the previous 9 reincarnations, neither of them acted like Ma Wu, who, under the guise of justice, resorted to unscrupulous means to frame Jiang Chen. Perhaps before being buried alive, Li Fudu had such thoughts. But that was just an act of desperation when he felt that justice was not served. Understanding all this, Jiang Chen, although he detested them, never harbored the intention to kill them. Originally, Juyan old ancestor did not want to get involved, but Li Fudu had indeed served the sect with dedication. Even if death was the only redemption, it should not be at the hands of the heavens, manipulation. Li Fudu, what do you think of Qingning? The Juyan old ancestor asked. After pondering for a moment, Li Fudu replied, Qingning, before her madness, was innocent, kind, and lovable. After her madness, it's regrettable. What about Lin Mubai and Jiang Lianyue? Lin Mubai, with his innate Dao bone, was cultured and elegant before his madness, a true gentleman. Jiang Lianyue had the demeanor of an empress, cold as frost on the outside but warm at heart, also before the madness. After their madness, both are equally regrettable. And what of my unfilial descendant, Xiao Hongyi? 9th Peak's master. After choosing his words carefully, Li Fudu spoke the truth. She is a pitiful person. Your pity, is it because of Hongyi's postnatal phoenix body, which left her lonely from a young age, or because she took in a rebellious disciple and yet continuously showed favoritism? The Juyan old ancestor countered. Both. The Juyan old ancestor fell silent and shook his head. From his high vantage point, his eyes slightly closed, and although his voice was soft, it exploded in Li Fidu's mind like thunderous Dao sounds. Li Fidu, you have gone mad, yet you do not know it. Li Fidu's eyes widened in shock. He had gone mad. He felt nothing of the sort. But how could he dare to question the old ancestor's words? Qingning repeatedly buries people alive, Lin Mubai chops people down at a word, Jiang Lianyue blows up the sect if slightly displeased, and my unfilial descendant Hong Yi almost destroyed the sect. This time the evil deeds of these three are worse than Jiang Chen's, and although mad, they still pose a great danger. Why do you only feel sadness for her? The Juyin old ancestor questioned. This Li Fidu was at a loss for words. Why are you lenient towards people like Jiang Lianyue but have no tolerance for Jiang Chen? The Juyin old ancestor pressed with a second question. His nature is vile. Li Fidu replied instantly. Is that so? Juyin old ancestor scoffed. There are countless people of vile nature in the world, why do you single out Jiang Chen? I am doing it for the sect. Jiang Chen will surely bring disaster to the sect. Li Fidu replied immediately. If it's for the sect, then why do you turn a blind eye when Jiang Lianyue and others have already brought disaster to the sect? The Juyin old ancestor asked a third time. Aye. Li Fidu was again speechless as if struck by lightning. In the end, the conversation came full circle. And at this moment, he could no longer justify himself. The atmosphere turned silent instantly. Li Fidu's mind was a mess, filled with countless thoughts. It took him a long while before he finally asked in panic, Old ancestor, have I really gone mad? Think about the evil deeds Jiang Chen has done, the Juyin old ancestor replied. Li Fidu nodded, and the image of Jiang Chen pushing his fellow disciples off the cliff came to mind. Then, he was immediately so angry that he gritted his teeth and couldn't control himself. Now think if the same thing were done by another disciple of the Juyin sect, the Juyin old ancestor continued. After exhaling a breath of air, Li Fidu calmed his mind. The same scene, the same deed, just done by someone else. He only frowned. Although still angry, it was far from the uncontrollable, extreme rage he felt before. At this moment, Li Fidu was completely panicked. Something was wrong. He himself was not right. Seeing that the time was right, the Juyin old ancestor finally made his point. Li Fidu, your obsession with justice has driven you mad without your knowledge. Do you think I emerged from the coffin to favor Jiang Chen? Wrong, very wrong. I did it to save you, to save Jiyu Changqing, and to save the sect. It's like that, and the sect master has also gone mad. Li Fidu's mind trembled. Exactly, the Juyin old ancestor sighed deeply. Changqing's madness is deeper, but you can still be saved. It's not too late. With that, he added, before you were buried alive, you thought of emulating Ma Wu and using any means to achieve your goal. This is a sign of deepening madness. Don't deny it because I heard it. Boom. These words exploded in Li Fidu's mind like thunder. Indeed, how could he have such thoughts? If he was not righteous himself, how could he correct others? Wasn't this what he had always stood for? Although he didn't feel it, although he still didn't want to admit it. But unable to justify himself, and with the Juyin old ancestor's words making sense, Li Fidu had to admit. He seemed to have really gone mad. Old ancestor, I beg you to save me, Li Fidu pleaded loudly. I will not give up on you. The Juyin old ancestor said as he crouched down and patted his shoulder, earnestly advising, your madness stems from the justice in your heart. To recover, you must. Must I abandon justice? Old ancestor, I can't do that, Li Fidu interrupted. Not abandon justice, but to interpret and uphold the justice in your heart in another way. The Juyin old ancestor shook his head. For example, through enlightenment. Enlightenment. Yes, enlightenment. If you encounter Jiang Chen doing evil in the future, reform him instead of punishing him. Continue this for a few decades, and your madness should be cured. This. Li Fidu hesitated again. Seeing this, the Juyin old ancestor frowned and scolded. Li Fidu, this is your only chance. Your obsession with justice was born from Jiang Chen, and only by doing this can you overcome your madness. I understand. Taking a deep breath, Li Fidu said with determination, Old ancestor, your words have been enlightening. A child that can be taught indeed, the Juyin old ancestor said with a satisfied smile. He didn't go through all the talking for nothing. He finally managed to hoodwink them successfully. He felt quite helpless too. To think that he, the venerable old ancestor of the Juyin sect, had to resort to such trickery. But he couldn't just stand by and watch as Li Fidu and these so-called upholders of justice made life difficult for Jiang Chen at every turn, eventually causing chaos in the Juyin sect, could he? Old ancestor, why do I feel like your smile is a bit strange? Is this also an influence of the madness? Li Fudu suddenly asked. The Juyan old ancestor immediately reined in his smile and countered, what do you think? It must be the influence of the madness, Li Fudu nodded incessantly. Good that you know. Juyan old ancestor glared at him, tossed him a broken core formation, and turned to leave. Where are you headed, old ancestor? Li Fudu asked instinctively. To the sect's prison after all. Jiyu Changqing is the sect master of the Juyan sect. Even though he is deeper into madness, I must go and save him. I see, old ancestor, you have worked hard. Ninth Peak, Cloud Soaring Hall. Jiang Chen carried Xiao Hongyi back to the red chamber at the top of the hall and laid her on the bed inside. This was the chamber of the Peak Master, Xiao Hongyi. The room was not luxurious. It was decorated mainly with red silk, and aside from a few necessities, there was nothing. Jiang Chen gently stroked the spirit ring on his finger. Screech. Accompanied by the cry of a phoenix, a stream of fiery blood emerged from the spirit ring and hovered in the air. The blood seemed alive, slowly flowing through the air. Under its influence, the temperature around surged, and the red glow it emitted bathed the room in a crimson light. Then, a phantom of a female phoenix emerged from the blood. Its cry was like the sound of flutes and drums, its body fiery red with golden feathers mixed into its plumage. Even as a mere phantom, it exuded an extraordinary presence. This blood was the phoenix essence blood. Such above the 9th grade treasure was rare in the world. Neither the Jiang family nor Jiang Chen in his previous 9 reincarnations had ever possessed it. Jiang Chen showed no reluctance but had yet to make a move. He didn't know how to use it. Although he knew it could save Xiao Hongyi, the original text didn't explain how to use it. Just wait, a sudden voice said from beside him. Startled, Jiang Chen quickly turned his head. What he saw was a gaunt old man with white eyebrows and a beard, Juyan old ancestor. Jiang Chen was speechless and felt like cursing. Right now, he just wanted to ask this old man if he knew anything about respecting privacy. Did he know that scaring people could scare them to death? I just left the sect's prison. I was planning to visit the upper domain to see if I could find a treasure that could reverse Hongyi's state. But to my surprise, you actually have phoenix essence blood, the Juyan old ancestor explained. Jiang Chen nodded and said no more. Although he wanted to be a villain, it depended on the person. The Juyan old ancestor had been kind to Xiao Hongyi and had never been harsh to him, so there was no need for harsh words. Qingning buried Li Fudu alive, but I saved him, the Juyan old ancestor said, looking directly at the phantom of the female phoenix. Jiang Chen said nothing, expressing that he didn't care. As the Juyan old ancestor thought, Jiang Chen didn't care about Li Fudu's life or death. The Juyan old ancestor nodded and said no more. Both men fell silent, quietly waiting. Suddenly, the female phoenix phantom turned its head and looked at Xiao Hongyi on the bed. It seemed to find some kind of resonance with Xiao Hongyi and immediately spread its wings and flew towards her, transforming into essence blood that entered through Xiao Hongyi's forehead. Soon, the red light faded, the temperature dropped, and everything returned to normal. Xiao Hongyi's eyes, which had been extremely vacant, finally closed. Master, Jiang Chen called softly. Ah, Xiao Hongyi mumbled, turned over, and continued to sleep. Perhaps feeling that something was missing, she sat up again, her beautiful eyes still closed, but she waved at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hurried over, concerned, Master, are you feeling better? You? Before he could finish, Xiao Hongyi suddenly attacked him. She uses her pale right hand to drag Jiang Chen onto the bed, and they both fall onto it. Then, under the stunned gaze of the Juyan old ancestor, Xiao Hongyi hugged Jiang Chen tightly like an octopus, rubbing her head against him. After a moment, her breathing stabilized again, and she fell asleep once more. Jiang Chen wanted to move but couldn't. Seeing that the Juyan old ancestor seemed to want to say something, he preempted, Old ancestor, you've been playing dead for too long. Times have changed. In this day and age, it's quite reasonable for a disciple to sleep with their master. The Juyan old ancestor's eyebrows twitched. Let's not talk about whether it's reasonable or not, can you explain what your hand is doing? Oh, sorry, it's a habit. Please blame Jiang Lianyue for corrupting me too deeply, Jiang Chen said sheepishly, retracting his wandering hand. This left the Juyan old ancestor with another black line on his forehead. What you don't want to see, don't look at. He averted his gaze and said gloatingly, merging with the phoenix essence blood will take at least half a month. During this time, Hongyi will be in a deep sleep. Since you think it's quite reasonable, then just keep her company. What? Jiang Chen was shocked. Half a month? Did that mean he had to lie here for half a month? It wasn't that he was unwilling to accompany her. It was just too much of a test of his willpower. After all, with a beauty in his arms, how many men could resist? If he couldn't hold back, wouldn't that be too exciting? Old ancestor, go ahead, I'm fine. Jiang Chen was more serious than ever. This made the Juyan old ancestor shake his head again. He had wanted to scold him. After all, Xiao Hongyi was his junior, and she had a master-disciple relationship with Jiang Chen. Such actions were against ethics and customs, but after thinking it over, he gave up. Within 9 reincarnations, the relationship between this master and the disciple was already abnormal. Perhaps Xiao Hongyi herself hadn't realized that her favoritism and care for Jiang Chen had long surpassed the master-disciple relationship. Though he didn't plan to stop them, he still warned, Hongyi is at a critical moment now. If you startle her, at best the phoenix blood will go berserk, at worst she'll explode. Think carefully before you act. What? Jiang Chen was shocked again. So, he couldn't do anything. Otherwise, his beautiful master would just explode. This was no longer exciting. It was torture. With this thought, Jiang Chen prepared to struggle to his feet. But the more he struggled, the tighter Xiao Hongyi held him. She even unconsciously used her cultivation from the upper 4 realms. She had him locked so tightly that he couldn't move at all. Old ancestor, please help me, Jiang Chen called for help. That won't do, Juyan old ancestor shook his head. I must keep up with the pace of the changing times and cannot stop such a reasonable matter. Now it was Jiang Chen's turn to be at a loss for words. This crafty old man was up to no good. And to think he had some good feelings toward him. Hongyi would be very happy if she wakes up and sees you by her side, Juyan old ancestor added. These words hit Jiang Chen's weak spot. This time, Xiao Hongyi burned her phoenix blood without regard for the consequences and fell into madness to save him. Compared to that, this mere torture was nothing. Juyan old ancestor sighed deeply, ready to leave. Just then, Lu Yang, along with the elders and disciples of Ninth Peak, arrived, fuming with anger. Upon seeing Juyan old ancestor, they were first stunned, then hurriedly prepared to pay their respects. But when they saw the situation on the bed, they were all dumbfounded. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? After a moment, Great Elder Lu Yang shouted in disbelief. Before Jiang Chen could reply, Juyan old ancestor spoke up first. Stop making a fuss over nothing. In my time, it was quite normal for a disciple to sleep beside their master. Which era are you from? Lu Yang was dumbfounded. Tomorrow, I will give a sermon. Everyone from Juyan sect, from the supreme elder and peak master to the lowliest servant disciple should attend, Juyan old ancestor continued. A sermon. The eyes of Lu Yang and the others lit up. Juyan old ancestor had lived for who knows how long, and his cultivation was unfathomably deep. If they could receive guidance from the old ancestor, their cultivation would surely improve. May I ask, old ancestor, what will you preach about tomorrow? Lu Yang asked excitedly. Juyan old ancestor stroked his beard with a smile, then pointed upwards. Tomorrow, I shall speak of the heavenly Tao. The next day, Jiang Chen lay on the bed, his black eyes staring at the ceiling with his face full of helplessness. At this moment, in this originally not so spacious room, there were 3 lunatics and a large white tiger curled up besides him and Xiao Hongyi. The 3 lunatics and the tiger were squatting beside him, staring straight at him. He placed his hand on Xiao Hongyi. Seeing this, Jiang Lianyue hurriedly helped him return to his original position, saying, eldest senior brother, the master must not be disturbed. He turned his head towards Xiao Hongyi. Qingning stepped forward and twisted his head back. Eldest senior brother, Qingning thinks this position is too tiring for you. Nonsense. Lin Mubai scolded angrily, you 2 lunatics, how dare you stop eldest senior brother as second senior brother? I command you to leave immediately. I will stay with eldest senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bai asked. Qingning, can I eat him? Eat him if he keeps shouting, Qingning nodded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's eyes widened, staring straight at Lin Mubai. Those expectant tiger eyes seemed to say, go on, why aren't you speaking? Lin Mubai was speechless. He had not yet received Jiang Chen's forgiveness and still wanted to kill Lin Feng. He couldn't become food for a beast. The room fell silent once again. Sigh. With a helpless shake of his head, Jiang Chen said, after hundreds of years, old ancestor is giving a sermon today. Aren't you going to listen? I'm not going, Qingning shook her head, her smile still innocent. Listening to a sermon is not as good as staying by eldest senior brother's side. Qingning, you can't always cling to eldest senior brother, Jiang Lianyue said seriously. You need to learn to grow up. I have important matters to discuss with eldest senior brother, so you should leave first. Hey, fifth junior sister, do you not understand your own status? Qingning's little face was serious. I am the third senior sister, don't think you can disrespect your seniors just because you're a lunatic. Who are you calling a lunatic? Jiang Lianyue's eyebrows furrowed. Jiang Lianyue immediately sneered, look at you. It's not just the master who's a lunatic, the pet is too. Qingning, she insulted me, can I eat her? Xiaobai was enraged. Eat her, it's approved, Qingning nodded. Seeing Xiaobai about to transform and a fierce fight about to break out, Lin Mubai quickly stepped in between them and shouted, do you still have any respect for me as your second senior brother? If you disturb eldest senior brother, I won't care if you're lunatics or not, I'll chop you down without hesitation. Qingning, he spoke again. Xiaobai was thrilled. Then eat them both, Qingning replied. Want to eat me? Lin Mubai's expression darkened, and two machetes appeared in his hands. Let's see if I don't chop you up first today. Jiang Chen's head ached from the noise. Sit down, all of you. If you keep making a fuss, I'll throw you all out. Seeing that these lunatics were really about to fight, he lowered his voice and scolded. At his words, the three lunatics and the tiger immediately sat up straight, not daring to breathe too loudly. Jiang Chen realized. These lunatics together were a complete madhouse. He must avoid this in the future, but for now, he had to drive Jiang Lianyue and Qingning away first. Otherwise, not only would they disturb his master, but he would also be extremely irritated. As for why he wanted to keep Lin Mubai, it was naturally because Lin Mubai would not interfere with his actions. Lianyue, you have the potential of an empress, and old ancestor's sermon would greatly benefit you, Jiang Chen said gently, with a look of concern. Eldest senior brother, are you trying to send me away? Jiang Lianyue's eyes filled with tears, and she said pitifully, please, as long as you don't send me away, I'll do anything. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. Seeing this, Jiang Lianyue's heart leapt with joy. Miserably crying was something she learned from Lin Mubai, and looking pitiful was something she picked up from Qingning. The effect was indeed good. Qingning. Jiang Chen spoke again. Eldest senior brother, please don't send Qingning away, okay? Qingning's big eyes welled up as she approached Jiang Chen. As long as you don't send me away, Qingning will do anything. Jiang Chen was speechless. Qingning's first half of the sentence was still normal, but the second half, wasn't that Jiang Lianyue's catchphrase? Can madmen influence each other? Helplessly, he could only look towards Lin Mubai. Eldest senior brother, there's no need to say more. I understand. Lin Mubai raised his hand to interrupt. Oh, you understand? Jiang Chen was surprised. Absolutely. Lin Mubai smiled confidently, his eyebrows dancing with assurance. As long as eldest senior brother wishes, I can outdo both of them. Get out right now, immediately. Juyin sect, second peak. After the bell tolled loudly, the people of Juyin sect gathered together. In just one day, at the summit of Second Peak, a Taoist altar had been erected, shrouded in fragrant mist, dreamlike and illusory. In front of the altar, 12 supreme elders sat cross-legged in the air, with each peak master standing upright before the many disciples. At this moment, the old ancestor of Juyin had not yet appeared. Above them, Supreme Great Elder Xiaoting was somewhat distracted, his mind filled with countless thoughts. He had learned from the old ancestor of Juyin that Jiang Chen had given the phoenix essence blood to Xiao Hongyi. Although it couldn't cure the madness, it could transform Xiao Hongyi into a true phoenix body, no longer susceptible to the backlash of phoenix blood. Xiaoting knew very well how precious the phoenix essence blood was. He had not expected the Jiang family to possess such a treasure, and even less so that Jiang Chen would be willing to use it on Xiao Hongyi. That young man still has some humanity, Xiaoting murmured to himself. Even so, Xiao Hongyi's madness remained a problem. He wanted to make another trip to the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss to snatch a few 9 Abyss Soul embryos, but unfortunately, with his injuries not yet healed, he could only wait for now. Lost in thought, the old ancestor of Juyin arrived floating. Everyone stood up at once, bowed respectfully, and shouted in unison, "We welcome the old ancestor." After the greetings, the crowd was somewhat surprised. Because the old ancestor of Juyin did not come alone, but with Li Fidu and sect master Ji Yu Changqing. Wasn't the sect master's cultivation sealed by the old ancestor and locked in the dungeon? Everyone wondered in their hearts. The old ancestor of Jiang had no intention of explaining. After stroking his beard and smiling faintly, he too sat cross-legged in the air. In an instant, his gaunt body radiated dazzling Taoist light. The light quickly enveloped the entire Jiang sect and continued to expand outward. At the same time, 100 Jiang tall phantom appeared behind the Jiang old ancestor, bearing an uncanny resemblance to him. Anyone enveloped by the Taoist light and who saw this phantom, whether they were cultivators or beasts, felt the urge to bow down in worship. Although the old ancestor of Jiang's eyes were slightly closed and he remained silent, his ancient and vicissitudes-filled voice automatically emerged in the minds of everyone present. Today, I will speak of only one Tao, which is the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao blesses the good and curses the wicked, brings calamity to land. Its way is mysterious and distant, and even spirits and gods are oblivious to it. Heaven gives birth to all things, this is good. To give birth to all things yet set rules for them, each with a destiny, confined within heaven and earth, this is evil. Destiny cannot be changed, rules cannot be broken, to change is to be reprimanded, to break is to be destroyed, this is unfair. The heavenly Tao is hypocritical, the heavenly Tao is maliciously clever, the heavenly Tao is unfair, the heavenly Tao has three evils. As the last words fell, boom, boom, thunderclaps in a clear sky, 9 purple lightning bolts descended from the heavens, striking the head of the old ancestor of Jiang. The old ancestor of Jiang withstood the lightning with his body, his lifespan further reduced, yet his expression remained as calm as an ancient well. He continued, I have probed through the good and evil of the heavenly Tao, have seen through the truth of the world, and this truth is. Our Jiang sect has been abandoned by the heavenly Tao. Rumble. The world changed abruptly, fierce winds swept through, the might of heaven bore down, and thunder roared within the clouds. It seemed as though the old ancestor of Jiang wanted to speak again, but the sky immediately poured down a barrage of thunderbolts, numerous and dense, as if the sky had cracked open, like the end of days. Begin. The old ancestor of Jiang's face was expressionless as he murmured softly. The moment his voice fell, a 7-colored divine light appeared from the center of the sect, rising like a pillar before spreading like an umbrella, forming a 7-colored sect protection array that firmly guarded the Jiang sect. Boom! The thunderbolts struck the array, shaking the mountains and earth of Jiang sect, swaying the minds of everyone. After a moment, the lightning disappeared, and the protective array also shattered. This caused the old ancestor of Jiang's white eyebrows to furrow slightly. He first looked up at the black clouds still pressing down, seemingly brewing more thunderbolts. Then he glanced at the Jiang sect disciples, whose spirits were shattered and faces pale with fear. His frown deepened. Had he taken too big of a step? He had intended to go all out and lead the sect against the heavens, but judging from the current situation, if he continued, he would surely be consumed by divine punishment, and in their panic, who knows how many elders and disciples of Jiang's sect might consider leaving the sect. He wasn't mad, of course, and wouldn't act without consideration. Although he was determined to defy the heavens, as the old ancestor of Jiang's sect, his fate was tied to the sect's fortune, and he truly couldn't be too overt. Fortunately, he had made preparations. Hee. The old ancestor of Jiang stroked his beard and smiled faintly, changing the subject. Humanity relies on the heavenly Tao for existence, and while the heavenly Tao has three evils, humanity has countless. The way of heaven is like drawing a bow. The higher lowered, and the lower raised. The surplus is lessened, and the insufficient is replenished. The way of heaven reduces the surplus to aid the insufficient, but humanity is not so. Who can have a surplus to offer to the world? Only those with the Tao can. We cultivators should win without contention, respond well without words, come unsummoned, and plan with ease and openness. Only then can one attain the Tao. In simple terms, this meant, humanity is born from the heavenly Tao, and although the heavenly Tao has three evils, humanity has countless misdeeds. The heavenly Tao reduces the surplus to fill the insufficient, whereas humanity does the opposite, tending towards plunder and oppression, with no right to criticize the heavenly Tao. As cultivators, we should be able to win without fighting, respond well without speaking, come forth without being called, and plan with ease and openness. To put it simply, it's all about sincerity. As expected, as soon as these words were spoken, the imposing aura of the heavens dissipated, and everything returned to normal. The heavens are quite easy to bluff, the Jiang old ancestor muttered to himself upon seeing this. The others, unaware of his thoughts, were drenched in cold sweat. At the moment when the heavenly might was overwhelming, they truly believed that the Juyan old ancestor had gone mad, intending to lead the Juyan sect in defiance of the heavens. Many disciples were so frightened that they had already begun to secretly consider whether it would be easier to die by betraying the sect or by divine punishment. Now that the crisis was averted, they still had to show respect. Although still shaken, everyone composed themselves and bowed, saying, "The words of the old ancestor have enlightened us." After speaking, they all wondered in their hearts, did the old ancestor actually say anything? It seemed like he did, but then again, maybe not, or perhaps it's because my own cultivation is too low to comprehend the profound meaning in the old ancestor's words. Confused, the disciples looked towards the peak masters. The peak masters were also exchanging puzzled looks. Not daring to speak rashly, they turned to Jiang Lianyue and said, "We hope the sect master can enlighten us." Jiang Lianyue wanted to enlighten them, but he himself was also confused. "I am of limited talent and have only understood a bit more than you all, about 30 to 40%. Let's ask the Supreme Elders to enlighten us instead," he said, bowing to the 12 Supreme Elders in the sky. The 12 Supreme Elders' faces darkened as they glared at Jiang Lianyue. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, wouldn't they lose all face if they couldn't explain themselves? In the end, it was the Supreme Great Elder Xiaoting who spoke up. "You don't understand this, it's simply ignorance. The meaning of the old ancestor is you need to comprehend it on your own." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces were full of question marks. Cough. Xiaoting coughed to cover his embarrassment and quickly changed the subject, asking the Juyan old ancestor, "I have somewhat grasped the old ancestor's words about the heavenly Tao, but I wonder why the old ancestor says that our Juyan sect has been abandoned by the heavens." Hearing this, everyone straightened up. This was no joking matter. If the Juyan sect was truly abandoned by the heavens, it would mean that the sect's fortune was exhausted and a calamity of destruction loomed. Alas, I have already said, the heavens bless the kind and curse the wicked. Our Juyan sect has strayed from the righteous path and is getting further away. Where evil thrives and goodness perishes naturally, we will be abandoned by the heavens, the Juyan old ancestor sighed. What Xiaoting was shocked. The Juyan sect, which prided itself on being righteous, was thriving in evil. "May I ask the old ancestor, where does this evil come from?" he immediately inquired. "Evil arises from the heart. Demons are sown by the mind," the Juyan old ancestor replied. "I see." Xiaoting nodded solemnly, his face grave. Despite his appearance, he was actually very embarrassed. Because he didn't understand. Although he didn't understand, he had to pretend that he did. After all, the old ancestor had spoken to such an extent. Wouldn't it be foolish if he still didn't understand and continued to ask questions? At this moment, Xiaoting wanted to say something. "Old ancestor, can we speak in plain language? Something simpler and easier to understand." Seeing everyone looking at him with confusion, Xiaoting's expression became even more solemn, and with a long sigh and a shake of his head, he said, "It's indescribable, indescribable." Everyone was speechless at the same time. "Although today is a day for preaching, you may speak freely without restraint," the Juyan old ancestor said with a light smile. Despite his words, everyone remained silent. Speak freely without restraint. Don't joke. They didn't even know what the old ancestor was talking about. How could they speak freely? And in front of the old ancestor, how could they not be restrained? "Haha, I've got it." Suddenly, a joyful voice rang out. Could someone really have understood? Everyone was startled and quickly looked in the direction of the voice. The speaker, with rough facial features and a beard, was the Weapon Peak's peak master named Niu Wu. Sect Master Jiang Lianyue didn't expect that this Weapon Peak's peak master, who usually only knew about weapon forging, actually had such insight. He quickly approached while laughing loudly. "Junior brother, what have you realized? Feel free to share so we can compare it with what I have realized and complement each other that way. The old ancestor's teaching will not be in vain." "All right," Niu Wu replied seriously after hearing this. Everyone held their breath and listened intently. "May I ask everyone, who is the most evil person in our Juyan sect?" Niu Wu asked loudly, looking around. Who else could it be? It must be Jiang Chen. Although they had the answer, no one dared to say Jiang Chen's name. There was no choice, the lesson from the past was clear. The main peak is still overturned on the ground. As for Jiang Chen, not only is Xiao Hongyi biased, but even the Juyan old ancestor is extremely partial. Now, with the old ancestor present, who would dare to respond? But without a response, they couldn't freeload off of Niu Wu's realization. With a turn of the eye, the Sword Peak's peak master Zhang Lingfeng deliberately asked, could it be that junior brother is referring to? Exactly, it's Jiang Chen. Niu Wu immediately responded, his words resounding with conviction. The profound meaning of the old ancestor's words is precisely pointing to Jiang Chen. This evil is a great evil, the evil that destroys goodness. You really dare to say it? Everyone quickly looked away, not daring to speak further. So in your opinion, how should this evil be eliminated? The Juyan old ancestor asked with a smile. In times of chaos, strict laws are needed, and only by punishing evil can goodness be promoted. For the sake of the sect, Jiang Chen should be expelled from the sect to restore the clear skies of the Juyan sect. Niu Wu spoke firmly, his expression proud, believing that he had realized something profound. The Juyan old ancestor nodded and looked toward Jiyu Changqing and Li Fudu. Li Fudu instantly understood something and wanted to speak, but he could only sigh due to his internal injuries. Jiyu Changqing, on the other hand, was beating his chest and stamping his feet with regret, saying, Junior brother Niu, you, as the Weapon Peak's peak master, have gone mad without realizing it. Niu Wu was instantly dumbfounded. The term, madness, had become extremely sensitive within the Juyan sect. After the initial shock, everyone cast probing glances at Niu Wu. Especially the 12 Supreme Elders, who were carefully scanning Niu Wu with their divine consciousness. But in the end, Jiyu Changqing, you are a man with a guilty conscience. How can you speak such nonsense? Xiao Ting frowned and scolded. May I ask the Supreme Great Elder? Jiyu Changqing sighed even more deeply. Up to now, how many people in our Juyan sect have gone mad? 4, Xiao Ting replied. Before these 4 went mad, were there any signs? What did they have in common? Jiyu Changqing asked again. There were no signs before the madness struck, and the commonality is that they all came from 9th peak. Supreme Great Elder, you are mistaken. Xiao Ting's face darkened, and he threatened, you'd better tell us everything at once, or you'll bear the consequences. Ah! Jiyu Changqing shrank his neck and blurted out in one breath, the madmen from our Juyan sector far more than just 4. The entire 9th peak has gone mad. Besides, both I and Li Fudu are gradually succumbing to madness without even realizing it. The elders and disciples of 9th peak also came to listen to the teachings. Hearing this, 9th peak's great elder, Lu Yang, was immediately displeased. What does it mean that the entire 9th peak has gone mad? Xiao Hongyi and the other 3 are indeed mad, but everyone else is perfectly normal, right? Didn't they just come out in full force to save 9th peak, even risking internal strife within the sect? Is that madness? Isn't it just that they knocked out most of the people from the main peak using some excuse? Is that madness? Ah, it does seem quite mad. Lu Yang wisely shut his mouth, and the other elders and disciples of 9th peak also covered their faces in embarrassment. Xiao Ting also felt that the people of 9th peak were indeed a bit mad. But he had investigated Lu Yang and the others and found no signs of madness. But what on earth does Jiyu Changqing mean by saying he himself is mad? More importantly, why did Li Fudu not only fail to clarify but instead kept nodding as if he quite agreed? If it weren't for the old ancestor's reminder, I would never have known that the entire Juyan sect had been infiltrated by the demonic path with a demonic seed. Jiyu Changqing's revelation was shocking. What Li Fudu was the first to be shocked. He had never heard such a thing. No wonder he felt that with his firm mind, he should not have succumbed to madness so easily. It turned out to be the work of the demonic path. He also had a guess as to why the Juyan old ancestor had not mentioned this to him. According to the Juyan old ancestor, Jiyu Changqing's madness was even more severe. Perhaps it was to save this sect master that the old ancestor had no choice but to reveal the truth. No wonder, no wonder. Li Fudu murmured to himself, no wonder the people of our sect have been going mad one after another, all without realizing it. It turns out there was such a reason. The demonic path is truly detestable. The others were equally shocked. Especially the 12 Supreme Elders, who were dumbfounded. As far as they knew, planting a demonic seed was indeed a common tactic of the demonic path, and it was indeed undetectable until it erupted. But there was a prerequisite for this: the cultivator must already have inner demons, otherwise it would be ineffective. Moreover, planting a demonic seed in the entire Juyan sect would require the combined efforts of all the demonic path old ancestors, otherwise it would be impossible. Shocked by this revelation, the 12 supreme elders immediately looked to the Juyan old ancestor for answers. Alas! The Juyan old ancestor did not respond, only sighed. But such an action was tantamount to admission. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The people naturally had no doubts about the Juyan old ancestor. But the matter was too shocking and unbelievable, and they simply could not comprehend it at the moment. May I ask the old ancestor, if the prerequisite for planting a demonic seed is the presence of inner demons, then what are our inner demons? A supreme elder asked through gritted teeth. The Juyan old ancestor still did not respond, but looked towards Jiang Changqing. After nodding, Jiang Changqing sighed and said, "Everyone, think about Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen. Just the mention of this name made everyone frown. Think again about the deeds Jiang Chen did when he committed evil, Jiang Changqing continued. Upon hearing this, whether it was the supreme elders or the others, they all cooperated fully. The evil deeds of Jiang Chen immediately came to mind, and then a wave of uncontrollable anger emerged in everyone's hearts. If these evil acts were done by someone else, what would you think? Jiang Changqing asked. Shortly after these words were spoken, those who had been thinking along these lines suddenly opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Something was not right. They were all not right. The same act, if done by Jiang Chen, would unleash their righteous hearts uncontrollably. But if it were someone else, although they would still be angry and disgusted, it would not be so exaggerated. Our inner demons are born from Jiang Chen, Xiaoting exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, the Juyan old ancestor smiled with satisfaction. Ting you've understood. He gave himself a thumbs up. The heavens had made it so that anyone with a sense of justice would have an extreme aversion to Jiang Chen. And thus, he could use this to his advantage. Cultivators are extremely sensitive to their own state of mind. With just a little guidance, plus the testimonies of Jiang Changqing, Li Fadu, and the authority of the old ancestor himself, he, the Juyan old ancestor, could fool everyone in the Juyan sect. Still, just this was not enough. The best way to shift internal conflicts was to unite against an external enemy. Therefore, the demonic path and the demonic seed became the perfect targets for the Juyan sect to vent their frustrations. Perfect. The Juyan old ancestor stroked his beard, his smile growing even wider. Since he couldn't lead the sect against the heavens directly, he would settle for stabilizing the internal affairs of the sect first. He had lived for who knows how many years, once a general of the imperial dynasty, and when it came to scheming, he never felt inferior to anyone. Yet, he never thought that in the end, he would end up scheming against his own people. But it was a necessary move. If not for this, even if the people of the Juyan sect refrained from blaming Jiang Chen out of respect for his authority, resentment would inevitably grow over time. Once people's hearts are scattered, the team would be hard to lead. In fact, using the villain halo, Jiang Chen had tried this analogy in his 9 cycles of reincarnation. But no one would believe the words of someone who was inherently evil and despised. Old ancestor, if our inner demons are born from Jiang Chen, wouldn't expel him from the sect solve the problem once and for all, directly removing the demonic seed? After his realization, Xiaoting spoke again. The Juyan old ancestor was at a loss for words. Even the wisest can overlook something. He didn't know how to answer this question at the moment. Supreme Great Elder, you are mistaken. Jiang Changqing interjected, indeed, that is a method, but there are countless evildoers in the world. Without Jiang Chen, there will be others who would become the target. The demonic path uses our sense of justice to plant the demonic seed. They are the instigators, so we must not lose sight of the bigger picture. That makes sense. After a moment of silence, Xiaoting and the others nodded in agreement. The Juyan old ancestor breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Jiang Changqing, saying, Changqing, you've also understood. It's all thanks to the old ancestor's teachings, Jiang Changqing quickly replied. After speaking, the two exchanged a smile. So what should we do now? Another supreme elder asked urgently. This was the question the Juyan old ancestor had been waiting for. He was about to respond, but Li Fadu beat him to it. Despite being weak, Li Fadu forcefully suppressed the pain in his body and replied loudly, Enlightenment, reform Jiang Chen, remove the demonic seed, eradicate the demonic path to uphold the righteous path. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent again. After a long silence, no one objected. In this sermon, Li Fadu has gained a profound understanding. Juyan old ancestor was very pleased. Old ancestor has emerged from the coffin, even at the expense of his lifespan, to save us. Having the old ancestor with Juyin sect is a blessing for us all, Li Fudu replied solemnly. Good, very good. Juyin old ancestor was even more gratified and praised loudly. In this lecture, Li Fudu has gained great enlightenment. His achievements and insights should rank him as the foremost. It is all thanks to old ancestor's excellent teaching, Li Fudu said humbly as he bowed. The child as indeed can be taught. Juyin old ancestor's old face bloomed with a smile. He believed that this time it was absolutely secure. As secure as it could possibly be, although emerging from the coffin this time had cost him a lot of his lifespan. He had also fundamentally prevented the people of Juyin's sect from continuing to trouble Jiang Chen. He went to such lengths to help Jiang Chen, even to the extent of deceiving everyone in Juyin's sect. In doing so, would that mysterious force still allow him to risk his life to observe the 9 cycles of reincarnation? The answer is impossible, absolutely impossible. I'll observe for another 2 days, and if there are no surprises, I'll continue to stay in a suspended animation state. Although I only have about a year of life left, maybe I'll still get to see Hongyan in a wedding dress if I completely close off my senses and cut off the signs of life, Juyin old ancestor planned contentedly in his heart. He hadn't forgotten about Mu Kui, the 4th true disciple of 9th peak. But this person was special, and there should be no big problems. Even if Mu Kui really got caught in the 9 cycles of reincarnation, it shouldn't concern him anymore. As for Lin Feng, the son of destiny, he would leave that to Xiao Hongyi and the others, which was also very secure. Suddenly, he felt a pang of melancholy, looked up at the sky, and sighed in his heart. It hasn't been easy, but finally, I can die properly. Lu Yong led the elders and disciples of 9th peak back to their peak. To this time, they were still bewildered. Almost everyone in the Juyin sect had been implanted with a demonic seed by the demonic path. They had been too obsessed with justice and had already developed inner demons because of Jiang Chen. How could such talk sound so nonsensical? But these were the words of the old ancestor. How could they question them? Would the old ancestor deceive them? No, that's impossible. That was the old ancestor of Juyin, a paragon of righteousness and the pinnacle of power in the central domain. What sense would there be in deceiving his own sect's disciples? It couldn't just be because he was favoring Jiang Chen, so he told such an outrageous lie, could it? Even if that were the case, it still didn't make sense. After all, Jiang Chen had been punished many times, and the old ancestor had never emerged from his coffin to protect him. Why wait until Xiao Hongyi and others had gone mad one after another before taking action? If one were to analyze this carefully, there was indeed reason and evidence. Great Elder, does the old ancestor mean that we have been implanted with demonic seeds but only show signs of madness without a full outbreak, and that the peak master and the 3 true disciples are the ones whose demonic seeds have erupted, and they have gone completely mad? Another elder speculated. That's probably the case. Lu Yong nodded. Even Li Fudu and the sect master have personally admitted their madness. Our cultivation and mental fortitude are not as strong as those two, so it's likely correct. Alas, another elder sighed deeply. I already guessed that the true disciples of 9th peak going mad one after another must be related to Jiang Chen. Be careful with your words, such talk will only worsen your madness now. Everyone is saying that all of us from 9th peak are lunatics. We can't defend ourselves, so we must not all completely go mad, Lu Yong hastily interjected. Hearing this, the elders and disciples all nodded in agreement. What should we do if Jiang Chen continues to do evil? Another elder asked. Didn't the old ancestor say enlighten and reform him? Lu Yong replied instantly. How do we enlighten and reform him, Great Elder? Please elaborate. I'm not quite sure myself. Everyone fell silent, deep in thought. They weren't the only ones without a clue. The other peaks were probably just as confused. This was not their fault. After all, the Juyin sect had always insisted on strict punishment for wrongdoings, and enlightenment and reformation were generally the practice of Buddhist sects. Let's go see the peak master first. She is the pillar of 9th peak. We can't let anything happen to her. Eventually, Lu Yong changed the subject. No one objected, and they all proceeded together. Shortly after, they arrived at the peak master's pavilion and heard a series of voices from inside. The posture is wrong, it's not effective. You 2 women, get on the bed, and you stupid tiger, get down. Yes, that's right, put some strength into it. That's too much strength, be gentle, I'm about to fall apart. Right, just like that, keep a rhythm, take it slow and don't rush. No, slower, the master is about to wake up. Hearing this, Lu Yong and the others were struck as if by lightning. They couldn't imagine what was happening inside the Peak Master's pavilion that would make Jiang Chen say such things. Great Elder, what should we do? An elder asked anxiously, hopping from foot to foot. If they went in now and saw something they shouldn't, wouldn't they have to gouge out their own eyes? But with Jiang Chen about to wake Xiao Hongyi, how could they stand by and do nothing? Seeing Lu Yong red-faced with anger while puffing his cheeks and glaring, another elder advised, Great Elder, stay calm, otherwise, the demonic seed will take deeper root, and you'll become the fifth person to go completely mad. Yes, Great Elder, another elder chimed in. Enlightenment, remember we must enlighten Jiang Chen, or else we'll fall into the demonic path's trap. Enlighten all, enlighten him with a fart. Lu Yong exploded with rage, swearing to the heavens, even if I go completely mad today, I will save the Peak Master from danger, no one can stop me. With that, he closed his eyes and, seeing nothing, charged into the Peak Master's pavilion while shouting, Jiang Chen, you are outrageously audacious, shamelessly lascivious, you're doing the things I'm too embarrassed to even speak of. The response was a deathly silence. After a long while, Jiang Chen's voice finally rang out, Great Elder, let's set our grievances aside for now. Come over here and help me. Help you? You want help doing wicked things? Ridiculous. Lu Yong was even more furious. Under normal circumstances, he would have stormed off to find the Hall of Enforcement. But now, the Hall of Enforcement was under Jiang Chen's control. Open your eyes first, then we'll talk, Jiang Chen said again. I won't. Lu Yong shook his head like a rattle drum, insisting on propriety above all else. Xiao Bai, go eat him if he won't open his eyes. Jiang Chen's voice rose again. Okay, Xiao Bai responded excitedly. Lu Yong hurriedly opened his eyes. It wasn't that he was afraid of being eaten, but he sensed something was amiss. If Jiang Chen was really up to no good, he would have sent him away immediately, so why ask him to open his eyes? But when he looked, he was even more furious. The scene before him was indeed different from what he had expected. Jiang Chen and the others were dressed normally, but Jiang Chen, how dare you lie on top of the Peak Master? Lu Yong was so angry he couldn't speak clearly. Hearing this, the other elders also rushed in. And then, they were stunned. Incredulous. At that moment, there were 4 people on Xiao Hongyi's bed. Jiang Chen was lying on top of her, while Jiang Lianyue and Qingning sat on either side of Jiang Chen, drenched in sweat. At this moment, the elders and disciples had only one thought. Enlightenment, to hell with enlightenment. Enlightenment was something those bald monks from the Buddhist temples liked to do, but at this moment, they only wanted to liberate Jiang Chen from this world. The crowd was furious and ready to take action. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Ah! Jiang Chen cried out in pain, helplessly saying, Master, if you use any more strength, I really won't be able to take it. Lu Yong and the others were full of question marks. Let's calm down, observe carefully what's going on first. Sensing something was off again, Lu Yong suppressed his anger and whispered, we might be under the influence of the demonic seed and unable to control our emotions. His words made the other elders and disciples nod in agreement. After taking a deep breath, they began to observe carefully. Soon, they all understood. It was a misunderstanding. It wasn't that Jiang Chen had intended it, but Xiao Hongyi had changed to a lying position and was still clinging to Jiang Chen like an octopus. And the reason Jiang Lianyue and Qingning were so exhausted was that they were trying to help Jiang Chen get free. But as soon as the 2 women made a move, Xiao Hongyi would use her cultivation to hold Jiang Chen even tighter, as if afraid someone would snatch him away. The old ancestor did not deceive me. Lu Yong sighed with relief, such a terrifying demonic seed is capable of blinding our eyes. Demonic seed? What demonic seed? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Lu Yong and the others remained silent. After the old ancestor finished his sermon, he had strictly instructed them not to let Jiang Chen know about this matter. The reason is quite simple. Currently, Jiang Chen is the key to eradicating the demonic seed. What if he feels the pressure is too much after learning about this and decides to run away? Therefore, they must keep silent. To ensure secrecy, Juyan old ancestor not only placed a seal of silence on everyone but even erased the memories of Jiang Chen's followers like Lu Wen and Lu Wu. The efforts to keep this secret are watertight. At this moment, Jiang Chen himself is not in the mood to pay attention to these matters, only shouting, come and help me, at least help me change my position, this posture is really tortuous. He had thought that Lu Yong and the others would surely come to his aid. After all, in the eyes of the people of the ninth peak, Xiao Hongyi was like a reborn parent to them. How could they let him suffer like this? But unexpectedly. Jiang Chen, if you're tired, get some water. After dropping this line, Lu Yong turned his head and left with a group of elders and disciples. A few steps later, he even asked his companions, "How was my handiwork?" Stealing a glance at Jiang Chen, an elder gave a thumbs up. "Great elder, your shocking words had an extraordinary effect." Jiang Chen is completely dumbfounded. "Good, you all should learn from this," Lu Yong said with a proud smile. "Alright, I'll make him eat more spiritual fruits next time." After Lu Yong and the others left, various peak masters, true disciples, and the 12 supreme elders came one after another to confirm what the Juyan old ancestor had said. Like Lu Yong and his group, they were initially furious. But after suppressing their emotions and observing seriously, they soon exclaimed, "This demonic seed is terrifying." Then, after uttering some unfathomably mysterious words, they all left. Especially Supreme Great Elder Xiaoting. At first, he was so angry he nearly lost his reason, but after understanding the situation, he even said, "Jiang Chen, take care of your health." And then he left too. "It's over, everyone in the Juyan sect has gone mad." Jiang Chen was in utter despair. After the lecture ended, Sect Master Ji Yu Changqing re-entered the sect's prison to be punished. However, Juyan old ancestor, considering his enlightenment, reduced his sentence from over a month to half a month. In the following days, the Juyan sect was extremely peaceful. Jiang Chen was still tightly held by Xiao Hongyi, suffering yet enjoying it. Besides that, every day, elders and disciples from various peaks of the Juyan sect would come, ignoring the situation inside the peak master's pavilion and only showing concern and comfort to Jiang Chen. Driven mad by these lunatics, Jiang Chen called Lin Mubai back, instructing him to stand guard in front of the cloud-soaring hall, forbidding anyone to enter, and to chop anyone who dared. Afterward, the front of the cloud-soaring hall was graced with the figure of a wild man wielding a machete. The wild man would sometimes cry, sometimes laugh, sometimes sigh while looking at the sky, and sometimes exude a murderous aura, saying, "Eldest senior brother has entrusted me with a heavy responsibility. Even if the old ancestor comes, I will not hesitate to chop him." Then, the old ancestor really came. The wild man really went for it. And then, there was now the figure of a wild man in the sect's prison. "Let me out, eldest senior brother can't do without me, he needs me." The wild man tried to escape every day, wailing like a ghost or a wolf, his voice lasting all day long. A few days passed. Ji Yu Changqing couldn't stand it anymore and also shouted, "Let me out, I'm going to be driven mad by this wild man." In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Ji Yu Changqing was released upon completion of his sentence, and it was said that at the moment he left the sect's prison, he was moved to tears. During this time, a simple great hall had been erected next to the platform of the Juyan sect's second peak. The hall had no doors or windows and was built with ordinary stone bricks, covering less than half an acre. The plaque hanging above the hall's entrance was a bit crooked, with the words "Sect Master's Hall Temporary" inscribed on it. Around the Sect Master's Hall, similarly dilapidated houses were constructed. Occasionally, elders and disciples from the original main peak would emerge from them, covering their faces and crying. It was unclear what they were crying about. Endure it. This place is the residence of the Supreme Elders. If the Sect Master's Hall and the houses were built too luxuriously, wouldn't it overshadow the hosts? A certain main peak elder consoled his disciple. At noon that day, several young men dressed in the robes of the ancient pill towers pill refiners entered the Juyan sect with proud expressions. The first thing that caught their eyes was the main peak that had been overturned. Filled with deep questions, after some inquiries, they arrived in front of the temporarily established Sect Master's Hall, all speechless and rubbing their eyes. Could it be that the Juyan sect was invaded by an external enemy? One of the young men guessed. That's the only possibility, another young man replied. The main peak of the Juyan sect has been flipped over. It must be a powerful enemy. Could it be that the old ancestor of the myriad Dao demon sect personally took action? It must be so, but why hasn't my ancient pill tower received any news? Perhaps the Juyan sect is ashamed and deliberately hiding the news. It's possible the myriad Dao demon sect is a great enemy of the righteous path. It is said that recently, the myriad Dao demon sect found a woman with the Zanming demonic body. If this woman grows up, she will surely bring disaster to the central domain. We must be on guard. These matters are not for us to worry about. let's quickly complete the Great Elder's orders and bring back Ma Wu's ashes. After the exchange, the disciples of the ancient Pill Tower entered the sect master's hall. But in just a few moments, they all came out again, red-faced with anger. The ashes of Ma Wu had been stolen. Even though this was personally stated by the Juyin sect master Jiang Changqing, they found it unbelievable. Who would steal ashes? The ashes can neither be eaten nor used for cultivation, so why steal them? The leader of the ancient Pill Tower's youth group was Xiao Shan, a true disciple of the ancient Pill Tower. Unlike the Juyin sect, the ancient Pill Tower had only about a dozen elders, whose status was equivalent to the peak masters of the Juyin sect's various peaks. The first disciples of these elders were the true disciples of the ancient Pill Tower. Xiao Shan was the first disciple of the ancient Pill Tower's great elder, not only a true disciple but also the number one true disciple of the ancient Pill Tower. It must be Jiang Chen's doing. Xiao Shan analyzed as he calmed down. Ma Wu's death was mysterious, and he died at the hands of Jiang Chen. I suspect that Jiang Chen not only killed and crushed the bones but also wanted to scatter the ashes. Such an act is utterly heartless and inhumane. The disciples of my Pill Pavilion in Lingshan town were also tragically killed one after another. This must also be related to Jiang Chen. We should go and accuse Jiang Chen of his crimes, his companion said angrily. How can we accuse him without evidence? Xiao Shan shook his head, helpless. Moreover, Ma Wu was an elder of the Juyin sect, and Jiang Chen is a disciple of the Juyin sect. How could it be our place to accuse him? That makes sense, so should we just return empty-handed? No, let's first find Li Fudu. He was very close to Ma Wu and also in charge of the Juyin sect's Hall of Enforcement. He must also be harboring anger. But as far as I know, the Hall of Enforcement was also located on the main peak, and now that the main peak of the Juyin sect has been destroyed, where should we go to find him? Sword Peak. Don't forget that Li Fudu is also an elder of Sword Peak. Indeed, senior brother is wise. A moment later, as Xiao Shan had predicted, they indeed found Li Fudu carving with his sword at the foot of Sword Peak. Elder Li, I am Xiao Shan, a true disciple of the ancient Pill Tower. Xiao Shan greeted him with a smile. Hearing this, Li Fudu didn't even turn his head. Xiao Shan frowned, but he could only wait patiently. After all, he knew that sword cultivators often used this method of carving with the sword to forge their own sword intent. Senior brother, Li Fudu's aura is unstable and his cultivation has fallen. It seems like his core formation collapsed and was rebuilt, and now he only has the cultivation of core formation. Initial formation. His companion noticed something unusual. Ah, I too have noticed this too, sighed Xiao Shan while shaking his head. According to Master, Li Fudu is an upright and honest person. It seems he must have engaged in a fierce battle with the invading demonic path. He truly is a role model for us all. Indeed, it's truly admirable. It's just that the Juyin sect's secrecy is too good. Even we at the ancient Pill Tower didn't receive any news. No matter, we can report back once we return. For now, let's wait patiently. Everyone nodded in agreement, saying, yes, and spoke no further. Although Li Fudu's cultivation has fallen, his comprehension of the way of the sword remains. Even though it's just the simple act of using the sword to carve the wall, one can feel the chilling his sword intent. Although we do not understand the sword, if we observe carefully, it can greatly benefit our own cultivation, Xiao Shan quickly reminded everyone. Hearing this, the disciples of the ancient Pill Tower immediately held their breath and began to observe carefully. Li Fudu's sword moved in his hand as if it were a pen, flowing freely, and as he brought it down, it was as if he was aided by the gods, emitting a dazzling sword light. Soon, he carved two characters on the flat stone wall that seemed to soar and dance like dragons and phoenixes. Jiang Chen. Seeing these two characters, Xiao Shan nodded in appreciation and sighed inwardly. This Li Fudu, true to a life dedicated to the righteous path, has earned Master's endless praise as a paragon of justice. Even with his cultivation diminished, he still reminds himself to stand resolutely against Jiang Chen. After carving the name Jiang Chen, Li Fudu did not rest. Ha! With a loud shout, he leapt several meters high, waving his ancient silver sword in the air, and from above, he slashed down several sword qis, switching to using sword qi to carve the wall. Seeing this, the admiration in Xiao Shan's eyes deepened. He thought that Li Fudu was unable to restrain his heart of justice, and the next characters he would carve would likely be kill or punish. Soon, Li Fudu landed on the ground, and with a flash of sword light, he sheathed his sword and smiled with satisfaction. But looking at the two large characters just carved, Xiao Shan couldn't stop rubbing his eyes. Only when he was sure he wasn't seeing things did he exclaim in astonishment, "Reform." At this moment, he was dumbfounded. Reform who? Jiang Chen. Xiao Shan's mind was full of question marks. He kept shaking his head, thinking he must have misunderstood. Perhaps these characters, reform, were referring to someone else. Although the characters Jiang Chen and reform appear together, they can be completely unrelated. The more he thought about it, the more Xiao Shan felt this was the case. Although he was from the ancient Pill Tower, he had heard of Li Fidu's hatred for evil and his impartiality. Reform. This kind of thing didn't fit Li Fidu's character. Seeing Li Fidu calming his aura and admiring his own work, Xiao Shan approached again with a smile on his face and said, "Elder Li, I am Xiao Shan, the true disciple of the great elder of the ancient Pill Tower." This time, Li Fidu reacted. Glancing at the gold embroidery on the cuff of Xiao Shan's pill refiner's robe, he also smiled and said, "Young nephew, at such a young age, you are already a 6th-grade pill refiner master with no small cultivation. You truly live up to being the true disciple of the ancient Pill Tower." "You flatter me, Elder Li," Xiao Shan quickly responded modestly. The ancient Pill Tower has only a dozen or so true disciples, and without exception, they are all 6th-grade pill refiner masters. Although all are of the 6th grade, their achievements in the way of pill refining are vastly different. The least among the true disciples of the ancient Pill Tower can only refine lower-tier 6th-grade elixirs, but Xiao Shan can refine high ones. For lower-grade elixirs, he can even produce perfect quality. This is why he is the first true disciple and has the right to be proud. Li Fidu liked Xiao Shan's modesty even though he was from the younger generation, so his smile grew even warmer. After praising Xiao Shan a few more times, he sighed and said, "You are here for Ma Wu's ashes, aren't you? I suppose the sect master must have told you that Ma Wu's ashes have been stolen." "Indeed." Xiao Shan nodded and also sighed deeply. Elder Ma lived a life of integrity, defending the righteous path, but to end up with such a fate is really lamentable. After speaking, he clenched his teeth and said angrily, "That Jiang Chen is utterly detestable." Hearing this, Li Fidu instinctively wanted to nod in agreement but then suddenly woke up in surprise. The demonic seed is so terrifying. "Nephew, Ma Wu's death was his own fault. No one else is to blame," Ma Wu explained calmly after taking a deep breath. Xiao Shan was stunned again. What's going on? Anyone with eyes could see that Ma Wu's death was suspicious and definitely involved Jiang Chen's meddling. How did it become his own fault? "Nephew, you are unaware, but Ma Wu went mad." Li Fidu sighed deeply. Mad? Xiao Shan blinked in confusion. "Indeed mad." Li Fidu said earnestly, explaining in detail, "To tell you the truth, I too initially thought that this matter was related to Jiang Chen, but after being enlightened by the old ancestor, I realized that Ma Wu's madness was due to the demonic R. He wanted to say deeply rooted demonic seed. Everyone in the Juyin sect was implanted with demonic seeds, and Ma Wu was no exception. It was precisely because of the deeply rooted demonic seed that Ma Wu had such an intense obsession with justice, and his actions at Elixir Peak before his death were likely a precursor to the complete outbreak of the demonic seed. And taking the heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill was just their speculation. Previously, Li Fidu did not understand the truth. But now, after being enlightened by the old ancestor and reflecting on it overnight, he realized that they might have indeed misunderstood Jiang Chen. Not only that, the madness of Jiang Lianyue and others was probably also a misunderstanding of Jiang Chen. At this moment, Li Fidu finally understood just how wrong he had been. If it weren't for the old ancestor emerging from his coffin and sacrificing his lifespan to save him, he might have ended up like Ma Wu, dying a terrible death due to complete madness. Thinking of this, Li Fidu felt grateful and bowed deeply towards the second peak to pay his respects. A few days ago, the old ancestor of Juyin sect entered a state of suspended animation again. It is said that before the suspended animation, the Supreme Elders found another jade coffin for the old ancestor. At first, the old ancestor refused, but in order to seal his life force, he reluctantly lay in the jade coffin, saying, "I'm not lying in this coffin waiting to die. I'm doing this to extend my life for the sake of the sect. Understand?" What a good old ancestor. Everything he did was for the sake of the sect. With this thought, Li Fidu's eyes filled with tears, and he bowed deeply again. Seeing Xiao Shan and the others looking at him as if he were a madman, he straightened up and said, "Ma Wu's madness is beyond doubt. Nephew, you must not be too obsessed with justice. You must know, the demonic path is insidious and omnipresent. The fact that the Juyan sect was all implanted with demonic seeds, if known by other sects, would surely become a laughingstock, so it could not be disclosed. Moreover, even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't due to the old ancestors' sealing and prohibition. Therefore, he gave a meaningful reminder. Xiao Shan didn't understand, but after glancing at the overturned first peak and feeling Li Fidu's fluctuating aura, he seemed to understand. The demonic path is indeed not to be underestimated. Xiao Shan nodded in agreement, feeling that the conversation had gone off topic. He quickly returned to the main point. Elder Li, even if Ma Wu really went mad, Jiang Chen shouldn't have cremated him and scattered his ashes as the head of the Hall of Enforcement. How can you not punish him severely? Hearing this, Li Fidu frowned again. Why did the topic return to Jiang Chen, and from Xiao Shan's tone, it seemed he had an extreme dislike for Jiang Chen. Moreover, he was no longer in charge of the Hall of Enforcement. Could it be? Nephew, why do you dislike Jiang Chen so much? Li Fidu inquired. Jiang Chen is utterly evil, a cancer of the righteous path. Since the day I became a disciple, I have sworn to stand against evil. Xiao Shan replied instantly. Have you ever seen Jiang Chen? Li Fidu asked again. Xiao Shan shook his head. Have you ever seen Jiang Chen commit any evil deeds? Li Fidu asked for the third time. Isn't that a rhetorical question? Xiao Shan was speechless. He had never even met Jiang Chen, so how could he have witnessed him doing evil? He could only shake his head again. Indeed, as I suspected. Li Fidu exclaimed in shock. My dear nephew, you must be mad and not even aware of it. Xiao Shan's face was full of question marks. Li Fidu wanted to elaborate, but considering the reputation of the sect, he held his tongue. However, this made him feel more at ease. He had thought that only the Juyan sect had been infected by the demonic path, but it seemed that the ancient Pill Tower was in the same situation. The demonic path treats everyone equally. Nephew, heed my advice. It's not too late to let go of your obsession. Li Fidu waved his hands as he spoke. Leave quickly, and remember, only by enlightening others can you save your life. Xiao Shan felt that Li Fidu had lost his mind and was impossible to communicate with. Not wanting to waste any more words, he took out a pill from his chest and placed it in Li Fidu's hand. The pill was cool to the touch and carried a hint of a chilling aura. What is this? Li Fidu frowned. 7 Abyss Pill. Xiao Shan lowered his voice and explained, this is a new poison pill developed by our ancient Pill Tower, made from the spirits of 100 ghosts and combined with 6 types of yin spirits. This is a 7th grade pill, personally refined by my master. After looking around to make sure there were no bystanders, he continued, if a cultivator takes this pill, they will feel as if their heart is being devoured by 100 ghosts, their flesh consumed, and their mind eroded. A core formation cultivator would turn into an idiot. Only a cultivator of the upper 4 realms can suppress it. Why give me such a poison pill? Li Fidu's eyes turned cold. Elder Li, if you wish to uphold justice, you must be prepared to tarnish your own feathers. Keep this pill for now. Whether to use it or not is up to you, Xiao Shan said meaningfully. Clearly, he wanted Li Fidu to use this poison pill against Jiang Chen. Thank you for your time, I shall take my leave now. With that, Xiao Shan bowed again and left with his companions. Looking at the poison pill in his hand, Li Fidu suddenly became furious. Any fondness he had for Xiao Shan vanished in an instant. Was he being asked to poison Jiang Chen? Wasn't that harming him? He felt somewhat relieved, thinking that if it weren't for the old ancestor waking him up, he might have actually gone through with it. Li Fidu wanted to crush the poison pill immediately, but then he glanced at the word, reform, on the stone wall and fell into deep thought. In the end, he pocketed the poison pill and headed towards the 9th peak. At the 9th peak, in the cloud-soaring hall, within the peak master's chamber, Xiao Hongyi opened her eyes while feeling groggy. Her head was spinning, her vision was blurry, and her mind was in a blank slate. It was as if she had slept for 10,000 years. Suddenly, she became alert and anxiously shouted, Jiang Chen. As her voice fell, her vision gradually cleared and focused. What she saw was the familiar face and the slightly helpless dark eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still on top of her, their bodies pressed close and their faces inches apart. Thump, thump. Xiao Hongyi's cheeks instantly flushed red, her heartbeat racing. Upon first awakening, her world was still monochrome except for Jiang Chen, who was in color. But as her heart pounded fiercely, the world returned to normal. She could clearly feel Jiang Chen's warmth in his breath. She could also feel Jiang Chen's equally intense heartbeat. The two of them just stared at each other as if frozen in time. Suddenly, Xiao Hongyi raised her hands and clasped them around Jiang Chen's neck. With a slight effort, his face drew closer to hers. He is my disciple, a voice popped into her head. Then, without any hesitation, she crushed that thought like trash and tossed it aside. What did it matter if he was her disciple? In this life, Jiang Chen could do whatever he wanted. And she, Xiao Hongyi, would do the same. Just as Xiao Hongyi was about to close her eyes in anticipation, she caught sight of 3 heads out of the corner of her eye. Jiang Lianyue, Qingning, and a silly tiger. Scram! Xiao Hongyi's sleeve fluttered lightly. The 2 women and the tiger were swept up by a gust of wind, suspended in the air, and then, as they struggled, were blown out of the Peak Master's chamber window and fell heavily to the ground. Acting so great just because you're powerful, huh? Eldest senior brother, Qingning is here to save you. What kind of master is this? Not only is she crazy, but she's also lusting after her own disciple's body. Xiao Bai, will never allow this. The roar of the 2 women and the tiger came from outside. Hearing this, Xiao Hongyi flicked her sleeve again, and the 2 women and the tiger who had just fallen were sent flying far away. Now there's no one to disturb us, she continued to look at Jiang Chen. But this look brought a pang of pain to her heart. Jiang Chen averted his gaze and said somewhat helplessly, "Master, you're finally awake." Xiao Hongyi fell silent. She could feel Jiang Chen's rejection. And it was this rejection that brought back the guilt and self-reproach in her heart. Indeed, what right did she have to ask anything of Jiang Chen? After 9 reincarnations, as his master, she had hurt Jiang Chen more deeply than anyone else. She wanted to beg for Jiang Chen's forgiveness but didn't want to trouble him with the past 9 lives. In this life, her disciple deserved to live freely, and all she, a master burdened with deep sins, could do was to facilitate that. Perhaps only that enchantress is worthy of accompanying Jiang Chen till the end, Xiao Hongyi couldn't help but think so. After forcing a smile, she tried to pretend everything was fine and said, "Do you have some scheme on your master? Why else would you be on top of me?" Well, Jiang Chen looked embarrassed and hurriedly replied, "Master, let me explain." Before he could finish, Xiao Hongyi stopped him by hugging him. "You don't need to explain yourself to anyone anymore," Xiao Hongyi whispered softly. This time, it was Jiang Chen's turn to be silent. The moment Xiao Hongyi woke up, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed by his emotions. However, his reason did not allow him to act recklessly. Taking a little advantage was one thing, but if he went any further, he would truly become a rebel. Becoming a rebellious disciple didn't bother him. In his eyes, conventional morality was worthless in this life. But he couldn't be the kind of rebel who took advantage of his master's madness. At most, he could talk big. Furthermore, he would cure Xiao Hongyi's madness before ascending. He didn't want his master to feel nothing but disappointment and hatred for him in this final life. "Master, rest assured," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Even if you lose your mind, even if you become someone unrecognizable, I will always be with you until the end." The end. Those words echoed in her ears. The scenes of Jiang Chen's tragic deaths in his 9 lives flashed through Xiao Hongyi's mind. Her beautiful eyes snapped open, and both phoenix fire and malice appeared in them, surging tumultuously as if to devour the whole world. Sensing her distress, Jiang Chen quickly soothed her, "It's okay, nothing will happen to you. I'm here. Do you remember, Master? Our hearts are united as master and disciple, never to part." His comforting voice was soft and gentle. While speaking, Jiang Chen also held Xiao Hongyi tightly and continuously patted her back. Such words and actions were like comforting a child. Yet it was these things that made the phoenix fire and malice in Xiao Hongyi's eyes fade away, leaving only thick tears. The next moment, Xiao Hongyi burst into tears. She buried her head in Jiang Chen's shoulder, crying unrestrainedly like a child. She couldn't apologize, couldn't beg for forgiveness. So, it took her a long time to squeeze out a sentence. "Jiang Chen, if you die, do you know what will happen to me?" "I know, you would probably guard my grave for 100 years. "No, you're wrong. I would die with you." At that moment, Jiang Chen wavered. After 9 cycles of reincarnation and 1,000 years of misunderstandings, he had kindled many hopes but all were extinguished without exception. Over time, he had become disillusioned and weary, now only wishing to leave this world. But even in this life, although he was not afraid of death, he feared Xiao Hongyi's death. Fortunately, the current Xiao Hongyi was in a state of madness, and she would likely return to her normal self upon regaining consciousness. Otherwise, he didn't know what to do in this life. He had also considered the possibility that Xiao Hongyi's madness could not be cured. If it really came to that, then he would reveal all the truths and ask his master to fulfill his wish. Moreover, Xiao Hongyi said she would die with him, but he wasn't truly dead, was he? He was just ascending to another world through death. He could totally paint a big picture for Xiao Hongyi, encouraging her to cultivate hard and then ascend to find him. If he could return to this world after ascending, he could first chop Lin Feng into pieces to feed the dogs and then figure out a way to take Xiao Hongyi away. In any case, there were still many methods. Jiang Chen, can we leave the Juyin sect? I hate this place. No matter where we go, I'll be with you, Xiao Hongyi said again. Leave the Juyin sect. Jiang Chen was somewhat tempted. Now the Juyin sect was full of madmen, and the plot was becoming more and more absurd. But he was helpless. It was precisely because of this that he couldn't leave. He had to keep a close watch on Lin Feng. Otherwise, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain if the plot completely collapsed and affected the grand finale? Furthermore, Xiao Hongyi's condition also needed to be monitored. Who knew if this madness would continue indefinitely? If she suddenly returned to normal, he wouldn't mind, but it would turn his master into a traitor of the sect. Jiang Chen's silence made Xiao Hongyi understand the answer. She didn't insist, just sighed softly. Suddenly, a disciple from the 9th peak came to report that Li Fidu had arrived. At the mention of Li Fidu's name, Xiao Hongyi's eyes once again showed malice, and a thick murderous intent emerged. In the 9 cycles of reincarnation, every time Li Fidu came, it was to trouble Jiang Chen, and this life was no exception. And she had already decided. In this life, whoever touched Jiang Chen would die. Master, let me tell you a joke, Jiang Chen said after seeing her state. What? Xiao Hongyi asked, blinking. The old ancestor asked me to take over the Hall of Enforcement, and now Li Fidu has been stripped of his position as an elder of the Hall of Enforcement. At best, he's just an ordinary disciple, so he's actually my subordinate now. Ah. Xiao Hongyi looked incredulous and asked, has the old ancestor gone mad? Who knows? Jiang Chen shrugged. But it's true that the people of the Juyin sect are almost all mad. With that statement, Xiao Hongyi was once again full of question marks. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at her, she straightened her expression and said seriously, Jiang Chen, I'm not mad. At the 9th peak, in the cloud-soaring hall, within the peak master's chamber. Xiao Hongyi opened her eyes while feeling groggy. Her head was spinning, her vision was blurry, and her mind was in a blank slate. It was as if she had slept for 10,000 years. Suddenly, she became alert and anxiously shouted. Jiang Chen. As her voice fell, her vision gradually cleared and focused. What she saw was the familiar face and the slightly helpless dark eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still on top of her, their bodies pressed close and their faces inches apart. Thump, thump. Xiao Hongyi's cheeks instantly flushed red, her heartbeat racing. Upon first awakening, her world was still monochrome except for Jiang Chen, who was in color. But as her heart pounded fiercely, the world returned to normal. She could clearly feel Jiang Chen's warmth and his breath. She could also feel Jiang Chen's equally intense heartbeat. The two of them just stared at each other as if frozen in time. Suddenly, Xiao Hongyi raised her hands and clasped them around Jiang Chen's neck. With a slight effort, his face drew closer to hers. He is my disciple, a voice popped into her head. Then, without any hesitation, she crushed that thought like trash and tossed it aside. What did it matter if he was her disciple? In this life, Jiang Chen could do whatever he wanted. And she, Xiao Hongyi, would do the same. Just as Xiao Hongyi was about to close her eyes in anticipation, she caught sight of 3 heads out of the corner of her eye. Jiang Lianyue, Qingning, and a silly tiger. Scram! Xiao Hongyi's sleeve fluttered lightly. The 2 women and the tiger were swept up by a gust of wind, suspended in the air, and then, as they struggled, were blown out of the peak master's chamber window and fell heavily to the ground. Acting so great just because you're powerful, huh? Eldest senior brother, Qingning is here to save you. What kind of master is this? Not only is she crazy, but she's also lusting after her own disciple's body. Xiao Bai, will never allow this. The roar of the 2 women and the tiger came from outside. Hearing this, Xiao Hongyi flicked her sleeve again, and the 2 women and the tiger who had just fallen were sent flying far away. Now there's no one to disturb us, she continued to look at Jiang Chen. But this look brought a pang of pain to her heart. Jiang Chen averted his gaze and said somewhat helplessly, "Master, you're finally awake." Xiao Hongyi fell silent. She could feel Jiang Chen's rejection. And it was this rejection that brought back the guilt and self-reproach in her heart. Indeed, what right did she have to ask anything of Jiang Chen? After 9 reincarnations, as his master, she had hurt Jiang Chen more deeply than anyone else. She wanted to beg for Jiang Chen's forgiveness but didn't want to trouble him with the past 9 lives. In this life, her disciple deserved to live freely, and all she, a master burdened with deep sins, could do was to facilitate that. Perhaps only that enchantress is worthy of accompanying Jiang Chen till the end, Xiao Hongyi couldn't help but think so. After forcing a smile, she tried to pretend everything was fine and said, "Do you have some scheme on your master? Why else would you be on top of me?" "Well," Jiang Chen looked embarrassed and hurriedly replied, "Master, let me explain." Before he could finish, Xiao Hongyi stopped him by hugging him. "You don't need to explain yourself to anyone anymore," Xiao Hongyi whispered softly. This time, it was Jiang Chen's turn to be silent. The moment Xiao Hongyi woke up, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed by his emotions. However, his reason did not allow him to act recklessly. Taking a little advantage was one thing, but if he went any further, he would truly become a rebel. Becoming a rebellious disciple didn't bother him. In his eyes, conventional morality was worthless in this life. But he couldn't be the kind of rebel who took advantage of his master's madness. At most, he could talk big. Furthermore, he would cure Xiao Hongyi's madness before ascending. He didn't want his master to feel nothing but disappointment and hatred for him in this final life. "Master, rest assured," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Even if you lose your mind, even if you become someone unrecognizable, I will always be with you until the end." The end. Those words echoed in her ears. The scenes of Jiang Chen's tragic deaths in his 9 lives flashed through Xiao Hongyi's mind. Her beautiful eyes snapped open, and both phoenix fire and malice appeared in them, surging tumultuously as if to devour the whole world. Sensing her distress, Jiang Chen quickly soothed her, "It's okay, nothing will happen to you. I'm here. Do you remember, Master? Our hearts are united as master and disciple, never to part." His comforting voice was soft and gentle. While speaking, Jiang Chen also held Xiao Hongyi tightly and continuously patted her back. Such words and actions were like comforting a child. Yet it was these things that made the phoenix fire and malice in Xiao Hongyi's eyes fade away, leaving only thick tears. The next moment, Xiao Hongyi burst into tears. She buried her head in Jiang Chen's shoulder, crying unrestrainedly like a child. She couldn't apologize, couldn't beg for forgiveness. So, it took her a long time to squeeze out a sentence. "Jiang Chen, if you die, do you know what will happen to me?" "I know, you would probably guard my grave for 100 years. "No, you're wrong. I would die with you." At that moment, Jiang Chen wavered. After 9 cycles of reincarnation and 1,000 years of misunderstandings, he had kindled many hopes, but all were extinguished without exception. Over time, he had become disillusioned and weary, now only wishing to leave this world. But even in this life, although he was not afraid of death, he feared Xiao Hongyi's death. Fortunately, the current Xiao Hongyi was in a state of madness, and she would likely return to her normal self upon regaining consciousness. Otherwise, he didn't know what to do in this life. He had also considered the possibility that Xiao Hongyi's madness could not be cured. If it really came to that, then he would reveal all the truths and ask his master to fulfill his wish. Moreover, Xiao Hongyi said she would die with him, but he wasn't truly dead, was he? He was just ascending to another world through death. He could totally paint a big picture for Xiao Hongyi, encouraging her to cultivate hard and then ascend to find him. If he could return to this world after ascending, he could first chop Lin Feng into pieces to feed the dogs and then figure out a way to take Xiao Hongyi away. In any case, there were still many methods. "Jiang Chen, can we leave the Juyan sect? I hate this place." "No matter where we go, I'll be with you," Xiao Hongyi said again. Leave the Juyan sect. Jiang Chen was somewhat tempted. Now the Juyan sect was full of madmen, and the plot was becoming more and more absurd. But he was helpless. It was precisely because of this that he couldn't leave. He had to keep a close watch on Lin Feng. Otherwise, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain if the plot completely collapsed and affected the grand finale? Furthermore, Xiao Hongyi's condition also needed to be monitored. Who knew if this madness would continue indefinitely? If she suddenly returned to normal, he wouldn't mind, but it would turn his master into a traitor of the sect. Jiang Chen's silence made Xiao Hongyi understand the answer. She didn't insist, just sighed softly. Suddenly, a disciple from the ninth peak came to report that Li Fidu had arrived. At the mention of Li Fidu's name, Xiao Hongyi's eyes once again showed malice, and a thick murderous intent emerged. In the 9 cycles of reincarnation, every time Li Fidu came, it was to trouble Jiang Chen, and this life was no exception. And she had already decided. In this life, whoever touched Jiang Chen would die. Master, let me tell you a joke, Jiang Chen said after seeing her state. What? Xiao Hongyi asked, blinking. The old ancestor asked me to take over the Hall of Enforcement, and now Li Fidu has been stripped of his position as an elder of the Hall of Enforcement. At best, he's just an ordinary disciple, so he's actually my subordinate now. Ah. Xiao Hongyi looked incredulous and asked, has the old ancestor gone mad? Who knows? Jiang Chen shrugged. But it's true that the people of the Juyan sect are almost all mad. With that statement, Xiao Hongyi was once again full of question marks. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at her, she straightened her expression and said seriously, Jiang Chen, I'm not mad. In the grand hall of the cloud-soaring hall, Xiao Hongyi sat high in the peak master's seat, her beautiful eyes half closed, yawning from time to time. Jiang Chen stood by her side, seemingly lost in thought. And in the center of the hall, Li Fidu stood upright, silent. It had been several moments since Li Fidu's arrival, and although he had tried to speak several times, he had held back each time, appearing extremely conflicted. During this time, although other members of the Juyan sect had come to the cloud-soaring hall to express their concern and consolation to Jiang Chen, Li Fidu alone had never set foot here. There were 2 reasons for this. 1. Even after a great enlightenment, the thought of Jiang Chen still involuntarily triggered his righteous heart, bringing about a strong sense of aversion. 2. His conflict with Jiang Chen was deep, and he didn't know how to reconcile for a while. But the matter of the visitors from the ancient pill tower awakened him. He had to take action. Any further delay would only cause pain to loved ones and joy to enemies, a path led by demons. Jiang Chen. Taking a deep breath, Li Fidu finally spoke up. Call me Hall Master. Jiang Chen interrupted sharply. Li Fidu's mouth twitched. When he was in charge of the Hall of Enforcement, he had never dared to call himself Hall Master, but Jiang Chen said it so confidently. Reminding himself constantly to reform him, Li Fidu gritted his teeth and said, Hall Master. Why don't you pay your respects when you see the Hall Master? Jiang Chen began to put on airs again. Li Fidu's mouth twitched again, and he almost wanted to draw his sword. Fortunately, reason restrained him, and he gritted his teeth to pay his respects. What brings the law enforcer Li here? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Law enforcer? What kind of tacky title is this? He's already of age. Li Fidu couldn't hold back his anger, which rushed to his forehead. You'd better keep that anger in check, Xiao Hongyi, who had been looking lazy, said with a sudden chill in her voice. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking Li Fidu up. Just now, he had almost lost control again. Thankfully, Xiao Hongyi's timely reminder prevented unthinkable consequences. Thank you for the reminder, Ninth Peak's Master, Li Fidu said while bowing deeply with a humble attitude. Xiao Hongyi was taken aback. Was this the same Li Fidu who was known for his stern impartiality, always wearing a stern face and never giving face to anyone? If it weren't for his familiar face, she would have doubted she had recognized the wrong person. Jiang Chen said the whole Juyan sect was almost insane, and she didn't believe it, but now it seemed. At least this Li Fidu was definitely not normal. Could it be that the Juyan sect is facing retribution? She wondered to herself. Jiang Lianyue, Lin Mubai, Qingning, and others from the Juyan sect had gone mad one after another. Could it be? She suddenly felt a shock in her heart and looked at Li Fidu with deep meaning. Elder Li, have you recently experienced hallucinations? Not at all. Li Fidu replied instantly, thank you for your concern, Ninth Peak's Master. Everything is normal. It's retribution indeed. Hearing this, Xiao Hongyi completely lost interest and became lazy again. Li Fidu glanced at her, feeling somewhat surprised. The last time Jiang Chen was captured for questioning, Xiao Hongyi went crazy, completely lawless and utterly insane. But looking at her today, aside from the earlier impulse to kill him, her speech and logic seemed relatively normal. But then he thought about it. The mad ones like Jiang Lianyue and the others seemed to behave normally on a daily basis, so he ignored it. Zhang Hall Master, I have come to expose a conspiracy of the ancient pill tower. Li Fidu stated his purpose. A conspiracy? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Indeed. Li Fidu took out the poisonous pill he had just obtained and explained, this pill comes from the ancient pill tower, named 7 Abyss Pill. If a core formation cultivator takes it, they will be devoured by 100 ghosts, consuming their heart and flesh, turning them into an idiot. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongyi's eyes lit up, and she straightened her posture. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, vaguely guessing something. Then, Li Fidu took a deep breath, his expression even more serious. The ancient pill tower wants to use me to poison the Hall Master. Such an act is despicable, and I have come to expose it. Jiang Chen was speechless. Expose? A righteous person coming to him, a villain, to expose his own ally. This Li Fidu's madness is quite interesting. Xiao Hongyi's eyes turned cold, and phoenix fire emerged around her, saying, the ancient pill tower, I'll go destroy the ancient pill tower first. Li Fidu was stunned. Destroy the ancient pill tower. The ancient pill tower was not something Xiao Hongyi could destroy alone. But if Xiao Hongyi went, could the supreme elders ignore it? What about the old ancestor who had just entered the jade coffin? A slight misstep could lead to a great war between the righteous sects. Ninth Peak's master, you must not. Li Fidu hurriedly intervened. Although the ancient pill tower's cultivation and strength are not as great as our Juyan sect, they have good relations with other righteous sects. Any carelessness could lead to the destruction of our sect. Destruction of the sect? Xiao Hongyi asked coldly. Indeed, Li Fidu nodded. The Juyan sect being destroyed? Xiao Hongyi asked again. It's not impossible. Li Fidu nodded again. What does it have to do with me? Li Fidu was speechless. At this moment, he was certain. Compared to Jiang Lianyue and the others, Xiao Hongyi was even more recklessly insane. This made him sigh. Look, this is what happens when the demonic seed completely erupts. It must serve as his warning. Helplessly, Li Fidu turned his gaze to Jiang Chen. Master, there's no need to be angry, Jiang Chen said with a sneer. That ancient pill tower is just a bunch of cowards, only daring to do little things behind the scenes, not worth worrying about. After a brief response, Xiao Hongyi sat down again, her expression returning to normal. Li Fidu let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that Jiang Chen would strongly encourage Xiao Hongyi to do this, and he was prepared to stop her at the cost of his life. Who knew that Jiang Chen would stop her as well? This made him reflect deeply, realizing that he had greatly misunderstood Jiang Chen. What Li Fidu didn't know was Jiang Chen simply didn't want Xiao Hongyi to take the risk. Moreover, aside from the fact that he could use the ancient pill tower as a tool to farm system rewards, he knew better than anyone that the ancient pill tower was indeed not easy to destroy. A pill refiner was, after all, a special profession. Perhaps they were not very powerful in their own right, but their vast network of relationships was not to be underestimated. If they were to be destroyed, it had to be done carefully and gradually. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became silent, and the three of them stopped talking. Li Fidu pondered to himself, feeling that this was not enough to enlighten, at most it was just a denunciation. To achieve the goal of enlightenment and reformation, he needed to do something drastic. With this thought, his expression became even more serious, and he blurted out, if the Hall Master is willing to stop doing evil from now on, then I will take this 7 Abyss pill. Are you sick in the head? After a brief moment of astonishment, Jiang Chen cursed outright. A cultivator turning into an idiot was no different from being dead. He had guessed that Li Fidu was not normal, but he didn't expect it to be to such an extreme. To commit suicide at the slightest disagreement, he was almost caught up with Lin Mubai. In my life, I, Li Fidu, have enforced the law impartially, thinking I had no regrets. Yet, I never thought that it was precisely this that led to my obsession. I feel guilty for the sect master's cultivation and the trust of the sect, Li Fidu said with his eyes dimming and his tone low. Suddenly, he looked up fiercely, his voice resounding firmly, Jiang Chen, if my life can transform you and lead you to righteousness and save the sect from danger, then what do I have to fear in death? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was stunned. He took a long, hard look at Li Fidu and sighed, Li Fidu, I misunderstood you. Oh, has the Hall Master been moved by me? Li Fidu was overjoyed. No, Jiang Chen shook his head. I once said you were a spy for the demonic path, which was indeed a misunderstanding. Now I realize that you are actually a spy for the Buddha temple. Come clean, which bald monk from the Buddha temple did you take as your master? Xiao Hongyi very much agreed with Jiang Chen's words. Li Fadu had learned the concept of if I don't enter hell, who will? He was probably not just a spy but a deeply embedded one. Li Fadu was speechless, feeling that this was not what he had expected. It seems like his persuasion failed, or perhaps, it wasn't shocking enough. He thought, words are indeed too pale and weak. Only concrete actions can truly persuade someone to demonstrate his determination. He gritted his teeth and threw the pill he was holding into his mouth, then he swallowed. Swallowed a mouthful of air. Where's the pill? Li Fadu blinked in confusion. He glanced at his right palm. Nothing. Then he looked at the ground. Also nothing. Has it gone to hell? Li Fadu became even more bewildered. Suddenly, Xiao Hongyi's voice rang out. It would be a waste for you to consume this pill. Better let me keep it. Hearing this, Li Fadu quickly checked. Sure enough, the 7 abyss pill that he had just tossed into the air a second ago was now in Xiao Hongyi's hand. She was delicately examining it with her fingers, her fair cheeks blooming with a smile. This made Jiang Chen pause for a moment, but he soon understood. In his view, his master might be mad, but she still had a heart that couldn't bear to see harm done, probably using this method to stop Li Fadu from committing suicide. Compared to people like Jiang Lianyue, my master is still relatively sane, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Li Fadu, however, was still utterly astonished. His thoughts aligned with Jiang Chen's, but he was even more amazed by Xiao Hongyi's cultivation level. Before her madness, Xiao Hongyi was at the early stage of the fate transformation realm in the upper 4 realms. With such cultivation, taking something from thin air is indeed very simple, but it definitely can't be done silently. Now, the fact that Jiang Chen had given Xiao Hongyi the phoenix essence blood to use was almost universally known. And after merging with the phoenix essence blood, Xiao Hongyi became a true phoenix body, and everyone guessed that her cultivation must have improved. But this improvement was a bit too much. In the central domain, the cultivation progress of upper 4 realms cultivators is extremely slow. Without special opportunities, even those with excellent talent would need decades to break through even a minor realm. But after merging with the phoenix essence blood, Xiao Hongyi might have directly broken through 2 minor realms, advancing to the late stage of fate transformation. She must have experienced a profound comprehension of heaven and earth. Only then could she be so silent. And with such cultivation, she could stand shoulder to shoulder with many supreme elders of the Juyin sect. The gap between the major realms of the upper 4 realms is like a chasm, and the gap between minor realms is equally immeasurable. The simplest example is that in a battle between ordinary upper 4 realms cultivators within the same major realm, if one's cultivation is a minor realm higher than the others, it can lead to a complete defeat. Li Fadu, although now reshaping his core formation, had once touched the edge of the upper 4 realms, so he knew a bit about these matters. At this moment, he was both shocked and excited. He was shocked by the effect of the phoenix essence blood and excited that the Juyin sect had gained another powerful member. Although this powerful member was a bit mad. Congratulations to the 9th Peak's Peak Master for your advancement in cultivation. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Li Fadu bowed in salute. Scram, Xiao Hongyi said impatiently with a wave of her hand. Several days later, Jiang Hu woke up. After resting for half a month, most of his injuries had healed, but the mental trauma was still there. The first thing he did upon waking up was cry. He didn't understand. Why was it always him who got hurt? Jiang Chen beat him up, Lin Mubai chopped at her, and Qingning scared him. Lin Feng joined the sect and thought he had found a kindred spirit, but Jiang Chen threw him off the cliff. Was all this because he wasn't cowardly enough? No, because he was always extremely cowardly in front of Jiang Chen. Was it because he wasn't flattering enough, not good at brown-nosing? Jiang Hu turned his head and looked at the book, From Beginner to Master in Flattery, on the bedside table, which he had almost worn out, and he didn't think that was it either. So what was the reason for all this? In the end, Jiang Hu found the answer. He wasn't strong enough. If he could overpower all the true disciples of the 9th peak in cultivation, he wouldn't be beaten up. I must become stronger, I must stand tall and proud, I want to be the tiger among tigers, I want no one in this world to bully me again. Leaping up from the bed, Jiang Hu swore to the heavens. His expression fell as soon as he finished speaking, and he sighed sadly. His talent was limited, and he had no fortune. Even if he practiced day and night, he couldn't catch up with Jiang Chen and the other true disciples of the 9th peak. To put it bluntly, he was just an ordinary cultivator. A cultivator who could only be trampled and bullied by the strong, with no power to resist. How unfair is this world? Jiang Hu pounded his chest and wept bitterly. Creak. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open. It was Great Elder Liu Yang's arrival. Before entering, Liu Yang had heard Jiang Hu's indignant voice, and after entering, he let out a long sigh. Master, I might go mad if this continues, Jiang Hu said with a choked voice. It's okay. Liu Yang patted his shoulder to comfort him. It doesn't matter, several have gone mad already, one more won't make a difference, I'm used to it. Jiang Hu was full of question marks. Is this something a human would say? He was Liu Yang's eldest disciple. They had been master and disciple for more than 10 years. What about their emotional bond? Disciple, during the time you were unconscious, many big things happened in the sect. Liu Yang said seriously, with a solemn expression, there are some things I can't tell you in detail. But I can remind you if you don't want to go mad, stop harboring resentment towards Jiang Chen and thinking about taking his position as a true disciple. I'm not. Jiang Hu replied instantly. He did indeed harbor grievances against Jiang Chen. But honestly, at most, he was just a bit too happy when Jiang Chen was punished. As for taking Jiang Chen's position as a true disciple, he only thought about it, didn't dare, and didn't have the ability to do it. Even the last time he discussed with Lin Feng how to deal with Jiang Chen, he just wanted to wait for Jiang Chen to make a mistake and be punished so he could laugh a bit more. The result was a fall off the cliff and nearly biting the dust. Disciple, I have a strategy that can ensure your safety, Liu Yang said again. What strategy, master? Please tell me quickly, Jiang Hu asked eagerly. How about, after a slight pause, Liu Yang made a shocking suggestion, you go and become Jiang Chen's lackey. How about that? Jiang Hu felt like he was seeing a madman. If the person in front of him wasn't his master, he might even curse. Become Jiang Chen's lackey. Could he, the first under the true disciples under the 9th peak, do such a thing? More importantly, when Liu Yang used to mention Jiang Chen, he would get so angry that he would puff out his beard and glare, and now he actually wanted to send his eldest disciple into the fire pit. Master, have you gone mad? Jiang Hu asked incredulously. As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. How could he say such a thing carelessly and the other party was his master? What if Liu Yang got angry? He might get beaten up again. Just as Jiang Hu was about to explain himself. Nonsense, your master is trying hard not to go mad, Liu Yang said with a stern face. Jiang Hu was taken aback, filled with doubt and shock. You can take your time to consider my suggestion. I, as your master, would not harm you. Liu Yang changed the subject, saying, the peak master has ordered that you go see her as soon as you wake up. Remember, when you see the peak master, it's best not to speak badly. The peak master think about people like Jiang Lianyue, you know what I mean. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hu first frowned in thought, then quickly nodded incessantly, looking very much like he got it. In his view, with the successive madness of the 9th peak's true disciples, Xiao Hongyi must be heartbroken. Jiang Chen had also thrown him and Lin Feng off the cliff, which added disappointment to her sorrow. Xiao Hongyi must be feeling terrible now, right? If asked about the fall from the cliff, he would not exaggerate but simply tell the truth. Don't worry, master, I know what to do, Jiang Hu said. Jiang Hu met Xiao Hongyi in the cloud-soaring hall. The moment he stepped into the great hall, he inexplicably shivered. It was night, and only Xiao Hongyi was present in the vast hall. She was sitting in the peak master's seat, her right hand supporting her head, her left hand delicately examining a pill. Perhaps it was due to the dim light in the hall, but Jiang Hu always felt that Xiao Hongyi seemed cold. Her smile was cold, and her aura was extremely cold. Peak master, Jiang Hu greeted her, bracing himself. I heard that you and Lin Feng are quite close, Xiao Hongyi asked softly without lifting her head. Although her voice was very soft, it made Jiang Hu's skin crawl with an indescribable fear. He had intended to nod in agreement. Although he had not interacted much with Lin Feng, their conversations were congenial, like kindred spirits, and they had been thrown off the cliff together by Jiang Chen, which made them brothers in adversity. But he dared not. He sensed something was wrong. What exactly was wrong, he couldn't say at the moment. If he had to say, Xiao Hongyi's voice at this moment was eerily similar to Qingning's when she was holding up the urn full of ashes. It was spine-chilling. Reporting to the peak master, my relationship with 6th senior brother Jiang Hu decided to deny it. 6th senior brother. Xiao Hongyi turned her head, a fierce light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Since when did my 9th peak have a 6th senior brother? No, Peak Master, I was talking about disciple Lin Feng. Jiang Hu was a bit confused. Lin Feng. Xiao Hongyi's eyes darkened with a stronger fierce light. I don't remember. When and where did I take someone named Lin Feng as a disciple? Ah. Jiang Hu was even more confused. He began to suspect that Xiao Hongyi had lost her memory. After all, the test and the ceremony of taking disciples had been witnessed by the entire Juyan sect. Could she forget such a thing? Did I ever drink the tea of accepting a disciple? Did I ever let Lin Feng perform the 3 kowtow of the disciples' ceremony? Xiao Hongyi asked again. Jiang Hu thought carefully. It seemed that there really wasn't. But Lin Feng's blood is registered. Jiang Hu replied subconsciously. His blood is registered because of the old ancestors' doing. Xiao Hongyi retracted her fierce aura and said with a smile. What does that have to do with me? Next time, I will destroy your core formation if you spread false rumors again. Jiang Hu shivered again. After understanding that Xiao Hongyi had no intention of taking Lin Feng as a disciple, he felt like he had been shortchanged. After all, he had been calling Lin Feng, 6th senior brother, before. It turned out that the person was not a disciple of the 9th peak at all. I understand, Jiang Hu nodded solemnly. Good, Xiao Hongyi said with a satisfied smile, then asked again, I heard that you and Lin Feng are quite close. Reporting to the Peak Master, I'm not at all familiar with Lin Feng. Jiang Hu was indignant while expressing his anger. The Peak Master must see clearly. This must be someone spreading rumors. To be honest, the person I hate the most in my life is Lin Feng, that kind of. He hesitated for a long time, unable to find a suitable adjective. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and blurt out, that kind of ungrateful, shameless, deceitful, sneaky, lecherous scoundrel who laughs like an idiot. He said all the negative words he could think of in one breath. Xiao Hongyi blinked her beautiful eyes blankly. This answer was very fitting. She didn't expect that Jiang Hu would have such insight, not only understanding Lin Feng so deeply but also seeing through his true nature. Well said, she nodded in approval. Hearing this, Jiang Hu let out a sigh of relief. He did have that bit of discernment. He could clearly see Xiao Hongyi's dislike for Lin Feng, so naturally, he had to play along. For him to tell the truth, wasn't that just asking for trouble? That book From Beginner to Master in Flattery does have some use. I need to study it again when I get back, Jiang Hu thought to himself. Why did you and Lin Feng accidentally fall off the cliff together? Xiao Hongyi asked again. What does it mean to accidentally fall off the cliff? That was clearly being knocked down by Jiang Chen. Okay. Jiang Hu instinctively wanted to complain, but just as he was about to speak, alarm bells rang in his heart again. After being beaten and scared repeatedly, he had become extremely cautious. Although he came here directly after waking up, he knew that it had been a good half a month since the incident occurred. If Xiao Hongyi really wanted to punish someone or had already punished Jiang Chen, she would never say, accidentally fall off the cliff. It seems that the Peak Master is still biased towards Jiang Chen, Jiang Hu sighed inwardly. After a moment of thought, he had to make up another story, reporting to the Peak Master. That day I was severely reprimanding Lin Feng. Eldest senior brother suddenly appeared, startling us, and as a result we accidentally fell off the cliff by ourselves. Xiao Hongyi nodded, said no more, and tossed the pill in her hand to Jiang Hu. Jiang Hu quickly caught it with both hands, immediately feeling a chill in his palms. Although his cultivation was not high, he still had some knowledge. Although he didn't know the specific name of this pill, judging from the halo emanating from it, its grade was definitely not low. Peak Master, is this a reward for me? Jiang Hu was overjoyed. This is a 7th grade spirit induction pill, which can help core formation cultivators improve their cultivation and solidify their core formation, Xiao Hongyi said expressionlessly. Take this pill and give it to Lin Feng to consume. He will surely be grateful to you. A 7th grade pill? Jiang Hu was shocked. Such a high-level pill, he had never even seen before. What's more, he didn't expect that. Just now, Xiao Hongyi had shown strong disgust towards Lin Feng, but now she was willing to give away such a high-level pill. He couldn't help but feel moved. Xiao Hongyi was truly worthy of being the 9th Peak's Peak Master. She still had compassion even for someone she extremely disliked. Indeed, she had the demeanor of the paragon of righteousness like the old ancestor. More importantly, it was such a precious pill, yet the Peak Master actually trusted him to deliver it, not afraid that he would have any covetous thoughts. How could such trust not move someone? Rest assured, Peak Master, I will personally see to it that Lin Feng consumes this pill, Jiang Hu assured with a serious expression. After seeing that Xiao Hongyi had no further instructions, he left the cloud-soaring hall and headed toward Lin Feng's location. Watching his departing figure, Xiao Hongyi smiled with satisfaction. That was not any spirit induction pill, but a 7-abyss pill she had snatched from Li Fudu. If Lin Feng had consumed it, he might have been saved by destiny, but he would definitely not have escaped the torment. Xiao Hongyi was very clear that if she directly attacked Lin Feng, not only would she be unable to kill him, but it would also lead to unexpected complications. Compared to that, poisoning was a good method, not only undetectable but also hard to guard against. In this life, she wanted this son of destiny to taste what it was like to be poisoned by someone. It would be best if the poison killed him, and even if it didn't, she could keep trying to poison him until the day Lin Feng's destiny was exhausted. As for why she let Jiang Hu go instead of going herself, it was because Xiao Hongyi was worried that if she saw Lin Feng, she would not be able to restrain her murderous intent. She did not plan to tell Jiang Chen about this. The reason was simple. Jiang Chen personally brought Lin Feng into the Juyan sect, and when Lin Feng was about to be expelled, he did not hesitate to leave the sect as well. She knew her disciple well and understood that Jiang Chen would not do this for no reason. There must be a plan. As for what that plan was, she couldn't guess. But no matter what, she would not let the outcome of the previous 9 lives repeat in this life. Lin Feng must be killed. Lin Feng woke up earlier than Jiang Hu that day. After waking up, he stayed indoors, oblivious to the outside world, focusing solely on his cultivation. The day he was knocked off the cliff by Jiang Chen made him realize something. Jiang Chen acted without any restraint. So if he didn't improve his strength, Jiang Chen would kill him sooner or later. Perhaps it was the sense of urgency that spurred him on, but lately, his cultivation had been going exceptionally smoothly, frequently reaching moments of enlightenment. He estimated that he was on the verge of breaking through to the human origin stage. When he first arrived in the central domain, he was merely at the initial formation stage, but in just a few months, he was about to break through to human origin. Such a speed of cultivation was unbelievable, even to himself, and it excited him greatly. However, he still felt a bit bitter thinking about his recent experiences. Every advancement in his strength had come after suffering hardships. Whether being buried alive by Qingning or being pursued by Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai. And this time, it was being knocked off the cliff by Jiang Chen. Advancing in strength was indeed a good thing, but it was frustrating. Fortunately, he believed that the sect would not ignore Jiang Chen's heinous act of harming a fellow disciple by throwing him and Jiang Hu off the cliff. Now, cultivation was the priority. Once he broke through to human origin, he would definitely inquire about the punishment Jiang Chen received. Then he would take great pleasure in Jiang Chen's misfortune. Putting aside his distracting thoughts, Lin Feng continued to cultivate in peace. Soon, a surge of energy burst forth, and he opened his eyes abruptly. The strength of the human origin stage is indeed incomparable to the core formation initial formation stage. Clenching his fists, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. With his current strength, he could match that wild man Lin Mubai without old man Tianji's help, even if he went all out. Although Lin Mubai was at the earthly origin stage, one realm higher than him, Lin Feng's cultivation of ancient techniques meant that fighting across a major realm was not a big problem. Ha ha! Lin Feng laughed heartily. The frustrations of the past were merely paving the way for today's rise. At this rate of cultivation, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed Jiang Lianyue, and it was only a matter of time before he could confront Jiang Chen. After the laughter, Lin Feng stood up, ready to seek out Xiao Hongyi. Besides wanting to find out about Jiang Chen's punishment, he also wanted Xiao Hongyi to see his talent. As long as he could catch the attention of this beautiful master, he would no longer fear Jiang Chen, and he might even obtain the 9 abyss soul embryo to awaken old man Tianji from his slumber. Squeak! The door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and the person who entered was Jiang Hu. Jiang Hu was not surprised by Lin Feng's awakening. After all, the commotion from Lin Feng's breakthrough was quite loud, and many disciples of the Juyan sect must have noticed it. Congratulations, sixth brother Lin, you've turned misfortune into a blessing and made great progress in your cultivation, Jiang Hu said with a beaming smile. Brother Lin. This address made Lin Feng frown. Before falling off the cliff, Jiang Hu used to call him sixth senior brother, but now it had changed to brother Lin. How cold the world can be. He guessed inwardly. It must be because Lin Feng was no match for Jiang Chen, so Jiang Hu changed the way he addressed him. He had a good impression of Jiang Hu, thinking they were not only kindred spirits but also brothers who shared hardships. Now he saw clearly, Jiang Hu was a two-faced scoundrel. What brings you here, brother Jiang? We're not that close, are we? Lin Feng said with a stern face. The words were a bit harsh, but Jiang Hu didn't mind and directly took out a pill and said, Brother Lin, this is a 7th grade spirit induction pill that can help you further your cultivation and solidify your core formation. The Peak Master specifically asked me to deliver it to you. A 7th grade spirit induction pill. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, but after looking at the pill, he looked suspicious. Judging by the pill's halo, it was undoubtedly a 7th grade pill, but it felt cold to the touch and carried a chilling aura, not at all like a pill that could enhance cultivation. Lin Feng took another look at Jiang Hu. Although Jiang Hu said the pill was a gift from Xiao Hongyi, who knew if it was true, he wouldn't be foolish enough to easily trust a two-faced person. After some thought, he handed the pill back to Jiang Hu and said with a chuckle, since it's a pill that can enhance cultivation, I'll give it to you. Really? Jiang Hu was overjoyed. Worried that Lin Feng might change his mind, he immediately tried to put the pill into his mouth. But before he could swallow it, Lin Feng snatched it back. Of course it's just a jest. Lin Feng changed his stance in an instant without a hint of embarrassment. Jiang Hu's face darkened. Wasn't this just toying with him? He had just felt guilty for speaking ill of Lin Feng behind his back. Now it seemed there was no need for guilt. I'll keep the pill. What are you still doing here? Lin Feng spoke again. I promised the Peak Master to watch you refine the pill, Jiang Hu replied instantly. This made Lin Feng even more cautious. Back in the lower domain, there were many who wanted to poison him. Without exception, they all wanted to watch him take the poison. Lin Feng also had some knowledge of pill refining, but no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't figure out the pill, even feeling like he had never seen it before. If old man Tianji wasn't asleep, he would surely be able to tell at a glance whether this is a poison pill. With his insight, Lin Feng lamented in his heart. Indeed, it was he had lost count of how many days since old man Tianji was asleep, and he missed him. Lin Feng glanced at Jiang Hu again, who was still looking enviously at the pill in his hand. Judging from Jiang Hu's behavior just now, the pill doesn't seem like a poison pill. But what if, just what if someone wanted to poison me through Jiang Hu? He analyzed in his mind. But according to Jiang Hu, the pill was a gift from Xiao Hongyi. This beautiful master is a bit strange, but she wouldn't poison her own disciple. Lin Feng was once again in a dilemma. Suddenly, bang, the door to the room was kicked open with force. Haha, junior brother Lin, I heard you've awakened from your coma, and as your eldest senior brother, I've come to visit you. Jiang Chen entered the room. His arrival startled both Lin Feng and Jiang Hu. Jiang Hu was considering whether to kneel before speaking. Lin Feng, with a dark face, replied, eldest senior brother, please go back. I'm fine and don't need any comfort. How can that be? Juyin sect is almost out of normal people, and you've finally woken up from a coma. As your eldest senior brother, I naturally have to come and spar with you. Don't worry, I'm quite heavy-handed. Jiang Chen smiled wickedly. As he spoke, he was ready to make a move. But when he saw the pill in Lin Feng's hand, he suddenly stopped. His pupils shrank. With just one glance, he confirmed. The pill in Lin Feng's hand was definitely a 7 Abyss pill. Such a poisonous pill, how did it end up in Lin Feng's hands? And judging by Lin Feng's appearance, he seemed ready to eat it. That's not something you can eat. Lin Feng was the son of destiny, and even if he really ate it, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. But Jiang Chen didn't want to take the risk. After all, if the tool for ascension became foolish, it would affect his grand plan. Junior brother Lin, hand over the pill quickly. Jiang Chen stepped forward, ready to snatch it. But he had only taken one step. Gulp. Lin Feng swallowed the pill with the speed of lightning, not giving Jiang Chen a chance to react. Not only that, after swallowing the pill, he crossed his arms and said smugly, haha, Jiang Chen, this pill is a bit strange. Others told me to eat it, and I really dared not. But you don't want me to eat it. Sorry, I must eat it. Farewell. Hearing this, Jiang Chen turned and left. Haha. After Jiang Chen left, Lin Feng laughed smugly. Ever since encountering Jiang Chen, he had been constantly on the losing end, but he finally managed to turn the tables today. Junior brother Jiang, did you see that? Lin Feng boasted to Jiang Hu again, as long as you're fearless and don't bow to evil, there will eventually come a day when you can hold your head high and breathe peacefully. Jiang Hu nodded in agreement, giving a thumbs up. From the situation just now, he also thought that Jiang Chen was trying to snatch Lin Feng's high-level elixir, only to end up with nothing. But for some reason, he always felt that the look Jiang Chen gave Lin Feng when he left was a bit like looking at an idiot. With the task completed, Jiang Hu didn't think too much and prepared to leave to report back. But before he could turn around, he saw Lin Feng, who had just been laughing arrogantly, suddenly change his expression. Why do I feel a cold aura rampaging inside my body? Maybe this spirit induction elixir was made from cold materials. After all, many cold substances can also increase a cultivator's cultivation, Jiang Hu speculated. That makes sense. Lin Feng nodded, but why do I feel like my flesh is being gnawed on? It's kind of painful. Brother Lin, this is a 7th grade elixir, and in the entire central domain, only the ancient pill tower can refine it. Such a high-level elixir is naturally different. With extremely potent medicinal power, you should quickly use your vital energy to activate it. Otherwise, the effects of the medicine will be wasted, Jiang Hu said earnestly. Lin Feng thought it made sense and immediately sat cross-legged to activate the elixir with his vital energy. But soon, he found something even more wrong. After activating it with vital energy, the coldness and pain did not decrease but intensified. Not only that, but his mind was also filled with chaotic noises like the wailing of 100 ghosts, making his consciousness start to blur. Not good, this is a poison pill. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The 7 purifications annihilation technique he practiced not only eradicated the 7 emotions and 6 desires but also had a certain immunity to poison. Without any hesitation, he started to run his technique, wanting to expel the poison pill from his body. But it was too late. If he had done this right after taking the pill, he might have been able to expel it successfully, but he had just used his vital energy to activate the pill, allowing the poison to penetrate deep into his bones. The ghostly wails became more piercing and shrill. Lin Feng could clearly feel his flesh being gnawed away by thousands of ants, not only in excruciating pain but also rapidly losing blood essence. He clutched his head and screamed. The intense pain made it impossible for him to sit cross-legged. Instead, he curled up on the ground while writhing. Soon, his eyes lost their luster, his flesh visibly disappeared at a rapid pace, his cheeks hollowed out, and his body like a bag of bones. And it didn't stop there. He began to foam at the mouth, his limbs trembling rapidly as if in a seizure. Despite what should have been extreme pain, his face bore a strange, silly smile. And as his consciousness began to blur, Lin Feng used his last bit of strength to shout, "Jiang Hu, how dare you harm me?" At this moment, Jiang Hu was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. The Peak Master had clearly said it was a pill that could improve a cultivator's cultivation, so how did it become a poison pill? The point is, judging by the effects of this poison pill, it's probably not just any ordinary poison. Brother Lin, this has nothing to do with me. The elixir you took was indeed a gift from the Peak Master, Jiang Hu quickly explained. How could the master harm me? Where is there a reason for a master to harm their disciple? It must be you, a double-dealing, conscienceless beast jealous of my talent. Lin Feng struggled to maintain his consciousness and cursed vehemently. Brother Lin, there's something I think I need to tell you, Jiang Hu said after a moment's hesitation. Cut the nonsense. If I'm lucky enough to survive this ordeal, I'll crush your bones and pull out your tendons. You better wash your neck and wait, Lin Feng shouted. Brother Lin, actually, you're not the Peak Master's disciple, not even a disciple of our 9th peak. The Peak Master said she has never accepted you as a disciple because you haven't kowtowed or offered tea. So, you have no real relationship with the Peak Master. Shocked beyond measure, Lin Feng momentarily regained some clarity. Xiao Hongyi doesn't acknowledge him as a disciple. The reason being he didn't offer tea or kowtow to become a disciple. But that was what Xiao Hongyi herself said was unnecessary. Now this. Was she playing him? Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of a possibility. He endured the pain, foaming at the mouth, and asked. The Peak Master, does the Peak Master get dizzy at the sight of tea? Dizzy when she saw people kowtowing? Not at all. Jiang Hu replied instantly, I kowtow and offer tea to the Peak Master every day, and from time to time she even rewards me with some cultivation resources. This is outrageous. Lin Feng was both angry and in pain, instantly understanding everything. What beautiful master. This was clearly another madwoman. And one who played her role even more convincingly than Qingning, enjoying toying with and poisoning people. Realizing that his consciousness was being devoured and that he was at risk of becoming an idiot at any moment, Lin Feng hurriedly shouted again. Brother Jiang, we are brothers, sharing wheel and woe you go quickly and ask for help from the sect master or the supreme elder, let them save me. Okay. Jiang Hu readily agreed, I'll go find the peak master, it must be that the peak master got the wrong elixir, she can save you. With that, he immediately rushed out the door. Don't go to that madwoman, Lin Feng urgently tried to stop him. But by this time, he was almost fainting, his voice as faint as a mosquito's, and Jiang Hu didn't hear it at all. Jiang Hu had just left when he found a figure in red not far from Lin Feng's residence. Xiao Hongyi was smiling. Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with anticipation, her red clothes as before, yet with phoenix fire fluttering about her. Seeing this, Jiang Hu breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward. In fact, at the moment Lin Feng collapsed from the poison, he had also suspected that Xiao Hongyi had gone mad. But this thought was instantly dismissed. Because it was impossible. Because that was Xiao Hongyi, a beloved figure of the ninth peak. Because Xiao Hongyi was not only the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family but also the peak master of Juyin sect's ninth peak, and even a cultivator of the upper four realms. She had been nurtured since childhood by the Juyin old ancestor and the supreme great elder, and cultivators of the upper four realms were known for their stable state of mind. How could such a person go mad? Soon, however, Jiang Hu realized he was wrong. He hurried forward, impatient to speak when. How is it? Did that Lin Feng die from the poison? Oh, that elixir doesn't kill people, so he must have been poisoned into becoming stupid, right? Xiao Hongyi asked eagerly. Jiang Hu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He rubbed his eyes and cleaned his ears. Even after confirming that he hadn't seen or heard wrong, he still couldn't believe it. I'm asking you a question, Xiao Hongyi frowned, a flash of ferocity appears in her eyes. Gulp. Jiang Hu swallowed hard, his legs trembling. Remember, when you see the peak master, it's best not to speak badly. The peak master think about people like Jiang Lianyue. You know what I mean, the words of great elder Lu Yang echoed in his mind. He thought Lu Yang was referring to Jiang Lianyue and others going mad, causing Xiao Hongyi distress. Only now did he understand. It was Xiao Hongyi who had gone mad. The peak master of Juyin sect's ninth peak, the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Hongyi, had truly gone mad. And to think he had said he know what to do, Jiang Hu wanted to slap himself at this moment. Just now, Xiao Hongyi was using his hand to try to poison Lin Feng into becoming stupid. Master, couldn't you have been more straightforward? Jiang Hu questioned in his heart, almost in tears. In reality, he knew. When it came to the ninth peak's master going mad, as a subordinate, Lu Yang naturally had to be somewhat diplomatic and couldn't be too blunt. But it was too frightening. Driven by instinct, Jiang Hu wanted to run, but he didn't dare. Being scared by madmen over and over again, he had developed some immunity and courage. With determination, he gritted his teeth and greeted her. Peak Master, rest assured, I personally saw Lin Feng take the elixir, then he was in so much pain, his flesh being devoured, it was truly satisfying to watch. Not bad, Jiang Hu, you've impressed me. Xiao Hongyi nodded in satisfaction. Being able to alleviate the Peak Master's worries is my good fortune, Jiang Hu declared righteously. Very good. Are you willing to become the sixth true disciple of my ninth peak? Will you continue to alleviate this Peak Master's worries? Xiao Hongyi's eyes brimmed with even stronger approval. After a pause, she added, although the sect rules state that only the Peak Master's disciples can become true disciples, my ninth peak is special. We manage our own affairs. If I say you are one, then you are one and there's no need to go through the true disciple test. Ah! Jiang Hu was stunned. Happiness had come so suddenly. He, it seemed, was on the rise. But from what Xiao Hongyi said, this so-called alleviating worries seemed to mean she wanted to continue using him to poison Lin Feng. If you refuse, I will poison you to death first, Xiao Hongyi threatened directly. Jiang Hu was startled once again. Peak Master, I'll be frank with no more pretense. To be honest, my life goal is to become a Grand Master of Poison, he proclaimed with a resonant voice. Jiang Hu had not returned for a long time, and Lin Feng was beginning to despair. His consciousness couldn't hold on much longer, and the agony from the 100 ghosts devouring his heart grew stronger. Despite the pain that made him wish for death, the silly smile on his face became more pronounced. He must save himself. A strong will to survive surged in Lin Feng's heart. Although he was the son of destiny, no one would dare to gamble with fate in such a situation. His eyes glanced at the ancient spirit ring on his right finger. After hesitating, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of dark essence blood directly onto the spirit ring. Old man Tianji liked to keep a backup plan. Even if he was truly asleep, he should have left something behind. The last time he heard, 9 Abyss Soul Embryo, the old man had emitted a wave of soul power. This was the best proof. After all, who could completely sleep and still react to external things? Now, Lin Feng was betting on this backup plan. He didn't need much, just a trace of old man Tianji's soul power, and he could resist the poison using his own 7 purifications annihilation technique to expel the toxins from his body. Old man Tianji, I'm counting on you. Staring desperately at the spirit ring, Lin Feng was extremely weak. Silence was his answer. The spirit ring, covered in dark essence blood, showed no reaction. This plunged Lin Feng into utter despair. But just as he was about to resign himself to his fate. Ah! A scream came from the spirit ring. Old man Tianji. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, almost crying with excitement. Who let a ghost into the spirit ring, trying to gnaw me alive? This person is ruthless and must know that I am a soul body, deliberately trying to scatter my soul, old man Tianji cursed. Lin Feng was extremely embarrassed. He had been so focused on saving himself that he had forgotten about this. But he was helpless. If he didn't do this, he risked becoming an idiot. He and old man Tianji were in the same boat. If things went wrong, old man Tianji would suffer too. Now was not the time for explanations. Lin Feng shouted, Old man Tianji, save me. Silence answered him again as if old man Tianji had fallen back asleep. Helpless, Lin Feng repeated the action, spraying another mouthful of dark essence blood onto the spirit ring. Old man Tianji's scream sounded again. Quick, while you haven't fallen asleep again, lend me a trace of your soul power. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to shout. The answer was still silence. He knew that old man Tianji's soul power was depleted, and he would unconsciously fall asleep, even in the face of danger. To forcefully awaken him, he had to do something drastic. Gritting his teeth, he went for a tenfold spray. He only stopped when he was about to faint from the effort. Old man Tianji kept screaming. Although he would fall back asleep after each scream, the duration of the screams was noticeably getting longer. Finally, a chill filled the room, and old man Tianji floated out of the spirit ring, standing in front of Lin Feng. He was dressed in a Tai Chi robe, his face was old and weary with one black and one white eye beneath his white eyebrows. This was not the first time Lin Feng had seen old man Tianji's complete soul, but he was still stunned. Because at this moment, old man Tianji's soul was intermittently solid and dissipating, clearly the purest soul, yet it carried a hint of a ghost's malevolence. His eyes, which should have been ancient and profound, were flashing a terrifying red light. Who is it? I must tear you apart today. Old man Tianji's white hair was disheveled, and he was nearly losing his sanity. Quick, save me. With those words, Lin Feng completely lost consciousness. Hearing this, old man Tianji's eyes regained clarity, and he hurriedly checked Lin Feng's condition. 100 ghosts devouring the heart, a poison pill refined from 7 kinds of yin spirits. He exclaimed in shock. But after glancing at the dirty blood at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth and the spirit ring now completely covered in dark essence blood, he twitched at the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for his instinctive sense of a life-threatening crisis, which caused the ghost and other yin spirits to backlash, adding a bit more soul power, he would have almost been gnawed to death by the ghosts by now. Although this awakened him from his slumber, it also caused his soul to be contaminated by ghost qi, with extremely troublesome consequences. A slight mishap could lead to becoming a ghost without any sanity. At this moment, old man Tianji wanted to strangle Lin Feng. But looking at Lin Feng's hollow eyes, his emaciated body, and the silly smile that remained even when he had lost his senses. You, the son of destiny, are even more miserable than me, he sighed helplessly. With that, he had to squeeze out most of the soul power he had just recovered and pour it into Lin Feng's body after some hesitation. Several hours later, Lin Feng suddenly woke up. Sitting up straight, he looked around and found he was still in his own room. The ghostly wails in his mind had disappeared, and the devoured flesh had somewhat recovered. Haha, I actually survived this. I really am the son of destiny. The relief of surviving a calamity made Lin Feng laugh out loud. He quickly took out some blood-replenishing pills from the spirit ring and popped them into his mouth non-stop. Not long after the pills were swallowed, the speed of his flesh recovery increased. Several hours later, although he was still as thin as a rake, he had finally regained the ability to move. Old man Tianji, Lin Feng called out urgently. Silence answered him again. Asleep again, Lin Feng guessed. Cackle. A strange laugh came from behind. Hearing this, Lin Feng jumped up and looked in the direction of the sound. At this sight, he immediately went on high alert. In one corner of the room floated a disheveled ghost with red eyes, laughing incessantly as if it couldn't stop. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to act, the ghost finally spoke. Lin Feng, it's me, Old Man Tianji. Old Man Tianji. Lin Feng was taken aback. He didn't want to believe it. After all, Old Man Tianji was a soul body. How could he have such heavy ghost chi? And why was his laugh so strange? But he had to believe it, because if he looked closely, the facial features and clothing of the ghost in front of him were indeed exactly like Old Man Tianji. Old Man Tianji, how did you become like this? Lin Feng's heart sank as he hurried over. Upon hearing this, Old Man Tianji suddenly became furious, clawing and pounding at Lin Feng. Despite being extremely angry, he couldn't help but stop from time to let out a cackle of strange laughter. Knowing he was at fault, Lin Feng didn't dare to fight back, only trying to escape in all directions. The two of them chased and fled for about half an hour. Finally, Old Man Tianji grew tired and curled up in the corner, beginning to question his life. What exactly happened? Lin Feng asked seriously. I, the great Tianji, who knows destiny and understands the past and the future, have had nearly 20% of my soul tainted by ghost chi just to save you. Tears filled Old Man Tianji's eyes as he looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. My soul is no longer pure, making it even harder to rebuild my body. One false step, and I will no longer be Tianji the sage, but Tianji the ghost. Lin Feng fell silent. It wasn't that he had nothing to say, but he had a premonition of what came next. No matter what he said, he was sure to get beaten up again. After Old Man Tianji calmed down, Lin Feng began to recount the recent events that had transpired. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had revealed his identity as the son of destiny, Old Man Tianji couldn't help but laugh hysterically in anger. And when he learned of Lin Feng's current predicament, Old Man Tianji felt a pang of sympathy. He thought to himself that ever since arriving in the central domain, Lin Feng, the son of destiny, had been truly miserable. Of course, his own situation wasn't much better. What do you plan to do next? Old Man Tianji asked. Defect from the sect, Lin Feng replied as if it was the most natural thing in the world. The sect's higher-ups are ambiguous in their attitude towards me, and this ninth peak is full of lunatics. Staying here is like asking for death. Old Man Tianji agreed with this sentiment. But the problem was if he really defected from the sect, it wouldn't sound good. Moreover, after registering one's blood essence, one's whereabouts would be detectable no matter where one fled unless the blood slip was destroyed. It's not appropriate to defect directly. Just find an excuse to leave and avoid returning to the sect unless absolutely necessary, Old Man Tianji suggested. Lin Feng nodded, then looked lost. Being new to the central domain, he was unfamiliar with the place. For a moment, he really didn't know where to go. Buddha Temple, Old Man Tianji said. Buddha Temple. Lin Feng shook his head like a rattle drum, clearly refusing. He knew that Mu Kui, the fourth true disciple of Ninth Peak, was likely to be at Buddha Temple. Mu Kui was extremely powerful in combat and likely another lunatic. Lin Feng didn't want to be tormented by another madman. You must go to Buddha Temple, Old Man Tianji sighed. There you will find Buddhist relics, and these relics are the best items to remove the ghost chi from my body. Moreover, when I came to the central domain, I calculated that there is a fortune there that belongs to you. Fortune? Lin Feng looked skeptical. Originally, Old Man Tianji had said that Juyin sect was also where his fortune lay, but what was the result? The place was full of lunatics. The workings of fate are unpredictable, even to gods and spirits. This Juyin sect is precisely where changes are occurring. Until I fully recover my soul power and can glimpse more into fate, you must not set foot here again, and the farther away you are, the better, Old Man Tianji explained. How much has your soul power recovered? Lin Feng asked further. Only 20%. Although the poison pill contained the essence of 100 ghosts, it also carried a heavy ghost qi, which is why my soul was contaminated with it. Then, could you lend me a helping hand in a critical moment? Of course, as long as you don't mind being contaminated by the ghost qi and having your heart devoured by ghostly spirits. Lin Feng was speechless. Before he could even be happy, a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He also understood what old man Tianji meant. Now that old man Tianji's soul was tainted, his soul power was naturally impure, containing a lot of ghost qi. Using such soul power to assist him would be like swallowing another poison pill. However, he wasn't too worried. As long as he left Juyin sect, he could stay away from Jiang Chen and those lunatics. Although there was likely another madman at Buddha Temple, it would be fine if he was careful not to interact with them and not be seduced. Alright, tomorrow I'll find an excuse and head to Buddha Temple, Lin Feng decided. The next day, Jiang Chen was patrolling the mountains in the name of the Hall of Enforcement, along with a few followers wanting to earn some system rewards. He arrived at Sword Peak. Nephew, have you come? Come quickly with me into the peak, and let me teach you the way of the sword. Sword Peak's master Zhang Lingfeng appeared with a beaming smile. I'm here to beat people up, Jiang Chen flatly refused. No rush, Zhang Lingfeng's smile grew even wider. After you advance in the way of the sword, beating people up will feel even more satisfying. Jiang Chen turned immediately and left. He went to Weapon Peak and had just reached the foot of the peak. Nephew, these are 2 high-quality spirit swords that I've forged personally for you. I've named them Sensing and Reformation. Take a look, take a good look. Weapon Peak's master Niu Wu laughed heartily. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and he immediately left once again. He then went to Beast Taming Peak. The master of Beast Taming Peak was named Jin Ru, and she was known in Juyin sect for her explosive temper. Jiang Chen thought that even if everyone in Juyin sect was mad, this woman should be somewhat normal. After all, although her appearance was normal, she was muscular and extremely burly, clearly a tough person. But he was wrong again. Jiang Chen, observing your actions, you must detest pomp and circumstance. I've long noticed that your gaze towards me is full of meaning. I used to be extremely repulsed, but now I've come to understand if you dare to marry, I dare to wed. The iron Barbie in front of him said so. Despite being taller than Jiang Chen, she was coy, putting on a demure girl's demeanor. Jiang Chen was speechless. His gaze towards Jin Ru was indeed full of meaning, but it was the look one gives to estranged people. There was no other implication. He also knew that Jin Ru had always wanted to get married, but he didn't expect her to set her sights on him. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen turned and ran along with his followers. Riding her contracted beast, Jin Ru chased after him while shouting, "Jiang Chen, aren't you trying to do evil? Come at me, I can take it." Hearing this, Jiang Chen ran even faster. Seeing Jin Ru's relentless pursuit, he even turned back and shouted, "Peak Master Jin, please stop, your defense is too high, I can't break through." In the end, Jiang Chen and his followers successfully returned to 9th Peak. Before he could even reflect on the events, he saw a plump female disciple, as round as a ball, approaching him. This girl Jiang Chen remembered. She was a disciple of a certain elder from 9th Peak. Although he couldn't recall her name, he knew this chubby girl was always timid, and every time she saw him, she would roll away in fright. Jiang Chen took a closer look. He noticed that the chubby girl was still timid with her head bowed deeply, no different from usual. This person should be normal, Jiang Chen guessed, nodding his head. Haha, chubby junior sister. He quickly approached her. Junior sister, you better not run around, lest you'll shake 9th Peak to its foundations. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wen, Lu Wu, and the rest of the followers burst into laughter. When it came to coordination, Jiang Chen and his followers were still very in sync. And as the mocking and laughter reached her ears, the chubby girl indeed trembled with her fat jiggling, her face reddening, and she instinctively wanted to roll away. Seeing this, Jiang Chen stepped in front of her. Having finally met someone normal, how could he let her go? Today, he was determined to earn some system rewards from this chubby girl. Junior sister, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Jiang Chen said sternly, you've come all this way, yet you don't speak. Did you not take this eldest senior brother seriously? The chubby girl still didn't respond. Just as Jiang Chen was about to get tougher. Eldest senior brother, I have a gift for you, your favorite item. The chubby girl finally lifted her buried head while speaking softly and blushing. A gift. And his favorite item. Jiang Chen was startled. Before he could react, he felt something in his hand, and the chubby girl had already run off while covering her face. Jiang Chen looked down. It turned out to be an oversized bellyband. Who is spreading rumors about me? Throwing the bellyband on the ground, Jiang Chen was furious. At the same time, sect's prison. Achoo. Lin Mubai, still locked up in the prison, sneezed. Eldest senior brother must be thinking of me. I really can't stay in this Juyan sect anymore. After returning to the attic, Jiang Chen had a headache. He wanted to be a villain, but why was it so hard? Not to mention the plot collapsing, or even senior brother's sister and the master going mad. Now even the protagonist Lin Feng, after taking the 7 Abyss pill, had become unrecognizable. What's more outrageous is there's not a single normal person in this Juyan sect. Trying to earn system rewards has become extremely difficult. Of course, if Jiang Chen insists on doing bad things, he can still achieve some effects. But the problem is, the other party not only doesn't get angry but even looks at him with a smile when the villain is doing evil deeds. How can that feel right? The fun of being a villain lies in enjoying the sight of those who clearly dislike you but are helpless against you. Not having someone smilingly offer the other cheek after you slap them. So tasteless. Jiang Chen sighed. He thought of Xiao Hongyi again while frowning slightly. He knew Xiao Hongyi was mad, but he didn't expect the madness to be so severe. Not only did he want to poison Lin Feng, but he also denied Lin Feng's status as a true disciple and promoted Jiang Hu to be the 6th true disciple of the 9th peak. What was she trying to do? The key point was he couldn't stop it. He could tie up Jiang Lianyue and others when they went mad. But Xiao Hongyi, even if he had the strength to tie her up, he couldn't bear to do it. Fortunately, Lin Feng is the son of destiny, with a destiny as solid as a 100-foot-tall golden pillar, so he shouldn't be so easily poisoned to death. Alas, Jiang Chen sighed again. What's wrong? A pleasant voice sounded beside him. Jiang Chen was startled and quickly turned his head. What caught his eye were Xiao Hongyi's lightly fluttering phoenix eyes and skin as smooth as cream. Master, can you not be like old ancestor, appearing and disappearing out of nowhere to scare people? Jiang Chen said helplessly. I didn't appear out of nowhere. Xiao Hongyi shook her head and said, I've been hiding under this bed the whole time. You just didn't notice. Oh, I see what. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Hiding under the bed. What kind of behavior was that? A peeping Tom. Seeing the strange look in Jiang Chen's eyes, Xiao Hongyi quickly clarified, I have to protect you to surprise our enemies and killing them. By the way, I just went and beat up Jin Ru, and that Zhou Feng has also been punished. Jiang Chen was full of question marks. So Xiao Hongyi was not only hiding under the bed but also following him all the way. That's stalking. And who is Zhou Feng? That's the disciple of the 6th elder, the one you call chubby junior sister, Xiao Hongyi explained. Jiang Chen was speechless. He silently mourned for the poor chubby junior sister for a second. Remembering the situation when chubby junior sister gave him the bellyband, he seriously explained, Master, I have no interest in bellybands or anything like that. You must not believe the rumors. Is that so? Xiao Hongyi asked back. Of course. Then those 2 bellybands you're holding should probably be thrown away by now, right? Jiang Chen was embarrassed again. Heaven and earth be my witness, he had no weird preferences. The reason he carried the junior sister's bellybands was just to earn system rewards. After all, that villainous halo would occasionally create coincidences, causing bellybands to fall from his arms and be seen by others. Jiang Chen felt it was necessary to explain. He didn't care about being misunderstood by others, but he couldn't let Xiao Hongyi get the wrong idea. Master, don't believe the rumors, Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. You don't need to say any more, I understand. Xiao Hongyi interrupted, raising her hand. Really understand? Of course, I am your master. That's good, that's good. Besides bellybands, you also like stockings, right? Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. The misunderstanding seemed to be getting deeper and deeper. The point was that he couldn't even explain it. Because indeed, there was a pair of black stockings in his arms. Here, this is for you. A slender red jade box appeared out of thin air in her hand, and Xiao Hongyi handed it over. Master, may I ask? Inside this, it wouldn't happen to be your silkworm ice silk, would it? Jiang Chen said with a twitching corner of his mouth. How did you know? Xiao Hongyi was surprised. The red jade box may prevent prying eyes, but judging by its appearance and seeing how red your face is, how could I not know? Jiang Chen thought to himself. This silkworm eye silk was originally a system reward, which Xiao Hongyi confiscated after discovering it. Unexpectedly, it ended up back in his hands. Master, I cannot accept this. Jiang Chen averted his gaze and firmly refused. He was tempted, but he really couldn't accept it. Because once he did, his reputation as a pervert would be confirmed in Xiao Hongyi's eyes. This concerned his own reputation, so he had to be cautious. Hearing this, Xiao Hongyi's expression stiffened. She raised her delicate hand, her eyes brimming with tears, and covered her mouth, saying, "Disciple, are you despising your master?" Jiang Chen was even more speechless. When Qingning played the victim, he could comfort her. When Jiang Lianyue played the victim, he could simply ignore her. When Lin Mubai played the victim, he would feel nauseous and want to hit someone. But when Xiao Hongyi played the victim, then he could only be a pervert. Helplessly, Jiang Chen had no choice but to open the red jade box, take out the silkworm ice silk, and treasure it in his embrace. Seeing Xiao Hongyi still with tears in her eyes, he thought for a moment, then put the other black stockings and belly bands into his spirit ring, leaving only the white silk in his arms. Now Xiao Hongyi was satisfied, her smile blooming instantly. Master, I feel that it won't be long before we are known as the perverted master and disciple, Jiang Chen said. How could that be possible? Xiao Hongyi denied. Jiang Chen, that's not perversion, it's just you being your true self, free and unrestrained. I really like you this way. Master, when I say, perverted master and disciple, I'm referring to both of us, Jiang Chen added. What do you mean? Xiao Hongyi frowned. She was about to say something else when she suddenly looked towards the outside of the pavilion and then vanished into thin air. The next second, she popped her head out from under the bed and said, Jiang Chen, your master is neither crazy nor a pervert, you mustn't listen to others' gossip. With that, she withdrew back under the bed. Master, your red sleeve is showing, Jiang Chen reminded her, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Oh. After a light acknowledgement, the red sleeve that had been peeking out was indeed pulled back in. This made Jiang Chen slap his forehead and start to question his life. Shortly after, there was a knock on the door. With Jiang Chen's permission, the brothers Lu Wen and Lu Wu entered together. Eldest senior brother, that Lin Feng has run away. Lin Feng just casually took on a mission and left the sect an hour ago. He was incredibly fast, as if he was running for his life, the two said in unison. Run away. Lin Feng. Jiang Chen was shocked. He had guessed that Lin Feng wouldn't be stupefied by the 7 Abyss pill, but he didn't expect him to recover so quickly. Even more unexpected, this son of destiny just run away so decisively. Was he that afraid of death? Wasn't it just being buried alive by Qingning, stabbed by Jiang Lianyue, chopped by Lin Mubai, beaten by him, and poisoned by Xiao Hongyi? Ah, it did seem quite miserable. If it were him, he would run too. HMPH, a cowardly rat, Xiao Hongyi suddenly appeared while scoffing. Lu Wen and Lu Wu were left speechless. It wasn't that they couldn't accept Xiao Hongyi's sudden appearance. They just couldn't understand. Why did Xiao Hongyi emerge from under the bed? Lin Feng had just run away, and chasing him now was pointless. It was to deal with such situations that he insisted on making Lin Feng join the Juyin sect. This was called being prepared. Jiang Chen decided to let this son of destiny run for a while, and when he settled down somewhere, he would go and capture him. Next, he prepared to go into seclusion. Although his combat strength was strong now, his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of human origin. This time in seclusion, he had decided that he would not emerge until he made a breakthrough. After learning that Jiang Chen was going into seclusion, Jiang Lianyue and Qingning also chose to go into seclusion. Once sure that no one would harm her big disciple in the short term, Xiao Hongyi began to study the way of the pill and rarely went out. The entire Juyin sect once again became quiet. Only Jiang Hu was constantly going out, searching for poisonous materials for Xiao Hongyi to use in her pill refining. Every time he returned, he was poisoned. Time flew like a shuttle, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and clicked his tongue. He had failed his goal. Several months of seclusion and his cultivation had not advanced in the slightest. Having been reincarnated 9 times, although suppressed by the heavens, his cultivation had once reached the heavenly origin realm before he was expelled from the sect. But now, at the early stage of human origin, he already felt the suppression. Without a doubt, it must be that the heavens sensed the collapse of the plot and the weakness of Lin Feng, the son of destiny, so they strengthened the suppression on him, trying by all means to turn him into a stepping stone for Lin Feng. System, give me some strength, the heavens are underestimating you, Jiang Chen muttered helplessly. Of course, the system's silence was the only response he got. To this, Jiang Chen was accustomed. After all, it had never spoken to him since he obtained the system. He got up and left the pavilion, stretching lazily in the open space outside. In front of the pavilion was a grove of towering ancient trees, occasionally inhabited by the figures of spiritual birds. Today was no different. The spiritual birds played, shuttling through the ancient forest, chirping non-stop. Having achieved nothing after months of seclusion, Jiang Chen was already irritated, so he picked up a piece of broken stone and threw it casually at one of the colorful feathered spiritual birds that were foraging on a branch. Chirp! Although he missed, the stone startled the bird, causing it to let out a sharp cry. Haha, Jiang Chen laughed, feeling refreshed. Everyone in the Juyan sect was crazy, and bullying spiritual birds was also a kind of fun. But after the laughter, he felt an unprecedented emptiness. He, a mighty villain, had stooped to bullying birds. Sigh. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed, preparing to quickly go find Lin Feng. Otherwise, his villain persona might collapse if this continued, but just as he turned around. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, epiphany critical hit. This works too. Jiang Chen was astonished. Bullying birds also fits the villain's persona. He wanted to ask the system if there was some misunderstanding about his persona. After a brief shock, Jiang Chen quickly realized. This must be an unruly and uncontrollable system. Surely the system also sensed that it was being underestimated by the heavens, which is why it triggered the reward so easily this time. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Jiang Chen stood still, immersed in epiphany. The next second, Xiao Hongyi descended from the sky while holding a pill cauldron. Although she was refining pills, she still spared a trace of her spiritual sense to protect Jiang Chen at all times. Seeing Jiang Chen lost in epiphany and unaware of his surroundings, she naturally hurried over. With nothing else to do, she placed the pill cauldron on the ground, multitasking as she shouted towards the ancient forest, "Zhonghu, where's the 100-year-old vine?" Coming. Zhonghu's voice indeed rang out. He rushed out of the ancient forest, his left hand covering his head, his right hand holding a black-gray withered vine. After receiving the vine and throwing it into the pill cauldron, Xiao Hongyi flicked her delicate fingers, and a phoenix fire emerged from her fingertips, igniting the contents of the cauldron. Soon, the phoenix fire extinguished, and several blackish-gray pills flew out, landing in the palm of her hand. Peak Master's talent in pill cultivation is truly beyond my reach. Zhonghu said with admiration on his face. This dry bone pill is a 6th-grade pill, and yet you've managed to refine it in just a few months. Looking at its quality, its superior, Peak Master, you've become a 6th-grade pill refiner. Don't make a fuss over nothing. Xiao Hongyi put away the pills with an expressionless face. The phoenix fire is an innate fire of the highest quality, reaching the 9th grade. Using the phoenix fire for pill refining after observing those secret pill scriptures at the ancient pill tower in 9 cycles of reincarnation naturally allowed Xiao Hongyi to advance by leaps and bounds. With a flick of her sleeve, the pill cauldron vanished into thin air. After glancing at Zhonghu, she asked in puzzlement, "What happened to your head?" Mentioning this made Zhonghu furious. Century-old vines are often used by spiritual birds to build nests, and he had just managed to climb an ancient tree. But as soon as he got hold of the vine, a stone suddenly flew towards him and hit him on the head. Blood gushed out instantly. If he hadn't quickly stabilized himself with his vital energy in a moment of urgency, he might have fallen from the tree. After telling Xiao Hongyi about this, Zhonghu indignantly said, "That person has no public morals, throwing stones around carelessly and even using their cultivation. Peak Master, you must stand up for me." Xiao Hongyi glanced at Jiang Chen and immediately identified the culprit. After all, she had been using her divine sense to protect Jiang Chen and was well aware of his every move. Zhonghu hadn't considered Jiang Chen because the ancient forest was dense and vast, and it was common for male and female disciples of the 9th peak to enter in pairs, indulging in each other's company. Of course, Xiao Hongyi wouldn't mention this to Zhonghu. In her view, Zhonghu deserved to be hit by Jiang Chen's stone. Why did Zhonghu have to climb the tree that Jiang Chen was throwing stones at? Moreover, couldn't he have avoided the stone just the same if Jiang Hu had a smaller head? If one were to really investigate, it would also be Jiang Hu's parents' fault. Yes, that's it. Xiao Hongyi nodded to herself, feeling that her reasoning was sound. Seeing Jiang Hu still standing there with a wronged expression, she tossed him a jade slip and said, "This is a high-grade movement technique. Learn it quickly." A high-grade movement technique. Jiang Hu was shocked after he got the jade slip. Such a level of movement technique, even for true disciples, would require a lot of merit points to exchange. It was not in vain that he had been poisoned several times recently while searching for poisons for Xiao Hongyi. He was indeed on the rise. "Peak Master, with your support, I will serve you with even greater dedication and share your burdens." Jiang Hu's eyes brimmed with tears, deeply moved. "Very good." Xiao Hongyi nodded in satisfaction, and the freshly refined dry bone pill reappeared in her hand. She placed the pill in Jiang Hu's hand and said unequivocally, "The great elder of the ancient pill tower's first disciple is named Xiao Shan. Don't misunderstand, although he shares my surname, I have no relation to him. Go to the ancient pill tower and find a way to poison this person for me." Ah! Jiang Hu was stunned. To poison the first true disciple of the ancient pill tower. And the target was a pill refiner. The difficulty of this task was too great. He didn't even know this person. At this moment, he finally understood. No wonder Xiao Hongyi had given him so many good things recently, including this high-grade movement technique. All these items were not rewards but meant to increase his chances of successfully poisoning someone. In short, he had become a tool for poisoning. "Peak Master, can I not go?" Jiang Hu asked with a downcast face. "You can." Xiao Hongyi nodded agreeably, "then you can just take this pill and test the poison on yourself." At these words, Jiang Hu turned pale with fright. "Peak Master, to be honest, I have a deep-seated hatred with that Xiao Shan," he said earnestly. At the same time, a surge of energy burst forth from Jiang Chen's body, leaving Jiang Hu in disarray. Feeling the robust and majestic energy, he exclaimed, "Earthly Origin Realm eldest senior brother has had an epiphany and has directly reached the Earthly Origin Realm." After waking up from his epiphany, Jiang Chen found that Xiao Hongyi and Jiang Hu had already left. Glancing at the spiritual birds flitting through the ancient trees, he picked up another piece of broken stone and threw it at them. This time, there was no system reward. The system was no longer unruly. After stabilizing his cultivation in the attic for a few days, he had Xiao Hongyi use a blood slip to locate Lin Feng. Buddha Temple. Xiao Hongyi concluded in the end. Jiang Chen frowned at this. In the original story, Xiao Hongyi ordered Lin Feng to go to the Buddha Temple to find Mu Kui. Now that the plot had collapsed to this point, he didn't expect Lin Feng to still go to the Buddha Temple. Jiang Chen really didn't want to go to the Buddha Temple. He truly didn't want to deal with Mu Kui because that guy was really special, and the best strategy was to stay away. However, he couldn't just ignore Lin Feng, especially since the Buddha Temple was indeed the place of destiny for this son of destiny. And it was a great opportunity. According to ancient records, the Buddha Temple had only been established for a few hundred years, and before that, it was the territory of the Demon Suppression Palace. The ancestor of the Demon Suppression Palace had the 6 prisons demon suppression physique and sacrificed himself to suppress a demon from the upper domain. After his death, his body transformed into the 6 prisons, barely managing to kill the demon. After the fall of the Demon Suppression Palace ancestor, the palace gradually declined, and the Buddha Temple took its place. The monks also love face. After the establishment of the Buddha Temple, they not only tried every means to erase the existence of the Demon Suppression Palace but also renamed and changed the still existing 6 prisons to encompass 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, desire. These are specifically used to punish and reform evildoers or those of the demonic path. Furthermore, the Buddha Temple also propagated that these 6 prisons were the result of the successive ancestors of the temple entering nirvana and their Buddhist relics forming naturally. This was believed to be true by the ordinary sects and cultivators of the central domain, with only a few top-tier sects understanding the truth. In the original story, after Lin Feng arrives at the Buddha Temple, he is unwilling to be forced into chanting and reciting Buddha, so he causes a commotion in the temple and is eventually locked in the deepest, desire, prison of the 6 prisons. The son of destiny naturally wouldn't be imprisoned for no reason. With the help of old man Tianji, Lin Feng eventually escaped from prison and broke through all 6 prisons. The monks of the Buddha Temple, who only valued their own treasures and practiced Buddhism, never thoroughly investigated the 6 prisons, using them as a mere prison. They had no idea that the 6 prisons were not a prison but the legacy left by the ancestor of the demon suppression palace after his fall. Lin Feng's breaking of the 6 prisons caused them to shatter into pieces, but as a result, he obtained 6 drops of the ancestor's essence blood. Lin Feng's physique was transformed by integrating the essence blood, and he became the 6 prisons' demon suppression body. From then on, he cultivated both Tao and body, soaring to the heavens. This incident almost led to a great war between the Juyan sect and the Buddha temple, 2 righteous sects. Although the war was ultimately avoided, the Juyan sect still paid a significant price to protect Lin Feng. If it were Lin Feng's usual opportunity, Jiang Chen wouldn't bother to interfere. After all, he needed to use Lin Feng to bring about his own ending and then ascend. But the 6 prisons' demon suppression physique was different. It was an ancient physique. Paired with Lin Feng's ancient cultivation method, it could lead to a qualitative leap. If the system's rewards were not strong enough, then he, the villain, might have to repeat the previous 9 lives scenario of being humiliated. Jiang Chen would not allow this to happen. He could die at Lin Feng's hands, but he would not let himself be trampled on like a stepping stone by the protagonist ever again. The Buddha temple is vast. Can you pinpoint Lin Feng's exact location through the blood slip? Jiang Chen asked Xiao Hongyi. No, the blood slip only shows a rough location, Xiao Hongyi replied with a somewhat solemn expression. This answer made Jiang Chen understand instantly. Old man Tianji had awakened. Although he didn't know how Lin Feng had managed to wake him, he was indeed awake. Because only old man Tianji could obscure the blood slip's tracking of Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng had the prerequisites to obtain his opportunity. If left unchecked, the Buddha temple would surely hand Lin Feng such a great opportunity on a silver platter. Master, I need to make a trip to the Buddha temple, Jiang Chen finally decided. Okay, Xiao Hongyi nodded simply. Master, you. Jiang Chen was about to ask Xiao Hongyi not to follow. After all, if he was going to the Buddha temple and Lin Feng had already entered the 6 prisons, then he would have to cause a huge disturbance in the temple to be imprisoned in the 6 prisons as well. Given Xiao Hongyi's current state, she would definitely not let those bald monks from Buddha temple capture him. But after thinking it over, he gave up on the idea. Because even if he truly tried to stop her and Xiao Hongyi reluctantly agreed, he wouldn't be able to detect her if Xiao Hongyi was determined to follow him. It's the same old saying, if you can't beat them, can't tie them down, and can't bear to part with them, the only option left is to communicate carefully when the time comes. But as for the other lunatics, Jiang Chen wouldn't be so polite. This matter was of great importance, and he would not let those lunatics ruin things. Soon, Jiang Chen first sought out Jiang Lianyue. Lianyue, let's discuss something. Jiang Chen got straight to the point. At that moment, Jiang Lianyue was practicing her swordsmanship and immediately straightened up upon hearing him. I will leave the sect tomorrow and it will take at least several months before I can return, Jiang Chen added. I'm coming too, Jiang Lianyue replied instantly. Ah, how I wish I could take you with me. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed, but you are the only person I trust. I need you to become stronger, only then can you be my right-hand man. The most trusted person. Right-hand man. These words immediately invigorated Jiang Lianyue. So you need to continue your secluded cultivation. You're only at the middle stage of earthly origin. What? You've reached the late stage of earthly origin already. Jiang Chen widened his eyes, quickly changed his tune, and coughed to cover his embarrassment. Cough cough, such strength is still not enough. The task eldest senior brother gives you is to break through to heavenly origin before I return. Heavenly origin realm. Jiang Lianyue frowned slightly. Even with her talent and the memories of 9 cycles of reincarnation, breaking through to heavenly origin in just a few months would be extremely difficult. Lianyue, think about the last time I was captured and taken to the sect master's hall for questioning. What happened to you? Jiang Chen coaxed gently. These words made Jiang Lianyue bite her red lips, her beautiful eyes dimming. That time, she had gone to the rescue. But before she could self-detonate her imperial essence, she was knocked unconscious by Jiyu Changqing. Indeed, as Jiang Chen said, her strength was far from sufficient. She needed to become stronger. Especially the incident in the Peak Master's Pavilion, where Xiao Hongyi easily dismissed her upon awakening, had always gnawed at her. Only when one's cultivation reaches the heavens can one be truly remarkable and do as one pleases, Jiang Lianyue murmured. Jiang Chen didn't understand but still praised her. Lianyue, your words are very insightful, they resonate deeply with me. Eldest senior brother has always been looking forward to the day when your cultivation reaches the heavens and you can do as you please. Really? Jiang Lianyue's eyes lit up with joy. Of course. Great, I'll start my secluded cultivation right away. Go for it, fifth junior sister. Watching Jiang Lianyue trot away, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. It seems that lunatics need to be tricked, tying them up is not reliable. After dealing with one, Jiang Chen went to look for Qingning. At that time, Qingning was frolicking in front of Cloud Soaring Hall with Xiaobai. A girl and a tiger were having fun, occasionally sharing their experiences in burying people alive. Seeing Jiang Chen, the girl and the tiger hurried over. Qingning clung to Jiang Chen's arm and acted coquettishly. Xiaobai circled around Jiang Chen and asked, eldest senior brother, what's our next step in defying the heavens? Not bothering with Xiaobai, Jiang Chen rubbed Qingning's head and said, Qingning, let's discuss something. The same approach, nearly identical conversation. Jiang Chen tricked Qingning into secluded cultivation as well. The remaining lunatic, Lin Mubai, didn't need any attention. Lin Mubai had been personally thrown into the sect's prison by old ancestor Juyin, and no specific sentence had been set, so no one dared to release him. If old ancestor didn't wake up and remember this matter, then Lin Mubai might end up sitting in prison for a long time. Haha, thinking of this, Jiang Chen laughed out loud. Eldest senior brother, your laugh is quite sinister but I like it, Xiaobai took the opportunity to flatter. Why are you still here? Jiang Chen was surprised. I'm a demon beast, so secluded cultivation before my transformation is useless since Qingning is in seclusion again, I'll just follow you. The next day, Jiang Chen left Juyin sect and headed for Buddha temple accompanied by the Lu brothers, Lu Wen and Lu Wu, and a large white tiger. As he left the sect, 1,000 people saw him off. From the 12 supreme elders to the menial disciples of the Juyin sect, they all continuously urged him to take care of himself and to be especially wary of those bald monks from Buddha temple because those monks were very bad. These words made Jiang Chen's scalp tingle, and he quickly hurried away. A red figure, however, was not far behind him, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Watching Jiang Chen's departing figure, the 12 supreme elders sighed. The old ancestor indeed had great wisdom. Recently, since they decided to reform Jiang Chen, the evil deeds committed by Jiang Chen have significantly decreased. Not only that, before leaving Juyin sect, Jiang Chen even managed to get the two lunatics, Jiang Lianyue and Qingning, to enter secluded cultivation. Xiao Hongyi followed as well. With this, Juyin sect was temporarily at peace. Originally, although everyone had witnessed the terror of the demonic seed, they still had some doubts about the words of old ancestor Juyin. After all, the matter was truly inconceivable. Any person with a normal mind wouldn't fully believe it. But the facts were right before their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe. I feel that I've started to look at Jiang Chen more favorably recently, even finding him somewhat handsome. Beast Taming Peaks Master Jinru remarked. Me too. Sword Peaks Master Zhang Lingfeng joined in. At the beginning, I had to forcibly suppress the disgust in my heart and grit my teeth to reform Jiang Chen. But recently, although I still feel disgusted, I also find him somewhat pleasing to the eye. It's because old ancestors' method is effective, and we have developed a certain resistance to the influence of the demonic seed weapon, Peaks Master Niuwu said. This statement received unanimous approval from the 12 supreme elders. With gratitude in their hearts, everyone bowed deeply in the direction of old ancestor Juyin and said in unison, old ancestor's wisdom illuminates the truth. We are unworthy. Jiang Chen would be dumbfounded as if he was struck by lightning if he heard this conversation. In his 9 cycles of reincarnation, there were indeed quite a few people who found him particularly pleasing to the eye. But without exception, all those people were villains. This also meant that the people of Juyin sect were about to be labeled as villains by the heavens. Still, Buddha temple is a bit troublesome, Supreme Great Elder Xiaoting said with concern. Everyone nodded, their expression solemn. What were those bald monks from Buddha temple best at? Reforming and saving souls. If Jiang Chen was reformed by Buddha temple, what would happen to the demonic seed in their hearts? If he was saved, that would be even worse. Now, everyone in Juyin sect was convinced that the cause of the inner demon was an excessive obsession, which arose because of Jiang Chen. Under this premise, if Jiang Chen, the evil one, was punished, it would only have the opposite effect, strengthening their obsession with righteousness. At that point, the demonic seed might take deeper root, or even fully erupt and Juyan sect would directly become Juyan demonic sect. We must guard against this. If Buddha Temple wants to lead us into demonhood, I will send those bald monks to meet the Buddha first, one of the supreme elders said fiercely. Indeed, although we are both on the side of righteousness, those who are not of our sect will have different hearts. Moreover, since the establishment of the Buddha Temple, they have repeatedly detained Juyan sect's disciples and forced them to chant Buddhist scriptures. This act disregards our Juyan sect, another supreme elder agreed. Hearing this, Xiaoting's brows slightly furrowed. Why did he feel that Juyan sect was a bit too aggressive? Although he didn't understand, he also felt it was justified. Because the current Juyan sect was resisting the entire demonic path with the strength of the entire sect. If anyone tried to sabotage them, he would not let them off either. Keep a close watch on the situation at Buddha Temple, Xiaoting finally instructed. Buddha Temple had a vast influence. Located on the western side of the central domain, it had countless temples within it, standing like forests and spreading across thousands of li. In a subordinate temple of the Buddha Temple, the morning bell and evening drum resonate, and incense smoke curls up gently. This temple is structured in a single line, with its buildings aligned in a row. Apart from the main hall and Buddha Hall, there are only connected monastic cells where monks with unshaven heads reside, reciting scriptures and chanting Buddha's name daily. Dong. A young monk strikes the temple bell, its sound rolling out and echoing throughout the temple complex. In no time, a diverse group of monks, both men and women, quickly leave their cells with solemn expressions and enter the Buddha Hall. They sit cross-legged on their own meditation cushions and pick up the wooden fish in front of them. Under the radiant golden statue of the Buddha, another monk sits cross-legged, with a shaved head marked with ritual scars and wearing a kasaya. This person is the preaching monk of the temple, whose true identity is one of the 1,000 elders of the Buddha Temple. The elders of the Buddha Temple are numerous and vary in their cultivation levels, but they are proficient in Buddhist teachings. The monk lights incense, closes his eyes, and gently taps his wooden fish. Guanyin Bodhisattva, when practicing the profound Prajnaparamita, perceives that all 5 aggregates are empty and thus relieves all suffering, he recites softly. Hearing this, the other monks follow suit, striking their wooden fish, their sounds overlapping with the monk. Shariputra, form is no different from emptiness, emptiness no different from form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness are also thus. In an instant, the hall is shrouded in incense smoke, filled only with the sounds of wooden fish and chanting. The golden light of the Buddha statue on the high platform shines even brighter as if seeking to save all sentient beings. Suddenly, crack, a crisp and jarring sound rings out. The monks, who were a moment ago meditating on Buddha, were instantly jolted awake, looking resigned as if accustomed to this disturbance. The preaching monk's eyes snap open, and his mouth twitches uncontrollably. Everyone's gaze follows the sound. Behind the seated monks, there is a man with a towering figure and thick eyebrows nearly joined together. Even while sitting cross-legged, he towers over the others. Looking at the wooden fish he has just shattered, he scratches his head awkwardly and says, "Sorry, I didn't control my strength." Everyone is exasperated. Didn't control his strength. How many times has this happened now? The rules of the Buddha Temple. Monks who come here must chant scriptures and meditate on Buddha together with 9 others. The Buddhist sect values mutual aid and salvation, so only after all 10 receive the approval of the preaching monk can they leave the temple and move within the Buddha Temple's sphere of influence. No matter how slow, monks who have come in the past usually gain approval to leave within a month. But they have been stuck here for a full 4 months. Do you know how they've spent these 4 months? They neglect sleep and food, hoping to finish their chanting and meditation and then leave this cursed place. But every time, every single time, the man who is like a tower breaks the mallet and shatters the wooden fish. At first, the preaching monk thought the man was just too strong, so he gave him an extremely sturdy spiritual wooden fish. But nothing changed. Reluctantly, the preaching monk had to keep replacing it with higher grade, more robust mallets and wooden fish. The result was the same. The wooden fish that the man just shattered was a high-grade spiritual instrument. A treasured Buddhist sect artifact from the bottom of the preaching monk's chest. Mu Kui, you have no fate with Buddha, leave the Buddha temple at once, says the preaching monk with a pained expression, waving his hand as if shooing away a fly. Upon hearing this, the other monks feel no joy. Because this is the 50th time in 4 months that the preaching monk has said this, and every time, Mu Kui's response is the same. That won't do. Mu Kui shakes his head in refusal. Eldest senior brother says, I'm foolish. I must complete the sect's mission to prove him wrong. After a brief silence, the monks collectively slap their foreheads and then question their existence. The preaching monk is utterly disheartened, wishing to crash his head against the golden statue of the Buddha behind him and then tell the Buddha. Even Buddha cannot save this person. At night, candlelight flickers in the Buddha hall. The preaching monk sits cross-legged on his cushion, facing the golden statue of the Buddha, hands clasped, a string of prayer beads hanging between his thumbs and index fingers. He is softly reciting scriptures. Repenting. The rules of the Buddha temple are clear. The Buddhist sect is open to all monks who aspire to follow Buddha. The rules of the Buddha temple state that when preaching to other monks, one must not despise them for their nature, hate them for their evil, or drive them away for their foolishness. Buddha saves all beings, universally delivering sentient life. All sentient beings have spirits and are thus connected to Buddha. He wants to expel Mu Kui because of his foolishness and has grown to despise him, which is against the precepts. And this is his 50th repentance. The preaching monk, whose Dharma name is Wei Kong, has a cultivation level of only human origin, but because he is well versed in Buddhist teachings, he has become one of the 1,000 elders of the Buddha temple. He has converted many murderous evildoers and also those who have fallen into demonic paths. But that Mu Kui, he really can't handle him breaking the wooden fish is just one of the issues. Wei Kong once told Mu Kui to abandon the wooden fish and recite from the scriptures instead. One moment, Mu Kui could recite the contents of the scriptures from memory, but when it came to chanting, he would hesitate and not be able to utter a single word, then claim he forgot. Wei Kong could see that Mu Kui was a body cultivator. He had him chop wood and meditate to refine his mind. But this guy was outrageous. Chopping wood, he would split the ground. He snored like thunder during meditation, startling the other monks, who thought it was divine retribution. Wei Kong endured all this. But the problem is, the Buddha temple provides for the daily needs of the visiting monks who chant and meditate, satisfying their requirements. Mu Kui, a core formation cultivator, often feels hungry like those in the lower 4 realms, and if he doesn't get supplements like qi and blood pills or beast meat, he needs to eat spiritual rice. Eating spiritual rice is fine, the Buddha temple is wealthy and wouldn't begrudge some spiritual rice. But Mu Kui eats too much. One man's appetite equals hundreds, and in 4 months, he has consumed several years' reserves of spiritual rice from the temple. If this continues, the temple will be eaten empty by Mu Kui. The Buddha temple's annual allocation to its subordinate preaching temples is limited, and to ensure the daily supply for other monks, Wei Kong has not only exhausted his spirit stones but even sold his own golden alms bowl recently. Now, without his treasured high-grade wooden fish and the golden alms bowl awarded by the Buddha temple when he became a preaching monk, he is undoubtedly the poorest elder in the history of the Buddha temple. There's none poorer. Poverty is just a material concern. Wei Kong still has that realization. But, Buddha, when will this ever end? Wei Kong is on the verge of madness. Mu Kui refuses to leave, and according to the rules of the Buddha temple, those who do not qualify in chanting and meditation cannot be expelled unless they wish to leave themselves. As an elder well versed in Buddhist teachings, he cannot lie or deceive by saying Mu Kui qualifies. This is a dead end with no way out. Mu Kui, staying here, is like a vampire, bound to drain him dry eventually. At first, Wei Kong thought that sacrificing himself to save others would be a meritorious deed. But Buddha, that Mu Kui is truly beyond salvation, he's an idiot, Wei Kong cries out. After saying this, he suddenly wakes up while drenched in cold sweat. As a high monk, he actually used vulgar language to insult others, committing the sin of anger. He had to begin repenting again and chanting the scriptures aloud. The person filled with anger knows not what is good, knows not what is not good, does not contemplate sin or fortune, does not understand consequences, does not reflect upon themselves, and shall fall into the evil path. The scriptures say, one should cultivate all sentient beings' roots of virtue without dispute. Those who are angry and do not understand, commit a parajika offense. The chanting stirred the Buddhist teachings within Wei Kong, causing them to revolve on their own. At the same time, the golden body of the Buddha shone brightly, Buddha's light enveloped the hall, and the sound of Buddha's teachings echoed from all directions. Half an hour later, the chanting ended, the Buddha's light faded, and Wei Kong opened his eyes again. The malicious aura in his eyes was gone, without anger or rage, and a profound smile hung on his lips, like an enlightened high monk. Elder, Mu Kui requests an audience, a young novice monk reported from inside. Upon hearing this, Wei Kong's expression suddenly stiffened, and his high monk's demeanor collapsed in an instant. Soon, another person entered the Buddha hall. This person was holding a bucket of rice a meter tall, babbling incessantly while grabbing handfuls of spiritual rice from the bucket and stuffing them into his mouth. After a satisfying meal, this person did not forget to have the novice monk prepare more than 10 cups of spiritual tea to quench his thirst. This scene unfolded before Wei Kong's eyes. Although still seated on his meditation cushion with his eyes slightly closed, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, as if he were having a seizure. The person filled with anger knows not what is good, knows not what is not good, he began chanting again. Suddenly, burp. Mu Kui, full from his meal, let out a loud belch. The burp was deep and resonant, even stirring up a strong breeze that left Wei Kong in disarray. Now, he could no longer continue his chanting. Why do you? Taking a deep breath, Wei Kong tried to suppress the thought of anger and asked, why must you come here to dine? To ask the high monk to interpret a dream, Mu Kui replied instantly. Wei Kong was at a loss for words. The answer was completely unrelated. He asked about dining, yet Mu Kui spoke of interpreting a dream. Could they even have a proper conversation today? What dream? Pressing hard on his temples, Wei Kong asked again. Mu Kui straightened his expression, about to speak, but then furrowed his thick brows. After a long moment of careful recollection, he scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I forgot. Wei Kong was on the verge of madness. But there's another dream I do remember clearly, Mu Kui added. Wei Kong did not respond and closed his eyes again. In the dream, someone told me that I am the reincarnation of a martial emperor, who once tried to break through the heaven with force and ascend beyond the heavens, but was suppressed by the heavens, Mu Kui declared. What? Wei Kong's eyes snapped open. Cultivators rarely dream, and if they do, there must be a reason. It could be a warning, a matter from a past life, or the emergence of inner demons, so it must be taken seriously. If what Mu Kui said was true, there were only two possibilities. He was either truly the reincarnation of a great emperor, or he had developed an obsession with one, creating inner demons. Every time you break through the heaven, do you witness any heavenly phenomena? Wei Kong asked seriously. No, Mu Kui shook his head. Have you experienced memories that seem unrelated to yourself? Also no. Wei Kong fell silent, giving Mu Kui a strange look. Without the phenomena that would arise from a complete imperial essence and without memories, it was impossible for him to be the reincarnation of a great emperor. So, was it an inner demon? But Mu Kui was simple-minded, honest, and even a bit dull. Logically, a cultivator with such a temperament should be the least likely to be affected by inner demons. Stretch your head over here, and I will use the Buddhist teachings to probe your sea of consciousness, Wei Kong said. Mu Kui had no objections and immediately leaned his head forward. This made Wei Kong shake his head helplessly. The sea of consciousness is a vital place for a cultivator, and any damage could reduce one to idiocy. He didn't expect Mu Kui to trust him completely without any guard. Well then, today I shall explore your inner demon and guide you once more. Wei Kong said solemnly, reminding him, the Buddhist teachings are gentle and will not harm your sea of consciousness. However, having your sea of consciousness probed will cause intense pain, so you will need to endure it. Okay, Mu Kui replied instantly. Wei Kong nodded and placed his right hand together in a palm shape over Mu Kui's head. He murmured the sound of Buddha, and the Buddhist teachings within him began to circulate. Soon, his right hand emitted Buddha's light, which entered Mu Kui's brain and his consciousness. The Buddha's light instantly invaded Mu Kui's sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness of an ordinary cultivator is like a world, where all memories appear in succession like a lantern show. But for Mu Kui, aside from the blood-red figure with its back to Wei Kong at the forefront, there was nothing else. A complete blank. Such a bizarre situation was something Wei Kong had never seen before. He cautiously approached, wanting to glimpse the true face of that blood figure. But just as he took a step forward, the blood-red figure suddenly turned around. Looking directly at that person, Wei Kong's eyes widened in shock and horror. He saw an emperor. An emperor is standing on the fragments of an imperial throne, bathed in blood, with eyes full of madness and unwillingness, disheveled hair, and bare-chested, like a madman. And this emperor's facial features were exactly like Mu Kui's. "Get out," the blood-soaked emperor suddenly spoke. A simple word, but it instantly shook Wei Kong out of Mu Kui's sea of consciousness and back to reality. Ah! Wei Kong clutched his head and screamed in shock. The emperor's words and gaze still surfaced in his mind incessantly. No matter what he do, he couldn't dispel them. That gaze, like thousands of sharp knives, pierced through his soul in an instant, and those words, like thunder shaking the earth, shattered his sea of consciousness in a moment. After the screaming stopped, Wei Kong was left with a vacant look in his eyes. "High monk." Mu Kui blinked and leaned in to ask, why did the high monk scream? Madman. Pointing at Mu Kui's nose, Wei Kong screamed again. Having said that, he turned and dashed away, breaking through 3 walls in succession before fleeing in a frenzy. Mu Kui watched with a face full of question marks. Wasn't it said that if someone's sea of consciousness was probed, they would feel pain? He didn't react at all, but instead, it was Wei Kong who was in unbearable pain. Wasn't he supposed to be guided? They hadn't even started, and Wei Kong had already run off. Ah, it looks like I'll have to switch to another temple to chant and pray. Why it's so hard to get a dharma name, Mu Kui sighed. As a form of recognition, only monks who are qualified in chanting and praying are granted a secular dharma name by the preaching monks. In plain terms, this is a method of brainwashing. It is said that many disciples from other sects, after incessant chanting and praying and receiving a secular dharma name, truly believe they are fated with Buddha and directly defect to join the Buddha temple. This is also why the relationship between the Buddha temple and other righteous sects is not as harmonious as it appears on the surface. It's just that everyone is from a righteous sect, so they haven't torn their faces apart. This time, before leaving his sect to go to the Buddha temple, Jiang Chen decided not to take a spiritual boat but chose to walk instead. He had to keep a low profile. Being too high profile would allow those bald monks at the Buddha temple to recognize his identity as the young master of the Jiang family. If Lin Feng had already entered the 6 prisons, no matter how much he caused a commotion, those bald monks would probably be wary of taking action against him. To successfully achieve his goal, Jiang Chen even chose not to let the elder Chen Sheng follow him. Of course, knowing Chen Sheng, he would not truly ignore him and was probably closely monitoring his situation from 100 li away. At this moment, the group had been walking for many days and was only a few hundred miles away from the Buddha temple. "Eldest senior brother, are we going to the Buddha temple to drive Mu Kui mad?" Little brother Lu Wen suddenly came up and asked. "Drive him mad?" Jiang Chen frowned. Lu Wen chuckled with a, "Don't pretend, I know it was you, look." It's not surprising he thought this way. When Jiang Chen was at the Juyan sect, Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai went mad, then after a trip to the Hengduan mountain range, Qingning went mad. After returning to the Juyan sect, even peak master Xiao Hongyi had gone mad. How could this not be related to Jiang Chen? That's what the others at the Juyan sect used to think until the old ancestor of Juyan fooled them into blaming it on a non-existent demonic seed. Lu Wen and Lu Wu, the 2 younger brothers, had their memories of the sermon erased by the Juyan old ancestor, so they naturally still thought the same. Of course, Jiang Chen himself thought the same way. Glancing at the intermittent appearance of a red figure not far behind, he was pretty much convinced that he was poisonous. "That Mu Kui can't go mad," Jiang Chen said, looking away and shaking his head. "Why not?" Lu Wen was puzzled. Jiang Chen didn't reply, he just continued shaking his head. The answer was simple. Because Mu Kui was already a madman. A madman reincarnated from a martial emperor. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky, feeling enlightened. This is a vast world, and although there are 10 smaller worlds beneath it, they all exist under the same heaven's will. In this vast world, everyone aims to become an emperor, and the word, ascension, is rarely mentioned. This is because although ancient texts record that during the ancient times, some cultivators managed to ascend to the heavens, since the end of the ancient era and the establishment of order, no one has ascended for tens of thousands of years. Over time, most cultivators lost the concept of ascension, believing that becoming a great emperor was the ultimate goal of cultivation. Only a few know it's not that cultivators have lost the path to ascension but that they have taken the wrong path. To become an emperor, one needs the heavens, recognition, which is what most cultivators believe today. Little did they know emperors recognized by the heavens are actually, in his words, false emperors. Emperors who willingly become vassals of the heavens will. To become a true emperor, one must comprehend and prove their own Tao. Only when they achieve their Tao can they break through the heavens and ascend. The ancient cultivators were able to ascend because they defied the heavens. How can today's cultivators, who follow the heavens will and take pride in being recognized by the heavens, break through the heavens and ascend? But Jiang Chen also knows that today's cultivators can't be blamed, as the suppression from the heavens above is currently indeed too strong. Hasn't he failed in his 9 attempts to defy the heavens? It's worth mentioning that in his 9 cycles of reincarnation, Lin Feng's path to proving the Tao using the heartless blade was also because he realized this point. Ironically, Lin Feng, the son of destiny, ultimately chose the path of defying the heavens. And heaven is indeed a good father. Despite foreseeing Lin Feng's final choice, the heavens still took great care of this son. Such behavior, in Jiang Chen's view, is like the mountainous, fatherly love preferring the son to break through and defy him just to send the son to a higher place. Apart from Jiang Chen and Lin Feng, those who know this are the false emperors recognized by the heavens. Most of the false emperors have chosen to comply, and only the martial emperor before his reincarnation as Mu Kui insisted on resisting. That martial emperor sealed his memory and reincarnated to cultivate anew before his imperial essence collapsed and formed an emperor's throne. In order not to be influenced by heaven's will, he even abandoned all wisdom except for his comprehension of the martial path. Mu Kui's dullness is for this reason. When Jiang Chen said Mu Kui was mad, he didn't mean madness in the sense of demonic possession but rather in the sense of true madness. Because he is a true madman who, despite being able to stand at the pinnacle and enjoy worship by simply choosing to comply, insists on defying the heavens, seeking to prove the Tao through martial arts, break through the heavens, and ascend. In his 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen had tried to awaken Mu Kui's memory early so that they could defy the heavens together. But without exception, they all failed. Because the seal on that martial emperor's memory was too strong, beyond his ability to break. And every time Mu Kui's memory began to awaken, it was just before his death. In the original story, Mu Kui went to another realm after his memory began to awaken. This was probably a foreshadowing by the original author. But when the writer who took over hastily concluded the story, this foreshadowing naturally went unused. Therefore, what ultimately happened to Mu Kui, Jiang Chen also did not know. The only thing he knew was if Mu Kui became completely enraged, he would break a seal on his memory and enter a state of madness. Although he would return to normal soon after, his combat power would skyrocket during that period. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to play the villain in this life, he didn't want to mess with Mu Kui. That time he publicly mocked Mu Kui was because he was certain that doing so would not completely enrage Mu Kui. Remember, stay away from Mu Kui. If you anger him, I might not be able to save you, Jiang Chen sternly warned. Hearing this, the brothers Lu Wen and Lu Wu quickly nodded in agreement. The big white tiger following behind also nodded, but it was clearly not enthusiastic, looking dejected. Jiang Chen, why don't you ride me? I can run really fast, Xiao Bai finally voiced its doubt. Along the way, Xiao Bai had suggested many times that Jiang Chen should ride it. If so, they would definitely be able to greatly reduce the time to reach the Buddha temple. But every time, Jiang Chen just gave him a cold look. This made Xiao Bai feel like he might be disliked. Xiao Bai, wait a bit longer. Jiang Chen said seriously while patting Xiao Bai's tiger head, such matters should wait until after you've transformed. Xiao Bai didn't understand at all. Several days later, Jiang Chen and his companions arrived within the territory of the Buddha temple. In front of the group stood a majestic Buddhist hall with red walls and gray tiles, basking in the sun's radiant glow. This was one of the 48 guidance halls of the Buddha temple, specifically set up to guide cultivators. Guiding, in practice, meant categorizing the cultivators who came to the Buddha temple and facilitating their scripture recitation and management. If a cultivator came to join the Buddha temple, they would be taken to the main temple by the guidance hall. Others would receive a Buddha amulet and be assigned to one of the subordinate temples to recite scriptures until they were deemed qualified to move freely. The influence of the Buddha temple was vast, and the 48 guidance halls could not cover the entire perimeter. As a result, there were always cultivators trying to bypass the guidance halls and enter the territory of the Buddha temple directly. Little did they know that the Buddha temple had 2 major formations. One was the Great Defense Formation of the Buddha Temple, which would only be activated during a sect war. The other was the Salvation Formation. Using incense as a medium, the Buddha Temple and its countless subordinate temples were tightly interconnected, forming a salvation formation that could cover the entire territory of the Buddha temple. Without a Buddha amulet, any foreign cultivator below the upper four realms who entered would be instantly enlightened by the descending Buddhist law. According to those bald monks of the Buddha temple, this was to confess one's sins before the Buddha. Jiang Chen shook his head, thinking that the cultivators who had tried to bypass the guidance hall were quite talented. The Buddha temple had a rule that all cultivators entering its domain must recite scriptures, so how could they allow anyone to exploit a simple loophole? Anyone with a brain wouldn't think like that. Even Xiao Bai, this foolish tiger, surely wouldn't be so foolish. Eldest senior brother, this Buddha temple is really stupid. Can't we just bypass this guidance hall and directly enter the Buddha temple to avoid the need to recite scriptures? Xiao Bai's eyes lit up, thinking it was very clever move. Jiang Chen was speechless. Taking a deep breath, he looked straight at Xiao Bai and said earnestly, "Xiao Bai, I must admit my mistake frankly. I truly underestimated you. Well, I'm not that amazing. I'm still a bit inferior compared to you, eldest senior brother." Before Xiao Bai could finish speaking, he received a kick from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not want to waste time with this foolish tiger, so he quickly led the others into the guidance hall. In fact, he could bypass the guidance hall with his trump cards alone. But for Xiao Bai and the others, there was only one path left to meet the Buddha. Moreover, his goal this time was to first find Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had entered the 6 prisons, he would also need to go there. And the cultivators who trespassed into the Buddha temple only had one path: enlightenment. Even if they had avoided the salvation formation, they would have faced endless pursuit and had no right to enter the 6 prisons for reformation. Even in the original story, although Lin Feng was reluctant to recite scriptures, he only caused a big stir after receiving a Buddha amulet from this guidance hall. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Chen immediately frowned. As far as he knew, the Buddha temple was always bustling with cultivators, and this guidance hall should be crowded. But now, aside from a few young monks sweeping the floor, there were hardly any other foreign cultivators. Then, a fat, shiny-headed monk with his robes open revealing a greasy belly approached from a distance. After sizing up Jiang Chen and his companions, the monk seemed to recognize at a glance that Jiang Chen was the leader, and squinted his eyes to ask, "May I ask, donor, what brings you to the Buddha temple?" "Defying the heavens," Xiao Bai answered first, with a resounding voice and a pair of tiger eyes full of sparkles. Hearing this, the monk shuddered in fright. But soon, he leaned close to Jiang Chen and whispered, "Donor, is your beast pet a bit simple-minded?" "Hi monk, your insight is as bright as a lamp," Jiang Chen praised. "Modesty, modesty," the monk waved his hand, quickly downplaying the praise. "I don't deserve the title of a high monk. My Dharma name is Wei Xing, one of the 48 elders of the Buddha temple's guidance hall, studying the Dharma for just over 100 years, deeply trusted by our temple. I do have some insight." "Is this modesty? More like boasting." Jiang Chen immediately rolled his eyes. Indeed, even those bald monks who preach, all is emptiness, still like to gild themselves. Especially that Buddha covered in gold. Perhaps this is what they call, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Jiang Chen thought to himself. "Monk Wei Xing, may I ask why there are no foreign cultivators in this guidance hall?" he inquired. Monk. This title made Wei Xing frown immediately. He had just been modest, and his title had changed from high monk to monk. It should be known that all monks can be addressed as monks, but very few can be called high monks. Although annoyed, he couldn't say it outright, and his tone became lukewarm. Recently, 2 foreign cultivators have been wreaking havoc within the Buddha temple. One drove 3 preaching monks mad, and the other, unwilling to recite scriptures, caused disturbances everywhere. Soon, the Buddha's disciples will personally capture them. Jiang Chen immediately understood. The one causing disturbances must be Lin Feng, but as for the other person, he had no idea. After all, whether in the original story or through the 9 cycles of reincarnation, since Mu Kui never experienced dreams that were forgotten at a glance, he never sought clarification from a preaching monk and, naturally, did not drive several people mad. Hu Xing, what does this have to do with the decrease in cultivators in the guidance hall? Jiang Chen asked again. Upon this question, Wei Xing's smile faded once more. Now, he was being called by his Dharma name, without even the respectful title of monk. Wei Xing wanted to leave directly, but he could tell that Jiang Chen and his companions were not ordinary, especially that foolish tiger, which clearly was a great demon capable of human speech, must have an ancient bloodline. They say that the Buddha sees all beings as equal, but he was not yet a Buddha and naturally couldn't reach such a state. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Xing answered, "Those two are from the Juyan sect, and our temple received news that the ninth peak eldest senior brother of the Juyan sect, the sole son of the Jiang family from the upper domain, Jiang Chen, is on his way to the Buddha temple. Our temple's Buddha has said that this Jiang Chen is a calamity. Wherever he goes, evil spreads, therefore the temple is temporarily closed to keep him out." After speaking, he sized up Jiang Chen again and asked, "May I ask the donor's name is?" "Jiang Hu," Jiang Chen replied instantly. His real name naturally couldn't be revealed. Otherwise, even if he could enter the Buddha temple, he would be driven away by those bald monks, and then he wouldn't be able to disrupt Lin Feng's opportunity. This Wei Xing didn't seem to have a strong dislike for him, presumably because he was inwardly despicable. As expected, Wei Xing didn't doubt him and nodded, "Donor Jiang, please return. As I have said, the Buddha temple is temporarily closed. We do not accept other unrelated persons except for fellow practitioners and those who wish to become disciples of the Buddha temple. Amitabha, I have 3 Dharma names. The first is Song Zhang, funeral procession, the second is Ban Zhang, half burial, and the third is Quan Zhang, complete burial." Jiang Chen brought his palms together, the Buddha Stupa Sutra circulating within him, his voice like the sound of Buddha. The 3 names combined are simply called San Zhang, triple burial. Buddha Stupa Sutra is a reward from the system. These words instantly confused Wei Xing, an old monk. He looked at Jiang Chen's black hair on top of his head and estimated Jiang Chen's age. He didn't seem like an old monk, and 3 Dharma names combined into San Zhang. Isn't that nonsense? But Wei Xing rubbed his eyes and cleaned his ears. Although these words seemed nonsensical, why did the person in front of him resemble the 6 Buddha sons of the Buddha temple, not only with a voice like Buddha's but also bathed in Buddha's light, clearly someone deeply versed in Buddhist teachings? Hao Xing couldn't believe it, yet he had no choice but to believe. Words and appearances can deceive, but the Buddhist sect's techniques cannot. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the Buddhist scriptures Jiang Chen had learned were definitely many levels higher than his own. Could this person be a lay disciple from the upper domain Buddhist sect? Hao Xing secretly speculated. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Only this answer could explain everything. The central domain Buddhist sect's influence was solely on the Buddha temple. However, in the upper domain, there was a small realm called the Buddha realm, reputed to be filled with Buddhas whose radiant light illuminates everywhere, each one incredibly formidable. "Dare I ask the high monk, where do you come from, and what brings you to the Buddha temple?" Hao Xing asked again. "I come from the far eastern land, specifically to the Buddha temple to seek the true scriptures," Jiang Chen said with a smile. He was addicted to bluffing and almost said he came to rob the scriptures. Eastern land. Hao Xing blinked in confusion. He had never heard of this place. He secretly guessed that it must be a place within the Buddha realm. After all, he was well versed in the central domain and even the lower domain, but the upper domain was beyond his knowledge. And seeking the true scriptures likely meant engaging in scriptural debate. In the Buddhist sect, many monks like to enhance their understanding of Buddhism in this way. After an epiphany, Hao Xing's expression immediately became respectful, and he greeted, "It is a great fortune for our Buddha temple to have the holy monk San Zhang come from afar." The title had changed from a high monk to a holy monk. This was because the Buddha realm was already considered a holy land in the hearts of the Buddhist sect, and monks from the holy land were naturally referred to as holy monks. "I will inform our main temple to cleanse, chant, pray, and to welcome the holy monk with the highest etiquette. And I will personally escort the holy monk to our main temple for scriptural debate," Hao Xing said with a deep bow. "Go to the main temple of the Buddha temple." Jiang Chen refused outright. How could this be possible? He could bluff Hao Xing here, but he couldn't bluff the bald monks in the main temple of the Buddha temple. The Buddha temple had the Buddha and the abbot, whose statuses were akin to the old ancestor and sect master. Besides them, there were the 4 great universal salvation monks, the 4 great ascetic monks, and the 6 Buddha sons. These people could tell at a glance that he was practicing the treasured scripture of the Buddha temple. By then, his holy monk image would collapse instantly, for how could a lay disciple from the upper domain Buddhist sect learn the central domain Buddhism? Especially the secret treasures of the Buddha temple. Without a doubt, what awaited Jiang Chen would be an immediate enlightenment. This was a matter of a sect's face and secrets, and even if he was the sole heir of the Jiang family, the Buddha temple would fight to the death. Therefore, he could not possibly go to the main temple of the Buddha temple. No need to trouble yourself, Jiang Chen refused. How can that be? Hao Xing sternly refused, adamant, if the people of our temple knew I neglected a holy monk from the upper domain, they would punish me severely no matter what. I must invite the holy monk to our temple. No matter what. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Yes, Hao Xing replied instantly. Baldy, don't push your luck. Jiang Chen was done pretending and directly threatened. If you stop me again, I will send you to meet the Buddha today. The sudden change caught Hao Xing completely off guard. The man in front of him, who had just appeared to be a holy monk a second ago, now seemed like a villain here to cause trouble. The point was, he hadn't obstructed anything. Wasn't it about seeking scriptures and debating? He was ready to personally escort him, and that was called obstruction. Completely unreasonable, unfathomable. Holy monk, please mind your language. Hao Xing tried to suppress his dissatisfaction and said, if you want to debate scriptures, I will gladly take you there, otherwise. Otherwise. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, please leave, holy monk. The Buddha temple only welcomes fellow practitioners, not evil monks. Hao Xing laid his cards on the table. After speaking, he inwardly sneered, if it were really a holy monk who had taken monastic vows, I wouldn't dare to do this. But this Jiang, who is just a lay disciple, and although he is well versed in Buddhism, his status in the Buddha realm must be very low. The Buddha temple is not afraid. To this, Jiang Chen chuckled coldly and then gave Xiaobai a look. Xiaobai instantly understood and immediately transformed into an ancient beast that spat black thunder. It wanted to swallow Hao Xing whole but then hesitated and said, eldest senior brother, I don't want to eat him. He looks greasy. Hao Xing, who had already been frightened by Xiaobai's profound and violent beastly aura, trembled. But upon hearing Xiaobai's words, all he wanted to say was, isn't that not polite? Even Buddha has a temper. Hao Xing was immediately enraged, activated the Buddhist power within him, transformed into a golden body several zhang tall, and prepared to fight Xiaobai for 300 rounds. Then, before he could act, Xiaobai pressed him to the ground like swatting a fly unable to move. As if crushed by a mountain, Hao Xing blinked in bewilderment. He didn't expect to be so weak. To be defeated by a white tiger in an instant soon, he realized. It wasn't that he was weak. After all, he was at least at the earthly origin level, but he was blinded by the stupidity of this great white tiger. Thinking the other party was foolish, he thought he could fight him. But how could he not understand in his heart? A great demon like Xiaobai, with ancient bloodlines, had strength comparable to the heavenly origin realm. White tiger, I wasn't ready just now. Let me go, and we'll start over, Hao Xing said. Do you think I'm stupid? Xiaobai rolled its eyes. This made Hao Xing's mouth twitch. Watching his frustrated and helpless expression, Jiang Chen laughed heartily. He had come a long way, not only to disrupt Lin Feng's opportunity but also to enjoy the long-lost villain satisfaction. And then to collect some system rewards. After waiting a moment and seeing no response from the system, he decided to be more ruthless and directly ordered Xiaobai, Xiaobai, whip him. Whip? How? Xiaobai blinked in confusion. However you want to whip, just do it. All right. Xiaobai, in a great mood, lifted its huge tiger paw and started slapping Hao Xing like swatting a fly. Each of its hits was as heavy as a mountain. Boom. One slap scattered the golden body Hao Xing had condensed with his Buddhist power. Boom. After 2 slaps, Hao Xing was already buried deep in the ground while spitting blood. The third slap was just raised and hadn't fallen yet. What on earth do you want to do? Hao Xing was about to cry. Didn't I say? Jiang Chen was taken aback. No. Hao Xing spat out blood and said, I said I would personally take you to our temple. You said I was obstructing you, then you let this white tiger attack directly, and I still don't know what you want to do. He looked pitiful and helpless and then said, even if you want to kill me, let me die with a clear understanding. Just beating me up, can that solve the problem? No, can't we have a proper conversation? Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Thinking about it carefully, he realized he indeed hadn't stated his purpose. Xiaobai, continue whipping him, Jiang Chen ordered again. Okay. Xiaobai didn't hesitate, and the huge paw struck down again. Boom. This slap was even more forceful than the previous ones, almost shattering Hao Xing's bones. Why hit me again? Hao Xing couldn't believe it. Because you make me feel somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Chen replied instantly. PFF'd. Upon hearing this, Hao Xing spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting on the spot. At the same time, the system's prompt finally appeared. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, superior grade Buddhist sect secret scripture, 6-syllable mantra. In the end, Jiang Chen successfully moved Hao Xing to tears through the method of beating, after which Hao Xing obediently handed over a few Buddhist amulets, respectfully sending Jiang Chen and his companions into the territory of the Buddha temple. It's worth mentioning that, even in such a moved state, Hao Xing still made sure to confirm whether Jiang Chen wanted to discuss the scriptures and debate the doctrine. If so, even if it killed him from being moved, he must send Jiang Chen to the main Buddha temple. Otherwise, he would be severely punished. If not, then he couldn't be bothered. Naturally, Jiang Chen's answer was negative. This made Hao Xing heave a sigh of relief and feel extremely helpless. Why not say earlier that you don't want to debate scriptures? If he had known earlier, would he have almost been slapped to death by that big white tiger? This person is definitely an evil monk from the upper domain, so unreasonable, Hao Xing concluded as he watched Jiang Chen and the others leave. After speaking, he called over a young monk, planning to report the incident. No matter what, the main Buddha temple had to be informed of an upper domain monk's arrival. Even if the main temple didn't wish to punish him, fearing it might offend the Buddha domain, he would have fulfilled his duty as the elder of the guidance hall. Zhang Hu, I'll remember this name, Hao Xing murmured again. He didn't plan on seeking revenge. Mainly because if the Buddha temple didn't take action itself, he couldn't seek revenge. Moreover, he was a monk and couldn't commit the sin of anger, so Hao Xing decided. If he encountered another evil person with tiger in their name, he would make sure to liberate them on the spot. He couldn't afford to offend this Zhang Hu, but the next tiger surely he could afford to offend, right? I'm not breaking my precepts. I just dislike tigers, whether it's a demonic beast tiger or an evil person with tiger in their name, they're not worth converting. They need liberation. Hao Xing found an excuse for himself. HMPH. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to go back and heal his injuries. But just as he turned around, he saw a young man dressed in an ancient pill refiner's robe, with a determined face, clearly upright and just, walking into the hall from outside. When the young man saw the wounds on Hao Xing, he was first startled and then asked in confusion, why is the high monk in such a state? This question made Hao Xing's expression darken. If it weren't for the fact that he recognized the person as likely from the ancient pill tower and a 6th-grade pill refiner, presumably a true disciple, he would have exploded in anger. After taking a deep breath, Hao Xing asked, Donor, what brings you here? The Buddha temple is temporarily closed, and only fellow practitioners may enter also. All tiger-type demonic beasts and people with tiger in their names are likewise forbidden entry, he added. So that's why the guidance hall is so empty today, the young man realized, bowing his hands. My name is Xiao Shan, the first true disciple of the ancient pill tower. I am here on the orders of my master to seek the Juyan sect's 9th peak 4th true disciple, Mu Kui. Mu Kui. Hao Xing frowned. Isn't that the foreign cultivator who drove 3 preaching monks to madness but couldn't be expelled due to the rules of the Buddha temple? Mu Kui is from the Juyan sect, so how could he be related to someone from the ancient pill tower? Sensing his confusion, Xiao Shan said, the high monk may not know. The former elder of the elixir peak of the Juyan sect was my master's sworn brother, but he was killed by Jiang Chen. His bones were burned until they become ashes and scattered. Every time my master thinks of this, he beats his chest and stomps his feet in grief. Condolences, Hao Xing offered. Although I have not met Jiang Chen, I also know that he is evil in all directions. Unfortunately, this man has come from the Jiang family in the upper domain. He is not an ordinary evil obstacle to deal with. That's right, Xiao Shan sighed. To eliminate this scourge is not easy. My master heard that Jiang Chen wanted to come to the Buddha temple, so he sent me to rush here overnight, hoping to use Mu Kui's hand to remove Jiang Chen. Oh, Hao Xing was puzzled and asked, will that Mu Kui really kill his own eldest senior brother? Maybe he will, maybe he won't, but we have to try. After all, we as righteous people cannot sit idly by and watch Jiang Chen do evil, Xiao Shan declared righteously. Hao Xing nodded and said no more. May I ask the high monk if Jiang Chen has arrived? Xiao Shan inquired further. No. Hao Xing shook his head, explaining, to be honest, the reason the Buddha temple is closed this time is actually to keep Jiang Chen out. Refusing all non-Buddhist sect cultivators is also for safety. After all, we have not seen Jiang Chen either. Xiao Shan very much agreed with this. It is better to be safe than sorry. This is indeed the safest approach. I wonder if the high monk could make an exception and let me enter. He asked again. This. Hao Xing hesitated. As one of the elders of the guidance hall, if the other party was indeed a disciple of the ancient pill tower, it wouldn't hurt to make an exception. But the fear was that the person in front of him was Jiang Chen in disguise. Since he had not seen either Jiang Chen or the first true disciple of the ancient pill tower, he naturally couldn't tell if it was genuine. Seeing his hesitation, Xiao Shan immediately guessed something and quickly took out the ancient pill tower's true disciple token for inspection. Seeing that Hao Xing was still frowning, Xiao Shan flipped his right hand, and a cluster of green flames appeared in his palm. This is a 6th grade innate pill fire. Hao Xing was shocked. Correct, this is mystic azure flame, can it prove my identity? Xiao Shan smiled proudly. Yes. Hao Xing nodded repeatedly. It was well known that the mystic azure flame had been acquired by the ancient pill tower years ago, so it naturally proved Xiao Shan's identity. Appearance and speech can deceive, but pill fire cannot be faked. The identity of a pill refiner is very special, especially for someone like Xiao Shan who is a true disciple of the ancient pill tower. After confirming his identity, Hao Xing also showed many smiles, saying, Donor, at such a young age, you have been awarded such a spiritual fire by the ancient pill tower, you have a boundless future ahead. The high monk flatters me, Xiao Shan said modestly. Is this the donor's first visit to the Buddha temple? Hao Xing asked again. Indeed, Xiao Shan nodded. Taking out a Buddhist amulet from his spirit ring, Hao Xing instructed, if you had visited the Buddha temple before, I could have spared you the suffering of reciting scriptures and chanting. But since it's your first time, the rules of the Buddha temple. Don't worry, high monk, I will follow all the rules, Xiao Shan interrupted, knowing his place. Good, then I will arrange for you to stay in the same temple as that Mu Kui, so you can communicate with him. Thank you, high monk. However, that Mu Kui has already driven 3 preaching monks mad, so donor, please be careful. Don't worry, I'm only here to talk about Jiang Chen, nothing else. It's well known that Mu Kui was publicly ridiculed by Jiang Chen, so he must also harbor resentment in his heart. Alright, if the donor can take that Mu Kui away, I would also have accumulated some merit. Then I thank the high monk. With that, Xiao Shan took the Buddhist amulet. He intended to leave immediately, but after a thought, he took out a few pills of high-grade medicinal quality from his bosom and handed them to the monk, saying, These are just small tokens, consider them as a humble offering for the temple. Please, do not refuse, high monk. That is kind, very kind. Quickly pocketing the medicinal pills, the monk's smile grew even wider as he said, The donor and I must have a karmic connection, so let me warn you about something. What is it? Xiao Shan straightened his expression. If the donor encounters a lay disciple of the Buddhist sect named Zhang Hu, remember to stay away from him. This person comes from the upper domain, and his dharma name is San Zhang. Also, he has a big white tiger with him. Although it's not the brightest, it must not be provoked. Zhang Hu, big white tiger. Hearing this, Xiao Shan felt as if he had heard it somewhere before. He wanted to ask in detail, but seeing the monk's injuries, he instantly understood something. High monk, thank you for the warning. After saying this, he took out 2 more healing pills to give as a gift. Inside the grounds of the Buddha temple. Apart from the temples that can be seen everywhere, there are also many mountain cliffs that have been cut through. Dense Buddha caves have been carved into these cliffs, with scriptures engraved on their walls, and inside are placed meditation cushions, incense tables, small golden Buddha statues, and other essentials required by the Buddhist sect. At first glance, this should be the dwelling place of monks, but in reality, it is not. These Buddha caves are for the use of cultivators who, after qualifying in chanting and meditating on Buddha, are allowed to move freely within the Buddha temple grounds for rest and cultivation. They are not free of charge. The small Buddha caves are only big enough for one person to meditate in and cost 1 medium-grade spirit stone per day. The medium-sized Buddha caves are slightly more spacious and can accommodate 5 people, but they cost 10 times more. As for the large Buddha caves, their interior space is like a small temple, and the price reaches the exorbitant rate of 100 medium-grade spirit stones per day. With such a price, one could buy a high-grade spiritual weapon, and it's charged by the day, making it almost unaffordable for core formation cultivators. The Buddha temple is very humane. If a cultivator is indeed exhausted but short of funds, they can delay paying the accommodation fee for a few days by chanting scriptures 100 times daily. If a cultivator, suddenly, feels a connection with Buddha and passes the test to become a monk in the temple, then all the incense money owed can be waived. Indeed, the Buddha temple refers to all these payments as incense money. According to them, the monks collect money not for themselves but to promote the Buddha's teachings and to build more golden statues for the Buddha. Jiang Chen has been staying for many days in the uppermost Buddha cave of a certain cliff. Having gone through 9 cycles of reincarnation, this is not his first time at the Buddha temple, but he still feels admiration. The Buddha temple's half-brainwashing, half-coercive preaching method is indeed not something many cultivators can withstand. No wonder the temple's influence has been growing in recent years, with an endless stream of cultivators willing to shave their heads and become monks. Recently, he often felt that someone was spying on him. Without thinking, it must be the elders of the guidance hall who have reported the matter. The bald monks of the Buddha temple are somewhat restless, but they also fear his reputation as a holy monk, so they deliberately come to check on his situation. At the beginning, there were at least several people spying on him every day. After a few days, seeing that Jiang Chen not only did not leave but also contributed a large amount of incense money, these bald monks seemed to be reassured and no longer paid attention. The people of the Buddha temple do not know that the reason Jiang Chen has not taken action is that Lu Wen, Lu Wu, the 2 brothers, and Xiao Bai are gathering information outside. The reason he is so willing to pay is not only because he truly does not lack money but also because he knows that the damage he will cause to the Buddha temple next will definitely exceed the incense money he has paid. In short, it's worth it. It's worth mentioning that since he bears the title of holy monk, Jiang Chen and his entourage are all exempt from chanting and meditating on Buddha. At this moment, there is a figure in red in the Buddha cave besides Jiang Chen. Xiao Hongyi kicked over the incense table and sat on the golden Buddha statue as if it were a stool, her hands propping up her head, her beautiful eyes unblinkingly watching the boiling and scorching hot pill furnace. Jiang Chen glanced at the purple-black pill smoke rising from the pill furnace. He was instantly certain. Yes, it's definitely a poison pill. Master, pill refining is exhausting, why are you bothering with these things? Jiang Chen said helplessly. To poison people. Xiao Hongyi didn't turn her head. I need to protect you, and I don't have time to go around killing people. Since we have a poison tool person anyway, I can stay with you and poison those I dislike, so why not? The poison tool person she referred to was naturally Zhang Hu. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally understood. No wonder Xiao Hongyi promoted Zhang Hu to be the 6th true disciple of the 9th peak. This was her intention all along. Thinking of Zhang Hu, Jiang Chen felt a bit of pity. That person is quite tragic. Not only was he beaten by him and chopped by Lin Mubai, but rumors also say that Zhang Hu was scared half to death by Qingning. Now, he has become Xiao Hongyi's poison tool person. This tragedy is almost comparable to Lin Feng. Well, I won't beat him anymore in the future. It's already quite pitiful. Jiang Chen felt a rare sense of compassion. However, he could only guarantee his own actions. As for what Xiao Hongyi and others might do to Zhang Hu, that was not within his consideration. Master, in the past few days, many high-ranking members of the Buddha temple have come to spy on us. Haven't they discovered you? Jiang Chen asked again. HMPH, they're just a bunch of bald donkeys, Xiao Hongyi said disdainfully. I am now truly a phoenix body, and my cultivation has advanced quite a bit. As long as I intend to hide, no one can find me except for that old immortal Buddha and the 4 ascetic monks. The Buddha of the Buddha temple is akin to the old ancestor, while the great ascetic monks are like the supreme elders. Below the great ascetic monks, in terms of strength and status from high to low, are the sect master, the great universal salvation monks, and the 6 Buddha sons. I see. Jiang Chen realized, then said, Master, if necessary during this visit to the Buddha temple, I need to find a way to enter the 6 prisons of Buddha, and I hope you won't stop me then. Xiao Hongyi did not respond, only silent. She naturally knew that the 6 prisons of Buddha were a great opportunity for Lin Feng. She could also guess that Jiang Chen wanted to enter the 6 prisons to disrupt Lin Feng's opportunity. But this was easier said than done. In his 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen had tried to snatch Lin Feng's opportunity ahead of time. But fate would not allow it. Take the 6 prisons of Buddha, for example. Even if Jiang Chen had followed Lin Feng's method step by step, he still could not have broken into the 6 prisons. Even if he kept trying and successfully broke into the 6 prisons and obtained the 6 drops of essence blood from the old ancestor of the demon suppression palace, he could not assimilate them. This is suppression. Otherwise, how could Jiang Chen still be unable to defy fate after 9 cycles of reincarnation? The son of destiny is prepared by fate with many opportunities from birth. And fate will not allow a villain to pluck its peaches. Seeing Xiao Hongyi silent, Jiang Chen straightened his expression. Master, this matter is very important to me. All right, Xiao Hongyi finally expressed her stance. Although she stated she would not obstruct him, her thoughtful eyes clearly had other ideas. Suddenly, the brothers Lu Wen and Lu Wu returned. Upon seeing Xiao Hongyi, the 2 brothers were first startled, then unsurprised. After all, since leaving the Juyan sect, Xiao Hongyi had always been appearing and disappearing unpredictably like a stalker. The 2 brothers vividly remembered. When everyone rested under a tree, Xiao Hongyi would leap down from the top of the tree and casually hand Jiang Chen a freshly peeled spiritual fruit. When everyone camped by the river, Xiao Hongyi would leap out of the water, bringing a shower of water droplets while holding a plump spiritual fish in her right hand. And one time, Xiao Hongyi appeared out of nowhere, and in front of everyone, she started to undress Jiang Chen. The reason was to help Jiang Chen bathe. With such incidents, Lu Wen, Lu Wu, and even Xiao Bai were convinced that Xiao Hongyi's madness was different from others. She was not only mad but also somewhat perverted. Peak Master, eldest senior brother, we have news about Lin Feng and Mu Kui, Lu Wen greeted. At these words, both Jiang Chen and Xiao Hongyi narrowed their eyes. Mu Kui is chanting and meditating in a temple about 10 li away from here, and it is said that he has driven 4 preaching monks mad. As for Lin Feng, he was captured by the 6 Buddha sons of the Buddha temple yesterday and thrown into the 6 prisons of Buddha. Lu Wu continued. The news about Lin Feng did not surprise Jiang Chen, as the elder of the guidance hall had mentioned that the Buddha son would personally capture Lin Feng when they arrived at the Buddha temple. But the person who drove the preaching monk insane was Mu Kui. And just a few days ago, there were 3 of them. How come another one has gone mad in just a few days? This plot twist isn't even in the original story. But when the plot keeps collapsing time and time again, Jiang Chen has somewhat gotten used to it. After advising Lu Wen and Lu Wu to stay away from Mu Kui, Jiang Chen wanted to say something else but suddenly paused. Where's that silly tiger? Jiang Chen asked. About that, Lu Wen scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Lu Wu gritted his teeth and said, Sister Bai has been listening to scriptures in a temple every day for the past few days. It says it has a predestined connection with Buddha and wants to become a monk. Jiang Chen was speechless. A silly tiger is indeed a silly tiger, even getting swayed to become a monk while gathering information. Xiao Bai's foolishness was an eye-opener for Jiang Chen. At this moment, he wanted to ask Xiao Bai. You're a female tiger, so what kind of monk could you possibly become? Even if you really wanted to become a monk, shouldn't you be looking for a nunnery or something? This is just ridiculous. Jiang Chen didn't want to get involved. After all, it wasn't his beast pet, and whether it became a monk or not had nothing to do with him. But he had no choice but to care. The reason was simple. Now that Lin Feng had been captured and taken to the 6 prisons, he had to cause trouble and get into the 6 prisons as well. Since he was exempt from chanting scriptures and praying due to his holy monk status, he couldn't follow Lin Feng's footsteps in not praying, so he had to find another way. And with Xiao Bai wanting to become a monk, he could go, persuade her, and incidentally destroy a temple and kill a preaching monk. That made perfect sense. Having made up his mind, Jiang Chen took Lu Wen and Lu Wu with him to persuade Xiao Bai. Elsewhere, in a certain temple, Xiao Bai curled up, not striking the wooden fish but still reciting scriptures in human language along with the other monks. Glancing at it, the preaching monk at the front smiled with satisfaction. Although he was smiling, his eyes were somewhat sinister, and his smile was extremely evil. This preaching monk's Buddhist name was Weida. In the Buddhist sect, names are given according to seniority, and since the Taoist master and the guidance hall elder were of the same generation, they were both named Wei. Weida's secular name was Lu Qi, originally the head elder of the Juyan sect's main peak. Lu Qi was evil by nature and did not get along with Li Fudu. After being targeted repeatedly, he defected from the sect and sought refuge in the Buddha temple. He knew that defecting was a grave sin. So, when seeking refuge, he joined the Buddha temple in the manner of laying down the butcher's knife. The rules of the Buddha temple. As long as one is willing to join the Buddhist sect, whether they have killed evil people or are demonized demons, all are welcome. Therefore, the Buddha temple did not investigate Lu Qi's background in detail. Seeing his cultivation was not bad and his yearning for the Buddhist teachings was strong, they shaved his head, gave him a robe, and appointed him as a reserve preaching monk. Normally, this reserve status would last for several years. But in recent days, with Mu Kui driving several preaching monks insane and Lin Feng severely injuring several others while fleeing, Lu Qi was promoted from reserve to official preaching monk of the temple. The achievements of a preaching monk are closely related to the people they convert. Lu Qi immediately recognized that Xiaobai possessed ancient bloodlines. If he could convert it, it would add a guardian beast to the Buddha temple, which would be a great merit. When that time came, even if the Juyan sect came looking for trouble, the Buddha temple would surely protect him. After smiling with satisfaction, Lu Qi closed his eyes again and continued reciting the scriptures. The scriptures moved the golden body of the Buddha behind him, making it shine brightly. The monks bathed in the Buddha's light, feeling their souls redeemed, and their chanting became even more heartfelt. Several hours later, the monks left, and Lu Qi asked Xiaobai to stay. "Hi monk." Xiaobai approached and sat down, clasping her paws together. "Donor, you have only listened to the scriptures for a few days, yet you can already remember them well. You truly have a root of wisdom and great intelligence," Lu Qi praised. "Really?" Xiaobai was pleased, but then her ears drooped, and she said, "But everyone say I'm foolish." "Donor, do not belittle yourself." Lu Qi smiled gently and earnestly said, "In front of Buddha, everyone is equal. Although Donor is a demon beast, in terms of understanding of the Buddhist teachings, you are definitely far superior to ordinary people." Xiaobai nodded, confidence returning to its tiger eyes. "Is there anything in the recent scriptures that you do not understand? I will explain them to you with all my heart," Lu Qi added. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai fell silent for a moment. After some hesitation, it hesitantly asked, "What is Buddha's view on the heavenly Tao?" The Buddhist sect does not discuss the heavenly Tao or fate, only of karma. Lu Qi replied with a composed expression, then explaining it in detail. The Buddha said, "The cause is sown, so is the fruit reaped. All is created by the mind. Fate is made by oneself, appearance arises from the mind, and all things in the world are merely manifestations." What does that mean? Xiaobai didn't understand. It means that planting a cause will yield an effect. The cause of a past life brings the fruit of this life, Lu Qi explained further. After understanding this, Xiaobai sighed, "Then I must have done something terrible in my past life." In her view, she indeed must have done something terrible. Otherwise, why would she be in danger of losing her life? And the person who wanted to eat her was the son of destiny. "How can I break this cycle of karma?" Xiaobai asked again. "Do you know the story of the Buddha cutting flesh to feed the eagle?" Lu Qi asked. Xiaobai nodded. In the past few days, it had read quite a few Buddhist scriptures and knew a little. The Buddha saw an eagle catching a pigeon and couldn't bear it, so he intervened. But the Buddha couldn't bear the pigeon losing its life, nor could he bear the eagle going hungry, so he cut his own flesh to feed the eagle, Lu Qi said with his eyes slightly closed, looking like an enlightened monk. Seeing Xiaobai nodding continuously, he continued, "This story signifies that all beings are equal before Buddha and also that the Buddha used this method to break his own cycle of karma." "I don't understand." Xiaobai shook its tiger head. Lu Qi was not in a hurry and continued to explain patiently, "Karma cannot be avoided, only obscured. If the Buddha had stopped the eagle from eating the pigeon, he would owe the eagle a karmic debt, but by cutting flesh to feed the eagle, he broke this cycle of karma. This is not obscuring karma, meaning one should clearly understand where karma lies. So, Buddha does not discuss the heavenly Tao, only karma. Even the high and mighty Buddha cannot escape karma." Xiaobai's expression changed. "Not necessarily." Lu Qi shook his head. "Whether the Buddha is affected by karma, I do not know, for the story of cutting flesh to feed the eagle happened before the Buddha attained enlightenment. But as the saying goes, the cause is sown, so is the fruit reaped. We people of the Buddhist sect should not obscure karma, but actively break it." "Actively break it?" Xiaobai couldn't believe it. "How do we actively break it?" Does it mean that she should go to Linfeng and get eaten? And then, is it her own fault that she planted a bad cause in a past life, so she reaped bad fruit in this life? In other words, she's being told to go to its death without even knowing what she did wrong. Is this Buddhism? Is this the Buddhist sect? She wanted to become a monk because it was praised for being intelligent, and when she heard Lu Qi say, one's destiny is made by oneself, while gathering information. Only now does she understand that this is not defying the heavens, but rather complying with fate and hoping to change the destiny through good deeds leading to good outcomes. If becoming a monk means having to taste the bitter fruits of one's actions, then why should one defy the heavens? Dare I ask the high monk, how can one defy the heavens? Suppressing the anger in her heart, Xiao Bai asked again. Defy the heavens. Lu Qi was also startled. Why would you want to defy the heavens? Because the heavens do not tolerate me. I'll die if I do not defy the heavens. Xiao Bai was bristling with murderous intent. Benefactor, calm down, calm down. The chilling murderous intent made Lu Qi panic as well, and he hastily said, you want to defy the heavens? You should have said so earlier. To defy the heavens is. He trailed off, unable to finish his sentence. How would he know how to defy the heavens? Even the words he had just spoken were nothing more than a last-minute grasp at straws, his own interpretation of some Buddhist sect scriptures. Defying the heavens, he truly did not know how. You dare deceive me. Xiao Bai was furious. She suddenly transformed, its huge tiger body bursting through the temple, with black thunder appearing in her mouth, looking ferocious and ready to devour someone. Evil beast, do you know where you are? Seeing this, Lu Qi was trembling with fear, but still said, this is the Buddha's temple. I am one of the preaching monk of the Buddha's temple. If I die, the Buddha lamp that belongs to me will be extinguished. Then, you will surely be caught by the law-enforcing monks of the Buddha's temple. Hearing this, Xiao Bai sobered up quite a bit but was still seething with residual anger. Just then, Jiang Chen arrived with his group. Looking at Xiao Bai's enlarged body and other monks fleeing in all directions within the broken temple, he rubbed his eyes. Stupid tiger, didn't you want to become a monk? Why did you tear down their temple? Jiang Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Hearing this, Xiao Bai immediately reverted to its original form and ran towards Jiang Chen. As it ran, she also cried out, eldest senior brother, they deceived me. I don't want to become a monk anymore. Not becoming a monk again. How could this be? If Xiao Bai didn't become a monk, how could he take the opportunity to cause trouble? Why don't you reconsider? Jiang Chen replied. Chapter 143. After reaching Jiang Chen's side, Xiao Bai shook its tiger head like a rattle drum. I won't consider it anymore. That bald donkey deceived me. He doesn't know how to defy the heavens at all, she said with determination. You actually realized you were deceived. Jiang Chen was astonished. Xiao Bai felt underestimated and instinctively wanted to retort, but she lacked the confidence to do so. However, after this incident, she finally understood. Only Jiang Chen, this eldest senior brother, would defy the heavens. Although it was Qingning's contracted beast, both she and Qingning were determined to follow Jiang Chen for life. She also secretly made a resolution. From now on, she must think more carefully about things and not be deceived again. Being deceived itself was one thing, but the fact that eldest senior brother had deliberately come to the rescue made her feel guilty. Woo woo, eldest senior brother. Thinking about it, Xiao Bai moved itself and said, eldest senior brother, rest assured, I won't become a monk. Xiao Bai, I think you should reconsider. Jiang Chen interrupted, raising his hand and looking serious. They say Buddha delivers all beings. If you enter the monastic life, maybe you can escape the three realms and not be confined by the five elements. Then, you would be supreme above everyone under heaven. Xiao Bai was full of question marks. What does that mean? Does that mean eldest senior brother still very much approves of her becoming a monk? But that preaching monk was clearly a fraud. Xiao Bai, eldest senior brother wouldn't deceive you. Go on, go find that preaching monk now and tell him you want to become a monk. Jiang Chen continued to persuade earnestly. But that preaching monk doesn't know how to defy the heavens. Xiao Bai was puzzled. Maybe he doesn't, but the Buddha does. Jiang Chen still looked serious. Eldest senior brother believes in you. As long as you persevere, you can. I can become a Buddha. Xiao Bai's eyes lit up again. No, you can become Buddha's mount. Xiao Bai immediately looked disgusted. Although being Buddha's mount was impressive, it was not quite what she had imagined. Seeing Jiang Chen trying to persuade her again with a sly smile on his face, Xiaobai quickly kept her distance and said, "Eldest senior brother, you have a sinister smile and according to my experience, you're up to no good every time you smile like this." "I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense." Jiang Chen reined in his smile and quickly denied it 3 times in a row. After taking a deep look at Xiaobai, he had a feeling. This stupid tiger seemed not so easy to deceive anymore. Could it be that it had learned from its mistakes and had become wiser? Seeing that Xiaobai was unwilling to become a monk, Jiang Chen had no choice but to make desperate eye signals to Lu Wen and Lu Wu. The meaning of his eyes was simple: if Xiaobai doesn't want to become a monk, then you two go and take his place. This made the Lu brothers smile bitterly. When they came, Jiang Chen had said to persuade Xiaobai well, even if it meant causing a big scene at the Buddhist temple, they must stop Xiaobai from wanting to become a monk. But now, indeed, they were persuading, but it turned out to be persuading Xiaobai to become a monk. Now that Xiaobai was unwilling, it was their turn. Understanding Jiang Chen's intentions, the brothers dared not resist, but just as they were about to speak up, "Jiang Chen!" An incredulous shout came from within the stone statues of the temple. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a middle-aged monk dressed in a kasaya, with fresh scars from the monastic discipline on his head and a sinister look in his eyes, walking towards him. Xiaobai bristled immediately, baring her teeth and saying, "Eldest senior brother, it's him, he tried to deceive me into becoming a monk." Upon hearing this, Lu Wen and Lu Wu both thought to themselves, "Just now, eldest senior brother also wanted to deceive you into becoming a monk." Ignoring Xiaobai, Jiang Chen felt the person looked familiar and scrutinized him closely. Soon, he recognized the man's identity. The traitor of Juyan sect, Lu Qi. He and Lu Qi were villains of the Juyan sect and had a good personal relationship. The main reason Lu Qi betrayed the sect was because he committed evil deeds together with him, which led to a conflict with Li Fidu. Through the cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen had always known that after betraying the sect, Lu Qi had converted to the Buddhist sect, but he had never encountered him before. Jiang Chen felt somewhat helpless. He had just been ready to go all out and kill a preaching monk. Who would have thought that this person would turn out to be Lu Qi? They were both villains, looked favorably upon each other, and had committed evil deeds together in Juyan sect, so they had a deep friendship. With such a relationship, how could he rashly kill him? He needed to find an excuse. Elder Lu, long time no see, said Jiang Chen. Yes, back in the day, you and I committed many deeds together, how fun was that? Now, things have changed, you are still you, but I have already converted to the Buddhist sect, Lu Qi said with emotion. Jiang Chen nodded. Lu Qi led him to an intact stone table, and Jiang Chen gently touched his spirit ring, taking out several jars of fine wine. Monks do not drink alcohol. Lu Qi waved his hand. Elder Lu, let's not mince words. Don't we know each other well? Converting to the Buddhist sect is just a temporary measure for you, and now that the monks in the temple have all fled and there is no one around, why bother keeping up appearances? Jiang Chen teased. Haha, indeed, we are birds of a feather. Lu Qi laughed heartily, and as he spoke, he poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Refreshing. The strong liquor warmed his belly, and he praised it with a flushed face. Seeing Jiang Chen smiling without a word, he angrily said, "If it weren't for Li Fidu opposing me, how could I have fallen to such a state? Rest assured, Elder Lu, Li Fidu has met with retribution. He's gone mad," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Mad? Lu Qi was taken aback. It was not uncommon for cultivators to go insane, and he didn't think Jiang Chen would lie to him. After a brief moment of astonishment, he slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. Haha, good, good, I really want to see what that Li Fidu looks like in his madness. Not just Li Fidu, the Juyan sect has pretty much gone mad too, Jiang Chen added. Ah, really? Lu Qi was shocked. After confirming several times that Jiang Chen was not joking, he frowned and said, "The Juyan sect is after all a top sect in the central domain, how could it be that they've all gone mad? There's something strange about this. It doesn't have something to do with you, does it?" He speculated. In his view, Jiang Chen naturally didn't have the strength, but the Jiang family did. Jiang Chen simply smiled faintly without responding. Although he and Lu Qi were both villains, the latter was a typical petty one. Lu Qi was not only morally corrupt, lacking in propriety, integrity, and a sense of shame, but also liked to judge others by his own standards. Jiang Chen knew that explanations were useless, so naturally, there was no need to explain. Moreover, if one were to analyze the situation seriously, it indeed had a lot to do with his poisonous actions. This made Lu Qi even more convinced of his thoughts, and he laughed. Awesome, you really do things decisively. That sect master Ji Yu Chengqing always acts so self-righteous, constantly trying to earn merit for the sect and keeping a close eye on us. He deserves to go mad. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. The people of Ninth Peak are the same. That Jiang Lianyue, relying on her status as a potential empress, always looked down on us. Seeing her go mad is truly satisfying, Lu Qi continued. After a slight hesitation, Jiang Chen still nodded. And that Lin Mubai, having an innate Dao bone but not using it, insisting on studying sage books instead, isn't that foolish? Lu Qi added. Indeed, he's a fool, Jiang Chen agreed wholeheartedly. And Qingning is the same. Wasn't it just that you tricked her out of some heavenly and earthly treasures? There's no need to act so innocent, it's simply nauseating, Lu Qi went on. This time, Jiang Chen frowned. Unaware of his change in emotion, Lu Qi got carried away and continued to rant. And your master Xiao Hongyi, she seems to favor you on the surface, but in reality, she punishes you over and over. Such hypocrisy is equally nauseating. Before he could finish, a flash of crimson sword light appeared. And when the sword light disappeared, Jiang Chen held a blood-red spirit sword in his hand, and a bloody mark appeared on Lu Qi's neck. The next second, spurt. Blood gushed from the mark like a fountain, the world awash with scarlet. The blood that sprayed out hadn't even splattered onto Jiang Chen's black clothes before it was incinerated by the temperature of the blood sword in his hand. Lu Qi's body swayed as he suddenly stood up. He widened his eyes, his hands clutching his neck in disbelief. He tried to use his vital energy to heal his wound, but the sword qi had penetrated deep into his marrow, disrupting all his vital energy and leaving him unable to muster any. He could only watch helplessly as his life force slipped away. Why did you kill me? Lu Qi asked as he fell to the ground, his life force completely fading. Because you knew too much, and you talked too much, Jiang Chen said indifferently while sipping his wine. Chapter 144. The moment Lu Qi fell, the figure in red that appeared and disappeared intermittently above the temple trembled noticeably. Xiao Bai and the others came running over, stunned. Eldest senior brother, he said he had a Buddha lamp, and if he dies, the lamp goes out. It will attract the law enforcement monks, Xiao Bai hurriedly reminded. I know, Jiang Chen said, his expression unchanged. You know, and still you kill him. Eldest senior brother, why don't you ride on me, and we run away quickly? Xiao Bai was already panicking. To this, Jiang Chen just shook his head and stood up, saying, Xiao Bai, all of this is for you. I just tested and found that this person will not defy the heavens. He lied to you, so he must die. Eldest Wu, eldest senior brother. Xiao Bai was moved to tears, standing up straight, her tiger paws hugging Jiang Chen and crying bitterly. For her sake, Jiang Chen disregarded the danger and killed the preaching monk of the Buddha temple. This was, indeed, too moving for the tiger. Xiao Bai, don't cry. Since you call me eldest senior brother like Qingning does, then I will protect you. Jiang Chen continued to coax Xiao Bai. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai cried even harder. How can I ever repay you for treating me so well, eldest senior brother? It seems there's no change, still a foolish tiger. Jiang Chen nodded to himself, certain in his heart. Eldest senior brother, Sister Bai is right. This matter will surely alarm the law enforcement monks, so we should leave quickly. Lu Wen, the junior brother, also advised. Leaving was out of the question. He killed to cause a disturbance and incidentally to shift the blame onto Xiao Bai. How could he possibly leave? And just as he was thinking of letting Xiao Bai and the others leave first, more than 10 pale yellow figures approached from a distance. In just a few moments, they had arrived and surrounded Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen counted that there were 18 monks holding demon-subduing staffs, all from the core formation realm, especially the leading monk, whose aura was profound, likely of the heavenly origin realm. Amitabha. The leading monk stepped forward, his eyes wide with anger, and asked, who destroyed this temple? At this, Xiao Bai stopped crying. Last time, she and Jiang Chen knocked Lin Feng and Zhang Hu off the cliff together, but in the end, only Jiang Chen was punished. This had always made her feel guilty, and she didn't want to repeat that. But before she could confess, I did it. Jiang Chen confessed first. As he spoke, he also gave Xiao Bai a meaningful glance. That look seemed to say, Xiao Bai, leave everything to me. Xiao Bai cried again. At this moment, she finally understood why Qingning loved to cry so much. With such an eldest senior brother, who wouldn't be moved to tears? It's not like that, Xiao Bai said with a heavy nasal voice. Actually, it was me. Your preaching monk Lu Qi was also killed by me, Jiang Chen interrupted again. Even so, but eldest senior brother did it for me, Xiao Bai tried to speak again. Bald donkeys, prepare to die, Jiang Chen charged forward. Xiao Bai was completely dumbfounded. The law-enforcing monks were also stunned. Usually, when they enforced the law, they would investigate the matter first. They had never encountered someone who admitted their guilt so openly and attacked them right away. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's murderous aura, they wouldn't have even reacted in time. The leading law-enforcing monk was named Du Ming. Seeing Jiang Chen charging straight at him, Du Ming held a staff in one hand and a palm upright in the other, declaring, "This poor monk's dharma name is Du Ming. Donor, your malevolent energy is too strong beyond salvation, only to be liberated upon my staff." With that, he went straight to meet Jiang Chen. The other law-enforcing monks, seeing this, immediately scattered in all directions, forming a Buddhist sect staff formation in a circle, surrounding Jiang Chen, their demon-subduing staffs shining with golden light. Xiao Bai and the others wanted to step forward to help but were stopped by Jiang Chen, who suddenly stood still and raised his hand. "Just watch," Jiang Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Du Ming frowned but also let out a sigh of relief. He could tell at a glance that the big white tiger was no ordinary creature. He had thought there would be a fierce battle today, but he didn't expect the man in black to stop his companions from helping. Perhaps this person could still be saved. With this thought in mind, Du Ming said, "Donor, would you be willing to follow me back to our temple, chant sutras for 10 years, and rid yourself of this malevolent energy? Let me try to save you. Could I enter the 6 prisons?" Jiang Chen countered. This made Du Ming frown again. The 6 prisons were for punishing the most vicious and evil beings. Although Jiang Chen had destroyed temples and killed monks, he hadn't reached the level of being sent to the 6 prisons. You should know. Those who enter the 6 prisons, be they sinners or demons, all regret not being liberated directly. From Du Ming's expression, Jiang Chen had already gotten his answer. Since he couldn't enter the 6 prisons, he naturally wouldn't surrender without a fight. He had always known, even though he was in the Juyan sect, other sects had always been very interested in his information. Once his identity was revealed, those bald donkeys from the Buddha temple would definitely try to drive him away. Therefore, he couldn't use the flame blood dragon sword or the azure lotus sword art. In this case, he could only use the Buddhist sect's techniques. Although using the Buddhist sect's techniques directly ran the risk of exposing that he had practiced the Buddha temple's treasured sutra, he couldn't worry about that now. Now that Lin Feng had entered the 6 prisons, he had to hurry and cause destruction. If those bald donkeys from the Buddha temple wanted to liberate him on the spot, then Xiao Hongyi would have to take him directly into the 6 prisons. If Xiao Hongyi wasn't up to the task, then he would have to shake them off. With this in mind, Jiang Chen's expression changed. He brought his hands together and said without emotion, "Amitabha, this old monk has come from the eastern land, and I did not expect that this Buddha temple has already fallen into evil. Today, I shall eliminate you group of demonic Buddhist monks on behalf of the Buddha." As he spoke, the Buddha Stupa Sutra within him began to circulate secretly. The sound of Buddha murmured as if it were right by one's ear. His body bathed in Buddha's light, transforming into a golden body. In just a few moments, his figure grew several times larger, turning into a towering golden body with Buddha's light on his head like a tricolored bright sun, dazzling and brilliant. Seeing this, the group of law-enforcing monks was full of question marks. What's going on? The evil man who was full of malevolent energy just a moment ago had suddenly become a high-ranking Buddhist monk. That solid golden body and the tricolored sun like Buddha's light, even the 6 Buddha sons of the Buddha temple were slightly inferior. More importantly, that Buddha's light seemed to draw on the Buddhist sect techniques they practiced, making them feel as if they were in the presence of the Buddha himself, and they began to feel reverence. The Buddha Stupa Sutra was the Buddha temple's treasured sutra, and aside from a few high-ranking members of the Buddha temple, no one can recognize it. Du Ming sensed something strange but couldn't figure it out for the moment. Just as he was scratching his head and pondering whether to take action, Jiang Chen's lips parted, and he uttered a golden syllable. Om. As the syllable left his mouth, it grew larger and began to rotate. At the same time, it was as if thousands of monks were chanting in unison, the sound of Om, never ceasing, like the murmurs of many Buddhas. This was the first word of the six-syllable mantra. Under the Om, seal, pride and ego are cleansed, cutting off the suffering of degeneration and mutation. The golden syllable rotated above his head, and the Buddha's light shone on everyone. Except for Du Ming. The rest of the law-enforcing monks seemed to be instantly enlightened, their eyes becoming dull as they dropped their demon-subduing staffs, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to chant sutras and repent. Burying evil and guiding the good, this old monk's dharma name is San Zhang. Jiang Chen spoke softly. The sound of the Buddha's voice rolled out, echoing through the universe. After hearing this, many monks and cultivators ran out from the surrounding temples. These people were shocked by Jiang Chen's Buddha's light and golden body and were instantly enlightened by the high-hanging Om syllable, immediately bowing down and saying, Master San Zhang's Buddhist teachings are as vast as the sea, please guide us. Chapter 145. More and more people knelt down to seek enlightenment. In just a short time, over 100 people had gathered, kneeling in front of Jiang Chen. Seeing this scene, Du Ming was shocked. He swung his demon-subduing staff, striking those sitting cross-legged on the ground. His companions were instantly awakened and glared angrily at Jiang Chen. Demonic monk, more than a dozen law-enforcing monks shouted in unison. What is a demonic monk? Those who use Buddhist teachings to bewitch beings are demonic monks. The principle of using Buddhist teachings to enlighten people is to help them shed their malevolent energy, evil thoughts, and 6 desires, restoring their minds to the innocence of infancy. At this point, with a little guidance, one can convert people towards goodness. But this guidance should be positive. If it's negative, it can bewitch beings, leading people to commit great evils and enter the path of demons. Jiang Chen first used the 6-syllable mantra to purify the cultivators, then used the sound of Buddha to bewitch them, claiming he could bury evil and guide the good, and receive the worship of the people, truly a demonic monk. Guard your minds and quickly form the staff formation. I will break his golden body first. Du Ming, as if facing a great enemy, gave orders. The other law-enforcing monks acted accordingly upon hearing this. Jiang Chen was surrounded once again, and Du Ming stomped his right foot, leapt up and swung his demon-subduing staff toward Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen glanced at him indifferently and then uttered 2 more golden syllables. Ma, Ni. These were the second and third words of the 6-syllable mantra. The Ma syllable cleanses jealousy in the Asura path, cutting off the suffering of strife. The Ni syllable cleanses ignorance and greed in the human path, cutting off the suffering of birth, aging, sickness, death, and poverty. Both syllables also rotated and grew, drawing the chanting of many Buddhas. 3 words of the 6-syllable mantra had been uttered. The 3 syllables hung in the sky, Buddha's light poured down, and several Buddha-like apparitions began to emerge. Seeing this, the 100 monks and cultivators felt even more reverence in their hearts, looking at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at the Buddha. The 2 golden syllables, Ma, and Ni, passed through Du Ming's body. His expression became dazed, his eyes dull. After finally steadying his mind and not being bewitched by the sound of Buddha, he saw Jiang Chen looking at him and saying, This person is an evil obstacle in the world. He was beyond salvation, only to be liberated. Hearing this, Du Ming's scalp tingled instantly. He looked down. Indeed, he saw hundreds of cultivators, monks, and even his own fellow law enforcement monks all rushing toward him. One of his companions leapt up, grabbed his ankle, and yanked him down forcefully. Suspended in midair, Du Ming was already unable to move. This pull sent him crashing to the ground and created a deep pit. What followed was a beating. The law enforcement monks raised their demon-subduing staffs and struck him repeatedly. Beguiled by Jiang Chen, those monks took the opportunity to rush forward and kick him. Even foreign cultivators took out their spiritual weapons and stabbed at him through the gaps in the crowd. Awaken, all of you! Du Ming roared furiously, transforming into a golden body several zhang tall for protection. After all, he was of the heavenly origin level and had studied Buddhism for many years. His roar, imbued with Buddhist teachings, awakened many people from their bewitchment. But he had no time to rejoice. Ba, am I, hum. Jiang Chen uttered 3 more syllables. Ba eradicates the ignorance of the animal realm, cutting off the suffering of muteness and darkness. Mi purifies the greed of the hungry ghost realm, cutting off the suffering of hunger and thirst. Hum removes the hatred of hell, cutting off the suffering of extreme heat and cold. These were the last 3 words of the 6-syllable mantra. With the complete six-syllable mantra recited in Jiang Chen's current earthly origin level combined with the superior Buddhist sect scripture typically used by cultivators of the upper four realms, even ordinary cultivators in those upper four realms might feel a desire to be converted by him. Lying on the ground, Du Ming's golden light faded, and his eyes were fixed on the six-syllable mantra in the sky. Gradually, he felt himself being converted, too. Demonic monk, I will not succumb to your will, Du Ming suddenly bellowed. And at the moment his words fell, his body convulsed, followed by a trickle of fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, and his life force abruptly vanished. This was death by severing his own heart meridian. To this, Jiang Chen merely shook his head. People of the righteous path are like this. Slightly suppressed by a villain like him, and they contemplate suicide. Through 9 cycles of reincarnation, he had been blamed for many things. The only difference was that this time he was actively suppressing them, whereas in the 9 cycles of reincarnation, those people were the ones seeking trouble with him. With Du Ming's death, no one else could remain conscious under Jiang Chen's Buddhist teachings. At this moment, within a radius of several li, the Buddha's light emitted by the six-syllable mantra shone brightly, covering countless temples in a golden hue filled with the resonance of Buddhism. Great monk, how does one see the Buddha? Asked a cultivator who knelt in worship. The Buddha is in the heart, Jiang Chen replied, glancing into the distance as he played his part. And where is the heart? The heart is before you, your heart is with me, I am the Buddha. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, superior grade Buddhist sect secret scripture, great majestic heavenly dragon. After a brief silence, the hundreds of completely brainwashed people bowed again in worship. The Buddha is before us, yet we were unaware. We have sinned. Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. He suddenly understood. Why did the monks of the Buddha temple enjoy converting people so much? It turns out that this feeling of toying with the minds of others is indeed quite pleasant. He did not stop there, nor did he dispel his golden body or hand seals, but sat down with his eyes closed and legs crossed on the ground and studied the newly acquired Buddhist sect scripture in his heart. Seeing this, the crowd did the same. Suddenly, how dare you speak such nonsense? You claim to be the Buddha. How shameless. Blasphemous demonic monk. Today, even if you come from the upper domain, you will be executed. Several voices of reprimand rang out one after another. Then, 6 young monks appeared in the Buddha's light, wearing half-sleeved monk robes with large Buddhist beads around their necks. Jiang Chen opened his eyes to look at them. These 6 monks were all of the heavenly origin levels, and judging by the Buddha's light that almost seemed to overflow from their skin, they were undoubtedly the 6 Buddha sons of the Buddha temple. The 6 Buddha sons of the Buddha temple were equivalent to the true disciples of other sects. But in terms of combat power, they were much stronger than the true disciples of other first-rate sects. Apart from the fact that Buddhism is inherently strong and positive, the main reason is that the Buddha's sons receive the blessing of Buddhist teachings and inherit the relics. The relics are the transformed remains of the bones of the high monks of the Buddha temple after they passed away, equivalent to a legacy. This is also why the 6 Buddha sons were all of the heavenly origin level despite being around the same age as Jiang Chen. Demonic monk, will you not submit to execution? One of the shorter Buddha sons said. Submit to execution. Jiang Chen sneered in response, why should I submit to execution? I have 3 Dharma names, the first is, Song Zhang, funeral procession, the second is, Ban Zhang, half burial, the third is, Quan Zhang, complete burial, and you come from a certain place in the Buddha realm, known as the Eastern Land. Is that correct? Another Buddha son interjected. This statement was meant to let Jiang Chen know. They were aware of Jiang Chen's background, and they were not intimidated. Jiang Chen nodded with a defiant face. With the intention of understanding more about Jiang Chen and to avoid provoking a powerful enemy, the leading Buddha son asked, what did these 3 Dharma names mean? That's exactly the question I was waiting for. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened, and he smiled. Those who recognize the situation, I will conduct their funerals. Those who do not recognize at first but do later, I will only bury half of their family, hence the half bury. As for those who do not recognize the situation at all, then you will bury their entire family, which is the full burial. The leading Buddha son finished his sentence. Exactly. Jiang Chen praised, looking at the person and saying, not bad, you're quite insightful. The leading Buddha son was speechless. Chapter 146. The leading Buddha son has the Dharma name of Cn. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Cn became even more convinced that this Jiang Hu, was undoubtedly a demonic monk from the upper domain. This gave CN a great headache. Lately, the Buddha temple had been experiencing strange events. First, the Juyan sect's Mu Kui drove several preaching monks mad. Then Lin Feng from the Juyan sect came, causing a great disturbance in the Buddha temple with his strong combat skills and ancient techniques. Now, a demonic monk from the upper domain had arrived. Thinking of this, CN glanced at the still suspended, rotating 6-syllable mantra and immediately understood that it must be a superior grade Buddhist sect scripture. Otherwise, its power to convert would not be so strong. He glanced again at Jiang Chen. No matter how he looked at it, Jiang Chen, who had transformed into a several Jiang tall golden body, was at the earthly origin realm. How could a core formation cultivator learn a superior grade technique? Are upper domain cultivators all this impressive? He couldn't understand, really couldn't understand. Jiang Chen's profound Buddhist techniques were beyond comprehension, and the fact that he could practice a superior grade secret scripture was even more baffling. What's more important is, the Buddha aura emanating from Jiang Chen felt very familiar to CN. The Buddha Stupa Sutra is a superior grade secret scripture that even the 6 Buddha sons of the Buddha temple could not learn due to their cultivation limitations. For this reason, the Buddha temple extracted the essence of the Buddha Stupa Sutra to create the Buddha Stupa Zen method, a superior Buddhist technique specifically for the 6 Buddha sons to practice. Both techniques originated from the same source, which is to say, they are like father and son. Therefore, in addition to feeling a kinship with Jiang Chen's Buddhist techniques, they also had a natural sense of fear. It was because of this fear that the Buddha sons did not attack immediately upon their arrival. Also, the temple would completely lose face if all the Buddha sons of the Buddha temple were defeated. Considering Jiang Chen's mysterious identity, CN straightforwardly stated his position. Demonic monk, if you leave the Buddha temple, we will let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. Jiang Chen sneered. Such a smile was extremely incongruous with his current appearance. After all, at this moment, he had a tri-colored halo above his head, his golden body several jong tall, and from time to time, he would chant Amitabha. From Jiang Chen's smile, CN received his answer. After shaking his head, CN spoke no further. My Buddha is merciful, you have fallen into evil. He brought his hands together, closed his eyes slightly, and murmured softly. In an instant, Buddhist light emanated from his body, and with the help of the relics within him, the light shone even brighter. Bathed in the Buddhist light, his skin gradually took on a golden hue, and his body began to grow larger. In just a few breaths, he had formed a huge golden body resembling a solemn Buddha statue, with Buddhist chants whispering around him. Then, CN opened his eyes, about to say something, when he suddenly froze. Why is my golden body shorter than this demonic monk's? Looking up, he blinked in confusion. This shouldn't be happening. He clearly remembered when he usually transformed into a golden body, he should be about the same height as Jiang Chen at this moment. What's with this sudden reduction? Others looking at him would have to look down. Wasn't this already at a disadvantage before the fight had even started? Is that it? Jiang Chen's mocking voice indeed rang out. I personally took action last time and captured the cultivator who caused trouble at the Buddha temple. It's just that I'm not in my best state right now, CN said, trying to save face. Monks do not lie, and neither did he. Because it was indeed the case, and only this explanation could account for this bizarre phenomenon. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Since CN personally captured Lin Feng and threw him into the 6 prisons, couldn't he also enter the 6 prisons if he surrendered without a fight? To your view, are my sins grave enough to enter the 6 prisons of Buddha? Jiang Chen asked, just to be sure. The 6 prisons of Buddha are not for those with light sins. CN truthfully replied, you demonic monk, although you have misled others, killed several people from the Buddha temple, and your malevolent energy is too strong, you still do not qualify. You must be liberated on the spot. Tisk. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. He was very dissatisfied with this answer. He couldn't understand. Why was it so difficult for a villain like him to enter the 6 prisons? Everyone wanted to liberate and convert him on the spot. Since they said he didn't qualify, then he would just have to qualify more. Bald donkey, don't be ungrateful. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, laying his cards on the table. If you want me to go to the 6 prisons of Buddha, I will gladly go. Otherwise. Otherwise. CN pressed. Otherwise, I will beat you bald donkeys until you spit out your relics today. Jiang Chen's voice was like that of an evil Buddha. Arrogant. CN shouted angrily, suddenly furious. He was the first Buddha son of the Buddha temple and had never heard such arrogant words. In his rage, the Buddhist light around him became even more dazzling, and his golden body seemed to grow taller. Seeing this, Jiang Chen fully activated the Buddha Stupa Sutra, also shouting loudly, acting so arrogantly in front of your father. What do you need such a large golden body for? Become smaller for me. Upon hearing these words, the watching Buddha sons all sneered. Is that a joke? You say smaller and it becomes smaller. Do you really think you're the Buddha? It really got smaller. One of the Buddha sons exclaimed. The other Buddha sons were also rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Just as Jiang Chen's voice fell, the golden body formed by CN's Buddhist techniques indeed shrank a bit. Originally, CN only needed to look up to see Jiang Chen. But now, he had to tilt his head upward. Senior brother, how can you listen to this demonic monk? He tells you to become smaller, and you shrink. He's not the Buddha, why comply with him? Senior brother, quickly return to your original size. Don't be ridiculous. Senior brother, if you keep this up, junior brother will have to take your place. In this scene, if the other brothers see this, what will they think? Senior brother, you're not only losing your own face but also the face of the Buddha. After a brief moment of shock, the Buddha sons all began to speak. Hearing these words, CN's expression darkens. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Jiang Chen say, "You're still wet behind the ears, what use do you have this golden body for? Disperse for me." Bang! The Buddhist light around CN instantly dissipated like air. And with the disappearance of the Buddhist light, his golden body naturally could not sustain itself and slowly faded away. This sight left the other Buddha sons completely dumbfounded. After completely returning to his original form, CN himself couldn't believe it and was almost crying. I can't control myself. At this moment, the Buddha sons finally noticed something was amiss. Remembering Jiang Chen's familiar Buddhist techniques, an unbelievable thought emerged in everyone's minds. Impossible, absolutely impossible. CN stood still, shaking his head repeatedly. The other Buddha sons also shook their heads, trying to dismiss the thought from their minds. But Jiang Chen did not intend to give them the chance to deceive themselves. Amitabha. With the Buddhist chant, he once again fully activated the Buddha Stupa Sutra within him. At the same time, the incense from temples within dozens of miles turned into countless serpents of smoke, converging towards him, gathering and solidifying. Blessed by the Dharma and the incense offerings, Jiang Chen's golden aura soared again, reaching over 30 feet high, and the tricolored halo above his head transformed into a five-colored one. His gaze was lofty, overlooking all beings. This is the Buddha Stupa Sutra. He has cultivated our temple's guardian technique. At this moment, all the Buddhist disciples held their breath and exclaimed in awe. Chapter 147. Jiang Chen decided not to hide his abilities any longer. Although exposing his technique meant he might be instantly liberated by the high-ranking monks of Buddha Temple, there was also the possibility that those bald donkeys would want to torture him in the 6 Buddhist prisons to find out the origins of his technique. He wasn't entirely sure which choice the temple's higher-ups would make. But that wasn't important. To put it plainly, it was just a matter of whether to shake people up or not. This can't be, this is impossible. CN and the others were still bewildered. The scene before them had far exceeded their understanding. How could the guardian technique of the Buddha temple be cultivated by a demonic monk from the upper domain? And how could this demonic monk only be at the earthly origin realm? At the moment they recognized Jiang Chen's technique, the Buddhist disciples even thought he was one of their own. They had even considered whether to call out, "Uncle Master." There was no helping it. In their understanding, only the Buddha, the abbot, the great universal salvation monks, and the great ascetic monks had cultivated the Buddha Stupa Sutra. If they weren't so familiar with the Buddha temple, they would have really thought they had encountered one of their own. At this moment, the Buddhist disciples finally understood. No wonder CN couldn't control himself. It turned out he had met the father of his technique. In front of the father, the son's technique naturally had to obediently follow his words. And because Jiang Chen's golden body was so eye-catching and the Buddhist light shone all around again, it attracted many monks and cultivators to come and worship. In just a few moments, the number of people worshipping Jiang Chen had already reached over 1,000. Such a situation made CN feel uneasy. Not to mention the leakage of the Buddha temple's treasured sutra, it had been exposed in front of so many cultivators. If this were to spread, it would surely be ridiculed by other sects. Let's do it together, this demonic monk cannot be allowed to stay, Cn said to his companions. His companions nodded in agreement, but they all stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. The Buddha Stupa Sutra naturally restrained the Buddha Stupa Zen method they practiced. Even though they were all at the heavenly origin realm, how could they oppose Jiang Chen if they couldn't use their techniques? Let's abandon the Dharma and use our fists instead, Cn said again. The Buddha temple had many secret manuals of fist techniques, extremely firm and yang. Although these fist techniques still required the support of techniques when used, they emphasized the vital energy within the body. Fortunately, everyone was well versed in the Dharma, and although their techniques were restrained, they were not as bewitched by Jiang Chen's Dharma as other monks and cultivators. With the vital energy of 6 heavenly origin cultivators combined, they could crush a cultivator at the earthly origin realm to death. Having made up their minds, Cn took the lead. He reduced the operation of his technique, gathered his vital energy in his hands, and leapt over 30 Jiang, throwing a punch toward Jiang Chen's golden head. Seeing this, the other Buddhist disciples also took action. Whoosh, whoosh, they leapt up and aimed punches at various vital points on Jiang Chen's body. In response, Jiang Chen remained calm, continuously forming Buddhist seals with his right hand, and shouted loudly. Great majestic heavenly dragon, earth store bodhisattva, great law mantra, all the Buddhas of Prajna Paramita. Boom! The Dharma descended like a mountain, pressing down from above. The 6 leaping Buddhist suns, like moths to a flame, were instantly pressed down, creating several deep pits in the ground. HMPH, you have petty tricks, yet you dare to show off in front of a master. Jiang Chen's right hand changed the Buddhist seal again and said, I could tell at a glance you're not human. Oh, I misspoke. What I meant was that you have fallen into demonic ways. Dragon soars in the sky. As his voice fell, he stirred the Buddhist light in the sky, which quickly solidified into a golden dragon with bared fangs and a winding body. Roar! The golden dragon roared. Go! Jiang Chen whispered softly, his fingers continuing to change the Buddhist seals. The golden dragon immediately understood its target, swooping down from the sky and crashing toward the 6 Buddha sons, who were already down and not getting up. The 6 Buddha sons were shocked and quickly got up. They lined up, with the latter placing their hands on the back of the one in front, forming a Buddhist formation and using the vital energy of 6 heavenly origin cultivators to form a shield, intending to confront the golden dragon. Bang! The golden dragon struck the spiritual energy shield, causing the surroundings to tremble. The powerful impact was like a tsunami, unstoppable wherever it went. With a crack, the solid and radiant vital energy shield shattered. Then the golden dragon continued forward, slamming the 6 Buddha sons together and pushing them towards the heavens with its massive head. Soon, the golden dragon disappeared, and the 6 Buddha sons fell from the sky, their breaths chaotic and their blood flowing in reverse. Pooh! The Buddhist disciples covered their chests and simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. Within that blood shone golden light, the relics from within their bodies. At this moment, the 6 Buddha sons felt an immense shame. Their relics had really been beaten out of them by Jiang Chen, and all 6 at once. You want to take the relics of our Buddhist sect? Cn thought he had realized Jiang Chen's purpose. The stuff you spat out, even dogs wouldn't want it, Jiang Chen sneered. Cn was once again left speechless by the retort. At the same time, in the lowest level of the 6 prisons, the Desire prison. Here, it was pitch black, with occasional screams of cultivators and chilling winds howling like ghosts and wolves. Since entering this place, Lin Feng and Old Man Tianji have been searching everywhere. Old Man Tianji had long realized that this was not a prison but a legacy left by high-level cultivators after their deaths. The 6 prisons named by the Buddha temple, joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire, were nothing but the transformation of the 6 parts of the body of the Demon Suppression Palace's old ancestor. This lowest level, the Desire prison, tested the most basic human desires, such as the will to live, sexual desire, and appetite. Since entering this place, Lin Feng often felt ravenous and tormented by hunger. Occasionally, beautiful women would appear, but before he could appreciate them, they would turn into skeletons, coming to gnaw at him with their jaws clacking. Die. With a slash, Lin Feng split the skeleton before him and felt a chill in his heart. Just now, he had been seduced by a beautiful woman, and just as they were about to further their interaction, old man Tianji woke him up. After regaining consciousness, Lin Feng realized. What he was holding was not a beautiful woman but a skeleton trying to gnaw at him. If it weren't for old man Tianji's timely reminder, he might have been gnawed to death while still lost in the land of tenderness. Indeed, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. Putting away his black blade, Lin Feng patted his chest. You've come to your senses much faster than I expected, old man Tianji praised. To this, Lin Feng could only feel helpless. With loss comes gain. The 7 purifications annihilation technique he cultivated was specifically designed to sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Thanks to people like Jiang Lianyue, he had developed an instinctive fear of women, especially beautiful ones. That's why he was able to regain his senses quickly, and his cultivation had soared during this period, reaching the late stage of human origin. Indeed, leaving the Juyan sect has brought me quite a bit of luck, Lin Feng remarked with a sigh. There's a big problem with the Juyan sect. Leaving was definitely a good thing. Watch out, old man Tianji suddenly cautioned while speaking. Lin Feng was startled and quickly turned his head to look. He saw a crazed-looking evil monk, his tattered robes barely covering his body, clawing his way toward him. This person is a sinful monk from the Buddha temple and was once a high monk. He has a Buddhist relic within him, old man Tianji exclaimed excitedly. The relic could purify the ghostly energy within him, and he had finally found it. How can I extract the relic? Lin Feng asked excitedly. Beat him to death, beat him until he spits out the relic. His cultivation has fallen to the heavenly origin realm, and although it's still beyond your ability, he has lost his sanity, so you can fight him. Good Buddhist relics are precious. It doesn't matter if he spits them out or even if he excretes them, I want them, Lin Feng declared. Exactly. Achoo. Suddenly, Lin Feng sneezed. For some reason, he felt as if he had been cursed. TLN. Jiang Chen, the stuff you spat out, even dogs wouldn't want it. Chapter 148. Elsewhere, in one of the 48 guidance halls of the Buddha temple. With the help of Xiao Shan's medicinal pills, Elder Wei Xing of the guidance hall had almost fully recovered from his injuries. At this moment, he was in the temple, chanting sutras. After finishing his chanting, he opened his eyes and shook his head slightly. He found himself somewhat ridiculous. Wasn't it just being beaten up by a monk named Zhang Hu, and a big white tiger? The Buddhist sect preaches not to be angry or resentful, yet he had held a grudge against all tiger demons and monks with Hu in their names, which really didn't fit his image as a high monk. Amitabha, the Buddha is merciful. This must be my karma, Wei Xing realized. As the cause is sown, so is the fruit reaped. Thinking about it now, maybe he had a conflict with tigers who in his past life. Being beaten up this time could be considered settling that karma. Wei Xing smiled contentedly, proud of his enlightenment. Although there were many elders in the Buddha temple, there were not many high monks like him who could see through the surface and understand karma in such a short time. Elder, another foreign cultivator has arrived. A young novice monk came to inform him. Wei Xing nodded and rose from his cushion. He walked slowly out of the temple and indeed saw the cultivator who had just entered the guidance hall, his brows filled with worry and his face stern. Donor, your forehead is darkened. I fear you may encounter a bloody disaster. Wei Xing was in a good mood and intended to enlighten the man. Upon hearing this, the cultivator trembled. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Wei Xing's sleeve, saying, "The high monk speaks the truth. My recent troubles are not just a bloody disaster, and I face such perils almost every day. Do you have a solution?" Wei Xing remained silent, only pointing to the cultivator's heart. Do you mean? After pondering for a moment, the cultivator's eyes brightened. I should be steadfast in heart, not fear the powerful, be brave in moving forward, and never compromise. No. Wei Xing shook his head and smiled. What I mean is, you should be timid at heart. The cultivator was at a loss for words. Donor, this is the poor monk's advice from experience. Wei Xing's lips curled into a faint smile, saying, there are countless cultivators in the world. Some are born with strong physiques, and some are born to good fathers. Instead of trying to defy fate, ordinary cultivators like us should follow our hearts and at least live freely and happily. The visiting cultivator's eyes gradually lit up as he contemplated these words. To follow one's heart is not to be timid. That's why one should be timid at heart. To act according to one's heart is to seek a carefree and happy life. He had an epiphany. He thought he was already timid enough, but in reality, he was extremely resistant to being timid, which is why he was troubled every day. If he could accept his timidity, all frustrations would dissipate like smoke. Master, your words have opened my eyes. Please accept my bow. The cultivator bowed deeply, quite grateful. Hee, the poor monk is only a monk. I do not care for these formalities. Wei Xing quickly helped the cultivator up. Still smiling, he spread his hand in front of the cultivator. Staring at the plump hand before him, the cultivator had another realization. So, does this mean that monks don't care for formalities, but they do care for tangible gifts? I came in haste and did not bring anything of value. I only have some poison pills, which I can offer as a token of my sincerity. The cultivator handed over several high-grade poison pills, looking somewhat embarrassed. Wei Xing's face darkened. Poison pills. What would a monk do with poison pills? Wait, 6th grade poison pills. Such high-level pills, even if they were poison, could be sold for a good price. Donor, you are too kind. I am just spreading the teachings of Buddha. Wei Xing chuckled as he accepted the pills. Adhering to the principle of being indebted to the giver, he still reminded, Donor, remember to follow your heart, or your bloody disaster may be imminent. The cultivator nodded, taking the words to heart. By the way, may I know the donor's surname and the purpose of your visit to the Buddha temple? Wei Xing asked. My name is Jiang Hu, and I'm a true disciple of the Jiang sect's 9th peak. I came to the Buddha temple in search of Xiao Shan, the first true disciple of the ancient pill tower. The cultivator replied honestly. Oh, so you are Jiang. What was it? Wei Xing was suddenly startled. Jiang Hu. What who? Jiang Hu. After confirming he had heard correctly, Wei Xing's expression darkened. Jiang Hu, it's another Jiang Hu. He brought poison pills, and he claimed to be from the 9th peak of the Jiang sect. He immediately understood that this person might very well be. Haha, I wondered why you were so generous in giving away 6th grade pills. So that's it, you must be Jiang Chen. Wei Xing thought he had uncovered the truth. What? I am Jiang Chen. Jiang Hu pointed to his nose, confused. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, you are truly foolish. Your biggest mistake was saying you were the true disciple of the Jiang sect's 9th peak and also, not bringing a tiger demon. Wei Xing seemed to hold the winning card, looking smug. What do you mean? Jiang Hu was even more confused. There's no one in the Jiang sect who can casually give out 6th grade pills except for the high-ranking members and you, the young master of the Jiang family. You pretend to be Jiang Hu and don't even bring a tiger. Do you think I'm stupid? Moreover, as far as I know, there is no one named Jiang Hu among the true disciples of the Jiang sect's 9th peak, Wei Xing analyzed carefully. Jiang Hu was completely dumbfounded. The 6th grade poison pill was a gift from Xiao Hongyi. Worried about his low success rate in poisoning, Xiao Hongyi recently gave him all the poison pills she had refined. As for bringing a tiger, who says that just because someone is named Jiang Hu, they must bring a tiger? If that were the case, then wouldn't a cultivator named Jiang Long have to bring a dragon? TLN, Long means dragon. Regarding his true identity, it's clear that the information from the Buddha temple is outdated. Or perhaps Xiao Hongyi simply couldn't be bothered to announce it. Either way, this is a blatant sophistry. Jiang Hu was furious, feeling that Wei Xing was deliberately making things difficult for him. But if he left now, he wouldn't be able to complete Xiao Hongyi's mission, and to save his own life, he would have to betray his sect and spend the rest of his life on the run. He didn't want to face such consequences. Even though Jiang Chen had beaten him and he was bullied by madmen, he always considered the Jiang sect his home. Master, please calm your anger. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hu swore to the heavens. By the heavenly Tao above, if I am Jiang Chen, may I live like a maggot in this life, have my bones crushed and scattered after death, be reborn as livestock, and never to die a good death in countless reincarnations. Hiss. That harsh. Wei Xing took a sharp breath. Cultivators don't swear oaths lightly, especially those witnessed by the heavenly Tao. Even though the heavenly Tao isn't so idle as to pay attention to every oath a cultivator makes, if such an oath is false, it could very well plant a demon in one's heart, thus limiting their cultivation in the future. Are you really not Jiang Chen? Wei Xing asked for confirmation. I am not. Jiang Hu's expression was resolute as he declared emphatically, although Jiang Chen is my eldest senior brother, our paths of good and evil do not align, and we have never gotten along. Is that so? Wei Xing asked again. Truer than the true scriptures. After a brief silence, Wei Xing suddenly laughed. He laughed wildly and smugly, then loudly questioned, since you're not Jiang Chen, how dare you call yourself Jiang Hu? Are you not taking me seriously? Jiang Hu was completely baffled. His name was given by his parents, how could it be related to Jiang Chen? Jiang Hu, oh Jiang Hu, do you know where you went wrong? Wei Xing smiled cruelly. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Jiang Hu shook his head incessantly. Firstly, you shouldn't call yourself Jiang Hu, because I've recently developed a strong dislike for that name. Secondly, had you not mentioned your enmity with Jiang Chen, I really wouldn't have dared to touch you. After all, Jiang Chen is your eldest senior brother, and if I were to harm you, I would incur the wrath of the Jiang family. But now. As he spoke, Wei Xing brought his hands together in prayer and shouted, "Evildoer, surrender your life." With those words, he activated his Buddhist cultivation technique, transformed it into a golden body, and hammered Jiang Hu mercilessly. Jiang Hu was no match and was instantly beaten to a bloody pulp. He had thought his bloody disaster would occur when he poisoned Xiao Shan, but he hadn't expected it to happen right now. Bald donkey, you'll pay for this. With those words, Jiang Hu used all his strength to flee, disappearing in a puff of smoke. A high-grade movement technique. Wei Xing was taken aback and then scoffed. Quite the fast runner, may Buddha's compassion be with you, just don't let me see you again. Chapter 149. At this time, Jiang Chen was unaware that Jiang Hu had been beaten up again because of him. Even if he knew, he would probably just say that's rough, and then feel sorry for Jiang Hu for a moment. For now, the 6 Buddha sons had been severely injured. Seeing that Jiang Chen truly had no intention of stealing the Buddhist sect's relics, the Buddha sons, enduring their bodily pain, picked up the relics again, chanted scriptures in repentance, and then swallowed them whole. Seeing this, Jiang Chen looked on with disdain. The Buddhist sect is the Buddhist sect, with truly peculiar tastes. Faced with Jiang Chen's contempt, the Buddha sons like Cn didn't care and sat cross-legged, chanting Buddhist scriptures and using the relics to heal their injuries. Time quietly passed. Finally, the 6 Buddha sons opened their eyes again, their eyes flashing with fighting spirit. And then, great majestic heavenly dragon, the dragon soars in the sky. Jiang Chen leapt into the air and shouted loudly. The Buddhist power pressed down like a mountain once more, and the golden dragon reappeared. Combined, the relics that had just been swallowed were all beaten out again. The 6 Buddha sons were utterly disheartened. They truly couldn't win. Not only was their Buddhist power restrained by Jiang Chen, but he had also learned several superior-grade secret techniques that only cultivators of the upper 4 realms could learn. How could they fight? They stood no chance even if they were a whole realm ahead of Jiang Chen. In the end, the 6 Buddha sons gave up and chose to wait for death in despair. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen showed no signs of continuing the attack. The Buddha sons looked at each other and prepared to flee. Although monks are not afraid of death, no one wants to be slaughtered when it's clear they can't win. Cn took the lead, bolstering his legs with the last of his vital energy, ready to run for his life. But he had only taken one step. Great majestic heavenly dragon, the dragon soars in the sky. Jiang Chen's voice rang out again, like that of an evil Buddha. The next second, Cn was pressed to the ground by the Buddhist power, and then the golden dragon descended from the sky. PFF'd. He spat out another mouthful of blood and passed out. Seeing this, the other Buddha sons shrank their necks and completely abandoned the thought of escaping. Unable to understand Jiang Chen's purpose, one of the Buddha sons asked softly, "What do you want?" The answer was, "Great majestic heavenly dragon, the dragon soars in the sky." The scene was momentarily as silent as death. Watching their 2 unconscious companions, the remaining Buddha sons dared not speak further. Worried that Jiang Chen would resort to great majestic heavenly dragon, at the slightest disagreement, they even gave up the idea of healing and just sat cross-legged on the spot, silently reciting scriptures in their hearts. As for why they recited silently, it was naturally because they didn't dare to speak out loud. After all, that great majestic heavenly dragon was a bit too damaging. Time continued to pass. Jiang Chen neither left nor intended to let the 6 Buddha sons go, and he didn't even withdraw his golden body. After tossing a few high-grade pills into his mouth to restore his vital energy, he quietly waited. As for what he was waiting for, at first, the Buddha sons didn't understand. But after a bit of thought, they all had a realization. This place was the Buddha temple, and they were the Buddha sons of the Buddha temple. In full view of everyone, Jiang Chen had killed people, destroyed the temple, and left 2 of the 6 Buddha sons half paralyzed. Without a doubt, the higher-ups of the Buddha temple would not stand idly by. They would surely come to their aid. Utterly ignorant of death, when the strong ones from our temple arrive, you will be liberated on the spot," thought one of the Buddha sons disdainfully, glancing at Jiang Chen before looking away. Great majestic heavenly dragon, Jiang Chen suddenly attacked. Another Buddha son became half paralyzed. Before passing out, the Buddha son asked in confusion, "Why? You just gave me a strange look." Jiang Chen replied instantly. As soon as these words were spoken, a brief silence followed, and then the other Buddha's disciples quickly closed their eyes, daring not to open them again. By this time, the crowd of onlookers had grown even larger. Seeing that the 6 Buddha sons of the Buddha temple had been beaten up by Jiang Chen, the already brainwashed crowd was even more impressed, prostrating themselves in admiration. They gathered from all directions, continuously worshipping Jiang Chen's golden aura, their eyes filled with fervor. "Monk, you look somewhat familiar." Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice sounded. Jiang Chen looked towards the source of the voice and his eyelids twitched. The one who had spoken was none other than Mu Kui. At that moment, Mu Kui was holding a preacher monk who seemed to have gone mad, his gaze constantly sizing up the golden aura formed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen immediately understood. It must be that Mu Kui had driven another preacher monk to madness, and while chasing after him, he had coincidentally arrived at this place. Quickly signaling with his eyes, Jiang Chen instructed his younger brothers Lu Wen, Lu Wu, and Xiao Bai to hide. Only then did Jiang Chen say to Mu Kui, "All beings have many faces, but Buddha has but one. Donor, you find me familiar because there is Buddha in your heart." So it is. After pondering for a moment, Mu Kui had an epiphany. But he did not leave. Instead, he glanced at the mad preacher monk in his hand and then at Jiang Chen. This repeated for more than 10 times, his expression one of wanting to say something but hesitating. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and disguising his voice with a Buddhist chant, he said, "Just spit what you want to sya. Monk, the way you speak is indeed innovative and unique." Instead of getting angry, Mu Kui praised him, not like those other preachers who speak in obscure terms and always quote Buddha, which is really boring. Jiang Chen was speechless. Feeling that talking to Mu Kui was too exhausting, he simply shut his mouth. "I hope the monk will enlighten me and bestow upon me a Dharma name," Mu Kui said with his hands clasped together. "Enlighten you?" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. "I mean, who can enlighten an emperor reincarnated, especially one who has been stripped of all wisdom except for martial arts? If Mu Kui could truly be enlightened, then the moment he arrived here, he would have been transformed by Jiang Chen's Buddhist light, just like the other monks and cultivators, bowing in worship." However, Jiang Chen also understood Mu Kui's thoughts. He probably wanted to recite scriptures and chant Buddha properly, then complete the sect mission to impress himself. Through 9 cycles of reincarnation, Mu Kui had always been traveling and seldom returned to the sect. Before his own memories as a martial emperor awakened, he was influenced by Lin Feng's protagonist Halo, but unlike Jiang Lianyue and others, he did not criticize or show disgust towards Jiang Chen. After all, this was a martial emperor who had reincarnated to defy the heavens. His mind was fully focused on cultivation and he was deeply immersed in it, hardly influenced by the outside world. To be fair, Jiang Chen didn't dislike Mu Kui either. Although their starting points were different, Mu Kui was indeed another person in the 9 cycles of reincarnation who was always defying the heavens. "I see that you have 6 of the 7 orifices open. You are talented, you have no fear in your heart and no heaven in your eyes, so I will give you the Dharma name, Wushan, no heaven, hoping that one day you can truly." At this point, Jiang Chen stopped speaking. He looked up at the sky and continued in his heart, "Truly defy the heavens." Upon hearing this, Mu Kui felt that the monk in front of him was scolding him. He was indeed simple-minded but not stupid. 6 of the 7 orifices open. Wasn't that blatantly saying he was clueless? However, upon hearing the Dharma name, Wu Tian, Mu Kui felt the hot blood surging within him. He too looked up at the sky and asked, "Does the monk also find the sky, heaven, displeasing? Often, I feel the urge to tear it apart with my own hands." Once I did. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze. Once, Mu Kui was puzzled. Although he didn't understand, with his intelligence, he never dwelled on anything he didn't understand. Having received a Dharma name, he considered his chanting and scripture reading to be adequate. Although the monk in front of him was clearly opposed to the Buddha temple, the Buddha temple had no rule that a dharma name given by an outside monk couldn't count as passing. He Mu Kui chuckled with satisfaction, feeling it was a smart move. Next, he could go and complete the sect mission, and then with actual actions, prove to his eldest senior brother that he was no longer foolish. Thinking of Jiang Chen, Mu Kui frowned. Even the simple-minded him used to feel a sense of disgust when thinking of Jiang Chen. Lately, however, although the disgust was still there, it seemed out of place and strange for some reason. Could it be related to those forgotten dreams? Mu Kui pondered to himself. Unable to figure it out, he simply gave up and turned to leave. And just as he was leaving, the sky suddenly changed. The sound of Buddhist chants was deafening, and a rainbow of Buddhist light filled the clouds. A thin monk wearing a kasaya and holding prayer beads used the light as a bridge to walk through the air from afar, eventually standing above. What a strong aura of malice. The monk squinted his eyes and said to Jiang Chen, "Demonic monk, where did you learn the precious sutras of our temple? If you confess honestly, you will be liberated on the spot, otherwise, you will enter the 6 prisons of Buddha and never be reincarnated." As he spoke, the thin monk glanced at the monks and cultivators below who were still worshipping him. With a flick of his prayer beads, he uttered, "Wake up." These 2 simple words caused the Buddhist light to intensify. The rainbow light spread for Li, not only covering the 5-colored Buddhist light emitted by Jiang Chen in an instant but also shattering the 6-syllable mantra that was still spinning into golden light. After hearing the sound, the worshipping monks and cultivators all woke up suddenly, drenched in cold sweat. Jiang Chen looked at the thin monk without any change in expression. He recognized this thin monk. In the 9 cycles of reincarnation, this old man appeared every time he tried to enter the 6 prisons of Buddha to snatch and destroy Lin Feng's opportunities. This made Jiang Chen's heart rejoice. If it had been any other great monk who had come, he would have had to consider the risk of being captured and liberated on the spot. But now, there was no need for that. The monk with the Dharma name Pujia in front of him was a cultivator in the fate transformation realm and was one of the great universal salvation monks of the Buddha temple, in charge of the 6 prisons of Buddha. Falling into his hands means there is only one path, into the 6 prisons of Buddha. The key point was, he did not recognize Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had considered whether, even if he could enter the Buddha temple, his cultivation and techniques would be abolished if they were exposed. The conclusion he came to was that they would not be. The reason was simple. In the eyes of the people of the Buddha temple, the 6 prisons of Buddha were meant to transform, torture the cultivators with deep sins. The Buddha temple did not abolish anyone's cultivation and techniques to gradually despair the wicked in their struggles. Furthermore, if Jiang Chen died in the 6 prisons of Buddha, then the Buddha temple would never know why the temple's precious sutras were leaked. Therefore, the Buddha temple would only throw him into the hells to be tortured. Demonic monk, would you like to take your own life or remove your golden body and follow me to the 6 prisons of Buddha? To taste all the sufferings of the world, where you can neither live nor die, Pujia asked again. Is there even a choice? Jiang Chen immediately removed the golden aura, returned to his original appearance, and clasped his hands together. Amitabha, naturally I will enter the 6 prisons of Buddha. After all, if I do not enter hell, who will? TLN. The prison in this context could also be interpreted as hell. Upon hearing this, Pujia was taken aback. Normally, those demonic monks would show a face of horror when he mentioned the Buddha's 6 prisons, but the demonic monk before him actually wanted to be imprisoned. That would have been fine, but the words he spoke were quite Zen-like. Are you sure? Those who enter the 6 prisons are bound for 100 years. If you go in, you'll need at least 100 years before you can see the light of day again. And that's assuming you're still alive and sane, Pujia said while narrowing his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he added, once you're in the 6 prisons, you'll regret not choosing to be liberated by me on the spot. Jiang Chen didn't respond, just smiled and appeared ready to be captured. HMPH, since that's the case, I'll see you on your way. Pujia didn't hesitate and made his move. But just as he was about to restrain Jiang Chen with the Buddha's light, he sensed a strong killing intent. Looking ahead, he saw a red figure that appeared and disappeared intermittently and transmitted his voice. Xiao Hongyi, Lin Feng caused a huge commotion in the Buddha temple, injuring and crippling many monks. If you want to save Lin Feng, come to the main Buddha temple. For now, I will throw this demonic monk into the Buddha's 6 prisons. Lin Feng. Hearing this name, Xiao Hongyi's killing intent intensified. She didn't care about Lin Feng's life or death. It was just that, despite Jiang Chen's repeated instructions, she couldn't suppress her own killing intent after seeing Jiang Chen about to be captured. It was within reason for Pu Jie to misunderstand. After all, in his view, Xiao Hongyi's purpose for being here could only be to save the Juyan sect disciple Lin Feng. Especially since there have been rumors recently that Xiao Hongyi had taken Lin Feng as a disciple. HMPH. With a cold snort, Xiao Hongyi disappeared. This made Pu Jie breathe a sigh of relief. He had sensed a change in Xiao Hongyi's aura, her cultivation was definitely above his. If a real fight broke out, he would not be her match. Come with me, he said, looking at Jiang Chen and speaking again. But just as he was about to make his move, boom! The heavens and earth roared, and the wind and clouds surged. Like that of the heavens, a majestic pressure suddenly came from 100 miles away, almost crushing Pu Jie out of the sky. Divine Passage Realm, Pu Jie exclaimed while looking 100 li away. Jiang Chen instantly understood that it must be his protector, Chen Sheng, who had taken action. With Chen Sheng's temperament, if Pu Jie dared to touch him today, he might just flip the Buddha temple upside down. Helplessly, he called out to the distance, "Don't worry, I know what to do." As his voice fell, the looming heavenly might finally began to recede. Seeing Pu Jie looking as if he was facing a great enemy, Jiang Chen said directly, "I think you should give up on capturing me. I will go with you willingly." Pu Jie didn't respond and just swallowed hard. The aura of the Divine Passage Realm had truly frightened him. Although the Buddha temple also had Divine Passage Realm powerhouses, a battle between cultivators of such a level could destroy half of the Buddha temple with just the aftermath. At this moment, Pu Jie was more convinced than ever that the demon monk named Zhang Hu, before him must be from the upper domain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a powerful protector. Pu Jie felt a bit uneasy. But the leakage of the temple's treasure scripture was a serious matter, and even if someone from the upper domain came, the Buddha temple had to take a stand. This was not about face but about touching the foundation of the sect. "We can let this matter go if you are willing to reveal the origin of the treasure scripture and allow me to disable your cultivation technique," Pu Jie said gravely. To this, Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "I'll give you two choices, send me to the Buddha's 6 prisons, or I'll break in myself." Pu Jie was speechless, looking at Jiang Chen as if he were looking at a fool. He had never seen someone so eager to be imprisoned. With the conversation reaching this point, there was no room for further discussion. "The 6 prisons are some distance from here. I will envelop you in Buddha's light and travel through the air. Do you understand?" Pu Jie said. Though he was speaking to Jiang Chen, the message was actually for Chen Sheng. Pu Jie's intention was simple. "I'm not planning to harm you, so don't let your protector cause trouble." In plain terms, he was a bit scared. Understanding this, Jiang Chen nodded. "If you change your mind and want to reveal the origin of the treasure scripture, just call out to me, then I will bring you out," Pu Jie added. Jiang Chen nodded again. "This is your own choice to enter the Buddha's 6 prisons. I didn't force you," Pu Jie continued. Jiang Chen wanted to curse. Indeed, even the accomplished monks of the Buddha temple are just like ordinary people when they're scared. In the end, Jiang Chen was enveloped in Buddha's light by Pu Jie and floated towards the direction of the Buddha temple. Seeing such a demonic monk being taken away, the monks felt as if they had been pardoned, and the gathered monks and cultivators gradually dispersed. Lu Wen, Lu Wu, and Xiaobai wanted to follow, but were stopped by Jiang Chen's gaze. Helplessly, the 2 men and the tiger had to temporarily return to the Buddha cave to plan for the long term. Moments later, the once bustling broken temple was left with only one burly figure. This person was Mu Kui, who had inexplicably returned after leaving. When Mu Kui returned, Jiang Chen had just shed his golden body and returned to his original form. Eldest senior brother has become a monk. It took him a full half-hour to exclaim in shock. This didn't make sense. That was Jiang Chen, the notorious young master of the Jiang family. How could he just become a monk? The point was that becoming a monk was one thing, but this was betraying the sect. Mu Kui was angry. He didn't understand the big principles, but he knew the basic bottom line of being a person. He could ignore Jiang Chen mocking him, bullying Lin Mubai, peeping at Jiang Lianyue, and even deceiving Qingning. But he could never tolerate a betrayal of the sect. At this moment, a strong disgust surged in his heart, and under his nearly connected thick eyebrows, his eyes were filled with blood. Soon, His aura became violent, and it seemed as if blood was seeping out of his pores. Just as he was about to fall into a frenzy, he felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness as if invaded by a foreign object. Ah! With unbearable pain, Mu Kui clutched his head and screamed to the sky. Fortunately, the soul-tearing pain did not last long. After a few screams, Mu Kui's gaze became dull, and he stood there stupefied. His consciousness plunged into darkness. When the light drove away the darkness, he found himself standing above the Juyan sect with golden characters floating in the sky. First World. At the same time, at the base of the second peak of the Juyan sect, a dying man suddenly sat up in shock. The old ancestor of Juyan, waking up from a suspended animation state, said in disbelief. "No way. Again. My lifespan isn't enough for this." Despite sensing that he was about to fall into the 9 cycles of reincarnation again, the old ancestor Juyan still refused to believe it. "This can't be possible, I must be dreaming. It makes no sense. I've been so cautious, how could I still be facing the 9 cycles of reincarnation? Moreover, that Mu Kui is the reincarnation of a martial emperor. If he falls into the 9 cycles of reincarnation, it would trigger the seal that the martial emperor had set against the heavenly Tao. That seal was meant to defy the heavens, its purpose was to prevent Mu Kui from being influenced by any external forces. If it detects interference, the memories of the martial emperor will unseal themselves, causing Mu Kui to enter a state of madness without any regard for consequences. If this still can't stop the invasion of external forces, then Mu Kui will simply explode. That martial emperor was a madman, unwilling to be controlled by anyone. He would rather die than compromise. This force from the unknown is trying to kill Mu Kui. And it's trying to kill me too. He muttered incessantly, whispering to himself. As his last words fell, his vision began to distort, becoming illusory. At the same time, he could feel that his already limited lifespan was being completely depleted. So be it. The old ancestor Juyan gave a bitter smile. This time, his lifespan was insufficient to witness the 9 cycles of reincarnation even once more. And before he completely succumbed to retrospection, he would likely vanish from life and death. He was a man already on the brink of death, merely delaying the inevitable. Although he died earlier in this life, he had done many things he wouldn't have dared to do in a lifetime and had also understood the truths of this world, so it wasn't a loss. His only regret: I won't be able to see Hong Yi get married. The old ancestor Juyan closed his eyes. As his voice faded, his heartbeat abruptly stopped, his life force completely dissipated, and he lay like a lifeless corpse devoid of any vitality. And at the moment of his fall, boom, boom, boom. The bell of the second peak tolled 9 times, its sound melodious, echoing through the universe. The bell's sound rose and fell, rippling out like a mournful tune. Upon hearing it, all the disciples of the Juyan sect became panicked. They did not know what had happened, but they knew that the bell of the second peak was special and would not be rung unless there was a major event. In the 1,000 years since the founding of the Juyan sect, even during great battles, the bell of the second peak had never tolled 9 times. At this moment, a question arose in the minds of all the Juyan sect disciples. Could it be that the sky is falling? Indeed, the sky had fallen, but it was the sky of the Juyan sect that had collapsed. At the base of the second peak, 12 supreme elders and various peak masters gathered together. Supreme Great Elder Xiaoting, holding the jade coffin of the old ancestor Juyan, wept bitterly, old ancestor, you can't leave us. The Juyan sect cannot be without the old ancestor, and my Xiao family even less so." The sound of crying was heart-wrenching. Sect Master Jiyu Changqing stepped forward, supporting the nearly fainting Xiaoting, and said, "Supreme Great Elder, let the old ancestor go. In life, we could not share his worries. At least in death old ancestor, why did you have to go?" As he spoke, Jiyu Changqing himself began to cry. "At least in death, we should let the old ancestor rest in peace," another supreme elder continued. Hearing this, everyone began to wipe their tears. If the old ancestor had not broken out of his coffin to save us and the Juyan sect, his lifespan would not have depleted so quickly. Xiaoting continued to cry. Upon these words, everyone burst into even louder wails. It was their incompetence, their lack of filial piety. If they had been of any use, the old ancestor would not have fallen so quickly. Now the Juyan sect was invaded by the demonic path, infected with demonic seeds, and the old ancestor Juyan had fallen along with it. From now on, the days of the Juyan sect would be difficult. Everyone cried for a while with hoarse voices. Once their emotions had somewhat calmed down, Xiaoting said, "The matter of the old ancestors' demise must not be leaked. Otherwise, our sect will face great disaster." "All right, how about we close the sect for 100 years?" the Supreme Elder asked. "No," Xiaoting refused, "we can't keep a low profile. The lower the profile, the more it will attract the attention of other sects. Not only that, but we must be even more high profile than usual to confuse them. Otherwise, disaster for the Jiang sect is not far off." "How should we be high profile?" another Supreme Elder inquired. Indeed, how to be high profile was a problem. Being too high profile was not good, as it could lead to real trouble. Being high profile without reason was also not good, as it could make other sects suspicious. The best way was to be high profile with a reason and not excessively. That way, they could mislead the other sects in the short term, making those sects overthink and act hesitantly. "Is there any news about Hong Yi and Jiang Chen?" Xiaoting asked. "There is," a Supreme Elder replied. "I've been using the sect's realm monitoring abilities to keep an eye on both of them. Just now, Jiang Chen was captured and taken to the Buddha's 6 prisons. Strangely, Hong Yi did not stop it." "That's not strange at all. Hong Yi has gone mad, and her actions naturally cannot be deduced by common sense." Xiaoting shook his head. "Jiang Chen must not come to harm. Otherwise, the Jiang sect would fall into the hands of the demonic sect without the need for external enemies. The matter of the old ancestor Jiang's demise must also be covered up." Thus, there was only one way to do it. After taking a deep breath, Xiaoting said solemnly, "Ring the bell 8 times. 8 times. Everyone was stunned. The meaning of the bell tolling 9 times was unknown to the disciples of the Jiang sect, but the significance of 8 tolls was very clear. Because ringing the bell 8 times signified the start of a great war for the sect. "Isn't this too high profile? And who will be the target of this great war?" a Supreme Elder hesitated. "The target is naturally the Buddha temple. This is not to actually start a great war, but to use this as a reason to go and rescue Jiang Chen. To show the stance of our Jiang sect. With the old ancestor fallen and Jiang Chen captured, only by doing this can we cover up both matters at once." Xiaoting explained in detail. Seeing everyone's solemn expressions, he added, "Of course, we cannot act under the banner of rescuing Jiang Chen, as his notoriety is well known, and that banner would not stand. But don't forget, in the Buddha's 6 prisons, there is also Lin Feng." Lin Feng. This name struck a chord, and the eyes of all the Supreme Elders lit up. Recently, they had been focused on the demonic seeds, and had forgotten about this son of destiny. Lin Feng's fate-testing day, with 100 feet tall columns of golden light, could not be concealed and was already known by many sects. The fate of the son of destiny was tied to the sect. If they used rescuing Lin Feng as a reason to start a war against the Buddha temple, it would be completely justified. Supreme Great Elder is wise. We cannot wait any longer. Everyone saluted Xiaoting in unison. Xiaoting waved his hand, indicating that this was just basic strategy. The inspiration he had was thanks to the blessings of the 9th Peak Elders and disciples. After all, it was Great Elder Lu Yang who had originally used this method to directly instigate an internal struggle within the sect with the 9th Peak disciples. "We must act quickly," Xiaoting said again. "All right." Ji Changqing agreed, then worriedly added, "I just fear that the situation will become uncontrollable, and once it starts, it cannot be stopped. With the old ancestor fallen, we may not be a match for the Buddha temple." "Don't worry," Xiaoting reassured. "The old ancestor's reputation shook the central domain, and those bald monks of the Buddha temple aren't fools. They wouldn't dare to truly fight to the death with our Jiang sect at this time." This time, Ji Changqing was puzzled. 30 years from now, it will be the grand competition of the sects. All the sects are now accumulating their heritage, hoping to compete for that one and only spot to the upper domain, another Supreme Elder explained. "I see." Ji Changqing suddenly understood. After discussing the details for a while, everyone left in tears and sobs. No one noticed that inside the empty jade coffin, the body of Jiang old ancestor suddenly decayed rapidly and turned to dust and dispersed instantly. Where there should have been an empty jade coffin, the corpse was gone, but a solid soul remained. With the same appearance and stature as Jiang old ancestor, this soul lay with eyes slightly closed, as if in deep sleep. In a daze, Jiang old ancestor felt himself become one with the universe. Although he couldn't move, he could see everything. He didn't know what was happening. After all, he was clearly dead, yet he could still see the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Even in death, they won't let me go. Juyin old ancestor's heart was weary. But soon, he calmed down. Even if he saw the 9 cycles of reincarnation again, this should be the last time, right? After all, his life force had completely disappeared, and logically, he should be able to truly rest in peace after watching this 9 cycles of reincarnation. At this moment, at Juyin sect's 9th peak, Mu Kui was stunned, because he saw Jiang Chen misunderstood time and again, and now he saw Jiang Chen's core formation destroyed for peeping at Jiang Lianyue. After a mix of shock and realization, he became furious. Blood surged from his pores, dyeing him a bloodied figure, and his hair, in anger, grew longer and turned blood red. Seeing this, Juyin old ancestor was not surprised but could only sigh helplessly. He knew that this was because the memory seal of the martial emperor had been touched. It was just a trace now, but if he continued to watch, Mu Kui would be irreversibly affected, and the memories of the martial emperor would be completely unsealed, attempting to erase these influences. If he could not erase them, he would self-destruct. Juyin old ancestor faintly felt that even the martial emperor could not contend with that mysterious force. Therefore, Mu Kui was probably doomed. Alas, he sighed deeply again. The scenes Mu Kui saw next were no different from what others saw in the 9 cycles of reincarnation. And with each misunderstanding of Jiang Chen, Mu Kui's rage escalated. Until the beginning of Lin Feng, his anger peaked, like an irrational killing machine, wanting to destroy everything in sight. At that moment, the memory seal of the martial emperor was completely broken. Boom! A violent aura burst forth from Mu Kui, shooting straight into the sky. In this aura, his power surged, and under a bloodbath, his crazed eyes looked terrifying. Influenced by the memories of the martial emperor, he was no longer himself right now. Violence, madness, and the emotions from before his reincarnation completely engulfed him. The memory took over the body, and the martial emperor descended. Ah! The martial emperor roared to the heavens, his red hair flying, and blood moved around his body as if alive. He leapt up, his bones shining with a golden light accompanied by a fiery glow. Boom! 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 The martial emperor kept punching, targeting the golden characters in the sky. First life. Though his punches hit nothing, they caused the world to tremble. Despite appearing irrational, each strike hit the exact same spot. He undoubtedly was trying to free himself from the control of others in this way. Suddenly, the golden characters shone brightly, and the temperature around them gradually rose. Even though the 9 cycles of reincarnation continued and the scenery around him did not change, the martial emperor felt as if he was in magma. His skin gradually melted and peeled off under the high temperature, leaving only a skeleton covered in golden patterns. Even so, the martial emperor did not die. Boom! Another punch was thrown. Flesh grew on his golden bones, and blood reappeared. This punch was noticeably heavier than the previous ones. The powerful force actually left a crack on the golden characters of first life. Juyin old ancestor was dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses and checked the state of the martial emperor again, it was like seeing a ghost. A second ago, the martial emperor was just a skeletal figure, but now he had completely regenerated flesh and blood, restored to his original state. No, more than that. The increasingly rich blood aura and the even brighter golden bones proved one thing. He had become stronger. This is the martial emperor physique. Juyin old ancestor was astonished. Having watched the 9 cycles of reincarnation several times, he knew Mu Kui was the reincarnation of the martial emperor, but he never imagined he would be this strong. Especially this martial emperor physique. It was said that the martial emperor physique was a rare constitution that, once the body broke through a certain limit, could advance to become the martial fierce emperor body, an immortal body. And at the end of this constitution, one could be immortal and regenerate from a drop of blood. Juyin old ancestor had been skeptical about this because immortality was indeed an exaggeration, even emperors fall. But at this moment, he dared not doubt anymore. Perhaps the martial emperor before him had not refined his physique to the ultimate realm, but he was already capable of regenerating flesh from bone. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you were in your previous life, your cultivation in this life is ultimately not high, and you cannot contend with that mysterious force. Perhaps you could not do it even in your prime. Juyin old ancestor shook his head again. At this moment, the 9 cycles of reincarnation had become a mere backdrop. Although the scenes continued to change, neither the frenzied martial emperor nor Juyin old ancestor were watching. The martial emperor continued to try to destroy those few golden characters. Despite his madness, he was certain that if he could destroy those golden characters, he would be able to escape the current situation and not be manipulated by others. And after each punch, his flesh and blood would be burned away, leaving only golden bones, which would then regenerate flesh again. This cycle repeated countless times. During this period, Juyin old ancestor's sighs never ceased. The martial emperor sought to defy the heavens. That mysterious force in the darkness also helped Jiang Chen defy the heavens. Although their goals seemed the same, in reality, they were not. The martial emperor defied the heavens in order to find his own path, to realize the Tao, break through the heavens, and ascend. And his way was the self. A way of reveling in oneself, unrestrained, not manipulated nor influenced by anyone. Even if the goals were the same, the moment someone tried to manipulate or influence him, he would rise in rebellion, regardless of whether the other party was the heavens themselves. Boom! The martial emperor threw another punch. The Juyin old ancestor thought this punch wouldn't be any different. But, crack! A crisp shattering sound rang out. The character's first life that the martial emperor had hit precisely, suddenly cracked and shattered into golden fragments in an instant. Did he succeed? Did he successfully defy that mysterious force? Juyin old ancestor couldn't believe it. In front of that power, he couldn't muster any resistance. But this martial emperor, this madman, had actually shattered the golden characters. Ha ha ha, I am the martial emperor, I look down upon the world, I walk the path of breaking through the heavens. Those who obstruct me, I shall kill. Those who block my path, shall die. The martial emperor stood in the air, laughing madly. Looking at his figure, Juyin old ancestor felt both terrified and excited. Is this what an emperor is? Even after reincarnating and cultivating anew, he could contend against such a powerful force just with his own martial insights. How many years had it been? After suffering severe injuries and being unable to advance his cultivation, Juyin old ancestor had given up on becoming an emperor. But at this moment, his blood boiled again, yearning for the true emperor. It's a pity, my life and path have ended. Juyin old ancestor felt bitter once more. Suddenly, another crack, sound, the world closed, and everything turned into nothingness. Juyin old ancestor and the martial emperor both thought that this should allow them to leave the 9 cycles of reincarnation. But, as it turned out, both were too naive. A ray of sunlight pierced through, instantly dispelling the darkness. When the darkness had completely faded, they were still at the Juyin sect. And the characters in the sky that read first life had now changed to second life. Not only that, the character's second life had grown countless times larger, almost covering the entire sky when put together. At this moment, the martial emperor was stunned, and Juyin old ancestor was dumbfounded. After all the commotion, it wasn't that the martial emperor had shattered the golden characters, but rather the first life had abruptly ended. Suddenly, the sky covering golden characters began to twist and change. Eventually turning into, keep punching, I lose if you can still move. Ah! The martial emperor roared again, still mad but now with a hint of despair. At the same time, countless chi and blood surged out of his body like the sea, dyeing the world of recollection into a sea of blood. I am the martial emperor, there is only martial arts in my heart, the martial emperor said solemnly. For the first time, he spoke normally, but it was in preparation to self-destruct. Because Juyin old ancestor could clearly feel that the chi and blood generated by the martial emperor were becoming more violent. This was clearly a sign of impending self-destruction. To this, Juyin old ancestor could only helplessly shake his head and say, indeed, a madman. Such an ending was exactly as he had expected. No matter what the other's intentions were, this martial emperor would rather die than be controlled by someone else. So the question arises. If the martial emperor self-destructs and Mu Kui is gone, will the 9 cycles of reincarnation still exist? Juyin old ancestor thought it unlikely. After all, what's the point in watching if the main character is gone? With that thought, he let out a sad smile. In his view, if the martial emperor self-destructs and the 9 cycles of reincarnation close, then his own death is imminent. This life is not in vain, Juyin old ancestor murmured. Indeed, not in vain. Although he died early, he saw the truth of the world. Although he was forced to watch the 9 cycles of reincarnation even in death, it reignited the passion in his heart. Like fleeting glimpses, Juyan old ancestor's own memories flashed before his own eyes. He laughed, and as he laughed, he cried. Are you sick? Just let me die already. What's with reigniting my passion? Do you want me to die with regrets? Juyan old ancestor cursed at the mysterious force. Indeed, not in vain, but also not resigned. Helpless and unable to resist, he could only accept it. Juyan old ancestor slowly exhaled a breath of air, quietly awaiting his end. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. There is another crack, sound as the world abruptly closed. When he suddenly opened his eyes, Juyan old ancestor found himself still lying in the jade coffin in the form of a soul. His gaze was blank, blinking continuously. Perhaps because this cycle of reincarnation was so special, he realized half a day had already passed after sensing the passage of time. What's going on? He exclaimed in shock. The sudden closure of the 9 cycles of reincarnation, he couldn't understand. Even less understandable, he was clearly dead, so how could his soul still exist? You should know that old man Tianji was able to retain his soul because his physical body was destroyed, but his lifespan remained. But Juyan old ancestor had exhausted his lifespan. Logically, his soul should have perished as well. In the 9 cycles of reincarnation, the reason he could leave a remnant soul behind to help the Juyan sect after death was that he had consumed a certain amount of lifespan. This situation was as if that mysterious force was deliberately helping him maintain his soul. A soul is different from a ghost. Ghosts have a yin lifespan and cannot be reborn. Souls are pure and clean. As long as they remain intact, they can reconstruct a physical body. Regardless, this was a good thing. Juyan old ancestor planned to quickly inform the others. After all, he also knew that with his demise, the people of the Juyan sect would definitely be extremely distressed and unable to accept it. But upon scanning with his divine sense, the entire sect was empty. Apart from Lin Mubai, who was still locked in the sect's prison, even the 2 madmen, Jiang Lianyue and Qingning, were gone. Where is everyone? Juyan old ancestor was dumbfounded. Then, he remembered another problem. Mu Kui's 9 cycles of reincarnation have only revealed the first life, with the remaining 8 yet to appear. Could it be he has to witness it 8 more times? Did you really want to drive me mad? Juyan old ancestor's mouth twitched uncontrollably. At this moment, he thought that it would have been better if he had actually died. Fortunately, he quickly calmed himself down. There was no choice but to stay calm. Now that he was in a soul state, he would be consumed by malevolent energy and truly become a ghost if he didn't restrain his Tao heart. Huff, huff, huff. Juyan old ancestor kept exhaling, and after more than 10 breaths, he barely stabilized his Tao heart. The most important thing now was to figure out where the people of Juyan sect had gone. He immediately used his divine sense to scan hundreds of li around, only to find nothing. The people of Juyan sect had vanished as if into thin air. Hundreds of li was the limit of his divine sense coverage. With no other choice, he thought of using the sect's divine-grade spiritual artifact, the sect's dome realm. That dome realm could cover the entire central domain with its vision when operated, provided that there were no high-level formations shielding a certain area. Then Juyan old ancestor floated out of the jade coffin, ready to take action. But as soon as his soul floated out of Fu Zhang, he couldn't move any further. Suddenly turning his head, he looked back at the jade coffin and understood. Unlike a ghost, a soul cannot exist freely in the world. It needs an object to attach to. Unknowingly, his soul had formed a connection with the jade coffin. In other words, he would have to bring this coffin with him wherever he went until he could reconstruct his physical body. Because this coffin was now his home, this also meant he would have to be holding a coffin every time he appeared before someone. This was truly a loss of face for the old ancestor. To those unaware, it might seem as though he had some special fondness for coffins. When alive, he's hiding in a coffin waiting for death, and after death, he's still carrying a coffin everywhere. Why don't you copy that old man Tianji and give me a spirit ring? Juyan old ancestor was utterly disheartened. With no other recourse, he used his soul power to lift the jade coffin and float it out from the bottom of the second peak. The location of the sect's dome realm was at the top of the second peak, in the central hall where the 12 supreme elders resided. Upon reaching his destination, Juyan old ancestor was stunned again. Gone. Even the sect's dome realm was missing. Has my Juyan sect been annihilated? Juyan old ancestor was even more bewildered. But that was impossible. After all, the sect's grand formation was still in operation, and there were no traces of battle within the sect. With no other options, Juyin Old Ancestor had to go to the sect's prison to find Lin Mubai. Although this madman had tried to chop him last time, now he could only hope that Lin Mubai knew something. But as soon as he arrived, his expression darkened again. "Let me out. Eldest senior brother needs me. Old Ancestor, if you have the guts to lock me up, then have the guts to let me out. Don't think I don't know. You're just hiding in the coffin waiting to die. Let me out and give me 100 years if you dare, I will surely be able to fight you. Where is everyone? Where have all the people gone?" Hearing this, Juyin Old Ancestor's soul flickered in and out of existence due to anger. It was one thing for Xiao Hongyi to curse him. But this madman Lin Mubai not only cursed him but also wanted to chop him. This was simply outrageous. And from Lin Mubai's shouts, it was clear that he knew nothing either. Juyin Old Ancestor was about to turn and leave, but after a moment's thought, he appeared before Lin Mubai and asked, "Has anything significant happened to Juyin sect recently?" "Oh Old Ancestor." Lin Mubai shuddered in fright. "Answer quickly," Juyin Old Ancestor said impatiently. Despite his madness, Lin Mubai still held a sense of reverence for the Old Ancestor. The reason he dared to wield a blade against the Old Ancestor was to complete Jiang Chen's task. The insults just now were nothing more than nonsensical babbling, thinking that the Old Ancestor was in suspended state animation. "How about you let me out first?" Lin Mubai shrank his neck, trying to bargain. "Let you out to chop me?" Juyin Old Ancestor glared. Lin Mubai was at a loss for words and began to play dumb, saying, "Old Ancestor, how could I dare? You know that my mind isn't right. Yes, I'm mad. No way I would chop you, right? As the Old Ancestor, you wouldn't really hold a grudge against a madman, would you?" Juyin Old Ancestor's mouth twitched, and after thinking it over, he released Lin Mubai. "Old Ancestor, how did you become a soul? And why are you holding a coffin? I never realized before that you had this hobby." After being released, Lin Mubai was puzzled. Then he was locked up by Juyin Old Ancestor again. "Old Ancestor, I was wrong. I truly was." Lin Mubai began to wail like a ghost. "First, tell me what has happened in the sect recently," Juyin Old Ancestor glared again. Lin Mubai still wanted to bargain, but seeing the Old Ancestor turn to leave, he could only confess honestly, nothing much, just that eldest senior brother went to the Buddha temple, then the bell on second peak rang 9 times, and then 8 times. It's trivial matters. Trivial matters. Juyin Old Ancestor wanted to smash the coffin in Lin Mubai's face. Jiang Chen going to the Buddha temple was something he had guessed. Otherwise, Mu Kui wouldn't have fallen into the 9 cycles of reincarnation. After all, based on his experience, triggering the 9 cycles of reincarnation required not only harboring ill feelings towards Jiang Chen but also close contact. But the bell ringing 9 times meant that his blood oath as an Old Ancestor was broken, and he had died. And the bell ringing 8 times signified the start of a great sect war. These were major events. After some deduction, Juyin Old Ancestor suddenly realized. Given Jiang Chen's character, he would definitely cause a commotion at the Buddha temple, so the rest of the Juyin sect must have gone there to assist. As the Old Ancestor, he couldn't just sit by and do nothing. With that thought, Juyin Old Ancestor vanished from the spot while holding his coffin. "Old Ancestor, what about me? You forgot about me," Lin Mubai shouted desperately in the prison. The only response was a deathly silence. After shouting for a while and seeing no sign of Juyin Old Ancestor returning, Lin Mubai sat down on the ground and cursed, "Liar. Dare to call yourself a paragon of righteousness. You're an Old Ancestor, yet you're not trustworthy at all." The moment his voice fell, Lin Mubai felt as if he had been slapped across the face. At the Buddha temple, after returning to reality, Mu Kui was somewhat confused. He vaguely remembered that something had happened, that he had seen something. But now, upon reflection, he could only feel a severe headache and his blood energy became extremely violent and fierce. This condition was a side effect of the breaking of the memory seal. Once he recovered from the violent state, he would lose the memories of what happened during that period. Did eldest senior brother really become a monk? Mu Kui muttered again. But strangely, instead of feeling disgust or anger this time, he felt an inexplicable sensation like heartache. Mu Kui shook his head. He wasn't used to deep thinking, so he simply stopped pondering about it. "Brother Mu, I finally found you." A monk dressed in the attire of the ancient pill tower ran over from a distance. Xiao Shan, Mu Kui frowned. He didn't know why he was frowning. He just suddenly found Xiao Shan extremely annoying. "Brother Mu, I heard that there's a notorious monk named Zhang Hu, also known as San Zhang, causing trouble around here. If I'm not mistaken, this person should be Jiang Chen," Xiao Shan said seriously upon arrival. "How do you know?" Mu Kui continued to frown. Hearing this, Xiao Shan smiled confidently. He knew, and he had known for a long time. When Guidance Hall's Wei Xing mentioned Zhang Hu and the Great White Tiger, he felt a sense of familiarity. But soon, he guessed that the person was not Zhang Hu at all, but Jiang Chen. The reason was simple. The ancient pill tower had always paid special attention to information about Jiang Chen and Ninth Peak. Xiao Shan knew that Ninth Peak had a disciple named Zhang Hu, and he was also aware that Qingning had brought back a large white tiger after returning from the Hengduan mountain range. There weren't many great white tigers that could make Wei Xing feel like facing a formidable enemy, so he instantly concluded that the tiger must be Xiaobai. Then the question arose. Why would such a powerful demon follow an unknown Zhang Hu? Following this line of reasoning, Xiao Shan was certain that it wasn't Zhang Hu, but it was Jiang Chen in disguise. The reason he didn't tell Wei Xing at the time was that if Wei Xing found out, he would surely inform the main temple of Buddha sect. Then, not only would he be unable to enter the Buddha sect, but Jiang Chen would also be driven away. In that case, his plan to eliminate Jiang Chen through Mu Kui would undoubtedly go up in smoke. That's why Xiao Shan kept the truth to himself. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen had caused a disturbance in the Buddha sect, Xiao Shan felt that an opportunity had arrived. Although he didn't know why Jiang Chen had practiced Buddhist sect techniques, it was undeniable that such an act was tantamount to betrayal. He could use this to persuade Mu Kui to eliminate the threat for the sect. "Brother Mu, I heard that the master of Ninth Peak of Juyin sect had issued a strict order forbidding Jiang Chen from practicing the Jiang family's techniques. Yet, your eldest senior brother has practiced Buddhist sect techniques. This act," Xiao Shan said indignantly, "is akin to betrayal," Mu Kui asked in return. "Exactly." Xiao Shan nodded solemnly, saying, "To learn profound Buddhist teachings, one needs not only talent but also to be accepted by a high monk as a disciple and receive the transmission of Buddhist teachings. Therefore, Jiang Chen has not only betrayed the sect but also his master. Such an act is simply inhuman." "Inhuman? Jiang Chen." As these words reached his ears, Mu Kui's frown deepened. A strong sense of anger welled up in his heart. He experienced a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness, clutching his head and screaming in agony. A memory surfaced in his mind. In the memory, Jiang Chen was dressed in white, with a clean and bright smile. That was at the Ninth Peak's training platform of Juyin sect. He stood opposite Jiang Chen. "Eldest senior brother, shall we stop? I can't control my strength well, and I might hurt you," Mu Kui said with a conflicted expression. "You might indeed hurt me, but as cultivators, we cannot work in isolation. Since no one else is willing to spar with you, it's only right for me as your eldest senior brother to step up," Jiang Chen said with a slight smile. But Mu Kui was still conflicted. "There are no buts." Jiang Chen waved his hand to interrupt and stepped forward with his sword, saying, "Fourth junior brother, watch out." Reluctantly, Mu Kui had no choice but to spar with Jiang Chen. At that time, Jiang Chen was at the human origin level. While Mu Kui was only a lower realm cultivator and had just joined the Ninth Peak of Juyin sect not long ago. Despite being in the lower realm, his combat power was comparable to that of a human origin cultivator. He could even dominate those who had just entered the core formation stage. Mu Kui's fighting spirit grew as the spar progressed, and he fought more and more valiantly. In the end, his blood and chi wrapped around him, and with the enhancement of the martial emperor physique, he threw a punch. This punch was majestic, like thunder and lightning, creating a vacuum on the platform. Jiang Chen raised his sword to block. Crack! The spiritual sword and fist collided, emitting a crisp sound of breaking. The next second, Jiang Chen was sent several steps back, clutching his chest while letting out a muffled groan. "Eldest senior brother." Seeing this, Mu Kui came to his senses and hurriedly went to support him. "Junior brother's punch is formidable." "I've lost," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "That's not true," Mu Kui shook his head. "Eldest senior brother, let me win, and your spiritual weapon and techniques are not high grade." "Ha ha. A loss is a loss. Where's the sense in making excuses? Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Today's spar was fun, let's celebrate with a drink. All right, I'll call second senior brother, Mu Kui nodded. Let's leave Mubai out of this. His tolerance for alcohol really isn't great. That's true. Haha. With that, the two exchanged a smile. Just as the memory seemed to continue, it was invaded by scarlet blood, and then the scene began to shatter and blur. When he came back to his senses, Mu Kui stood there stunned, with the sound of laughter still echoing in his mind. What is this? Why do I feel warmth in my heart as if these memories truly happened, even though I have no recollection of them? Looking up at the sky, Mu Kui murmured softly. He hadn't felt this kind of warmth in a long time. Since he could remember, his mind was filled with cultivation and breakthroughs, and he would quickly forget other emotions. But now, this warmth in his heart, it was like the dawn or the setting sun, warm and memorable. Suddenly, another sharp pain shot through his mind. Mu Kui screamed out, his eyes turning blood red, and his blood boiled, seeping out from his pores. Clearly, this was the seal left by the martial emperor, a countermeasure after sensing that Mu Kui's mood was influenced by external forces. The martial emperor wanted to use this method to make Mu Kui abandon the lingering warmth in his heart and focus solely on martial arts. But Mu Kui was unwilling. The memories of 9 cycles of reincarnation may have disappeared, but their influence lingered. How could someone who has seen the dawn willingly plunge back into darkness? Sensing that the warmth in his heart was being dispersed by the violent blood and qi, he knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging his head against the floor. Once, the ground cracked. Twice, the ground collapsed. Thrice, the ground trembled all around. 4 times. 5 times. 6. Until his head was broken and bleeding, with fresh blood streaming down his forehead like rain, almost covering his entire body. Finally, he stopped moving and looked up at the sky. His eyes were slightly dull, occasionally flashing with a bloody light. Blood dripped down the corner of his mouth, yet he cracked a smile. Good, I haven't forgotten. If it were external forces controlling or influencing him, the martial emperor's memory seal would prevent it even if it meant death. But what if it was resistance from within? The martial emperor was helpless. Watching Mu Kui scream in agony, self-mutilate, and then look up at the sky with a silly laugh like a madman makes Xiao Shan completely numb. Although the Juyin sect had kept the gradual madness of the people from Ninth Peak well hidden, the ancient Pill Tower had still heard some rumors. Xiao Shan had always speculated about it. It must be the evil deeds of Jiang Chen that drove his fellow disciples mad. At first, he thought this guess was absurd. After all, it didn't make sense. The Juyin sect was a major righteous sect, and Ninth Peak was home to many prodigies. Logically, their mental fortitude should not be so fragile. But at this moment, Xiao Shan realized he was wrong. Terribly wrong. Because he had just mentioned Jiang Chen's evil deeds, and Mu Kui went mad. This was seen with his own eyes, leaving no room for doubt. Brother Mu, hold on. Xiao Shan tried to console him. If you've gone mad because of Jiang Chen, just eliminate Jiang Chen, and you should be able to return to normal. Get rid of your inner demon. The response was a furious glare from Mu Kui. Mu Kui clenched his fists and suddenly stood up, his breath violently fluctuating. Even from a distance, Xiao Shan could feel the intense heat emanating from him. Gulp. After swallowing hard, Xiao Shan tried again to calm him. Brother Mu, look carefully, it's me. Xiao Shan, we've even chanted scriptures together recently. Xiao Shan, Mu Kui asked, deep in thought. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Shan nodded continuously, breathing a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, I'm going to hit you, Mu Kui shouted angrily. Driven by rage, he approached like a towering figure, each step pounding the ground. Heavy, yet extremely fast. And when he reached Xiao Shan, he threw his full force into a punch. Since Xiao Shan came to the Buddha temple, he had often spoken ill of Jiang Chen to Mu Kui. Mu Kui had always been too lazy to care. But now, he found Xiao Shan increasingly irritating. Just like a fly, he couldn't suppress the urge to swat it dead. Brother Mu, please stop. Xiao Shan cried out in alarm. Seeing that Mu Kui had no intention of stopping, Xiao Shan had to summon his internal pill fire to resist. But the power of the punch was too great. The accompanying gust of wind scattered his 6th grade spiritual pill fire. Boom. Ultimately, Mu Kui's punch hit Xiao Shan's chest, sending him flying 100 zhang away. After drawing an arc in the air, Xiao Shan crashed into a temple building. He cursed loudly as he quickly popped several healing pills into his mouth. Mu Kui, you madman. Jiang Chen drove you insane, go hit him. What's the point of hitting me? As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Kui leapt from afar, landing in front of Xiao Shan. The heavy impact of his body and strength could be felt shaking the ground. I hit you because I find you annoying. Mu Kui clenched his fist again, still in a rage, and said, also, I hate it most when people call me a madman. This aversion was instinctual. In his previous life, the martial emperor was often called the Mad Emperor, so Mu Kui was extremely sensitive to the term madman. Seeing Mu Kui ready to strike again, Xiao Shan braced for the worst. Knowing he was no match for Mu Kui, all he could do was run. He lightly touched his spirit ring, pulling out a red paper talisman with a golden character on it. Escape. Xiao Shan formed a seal with his right hand and uttered softly. The next second, the red talisman ignited, and he turned into a red streak of light, fleeing towards the border of the Buddha temple. This was a 6th grade escape talisman with a speed comparable to a heavenly origin cultivator. Although a pill refiner's own combat strength was not high, they were often wealthy. This talisman was simply obtained by Xiao Shan in exchange for pill refining services. Xiao Shan believed that Mu Kui could never catch up with his speed. After all, Mu Kui seemed extremely cumbersome, and speed should be his weakness. But unexpectedly, after escaping about 100 li, he sensed someone behind him. Turning around abruptly, he saw Mu Kui's face still smeared with blood. At this moment, Mu Kui was even more enraged. Not only were his eyes filled with red light, but his blood, as hot as high temperatures, nearly twisted the air itself. Suddenly, Mu Kui stretched out his hand, grabbed Xiao Shan's right shoulder, and squeezed it hard. Crack! The clear sound of bone breaking echoed. Before Xiao Shan could resist, he felt himself being lifted by Mu Kui, who then swung him around several times in the air before aiming at a distant temple and throwing him out. With a whoosh sound, Xiao Shan crashed into the temple like a cannonball. Xiao Shan's breath was chaotic as he lay amidst the rubble. He spat out blood, and most of his bones were broken. He didn't even have the strength to struggle to his feet. Mu Kui leapt over again, looking down from above. Having lost reason due to anger, his eyes looked upon Xiao Shan as if he were an ant, without any hint of mercy. Do you want to kill me? At this moment, Xiao Shan was utterly panicked. He had been sent by his teacher to persuade Mu Kui to kill Jiang Chen. He thought it was a simple task, but he never expected to lose his life at the hands of Mu Kui. And just as Mu Kui was about to clench his fist again, something unexpected happened. Evildoer, you've destroyed my guidance hall. This poor monk must liberate you today. With a thunderous shout, a golden-bodied monk, several meters tall, leapt in front of Xiao Shan. Monk Wei Xing, Xiao Shan cried with joy. Donor Xiao, do not fear. This person has destroyed my guidance hall and harbors too much killing intent, truly a malevolent obstacle. I will protect Ah. Before he could finish, Wei Xing was sent flying by a punch from Mu Kui. He flew out 100 zhong like a golden ball. Mu Kui's punch was even more powerful than before, producing a piercing sound as it tore through the air, and the wind it generated blew Xiao Shan away again. Once more, he fell from the sky. Enduring the pain in his body, Xiao Shan looked around for Wei Xing. Soon, he found him in the distance. But Wei Xing's golden body was shattered, clearly severely injured and unconscious, his breathing barely perceptible. This left Xiao Shan in utter despair. Wei Xing was at least at the earthly origin level, and even with the golden blessing of Buddhist teachings, he couldn't withstand a punch from human origin level Mu Kui. Wasn't this strength a bit too exaggerated? What Xiao Shan didn't know was that at this moment, Mu Kui is completely enraged and has once again broken through the martial emperor's seal, causing his combat power to skyrocket. Not to mention those at the earthly origin realm, even those at the heavenly origin realm could be repelled by Mu Kui with a single punch. Only a cultivator in the upper 4 realms could defeat him. Seeing Mu Kui approaching from a distance, Xiao Shan closed his eyes in despair. Evildoers! Do you Juyan sect disciples really think that there is no one in my Buddha temple? A thunderous shout suddenly erupted. Xiao Shan followed the sound and his eyes lit up once again. He saw a frail old man stepping on a trail of Buddha's light, approaching with uncontrollable fury at the sight of the ruined guidance hall. This monk was none other than Pu Jia, who had just sent Jiang Chen into the Buddha's 6 prisons. Normally, such matters should be handled by the enforcement monks or the Buddha's disciples, but they had all been beaten to death or crippled by Jiang Chen. Left with no choice and sensing the commotion here, Pujia had to come in person. He knew that Mu Kui was a true disciple of the Juyan sect, and liberating him on the spot could easily provoke a war between the two sects. Therefore, he had to speak up. Mu Kui, you have driven several of my temple's preaching monks to madness, destroyed several temples, and even injured our leading elder. Such evil deeds are unforgivable. Enter the Buddha's 6 prisons first, and let the Juyan sect come to redeem you. Seeing that Mu Kui remained unmoved with his eyes growing redder, Pujia frowned and added, Amitabha, Mu Kui, you have fallen into the devil's path. It's not too late if you recognize your sins now. At these words, Mu Kui was stunned. The red light in his eyes faded, and a segment of memory resurfaced in his mind. Back then, he was at the critical moment of breaking through from the lower 4 realms to the core formation stage. Mu Kui, who practiced body refining, would still form a core formation, but it was a blood core formed from condensed blood qi. At the moment of breakthrough, the blood qi in his body went berserk, plunging him into a state of madness. At that time, Jiang Lianyue had not yet joined the sect, Peak Master Xiao Hongyi was not at the 9th peak, Lin Mubai was still oblivious, and Qingning was out and had not returned. In his crazed state, Mu Kui's rationality was devoured, and he became extremely violent. Everything in his sight became a target for destruction. With one punch, he shattered much of the ancient forest of the 9th peak. With 2 punches, the fellow disciples who came to stop him were all injured. After 3 punches, even when the elders of the 9th peak came, they were forced to retreat step by step, not wanting to harm Mu Kui. This incident caught the attention of the Hall of Enforcement. Just as Mu Kui was about to kill a fellow disciple, Li Fidu arrived with his sword. Li Fidu's gaze from high above was just like Pujia's at that moment. Seeing Mu Kui consumed by rage, with an extremely violent aura, red eyes, and blood surging out, Li Fidu's words were no different from Pujia's. Mu Kui, you have fallen into the devil's path. It's not too late if you recognize your crime now. Mu Kui remembered this memory. Back then he was eventually captured by Li Fidu and locked up in prison for several months. But Jiang Chen, dressed in white, came forward and said with neither arrogance nor humility, Elder Li, this is a matter for the 9th peak. Since the master is not here, it should be handled by me. You, Li Fidu scoffed. Logically, it should indeed be so. However, the combat power Mu Kui displayed in his frenzy was several times higher than usual. Even Jiang Chen would not be his match. If that's the case, then I'll leave it to you to handle, Li Fidu warned. If you're not afraid of being killed by him, that is. Jiang Chen in white did not reply but simply shook his head helplessly. He did not try to persuade Mu Kui with words, because it was useless. In such a state, Mu Kui could only be dealt with by fighting him, releasing all the battle intent and madness in his heart, to return to his original state. Junior brother, come on. Jiang Chen said after summoning the spirit sword from his purple mansion. Mu Kui didn't reply, but with a roar, his towering figure charged at Jiang Chen. The senior and junior brothers fought fiercely. At that time, Jiang Chen was at the earthly origin realm. Taking advantage of his higher realm, he had many opportunities to severely injure Mu Kui, but in the end, he held back. In contrast, Mu Kui grew stronger as the battle raged on, with each punch weighing as heavy as 1,000 jin. The fierce battle lasted for several hours. When Mu Kui woke up from his crazed state, he was shocked and panicked by the scene before him. The surroundings were in ruins, the earth shattered, and rocks split. Jiang Chen knelt on one knee, the spirit sword in his hand broken, his body covered in wounds, and his white clothes soaked in blood. Eldest senior brother, Mu Kui exclaimed in shock. Before Jiang Chen could reply, Li Fidu from high above spoke again. Mu Kui, you have injured your fellow disciples and committed the crime of insubordination by severely injuring your eldest senior brother. Although you are now awake, you are still guilty. You are sentenced to half a year in the sect's prison. I injured my fellow disciples. And I injured my eldest senior brother. Mu Kui stood there as if struck by lightning, overwhelmed by guilt and remorse. Sensing something wrong with himself, the martial emperor's seal intervened again, and soon Mu Kui's aura became violent, with his blood qi surging wildly. Seeing this, despite being seriously injured and struggling to stand, Jiang Chen changed his demeanor. Ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Mu Kui, you fool. I merely mocked you a few times, and you lost your mind. You really are an idiot. Hearing this, Li Fidu came to a realization. The elders and disciples of the ninth peak had the same epiphany. In their eyes, Mu Kui was simple-minded, and although his combat power was extremely strong, he would never fight others unless necessary. No wonder he suddenly went berserk this time. It turned out to be provoked by Jiang Chen's mockery. They had just given Jiang Chen high praise for risking his life to stop Mu Kui. Who knew the truth would be like this? Jiang Chen, how could you do that to Mu Kui? You are the ninth peak's eldest senior brother, how can you take pleasure in mocking your junior brother? You have let down the painstaking efforts of the ninth peak's master. Indeed, you are not worthy of being the ninth peak's eldest senior brother. The ninth peak elders were furious, loudly accusing him. Li Fidu looked coldly at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, the master of the ninth peak is not here. Since you won't confess, then I, the Hall of Enforcement, cannot ignore this. What do you want? Jiang Chen countered. First, we'll lock you up in the sect's prison until the master of the ninth peak returns. Fine. In the end, Jiang Chen was taken away by Li Fidu. Watching Jiang Chen's departing figure, Mu Kui felt a sense of disgust towards this eldest senior brother for the first time in his memory. Not long after, Jiang Lianyue joined the sect. Jiang Chen was then accused of peeping on her while she bathed, and Xiao Hongyi crippled his core formation. Mu Kui didn't understand. Why did his eldest senior brother seem to enjoy doing bad things so much? Every day, people would whisper in his ear about Jiang Chen's misdeeds and badmouth him. Mu Kui grew increasingly irritated by these talks, sometimes even getting angry again, as if instinctively resisting. Eventually, he casually took on a mission, preparing to leave the sect. Everyone thought he was leaving because he was ridiculed by Jiang Chen and didn't want to stay in the sect, but only he knew the reason. Apart from that, there was something more important. Regardless of the reason for his last outburst, he had hurt many people. He needed to go out and train to control himself, not wanting to harm those around him anymore, even if that person was his eldest senior brother, who was up to no good. He also wanted to prove to Jiang Chen that no matter what ridicule he faced in the future, he would not lose control again, so that Jiang Chen could give up on that idea for good. At the gate of the Juyan sect, Mu Kui left the sect alone, but under the ancient tree in front of the sect, he saw Jiang Chen's figure. At that time, Jiang Chen had just regained consciousness from having his core formation crippled, his face still pale. Despite being pale, he tried to smile and said, "Fourth junior brother, take care on your journey. If you need anything, come back to the sect and find me." Mu Kui remained silent. Do you find the heaven, sky, agreeable? Jiang Chen asked again. No. Mu Kui replied instantly, looking up at the sky and saying, often, I feel the urge to tear it apart. What a coincidence, I don't like it either, Jiang Chen said with a satisfied smile. He patted Mu Kui on the shoulder and joked, Mu Kui, I hope that one day, you and I can defy the heavens together. Defy the heavens. Mu Kui was puzzled. The words, defy the heavens, should be taboo for cultivators, yet he felt no aversion to them. Why was that? Suddenly, in his memory, Mu Kui saw golden characters in the sky. First life. And at that moment, his world turned blood red, and a powerful force dragged him back to reality. The memory stopped abruptly. Mu Kui stood still with tears streaming uncontrollably. He covered his eyes with his right hand, tilting his head back, trying to hold the tears back in this way. But overwhelmed with grief and guilt, he began to sob uncontrollably. He was supposed to be tough as a nail, yet now he cried like a child. These memories, different from his own, felt as if they had truly happened. In his memory, Jiang Chen had not ridiculed him. His confession of guilt was only to protect him. Even when severely injured, his eldest senior brother still protected him. Even when just awakened from unconsciousness, he would drag his tired, pained body to see him off. This must be the memory of my eldest senior brother's past life, Mu Kui somewhat understood. Even though he understood, it only made his heart ache more. Suddenly, more memories began to surface in Mu Kui's mind. He saw Jiang Chen intending to give medicinal pills but being accused of peeping due to various coincidences. As a result, Jiang Chen's core formation was crippled. He saw that Jiang Chen actually had a good relationship with Qingning, but due to Lin Mubai and other coincidental accidents, they ended up as strangers. He saw Jiang Chen's care for Lin Mubai, traveling together and experiencing the world's splendor. He also saw Jiang Chen's concern for himself. After Mu Kui became a core formation cultivator, his progress was rapid. In just a few years, he reached the human origin stage, and the core formation formed by his blood qi became increasingly red and volatile, which also gradually changed his personality. From initially being simple and honest, he became aggressive and irritable. This was because the martial emperor physique was born for battle. The higher the realm, the more one is influenced by the will to fight. Thus, coupled with the influence of the martial emperor's memories, Mu Kui's temperament changed drastically. Everyone was helpless in the face of this transformation. Although the same person, Mu Kui and the martial emperor had two different personalities. Because his past life's memories were sealed, Mu Kui in this life always had goodwill towards the people around him. Every time he woke from his anger and saw his fellow disciples injured by his own hand, Mu Kui was panic-stricken and mired in self-blame. At this point, Mu Kui began to realize something was wrong with himself. Feeling that his cultivation was about to break through again and become more uncontrollable, he requested the Hall of Enforcement to lock him up in the sect's prison. With his cultivation sealed, he was subjected to soul-crushing sword formations, hunted by demonic beasts, and attacked by talismans every day in the prison. During this time, the seal of the martial emperor was repeatedly broken, and each time it was broken, the disciples of the Juyan sect could hear the angry and painful howls from the prison. Mu Kui was locked up in the sect's prison for 2 full years. Over the 2 years, he was exhausted both physically and mentally. Although he avoided harming others, his inability to release his fighting spirit and his pent-up emotions eventually made Mu Kui's cultivation stagnate and regress, and the core formation formed by his blood showed signs of shattering. By that time, Lin Feng had joined the sect. The emergence of the Son of Destiny made Jiang Chen's misdeeds seem more numerous and more frequently misunderstood. In terms of the harm to body and mind, Jiang Chen was definitely much stronger than Mu Kui. Even so, Jiang Chen still carried out his duties as the eldest senior brother. Jiang Chen knew that Mu Kui's current state was due to the conflict between his own personality and that of the martial emperor, and that his special physique, the martial emperor physique, had to survive through battles. The memories sealed within the martial emperor were not something he could shake. Therefore, the only way to solve this was to start with Mu Kui's physique. Changing one's physique was naturally something Jiang Chen couldn't do. However, he could find a way to stabilize Mu Kui's Dao heart, allowing him to face battles without fear and without losing his sanity in the fight. In this way, Mu Kui's Dao heart could be stabilized. There were many heavenly and earthly treasures that could help stabilize the Dao heart, but only one could work on the martial emperor physique. That was the Dao root of the Enlightenment Tree. The Enlightenment Tree is an extremely rare heavenly and earthly treasure, often appearing in the upper domain. The Enlightenment trees in the upper domain were mostly of the 8th grade and above, capable of producing Dao enlightenment leaves and enlightenment fruit of the same grade. Few people knew that there was actually an enlightenment tree in the central domain as well. That enlightenment tree was of the 7th grade, located in the deepest part of the Hengduan mountain range, where demon kings of the beast realm would enlighten themselves under the tree every day. Qingning had been there and obtained a 7th grade enlightenment fruit, which greatly improved her talents. If it weren't for her great destiny, she would have died under the pursuit of demon kings. A single enlightenment fruit had led to her being hunted by countless demon kings, and she dared not enter the Hengduan mountain range again for the rest of her life. However, Jiang Chen's goal was to dig up the tree's roots. The difficulty and danger of this task were unimaginable. At that time, Jiang Chen was only at the heavenly origin level of cultivation, and he was no match for even 1 or 2 demon kings, let alone countless ones. Helplessly, Jiang Chen went against Xiao Hongyi's orders for the first time and mobilized the power of the Jiang family. The elder Chen Sheng and 10 other upper domain cultivators from the Jiang family escorted Jiang Chen deep into the Hengduan mountain range. Chen Sheng is at the divine passage realm of the upper 4 realms, and there are very few cultivators in the central domain who can defeat him. The group defeated many demon kings and arrived at their destination smoothly, but just as Jiang Chen was about to dig up the roots, an old woman in light blue clothes, with an aged face and faint blue flames between her brows, appeared. She was hunched over and had 6 tails. A 6-tailed mystic fox. Chen Sheng was immediately on high alert upon seeing the old woman. "You know me?" the old woman asked in return. The mystic fox clan had survived since ancient times. The purest bloodline of the mystic foxes, known as the Nine Heavens mystic fox, could grow up to 9 tails, and the next in line was the 6-tailed mystic fox. The realm of the demon kings in the beast realm was a major realm, similar to the upper 4 realms of humans, which was further divided into several smaller realms. The demon kings were specifically divided into penetrating comprehension, awakening enlightenment, spirit control, and shape transformation. Their combat power corresponds respectively to the initial insight, fate transformation, divine passage, and nirvana stages of the upper 4 realms cultivators. A penetrating comprehension stage demon king could speak human language. In the awakening enlightenment stage, they could practice human cultivation techniques and gain enlightenment from heaven and earth. A spirit control stage demon king could manipulate the spirits of heaven and earth, transforming them into divine powers, while the shape transformation stage could transform into human form. The mystic fox clan was a bit special. At a certain realm, the number of fox tails would increase. As far as Chen Sheng knew, when a mystic fox advanced to the demon king stage, it would grow 4 tails, and upon reaching spirit control and shape transformation stages, it would grow the 5th and 6th tails respectively. The old woman in front of them had 6 tails and was at the shape transformation stage of the demon king, which meant her strength was equivalent to the nirvana realm of the upper 4 realms of human cultivators. Judging by her aged appearance, this old woman had been in the shape transformation stage for at least 100 years. Her combat power was even far beyond that of ordinary human cultivators in the nirvana realm. Old fox, you are indeed very strong, but you are already exuding the aura of death, and your life is not long. If you fight with us, you will fall within a few years, Chen Sheng warned with a stern face. Oh, is that so? The old woman asked back with a hoarse voice. Hand over this enlightenment tree to us, and you can continue to cling to life here in Hengduan. Otherwise, if even one of us is harmed today, the Jiang family's purple cavalry will descend and slaughter your mystic fox clan tomorrow. Jiang family. Never heard of it. I've been trapped here for 1,000 years, unable to leave even a step. The old woman shook her head and said, moreover, there are only 2 members left in the mystic fox clan now. One is me, and the other. As she spoke, the old woman looked up at the enlightenment tree. On that lush enlightenment tree, there lay a 3-tailed white fox with condensed flames of dark orchid between its brows. The 3-tailed white fox was curled up, lying on a thick branch, its fox eyes closed as if in a deep sleep. If observed closely, it could be seen that the essence of the enlightenment tree was all converging towards the 3-tailed white fox, being continuously absorbed into its body. 9 Heavens mystic fox, Chen Sheng exclaimed once again, in disbelief. You're using the enlightenment tree to nurture your clan member. No wonder this enlightenment tree has been unable to advance to the 8th grade, it's because your mystic fox clan has taken the natural creation of heaven and earth. The exclamation was so loud that it caused the 3-tailed white fox to frown. Seeing this, the old woman's eyes turned cold, and she spat out 2 words. Silence. With these words, the world fell into a deathly silence. Although birds still flew across the sky and other demon kings whispered nearby, everything fell into an eerie silence. It was as if the whole world had been cast with a silent spell, even the sound of the wind disappeared. The 3 tails are the most unstable time for my mystic fox clan. My granddaughter wakes up and runs around, then forgets where she came from and forgets to return home. Since I cannot leave this place, it's really a headache, so. At this point, the old woman paused, her old eyes narrowing slightly and said. So I don't have time to waste words with you, either leave or die. A strong threat laced with chilling killing intent filled the air. Upon hearing this, including Chen Sheng, the more than 10 upper domain cultivators of the Jiang family all had a cold look in their eyes. The old woman in front of them was strong, but she was not unbeatable. After a moment of thought, Chen Sheng cast an inquiring glance at Jiang Chen in white. Jiang Chen in white took a step forward, seemingly wanting to communicate with the old woman, but due to the silence, he couldn't utter a single word. Helplessly, he gently stroked his spirit ring, and an ancient imperial bell floated out and hovered in front of Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng instantly understood Jiang Chen's intention and struck the imperial bell with all his cultivation. Dong! In an instant, the ancient bell sound broke through the silence, its toll echoing across heaven and earth. The sound waves of the bell spread slowly. Wherever they reached, the grass and trees bowed down, and many demon kings were struck by lightning, unable to move. A superior grade spiritual weapon. No, that's not right. This is an ancient artifact. Seeing this, the old woman was shocked. Old fox, if it comes to a head-on confrontation, we are no match for you. But if we use the young master's ancient bell, although we can't defeat you, we can exhaust your lifespan. We will wear you down to death, Chen Sheng said. This time, the old woman did not retort, and her expression lost the calmness of before. The situation changed in an instant. Just a second ago, the old woman wanted to use her absolute power to swat Jiang Chen and the others like flies. But the next second, she might be the one to die. What turned everything around was that floating ancient bell. An ancient treasure that couldn't be measured by grades. The old woman couldn't understand. How could such a treasure appear here and in the hands of a cultivator who wasn't even at the upper four realms? Was the Jiang family really that powerful? The old woman wasn't foolish. She knew the situation was unfavorable for her. Yet she could not compromise. For her clan, and for herself. Bring it on, then. Taking a deep breath, the old woman's aura soared, her six tails swinging in all directions behind her. A great battle seemed imminent. Senior, allow me to uproot the tree and dig out its roots, and I swear I will ensure this three-tailed white fox grows up safely, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke up. The old woman was taken aback. No. Chen Sheng hurriedly interjected, young master, the nine heavens mystic fox bewitches all creatures. A slight mishap, and you could be charmed, becoming a puppet willing to sacrifice everything for it. Jiang Chen did not respond but simply looked at the old woman. Seeing the old woman's puzzled expression, he added, Senior, your granddaughter has awakened. What? The old woman was shocked and quickly looked over. Sure enough, the previously sleeping three-tailed white fox had woken up and was now rubbing its sleepy fluffy eyes with its furry paws. Suddenly, the white fox leapt down. It came to Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression and asked, Human, you smell really nice, what is your name? At these words, everyone was astonished. The nine heavens mystic fox understands the human heart and discerns good from evil. This meant in the eyes of the nine heavens mystic fox, Jiang Chen represented great virtue. Jiang Chen did not answer the three-tailed white fox but turned to the old woman and said, Senior, your life is not long, and you cannot protect it forever. But if you let me uproot the tree, I will protect it until its death. Why? The old woman asked, puzzled. Because the roots of the enlightenment tree are very important to me. Jiang Chen suddenly picked up the three-tailed white fox at his feet and continued. I'm destined with it. The old woman fell silent again. She did not doubt Jiang Chen's words, for the approval of the nine heavens mystic fox was the greatest persuasion. As Jiang Chen said, her life was not long, so she could not protect her granddaughter forever. And this young man in white before her, not only with a formidable background but also recognized by her granddaughter, was indeed a suitable candidate. What's your name? The old woman asked. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you are not my granddaughter's fated person, for I do not have a good impression of you. I know. Our clan's three-tailed state is very unstable. Even if she has seen you now, she may forget you if it doesn't see you for a while. I know. To be precise, not just at this moment, but no matter what you do, my granddaughter will always forget you. I also know. Even so, you still wish to protect my granddaughter for a lifetime. A lifetime is too long, but as long as I live, I will surely protect her. The old woman fell silent once more. After taking a deep look at Jiang Chen, she waved her sleeve. In the next instant, the three-tailed white fox was enveloped in a white light and floated from Jiang Chen's arms into hers. The white fox struggled for a moment and then fell asleep again. Come here in 10 years and take her. With those words, the old woman disappeared from the spot. She didn't mention the consequences of not coming, because there was no need. A human recognized by the nine heavens mystic fox would not break their word. The departure of the old woman allowed Chen Sheng and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking back on Jiang Chen's promise, Chen Sheng wanted to say something but eventually gave up. The decision of the young master was not for him to refute. Soon, the enlightenment tree was felled and its roots dug out. The moment Jiang Chen took out the roots, the body of the enlightenment tree withered rapidly and disappeared. At the same time, countless demon kings affected by the aura of the roots came from all directions, attempting to snatch them. With the help of Chen Sheng and others, Jiang Chen fought until his white clothes were stained with blood. The deepest part of the Hengduan mountain range, known as the Forbidden Area for humans, is home to countless demon kings. Among them, there are many who could contend with Chen Sheng. It was only after several days later that the group successfully left the Hengduan mountain range. Although no one fell, everyone was injured to varying degrees. Especially Chen Sheng, who had fought against demon kings on par with himself, was seriously injured. Without Jiang Chen's ancient bell, they would have likely become food for the beasts. Everyone, this journey has been hard on you. Return to the Jiang family to heal, Jiang Chen said as they left the Hengduan mountain range. The other upper domain cultivators nodded and disappeared in a flash of light, leaving only Chen Sheng behind. He was Jiang Chen's protector and could not leave no matter what happened. Elder Chen, you need to return to the Jiang family quickly, or you risk a fall in cultivation. Jiang Chen spoke again. Chen Sheng remained silent, like a stubborn old man. If you don't return, then I'll have to ask my father to bring you back. Jiang Chen took out a jade slip and said. No, don't. Chen Sheng hurriedly stopped him. I'll go back, is that enough? The family head cannot leave the upper domain on his own because the imperial dynasty is watching closely. I'm leaving now, young master, be careful. With that, he too disappeared in a flash of light. Seeing this, Jiang Chen shook his head, took 2 healing pills, and also prepared to return to his sect. However, he had only traveled about 10 li after leaving the Hengduan mountain range when an unexpected incident occurred. Jiang Chen, without your protector, you will surely die today. Several upper domain cultivators appeared and surrounded him. There are 3 upper domain cultivators in front of him. Each dressed differently, and their cultivation obscured their facial features, making them look indistinct. It was clear without guessing that these people also feared the Jiang family, hence their concealment. The situation was troublesome but not hopeless. Although there was a chasm between the heavenly origin realm and the upper 4 realms, Jiang Chen possessed a treasure capable of crossing this chasm. The 3 cultivators did not waste words and immediately took action. At the critical moment, Jiang Chen gently touched his spirit ring, and an ancient imperial bell appeared once again. This object was good for both offense and defense, but with his cultivation, he could only use it for defense. Hidden within the bell, the attacks of the 3 cultivators struck the bell's surface, causing it to tremble slightly. Boom! The sound of the bell resonated, vibrating the air around. The sound waves emanated from the bell's walls, reflecting back onto the 3 cultivators. PFF'd. The next second, all 3 cultivators clutched their chests and spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this a superior grade spiritual instrument? To possess such a treasure, worthy of being the young master of the Jiang family, one of the cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. Their vision was limited. They had no idea that this ancient imperial bell was an ancient artifact. Regardless, it was hard not to be tempted with such a treasure before them. The 3 cultivators could tell at a glance that with Jiang Chen's cultivation level, he could only use it for defense, and even then, not for long. After exchanging glances, they spread out to surround Jiang Chen. They did not attack again but quietly probed for changes in Jiang Chen's breath. Only when Jiang Chen's breath began to weaken would they launch another probing attack. Though they were still injured by the bell's sound waves, the damage they sustained became lighter each time. Clearly, Jiang Chen's vital energy was gradually depleting. Finally, the vital energy controlling the bell dissipated, and the golden patterns on the bell's surface dimmed. Now's the time, shouted one of the slightly plumper cultivators. Upon hearing this, the 3 cultivators mustered all their strength and attacked simultaneously. But at that moment, a terrifying aura came from the direction of the Hengduan mountain range. The aura surged like waves. Under the influence of this aura, the once light air became extremely heavy, like Mount Tai pressing down, smashing directly toward the 3 cultivators. The cultivators were shocked and conjured up a visible spiritual force as a shield. But the next second, it's Nirvana realm. The 3 cultivators screamed in unison, crushed into dust by the overwhelming aura. Sensing the change in the situation, Jiang Chen retracted the imperial bell. At this moment, he was pale, his vital energy depleted, and even standing was extremely difficult. Thank you, senior. Jiang Chen bowed in the direction of the Hengduan mountain range. He was very clear. The only person who could help him from such a distance was the old woman from the Yuhu clan. No need to thank me, I did it for my granddaughter, the old woman's voice transmitted. Since you're wearing the attire of the Juyan sect, you must be one of them. Your companions have arrived, so there's no need to panic. Companions. Jiang Chen frowned, sensing a bad premonition. Sure enough, just as his internal injuries erupted and he was about to lose consciousness, he saw a familiar adversary. Lin Feng. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Chen woke from his unconscious state. Looking around, he found himself back at the Juyan sect. After checking his spirit ring, his expression turned grim. Gone. Not only the recently acquired Tao root of the Enlightenment tree, but also the spirit stones and other valuable items in his spirit ring were all missing. If it weren't for the ancient imperial bell being bound to his blood, perhaps Lin Feng would have taken that too. Jiang Chen had always known that Lin Feng, this son of destiny, liked to tamper with the contents of others' spirit rings. The fact that he managed to break the seal on his spirit ring without a doubt meant the help of old man Tianji. Only old man Tianji could have done it. Dragging his weary body, Jiang Chen left his residence. He went to the sect's prison. Outside the prison, he saw Mu Kui and also Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surrounded by a throng of junior brothers and junior sisters, basking in their praise and admiration. Mu Kui scratched the back of his head, silent, but his expression showed he was equally grateful. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly and staggered away. His figure was lonely and resigned. Lin Feng saw him and smiled subtly. Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai also saw him but quickly averted their gaze. Qingning watched Jiang Chen's retreating figure, wanting to say something but ultimately only letting out a long, deep sigh. Only Mu Kui spoke up. But what he said was, "Eldest senior brother, both our lives were saved by junior brother Lin. We must remember this in our hearts. If you want to remember, then you remember." Jiang Chen waved his hand and walked away quickly. Afterward, Lin Feng's selflessness became deeply ingrained in people's hearts. And he, the Ninth Peak's eldest senior brother, became known as an ungrateful person, indifferent to his junior brother. Not long after, Jiang Chen finally understood what had happened that day. He had been ambushed by 3 upper Fourth Realm cultivators, and the commotion had attracted not only Lin Feng but also many other cultivators looking to take advantage of the situation. Lin Feng fought alone against that group of cultivators and emerged victorious. Perhaps to showcase his selflessness, Lin Feng even took the initiative to send Jiang Chen back to the sect. That was how the items in Jiang Chen's spirit ring were stolen. Since then, even the usually dull and honest Mu Kui began to hold Lin Feng in high regard. Although this fondness was strange, it was strange enough that Mu Kui wouldn't get as close to Lin Feng as others did, nor would he speak ill of Jiang Chen. Still, his fondness for Lin Feng was higher than for Jiang Chen, the villainous eldest senior brother. One day, Jiang Chen was punished to face the wall again. On a rare occurrence, Mu Kui came to visit while bringing 2 jars of clear wine. The two sat in front of the wall of reflection, both silent. "Why have you come?" Jiang Chen finally asked. His voice was soft and deep, tired yet filled with bitterness. "I need to leave the sect to gain experience and won't be back for a while. That's why I've come to have a drink with eldest senior brother," Mu Kui replied. "Why me?" Jiang Chen was puzzled. "Why not Lin Feng or Lin Mubai? Wouldn't they be good choices?" "I don't know the reason either." After gulping down a few mouthfuls of spiritual wine, Mu Kui's face became slightly flushed as he said, "For some reason, it's only when I drink with eldest senior brother that I feel at ease." Jiang Chen nodded and said no more. The brothers continued to drink together, neither breaking the silence. During this time, Xiao Hongyi arrived. She saw Jiang Chen, who was supposed to be punished, now drinking instead. She wanted to scold him, but for some reason, she held her tongue and instead took out a jug of spiritual wine to drink alone. Soon after, Qingning arrived riding Xiaobai. Qingning, who clearly didn't drink, insisted on snatching the wine jug from Jiang Chen's hand and poured it into her mouth non-stop, her face turning red from the spicy liquor. Xiaobai also had a little taste and then collapsed in front of the steel, tongue out and paws in the air. They drank until the early hours of the next morning. It was eerie yet somewhat warm. The eeriness lay in the fact that despite so many people drinking, not a single one spoke. The warmth was in the fact that it had been a long time since Jiang Chen had his junior brothers and sisters gathered around him. As dawn broke, Jiang Chen stared blankly at the steel with a face full of drunkenness. Qingning, completely drunk and unconscious, lay fast asleep on Jiang Chen's legs as if she had returned to her childhood. Xiao Hongyi left with a red face and a sigh. Only Mu Kui was still somewhat sober. "Eldest senior brother, I'm leaving," he said with a bow. No matter how notorious Jiang Chen was, he never failed to show respect, because that was his eldest senior brother. Whether this eldest senior brother was good or evil. "Fourth junior brother, take care," Jiang Chen managed to say with a forced smile. If anything happens, you can come back to the sect to find me. Mu Kui nodded and left. After a few steps, he turned back and said, eldest senior brother, take care of yourself too. Jiang Chen had never taken care of himself. During Mu Kui's absence from the sect, he continued to work hard, but all he reaped were misunderstandings. Even so, he never gave up. Years later, Jiang Chen had been expelled when Mu Kui finally returned to the sect. According to the rules, Lin Mubai, the second true disciple, should have taken his place. But Xiao Hongyi was unwilling to accept this. When Mu Kui returned to the sect, Xiao Hongyi was standing in front of Jiang Chen's former residence while lost in thought. Having not seen her for a long time, Xiao Hongyi had become much haggard. It was said that since Jiang Chen was expelled, she rarely went out, spending almost every day in the Peak Master's Hall and occasionally coming to Jiang Chen's former residence to daydream. Master. Mu Kui wanted to comfort her but didn't know what to say. Mu Kui, what do you think Jiang Chen is doing now? Xiao Hongyi murmured, her back to Mu Kui. He must hate his master, right? I always said that as master and disciple, we would never abandon each other, yet I expelled him from the sect. Master, is eldest senior brother really so unforgivable? Mu Kui asked uncertainly. It's not him who's unforgivable. It's me. Xiao Hongyi shook her head and replied. It's because I didn't teach him well, because I was too incompetent, that he kept making big mistakes, it's me. She kept murmuring, her voice getting softer. By the end, it was clear she was crying. Mu Kui's heart ached as he listened and he quickly tried to persuade her, if master misses eldest senior brother so much, why not bring him back? Shall I go for you? No. Xiao Hongyi refused and murmured again, Mu Kui, I've been reflecting recently. In the end, I realized that it's been a long time since I've seen Jiang Chen smile. Her voice choked up again as she said, perhaps my eldest disciple, your eldest senior brother, Jiang Chen, he wasn't happy here at Juyin sect. Mu Kui fell silent. He might not have noticed if Xiao Hongyi hadn't pointed it out. Indeed, since Qingning had grown up, he might not have seen Jiang Chen smile for a long time. Hey, Mu Kui. If Jiang Chen likes to do evil, why isn't he happy? Xiao Hongyi asked again. Mu Kui didn't know the answer to this question either. Yes, they say Jiang Chen's nature is hard to change, causing trouble for the ninth peak in the sect. Then, shouldn't such a free-spirited person be the most unrestrained and carefree in the world? But why had Jiang Chen never smiled? Mu Kui, not one for deep thought, could only shake his head. Not wanting to disturb Xiao Hongyi any further, he went to the stele. Underneath it, a girl holding a wine jug passed out on a large white tiger. Third senior sister, you've drunk too much. Mu Kui approached to console her. Qingning didn't respond, only cried. Mu Kui tried to take the wine jug from her arms, but Xiao Bai bared its teeth and threatened him. What's wrong with Qingning drinking? What's wrong with her crying? I don't care who that Jiang Chen is. I only know that Qingning is very upset right now, Xiao Bai said. Mu Kui was left speechless by the retort. Helpless, he took out a jug of wine and joined Qingning in her sorrowful drinking. After 3 rounds of drinks, Qingning's pretty face was full of drunkenness. Why? She looked up at the sky, repeating the same phrase over and over. What? Why? Mu Kui didn't understand. Why won't eldest senior brother take me with him? Qingning was puzzled while murmuring continuously, all he needed to do was give me a look, a bit of confidence, to tell me he still cared about me, and I would have been willing to leave with him. But he wouldn't even glance at me. Whether he was caught doing something wrong or at the moment he was expelled from the sect, he wouldn't look at me. When we were children, he clearly told me, no matter what happens, I will always be his junior sister. That will never change. Even if it was a lie. I just needed one word from him, one affirming look, one gesture. I would have followed him to the ends of the world. I would have walked with him, whether it was the path of righteousness or evil. But I'm not in his eyes. He really doesn't care about me. These words caused Mu Kui great distress. But now that Jiang Chen had been expelled from the sect, what could he do? Even if he went to find Jiang Chen and pleaded with Xiao Hongyi to rescind the order, could the damage that had been done be repaired? Furthermore, would the Juyin sect ever accept Jiang Chen again? The answer was no. So now, all Mu Kui could do was keep drinking with Qingning. He didn't know how long they had been drinking, but he too was becoming drunk. He remembered the scene before he left the sect, everyone drinking silently under the stele. It was a scene that warmed the heart despite the silence. He also remembered what he had said to Jiang Chen before leaving. Eldest senior brother, take care of yourself too. Take care. At this moment, a question emerged in Mu Kui's mind. Had his eldest senior brother ever really taken care of himself? He was unrestrained, but was he happy? Mu Kui didn't understand. Maybe he couldn't find the answer, but he could ponder more about it than others because he was a person who defied the heavens and has a natural repulsion for the ways of the world. It was this repulsion that allowed him to ponder things differently. Soon, Qingning was completely drunk. Though unconscious and senseless, she still repeated that why. After making sure Xiao Bai took good care of her, Mu Kui shook his head and left. He went to the sparring platform. Perhaps influenced by the spiritual liquor, he saw himself and Jiang Chen sparring there. He went to the ancient forest on the mountainside. Between the ancient trees, there seemed to be a white figure kneeling on one knee with blood staining the white clothes. He then went to the foot of Ninth Peak. The words Jiang Chen said when he first joined Ninth Peak came to mind. Mu Kui, I am your eldest senior brother, and from now on, you are the fourth true disciple of Ninth Peak. Suddenly, Mu Kui stood still. Because he remembered Jiang Chen was smiling that day. A smile so hearty, clean, and refreshing. After coming back to his senses, he hurriedly ran off. First, he found Qingning and asked if Jiang Chen had smiled when she joined the sect. Though drunk, she still nodded incessantly. He then found Lin Mubai and Jiang Lianyue and asked them the same question. Yes, he smiled. Lin Mubai recalled after a moment's thought. When I first joined the sect, Jiang Chen he really had a smile that was comforting, a smile I remember to this day. Seeing Mu Kui looking at her, Jiang Lianyue also said, at that time, I was even baffled at how someone could smile like that. Fourth junior brother, why do you ask these questions? Lin Mubai was puzzled. Mu Kui was startled again. He didn't know why he was asking these questions. It's a doubt that had just surfaced in his mind. Jiang Chen never smiled when he did evil. But when each senior brother or junior sister joined the sect, he smiled. Why was that? Mu Kui didn't understand, but he felt a headache coming on. Ninth Peak has become a lot quieter without eldest senior brother, Lin Mubai suddenly said. It's not just quiet, it's lost its vitality. Huh, I wonder why is that, Jiang Lianyue added, puzzled. Mu Kui heard their sentiments. A question arose in his mind. Was Jiang Chen, the eldest senior brother of Ninth Peak, really that bad? But the answer to this question was well known. After all, Jiang Chen's misdeeds were all backed by solid evidence, and many were witnessed by all. Regardless, Mu Kui disliked the current atmosphere of Ninth Peak. Not long after returning to the sect, he left again. And this time, his departure was destined to be very, very long. The memories abruptly stopped. Mu Kui always believed he was different from others. His heart was dedicated to martial arts, never entangled in other matters. Still, he was a human capable of gratitude and anger, but these emotions did not dictate his actions. Before the path of martial arts, all emotions seemed superfluous. However, at this moment, his heart was overwhelmed with emotions: anger, guilt, heartache almost crushing him. He found it difficult to breathe, his tears falling like rain. He began to feel the weight of his sins. Jiang Chen had gone through great hardships to find a Dao route for him, only for Lin Feng to reap the benefits. That would have been bearable, but what was truly unforgivable was that he, the person involved, actually wanted Jiang Chen to join him in thanking Lin Feng. Although it was unintentional, there was no doubt that he had once deeply wounded Jiang Chen's heart. He began to hate himself. Because he had sensed something was wrong, yet he chose to leave the sect instead of helping Jiang Chen explain. His anger was uncontrollable. His anger was directed at himself, at others, and at the heavens. The heavens were unjust. People were unjust. He was unjust. Although it was the heavens at play, there was no doubt. It was the people around Jiang Chen who had pushed the true eldest senior brother step by step into the abyss. In his memories, Mu Kui had once told Jiang Chen to take care of himself. Little did he know that Jiang Chen had always been protecting everyone and caring for everyone, except he never took care of himself. And it was this great and lofty eldest senior brother who reaped misunderstandings and accusations. Mu Kui's sins were no less than others, in fact, they were greater. Because he could have changed everything with a bit more thought, but he chose to flee. He chose to retreat. Coward. Mu Kui, you coward, Mu Kui cursed himself. At this moment, his anger reached its peak. His eyes turned blood red again, and his mind felt as if it was being torn apart, experiencing unbearable pain. Amidst the anger and pain, Mu Kui faintly felt that those memories from just now were becoming blurred, as if someone wanted to forcibly erase it all from his mind. Mu Kui was unwilling. He knelt down again, repeatedly slamming his head against the ground. But even when the ground was smashed into a deep pit and his head was covered in blood again, the anger in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. Suddenly, Mu Kui stopped moving. He stood up, his blood and chi surging within him. His hair began to grow rapidly, turning as red as blood. At the same time, boom, a devastating aura burst forth from Mu Kui's body. Wherever the aura reached, vegetation withered, stones shattered into dust, and everything was easily destroyed. Countless streams of chi and blood emerged from his pores, forming a blood garment that tightly wrapped around Mu Kui. Below the blood garment, golden patterns shimmered, the golden patterns of the martial emperor physique's fierce bones. Suddenly, Mu Kui looked up. His gaze was defiant, his aura intimidating. Seeing this from high above, Pu Jia felt a chill in his heart. Just making eye contact with Mu Kui was enough to make him shiver. He felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. At this moment, Pu Jia felt that he was not looking at Mu Kui but at an emperor. An emperor capable of destroying heaven and earth, who regarded him as an ant. As he thought this, the memory seal was broken, the memories took over the body, and the martial emperor returned. Too weak. Feeling the power within his body, the martial emperor muttered. The moment his voice fell, his aura continued to rise. Late stage of human origin. Early stage of earthly origin. Early stage of heavenly origin. Mid stage of heavenly origin. Late stage of heavenly origin. Boom. The devastating aura became even denser, the chi and blood like a fiery wind as if it could burn the heavens and boil the earth. And in the moment when the chi and blood burst forth, the martial emperor directly stepped into the upper four realms in a few breaths. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, the martial emperor slowly floated up. Still too weak, he murmured again. This voice pulled at the blood light on his body, turning it even redder, and the golden patterns of his bones shone through his skin, making a click, click, sound. Boom! An overwhelming blood chi surged. Enveloped in it, the martial emperor's body grew wildly as the aura continued to rise. When everything settled down, his cultivation aura had reached a level that Pu Jia could not see through, and his body had grown countless times, reaching a height of 100 zhang. The law manifestation of heaven and earth. Divine passage realm. Pu Jia trembled with fear. This was not just any divine passage realm, but a body-refining divine passage realm. Its combat power could even be comparable to the last mirror of the upper four realms, the Nirvana realm. What did this mean? You should know that even the Buddha old ancestor of the Buddha temple was only at the Nirvana cultivation level. In Pu Jia's view, Mu Kui was only at the human origin cultivation level just a second ago, but then he became an existence that was difficult to deal with instantly. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Of course, he did not know that the person in front of him was no longer Mu Kui but the martial emperor controlling the body with his memories. If it weren't for Mu Kui's low cultivation level and weak body strength, it wouldn't have been difficult for the martial emperor to increase his cultivation by a few more realms with his martial arts insight. Mu Kui and the martial emperor were one and the same, yet they had two different personalities. The martial emperor was ruthless, Mu Kui was kind-hearted. The martial emperor was impulsive, Mu Kui was simple-minded. Though they were one person, they were not the same. Crying and wailing, just like a coward. Having a kind heart, like a woman's benevolence. Being manipulated by others, willingly. With this, how can you defy the heavens? The martial emperor roared in his heart. These words, he said to the now dormant consciousness of Mu Kui. He was the martial emperor with a heart dedicated to martial arts. He thought that by sealing his memories, he could strengthen his martial arts insight and not be affected by this world. However, the blank slate that was Mu Kui had his personality influenced by external forces, leading to changes. The martial emperor could not resist the mysterious force in the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Still, he had other ways. Where is Jiang Chen? Looking directly at Pu Jia, the martial emperor asked. A simple question, yet the voice resonated like a great bell, echoing endlessly in Pu Jia's mind and tumultuously stirring his sea of consciousness. Pu Jia didn't respond. Instead, he turned to flee. But despite exerting all his strength, he couldn't move an inch as if he was imprisoned by the heavens and earth. Take me to Jiang Chen or die, the martial emperor spoke coldly. At that moment, Pu Jia felt like crying. Jiang Chen. Monks don't lie, and he truly had no idea where Jiang Chen was. The only foreign cultivators he had come into contact with recently were two people. One was a demon monk from the upper domain with a divine passage realm protector named Zhang Hu. The other was the terrifying Mu Kui standing before him. The martial emperor was hot-tempered and disliked idle chatter. Lifting the hand that could cover the sky, he reached out to grab Pu Jia and intending to crush him to death. Sensing the threat to his life, Pu Jia panicked and immediately crushed his Buddhist amulet. The next second, a seven-colored Buddhist light descended from the sky like a pillar. Amidst the murmurs of the Buddhas, a golden body as large as the martial emperor appeared before Pu Jia. This golden body had thick earlobes, a flesh bun on its head, and was draped in a kasaya radiating seven-colored light. The left hand held a huge string of prayer beads, and the right hand raised in a single palm, chanting Amitabha. Buddha Old Ancestor. Pu Jia quickly bowed in respect. The Buddha Old Ancestor nodded and said to the martial emperor, "Donor, if you have chosen to reincarnate, you should regard your past life as fleeting as a passing cloud. Being too attached will only lead to demonic possession." The martial emperor remained silent, looking at the Buddha Old Ancestor as if he were an ant. This caused the Buddha Old Ancestor to frown, but he still said, "Among the 10 great emperors, there was one martial emperor whose heart was solely for martial arts, yet he defied the heavens and was ultimately suppressed by the heavenly Tao, forced to shatter his imperial essence and reincarnate. Donor, you are no longer the great emperor." Martial emperor. Hearing these words, Pu Jia jumped in shock. He had wondered why Mu Kui's combat power had surged so drastically. It turned out he was the reincarnation of a great emperor. But could an emperor who had shattered his own imperial essence still be considered a great emperor? Pu Jia was skeptical. Sensing the underlying meaning in the Buddha Old Ancestor's words, a red glint flashed in the martial emperor's eyes. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. This punch shattered the heavens and split the earth, its mighty force causing the winds and clouds to change. Like a towering mountain, it charged directly at the Buddha Old Ancestor. The Buddha Old Ancestor was prepared and met the attack with his palm. Boom! The fist and palm collided, causing the air to tremble. The shockwaves they created cracked the ground and shattered mountains, turning the area within 100 miles into ruins in an instant. Glancing at the cultivators fleeing in distress below, the Buddha Old Ancestor frowned. He was not afraid of the martial emperor before him. But if the two of them really started fighting, all the temples except for the main temple of the Buddha sect would be destroyed. As a result, countless cultivators would die tragically. With this in mind, the Buddha Old Ancestor enveloped the entire Buddha sect with his divine consciousness. Soon, he found Jiang Chen in the Buddha's 6 prisons. Amitabha. The Buddha Old Ancestor withdrew his hand and said, "Donor, if you wish to find Jiang Chen, you may go to the Buddha's 6 prisons yourself." In fact, the Buddha Old Ancestor had been aware of Jiang Chen's presence from the moment he entered the Buddha sect. He hadn't stopped him because of his own status. He couldn't act rashly over a junior. Hearing this, the martial emperor snorted coldly, turned into a streak of blood light, and fled away. Looking at the bewildered Pu Jia, the Buddha Old Ancestor said, "Ring the Buddha bell." All monks of the Buddha sect gather at the main temple. "Why?" Pu Jia asked, puzzled. "The sect war is coming." The Buddha bell of the Buddha sect rang loudly. Hearing the sound, many monks hurriedly gathered at the main temple as if struck by lightning. Soon, a message spread. The Juyan sect had mobilized everyone, steering 100 spirit boats and heading straight for the Buddha sect. No one knew why two righteous sects would suddenly start a great war, and no one knew how tragic the war between two first-rate sects of the central domain would be. Foreign cultivators no longer dared to stay in the Buddha sect and began to leave in all directions. Following that, the Buddha sect's salvation formation and the main temple's defensive array were activated one after another. The sect war was about to erupt. No one noticed Zhang, who sneakily returned at the sight of the destroyed guidance hall. At his feet, 2 people lay. One was the elder of the guidance hall, Wei Xing. The other was the #1 true disciple of the ancient Pill Tower, Xiao Shan. Mu Kui had severely injured both and they were now unconscious. Crouching beside Xiao Shan, Zhang Hu took out a dry bone pill from his spirit ring, his eyes showing a hint of hesitation. He had no grudges against Xiao Shan in the past nor any recent conflicts. How could he arbitrarily harm someone's life? But this was a task given by Xiao Hongyi. If he failed to complete it, he would surely be expelled from the sect, and his life might even be at risk. He had no choice. It's still the same saying. Betraying the sect is impossible, he could never betray the sect in his lifetime. Because he had grown up in the Juyan sect, that was his home. Moreover, before Xiao Hongyi went mad, she had treated him well. Although he was not a true disciple, he had access to far more cultivation resources than ordinary disciples. He could not back down, both morally and emotionally. Xiao Shan, don't blame me. I'm also forced to do this with no other choice. Why did the peak master take a dislike to you? If you were as true to your heart as I am, how could you end up with such a fate? Never mind. After you die, I'll burn from beginner to master and flattery, for you. Remember to keep a low profile in your next life. Jiang Hu muttered to himself, trying to justify his actions. Finally, he gritted his teeth, pried open Xiao Shan's mouth, and fed him the poison pill. The poison pill caused excruciating pain in the stomach. The intense pain woke Xiao Shan from his coma, and the first thing he saw was an unfamiliar face. Although Xiao Shan had heard of Jiang Hu, he had never paid attention to such a character and naturally did not know Jiang Hu's appearance. Who are you? Xiao Shan exclaimed. Xiao Shan, every debt has its debtor. If you become a vengeful ghost after death, come find me for revenge. Jiang Hu said with a serious expression, remember, my name is Lu Lin. A menial disciple of Ninth Peak. Xiao Shan was full of question marks. Who is Lu Lin? He didn't recognize the name. Of course, he didn't know him. Not to mention him, even Jiang Hu didn't know who Lu Lin was. He knew this name only because of the last internal strife at Ninth Peak, during which the slogan Save Lu Lin was exceptionally loud. Why do you want to harm me? Xiao Shan asked again. Jiang Hu was momentarily at a loss for words but then straightened up and said, because my goal is to become a Grand Master of Poison Arts, and there is a deep-seated hatred between you and me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shan's face was filled with even more question marks. At this moment, he wanted to say something. Sure, your goal is to become a Grand Master of Poison Arts, what does that have to do with me? As for the deep-seated hatred, that was even more nonsensical. He himself didn't know when or where he had incurred such a deep-seated hatred with this Lu Lin, before him. Xiao Shan wanted to resist, but he couldn't move. He tried to control the spiritual fire within his body to burn away the toxins, but with his severe injuries, he couldn't muster a shred of vital energy. Ah! Xiao Shan screamed miserably. The dry bone pill was a 6th-grade poison pill, extremely toxic. After the abdominal pain, Xiao Shan could clearly feel as if insects were gnawing at his limbs and bones, not only starting to break apart but also disintegrating and fracturing like dry bones. What's more important, despite the pain nearly suffocating him, he didn't lose consciousness. Instead, he felt the pain and the ebbing of his life force all the more acutely. This was the dry bone pill, which wouldn't let a person die easily but made them suffer immensely. Xiao Shan kept screaming. His bones gradually withered, turning into blood that flowed from his 7 orifices. His screams grew weaker and weaker. Before dying, he used his last strength to point at Jiang Hu's nose. Lu Lin, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. His life force completely dissipated. Xiao Shan lay twisted and boneless in a pool of blood. His body contorted from the bleeding orifices. Such a terrifying scene made Jiang Hu swallow hard. However, Jiang Hu had no regrets. In fact, he felt somewhat relieved. Because he was very clear that if Xiao Shan didn't die, then it would have been himself lying there. Perhaps even in the same gruesome manner. This was the principle of, every man for himself. He indeed had a feud with Xiao Shan, a life-and-death hatred. Sigh. Jiang Hu slowly exhaled a breath of air, and his mindset changed. In the past, he was always the one being scared and being beaten. But this time, he took the dominant position and personally poisoned the first true disciple of the ancient Pill Tower. Although it was a last resort, it gave him the illusion that he could control his own fate. You're not Lu Lin, you're Jiang Hu. A faint voice of revelation suddenly sounded. Jiang Hu looked towards the source of the voice, his pupils constricting. The speaker was the severely injured elder of the guidance hall, Wei Xing. Jiang Hu, you poisoned the true disciple of the ancient Pill Tower. Even the Juyan sect can't protect you. You are such a villain. Everyone has the right to execute you, Wei Xing spoke again. After speaking, this monk struggled to stand up, preparing to give Jiang Hu his last rites. But Wei Xing underestimated his injuries and overestimated his abilities. He rose with murderous intent, but after only a few steps, he collapsed to the ground again. Lying on the ground, Wei Xing had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Zhang Hu, who was on high alert, was first stunned, then sneered. "Bald donkey, I fear you may encounter a bloody disaster today." The familiar words made Wei Xing pause. He clearly remembered that when Zhang Hu first came to the guidance hall, he also told someone they had a bloody disaster upon them and ended up beating them bloody, fulfilling his own prophecy. Indeed, what goes around comes around. Wei Xing never imagined that the bloody disaster would be fulfilled on him today. "Donor, the poor monk actually didn't see anything. Please lay down the butcher's knife and stop the killing goo." Before Wei Xing could finish speaking, a poison pill was stuffed into his mouth. After the pill entered his stomach, he quickly began to feel the same excruciating abdominal pain and bone aching as Xiao Shan. In the end, he bled from his 7 orifices and died in a pool of blood. Looking at the corpses of Xiao Shan and Wei Xing, Zhang Hu shook his head. He had killed the true disciple of the ancient pill tower for no reason, and to cover it up, he also killed the elder of the guidance hall. Both were actions that were far from righteous. But could he be blamed? No. He was simply living true to his heart, and if it was from the heart, what difference did good or evil make? Suddenly, Zhang Hu thought of something, his eyes lighting up. "Master was indeed foresighted to have me serve as Jiang Chen's subordinate. Since I've already embarked on the path of evil, clinging to Jiang Chen's coattails is the true meaning of following my heart." If Ninth Peak Great Elder Lu Yang heard this, he would be so angry he'd cough up blood. Lu Yang had suggested Zhang Hu serve as Jiang Chen's subordinate with the idea of a closer distance for better reformation. Little did he know that Zhang Hu had truly taken the path of evil. Suddenly, Zhang Hu saw the 6th grade spiritual fire that had left Xiao Shan's body after his death. "This item is just perfect to offer to eldest senior brother as a token of loyalty," Zhang Hu nodded to himself. At the entrance of the Buddha's 6 prisons. The place was desolate. There is not even a blade of grass growing. Whether it was the ground underfoot or the mountainous rock walls, all were stained red. The entrance to the 6 prisons was located inside a gigantic skull. The skull was over 10 zhang high, said to be the remains of the demon suppression palace old ancestor. 4 temples were located at the 4 corners of the skull, inhabited by the great ascetic monks of the Buddha temple. The ascetics did not concern themselves with worldly matters, spending their days either in meditation and chanting scriptures or on the way to chant scriptures. The status and power of the great ascetic monks were equivalent to the supreme elders of the Juyan sect. And with these 4 monks guarding, no one had escaped from the Buddha's 6 prisons since the temple was established 100 years ago. After the high ringing of the Buddha bell, the 4 ascetics went to the main Buddha temple. Just then, the martial emperor turned into a streak of blood and arrived. He glanced indifferently at the huge skull before slowly stepping inside, entering the Buddha's 6 prisons. Then a red figure floated from afar not long after he entered. It was Xiao Hongyi. Behind her followed the Lu brothers, Lu Wen and Lu Wu, as well as a large white tiger. "Peak Master, was that person just now Mu Kui?" Lu Wen asked in surprise. Xiao Hongyi did not respond, her expression somewhat solemn. She didn't know what had happened but could sense a change in Mu Kui's aura. The violent aura reminded her of the martial emperor. Despite sensing a change in the situation, she did not hesitate and took the lead in entering the skull. The Lu brothers felt somewhat uneasy, as the rumors of Buddha's 6 prisons were that they could make one wish for death but not obtain it. Both of their cultivation levels were not high, and they feared that they might perish before even finding Jiang Chen. "The 2 of you going in would just be offering up your heads, better to stay and guard outside," Xiaobai commanded with an air of authority before entering. The Lu brothers were conflicted, but ultimately they nodded in agreement. As Xiaobai had said, with their level of cultivation, going in would indeed be futile. At the first layer of Buddha's 6 prisons, the Joy prison. Upon arriving, Xiaobai was immediately shocked. It was said that Buddha's 6 prisons were cruel and terrifying, but what appeared before her was an empty space surrounded by stone walls with about 100 cultivators inside. These cultivators looked slightly mad, scattered around, and each behaving differently. Some stared at pebbles on the ground, muttering and weeping with joy, some laughed hysterically at the smooth stone walls, and some hugged a rock, kissing and laughing with it, which was extremely bizarre. This was the Joy prison. As the name suggests, those in the joy prison would automatically envision scenes of happiness that would make them laugh uncontrollably. This might sound blissful, but if someone were to laugh for 100 years, even the most joyful things would become numb. Their hearts might be numb, but their laughter would not cease. It was said that many cultivators were tormented to the point of crying while laughing, eventually dying from laughter, and some even laughed crazily as they committed suicide. Xiaobai was shocked because another scene appeared before her. In the scene, she was burying people alive with Qingning. Shovel after shovel, tired yet joyful. Behind the tiger and the woman, there were thousands of graves, and from a distance, the closely packed graves formed the words "Defy Heaven." Ha ha. Xiaobai laughed inexplicably. She laughed even harder when she saw herself and Qingning in the scene about to bury Lin Feng alive. As she laughed, she started to move. She began to dig with her front paws, saying as she dug, "I am a white tiger that can defy the heavens. By defying the heavens, I am the heavenly tiger. By burying this son of destiny, I may become the tiger of destiny." Ha ha. Peak master, come and dig. Silly tiger. Xiao Hongyi sneered with a glance. But the next second, she was stunned. What caught her eye was a room with red silk drapes. Inside the room, candles flickered and she was dressed in a phoenix crown and wedding robe. She looked happy and anxious. Squeak. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Dressed in a groom's red robe and slightly tipsy, Jiang Chen entered. Picking up a golden rod from the wooden table, he lifted the red veil while gazing drunkenly at Xiao Hongyi. "Master, you look so beautiful today," Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, Xiao Hongyi's cheeks reddened, and she couldn't help but smile. But the next second, her heart ached. Indeed, the scene before her eyes made her joyful, but this joy also intensified the sense of sin in her heart. Moreover, with her cultivation level, it was very difficult to be fully influenced. Screech. A phoenix cry suddenly rose. Phoenix fire, hot like waves, surged out from Xiao Hongyi's body, spreading and quickly enveloping the entire joy prison. The cultivators in this layer generally had low cultivation and couldn't resist. In the midst of the phoenix fire, those cultivators were laughing heartily for a moment. The next, they were burned by the phoenix fire, turning into bare bones. The bones were then burned by the phoenix fire and turned into ash and dissipated. Before dying, the cultivators finally regained consciousness. Although the burning of the phoenix fire caused them immense pain, they all had relieved smiles on their faces. This was Buddha's 6 prisons, a fate worse than death. And in an instant, Xiao Hongyi had taken the lives of hundreds of people. In the Joy prison, where cultivators had gathered just moments ago, only she and the large white tiger remained digging and nearly laughing to tears. To this, Xiao Hongyi felt no ripples in her heart. During the 9 cycles of reincarnation, she had said that this world should be destroyed. The reason she hadn't wantonly killed and destroyed was because of Jiang Chen. Still, compared to destroying this world, being by Jiang Chen's side was her greatest desire. She kicked Xiaobai into a corner, and more intense phoenix fire emerged from her body. The phoenix fire soared, turning the Joy prison into a fire prison. The phoenix fire burned the air and the stone walls, devouring everything in its path, and the air under the high temperature even made a crackling sound like it was breaking. Several hours later, crack, a clearer sound of breaking echoed, and the space around crumbled into pieces, leaving nothingness. "Go," Xiao Hongyi whispered. Under her control, the phoenix fire converged into the shape of a phoenix bird, enveloping those pieces of space. Several more hours passed. The space fragments disappeared in the phoenix fire, forming a drop of condensed essence blood that fell from the sky. Xiao Hongyi's fair right hand flipped, and the essence blood landed in her hand. "I had only guessed before, but this phoenix fire is indeed a heavenly fire, capable of refining hell," she murmured softly. She knew Jiang Chen's plan but did not intend to just watch. Her visit to the 6 prisons this time was with the intention of using the phoenix fire to refine the 6 prisons and destroy Lin Feng's opportunity in advance. And this goal had been achieved. After all, there was already a drop of essence blood in her hand, and Lin Feng was destined to have no fate with the 6 prisons' demon suppression body. As for Xiaobai, she had already come to her senses when Xiao Hongyi kicked it. Seeing Xiao Hongyi looking at herself and recalling the tragic state of the monks before their deaths, Xiaobai shivered and said, "Beautiful master, I'm a tiger, not tasty when roasted." Xiao Hongyi rolled her eyes at her. "Open your mouth," she commanded, without room for objection. Xiaobai dared not disobey and followed the order. Immediately after, Xiao Hongyi threw the essence blood from her hand, which flew directly into Xiao Bai's mouth. Does it hurt? Xiao Hongyi asked again. Xiao Bai shook her head. Is there any reverse flow of blood qi, any signs of your body exploding? Xiao Hongyi continued to inquire. Exploding. Xiao Bai was startled. Will eating that thing cause my body to explode? If ordinary cultivators or demonic beasts consume this essence blood, which is condensed from an ancient physique, they indeed would explode and die. Only those who practice ancient techniques or possess an ancient physique can withstand it. Xiao Hongyi stated bluntly, you're lucky, the concentration of ancient bloodline in your body meets the standard, so you won't explode for now. For now? Xiao Bai exclaimed in shock. Whether you'll actually explode or not will only be known after you consume other essence blood. I don't want to eat such a dangerous thing. That's fine, I never force anyone. But then I'll eat you if you don't eat it. In the 6 prisons of Buddha, the lowest level, the desire, prison. Die. Lin Feng killed the monk before him with a swing of his black blade. At this moment, he had lost the indifference he had when he first entered the 6 prisons, replaced by a strong sense of fatigue and weariness. In this lowest level of desire hell, he had to face not only the temptation of skeletal beauties, but also intense hunger and various tests of his will to survive. Just now, Lin Feng had hallucinations. He thought he had encountered Lin Mubai. After a fierce battle and killing him, Lin Feng realized that this person was not Lin Mubai but a cultivator with a similar build. What's going on? Lin Feng wondered as he sheathed his black blade. The test of the will to survive can cloud your vision, making you see some enemies as powerful opponents you've faced before. It seems that Lin Mubai left a deep impression on you, old man Tianji said meaningfully. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face flushed. That madman Lin Mubai had scared him badly and nearly killed him, putting him constantly on guard. Setting aside the innate Dao bone, this cultivator's combat strength and cultivation level are on par with Lin Mubai. Your victory proves that you have the strength to defeat Lin Mubai. The 6 prisons may be called prisons, but in reality, they are also a great opportunity, old man Tianji added. Lin Feng wholeheartedly agreed. After the battle just now, his cultivation had broken through again, reaching the earthly origin realm. When he left the Juyin sect, he was only at the human origin level, but now, in just a few months, he had broken through a major realm. Such a breakthrough speed was something he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. It wasn't that he didn't dare to dream, but being in the Juyin sect, he always had to be wary of those madmen and couldn't cultivate in peace. But now things were different. After leaving the Juyin sect, his luck had turned. With old man Tianji's ghostly energy having been mostly cleared and the help of the Buddhist sect's relic, his own strength had greatly increased, giving him a lot of confidence. At this moment, forget Lin Mubai, even if Jiang Chen were in front of him, he would dare to take him head-on. Although Jiang Chen's ancient swordsmanship was a bit troublesome, he could avoid defeat even if he couldn't win if old man Tianji gave him some soul power. Haha, old man Tianji, I misjudged you. It seems that this Buddha temple really is my place of opportunity, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. Ever since he came to the Buddha temple, he had been feeling insecure. After all, old man Tianji had also said that the Juyin sect was his place of opportunity, but what was the result? That place was full of madmen. Facing those madmen, he had no power to resist and was repeatedly abused. Making a fuss over nothing. Old man Tianji said disdainfully, the real great opportunity hasn't yet fallen into your hands. That's the 6 prisons demonic physique. If you can obtain it, you'll definitely soar to the heavens. Mentioning this, Lin Feng became even more excited. Although he had not seen Mu Kui, he knew that Mu Kui's physical cultivation was extremely strong. Now that he was an earthly origin cultivator, he could fight ordinary heavenly origin cultivators if he went all out. In such a case, wouldn't he be invincible if he also became the 6 prisons demonic physique? Just thinking about it excited Lin Feng beyond measure. He had made up his mind. If he successfully obtained the 6 prisons demonic physique, he would definitely return to the Juyin sect and beat up Jiang Chen, Jiang Lianyue, and other madmen. Xiao Hongyi might be unbeatable, but with his newfound strength, the higher-ups of the Juyin sect would surely take notice. Then, perhaps the people of the Juyin sect would even beg him to stay. As for whether he would continue to stay in the Juyin sect, that would depend on the performance of the sect's higher-ups. Haha. Thinking of this, Lin Feng laughed out loud again. With this, he would have regained his dignity. By the way, why didn't you remind me just now that the cultivator was not Lin Mubai but a hallucination? He wondered again. It's not that I didn't want to remind you, but I was also affected by the 6 prisons. Although I can use soul power to counteract this influence, my soul power is limited, so it's better to conserve it, old man Tianji replied. I see, Lin Feng realized. He inwardly decided. After obtaining the great opportunity, if the Juyin sect's higher-ups begged him to stay, he would exchange it for the 9 abyss soul embryo. Otherwise, he would sever ties with the Juyin sect and have nothing more to do with them. Then, he would personally visit the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss. Although he knew that the 9 abyss soul embryo was a treasure of great value far beyond his capabilities, he still had to try. What if he really got it? By then, old man Tianji's soul power would be fully restored, and then he could help him glimpse the ever-changing fate. He believed that as long as he was well prepared in advance, even if fate changed, it would just be a trial on his path to growth. Keeping this in mind, after a brief rest, Lin Feng set off again. According to old man Tianji, there was no correct path in this desire prison, only aimless wandering and then continuously overcoming various tests of primal desires. When it was about time, the desire hell would break open on its own, disperse, and turn into essence blood. As he walked, Lin Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw a person, a cultivator dressed in black, with a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, walking arrogantly as if the entire 6 prisons belonged to him. That cultivator's face was very familiar to Lin Feng. It was Jiang Chen. This Jiang Chen must also be an illusion, Lin Feng analyzed to himself. After all, Jiang Chen should be in the Juyin sect at the moment, and even if he left the sect, it was impossible for him to be here. Old man Tianji was somewhat uncertain. Because the Jiang Chen approaching them moved exactly like the Jiang Chen in his memory. If this was also an illusion, then it was too realistic. Junior brother, your eldest senior brother has come to pick you up. With these words, Jiang Chen came over with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened. He couldn't help but feel that this illusion was very realistic, perfectly reproducing Jiang Chen's despicable demeanor, which he found utterly repulsive. I can't beat the real Jiang Chen, but you think I can't beat you, an illusion like you? Lin Feng was furious. As he spoke, he had already summoned his black blade and stepped forward to strike down. After dodging the blade, Jiang Chen's expression remained calm. Amitabha, 6th junior brother, you have fallen into the evil path. Let your eldest senior brother enlighten you. He brought his hands together, and a Buddhist light shone above his head. The dazzling Buddhist light made Lin Feng pause for a moment. And after a brief moment of astonishment, thud, Lin Feng almost burst out laughing. He had just been praising how realistic the illusion was, only to find it now so fake it couldn't be faker. Who is Jiang Chen? The only son of the Jiang family and the 9th peak eldest senior brother of the Juyin sect. How could such a person practice Buddhist sect techniques? And moreover, want to convert him? In an instant, Lin Feng lost all will to fight, finding the situation utterly ridiculous. He forcefully suppressed his urge to laugh and asked, how does eldest senior brother plan to convert me? By chanting scriptures or striking a wooden fish? Neither. Jiang Chen shook his head. Oh, so you plan to convert me just by saying, Amitabha? Lin Feng pressed on. Jiang Chen responded with a faint smile. Suddenly, Jiang Chen leapt into the air, his right hand forming several Buddhist sect seals, and he shouted, Junior brother, I can see at a glance that you are nothing but a beast. Great majestic heavenly dragon. Boom. The power of unbreakable Buddhism pressed down. Caught off guard by the abrupt scene and words, Lin Feng was stunned. Just as he regained his senses and thought to counterattack, he was once again pinned to the ground by the heavy Buddhist power, unable to move. Dragon soars in the sky, Jiang Chen shouted again. Roar. A golden dragon materialized out of nowhere, crashing down onto Lin Feng's body. The powerful impact caused Lin Feng's blood to flow in reverse, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Standing on Lin Feng's head, Jiang Chen brought his hands together and said, Amitabha, junior brother, how is my method of conversion? Have you had any realizations? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nearly gritted his teeth to the point of breaking them. This illusion is way too strong. Lin Feng inwardly lamented. The illusion Jiang Chen, currently stepping on his head, was not only of earthly origin cultivation but also highly skilled in Buddhist techniques. That great majestic heavenly dragon, that nearly finished him in an instant could very well be a superior grade secret manual. How was he supposed to fight this? He had barely met the illusion and was almost instantly defeated. Still, Lin Feng had no intention of giving up. He gritted his teeth, running the 7 purifications annihilation technique at full strength, unleashing all his cultivation in one breath and concentrating it in the black blade in his hands. After barely breaking free from the suppression of the Buddhist power, he swung his blade in a counterattack. Jiang Chen leaned back, and the black blade grazed past his nose. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leapt up and created some distance between them. He was drenched in cold sweat. His all-out strike had not posed any threat to the illusion. What was even more infuriating was at this moment, he was in a terribly sorry state, whereas the illusory Jiang Chen still had a faint smile on his lips. Something's off with this illusion, it's best to retreat for now, old man Tianji advised. Retreat. Lin Feng was reluctant. If he retreated in the face of an illusion today, how would he defeat the real Jiang Chen in the future? What if it affected his Tao heart if he kept fleeing time and time again? As he pondered, Jiang Chen moved again, his body's Buddhist light becoming even more dazzling. The Buddhist light formed a layer of golden armor on his skin, and his figure grew larger as the golden armor enveloped him, quickly transforming into a towering golden statue. He brought his hands together while murmuring, Om Mani Padme Hum. Golden characters formed by the 6-syllable mantra emerged from his mouth. As they rotated, they grew larger, and the golden light on the characters became more intense, illuminating the dark abyss as if it were a golden world. Lin Feng watched the floating 6-syllable mantra, his eyes slightly dazed. Emotions such as obsession and desire in his heart were all converted and erased by the seal, making him feel like a sage without wants or needs. He dropped the black blade on the ground and slowly walked towards Jiang Chen. Just as he was about to bow down in worship and hoping Jiang Chen would convert him. Wake up! This is a Buddhist sect demon monk, old man Tianji's shout rang out. When the voice fell, a chill air rushed into Lin Feng's head and snapped him back to clarity. Once again, Lin Feng felt a chill after creating distance. He was the son of destiny. Yet just now, he had the thought of kneeling before this illusion. This illusion was simply terrifying. I just used my soul power to try to discern his true appearance. But the result is, he's not an illusion, but the real Jiang Chen. Old man Tianji's voice was extremely grave. What? Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. He is actually the real Jiang Chen. He had come to the Buddha temple to squat in the big prison, and Jiang Chen still wouldn't let him go. Moreover, he clearly remembered that months ago, Jiang Chen was of human origin cultivation, but now he had reached earthly origin. And now, he had learned several superior-grade Buddhist sect techniques. How could his growth rate be faster than the son of destiny? This person is strange, we can no longer ignore him. Old man Tianji realized the seriousness of the situation and said solemnly, I can't sense the presence of Jiang Chen's protector, so this is the best opportunity to kill him. But aren't you limited in soul power? If you possess me again and fall into a coma, what then? Lin Feng was somewhat worried. The time when old man Tianji was asleep was too suffocating for him. He did not want to repeat the same mistake unless it was a last resort. It's fine, I will retain some soul power to stay conscious. This stepping stone must be crushed today. Otherwise, it will be an endless trouble, old man Tianji added. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. He had just been too shocked and almost forgot that even if Jiang Chen was strong, he was only a core formation cultivator. But if old man Tianji took over his body, his combat power could match that of an upper 4 realms cultivator. As long as no one helped, he could indeed crush him. Alright. After exhaling, Lin Feng let go of his mind. Old man Tianji didn't hesitate, immediately taking control of his body. A visible chill air emerged from within him, and as he was enveloped in this chill air, his cultivation aura instantly soared. Controlling Lin Feng's body, old man Tianji slowly rose from the ground and floated in the air. He said as he looked down at Jiang Chen, how could you have learned a superior grade secret manual? Tell me, then I'll grant you a quick death. This was important because even he could not make a core formation cultivator learn a superior grade secret manual. If he could get this secret from Jiang Chen's mouth, then Lin Feng's growth would undoubtedly become faster and stronger. Old man, don't you claim to be knowledgeable about the past and present, to know fate and to understand the future? Jiang Chen sneered, why don't you guess? If you guess right, I'll send you on your way. Upon hearing this, old man Tianji's eyes widened. His identity had been exposed again. The last time Jiang Lianyue tried to crush Lin Feng in the latrine, someone had also pointed out his identity. He had been brooding over this matter, wondering if it was an old enemy who had deliberately revealed his identity. Unexpectedly, apart from Jiang Lianyue, Jiang Chen also knew of his existence. "You must not be left alive." Old man Tianji's eyes turned cold. With that said, he reached out with his right hand. A withered hand made of condensed spiritual energy appeared, reaching down from above and heading straight for Jiang Chen's head. Seeing the large hand approaching, Jiang Chen didn't dodge or avoid it but simply shifted his mind. Then there is a flash of golden light. The next second, the withered hand was caught on an ancient and simple imperial bell. The bell was covered with obscure and difficult to understand runes, and its flowing light moved like a dragon circling around it. The attack of the withered hand caused the ancient bell to tremble slightly. Boom! With just a light ring, the ancient bell shattered the withered hand, and the residual force almost made old man Tianji fall from the air. This is an ancient artifact. After stabilizing his figure, old man Tianji was shocked. He was decisive in his actions. Knowing that with this ancient artifact protecting Jiang Chen and it would be difficult to kill him, he immediately fled towards the distance, planning to escape. Jiang Chen had anticipated this and chased after him, stepping on an azure lotus. In terms of speed, old man Tianji was slightly faster. But his soul power was limited and could not last. Therefore, as long as Jiang Chen kept up, he would eventually catch up. The two chased each other for half an hour. Realizing that the consumption of soul power was too great, old man Tianji finally stopped. Then he directly retreated back into the spirit ring, returning control of the body to Lin Feng. Taking control of his body again, Lin Feng was full of question marks. What did this mean? Unable to beat him and unable to escape, so he let himself come out to take a beating. Did he have no shame at all? Cough cough. Old man Tianji coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment and said, "You're young and the son of destiny, so you can endure more." Lin Feng was speechless. "Don't worry, at most you'll just take a beating. Think about it, Jiang Chen never intended to kill you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to escape alive back in Lingshan town." Old man Tianji comforted him. Thinking about it, Lin Feng felt there was some truth to it. Not only that, during the sect's test, Jiang Chen had spoken out against the injustice towards him. When he was about to take the poison pill, Jiang Chen also stopped him. Overall, it seemed Jiang Chen just liked to beat him up. But even so, that was not okay. After all, who likes to be beaten up? Especially him, the son of destiny. Just as Lin Feng was considering whether to use some reverse psychology to get old man Tianji to come out and take the beating. Boom! A figure with blood-red hair and a striking appearance descended from the sky. This person landed in front of Lin Feng while stomping on the ground. A violent aura swept around. This person was the martial emperor. The martial emperor saw Jiang Chen, who was rapidly approaching, and immediately said with a cruel smile, "Jiang Chen, prepare to die." The martial emperor had a simple thought. Since he couldn't shake the mysterious forces behind the 9 cycles of reincarnation, he would eliminate Jiang Chen in the real world. No matter what Jiang Chen's purpose was, anyone who dared to interfere with him must die. On the other hand, after hearing the martial emperor's words, Lin Feng was stunned and overjoyed. Although he couldn't discern the martial emperor's exact cultivation level, he knew it was definitely beyond his ability to contend with. Jiang Chen wouldn't last a single round in his hands. Happiness came so unexpectedly. Just moments ago, Lin Feng was at his wit's end, even considering how loud he would scream when getting beaten. But now, someone was looking for trouble with Jiang Chen. And it was the kind who wanted Jiang Chen dead. Ha ha. This is fate, Lin Feng laughed loudly. Fate. These words reached the martial emperor's ears, and he slowly turned his head, his crimson eyes staring intently at Lin Feng. Ah. Lin Feng instinctively shrank his neck. Why did you provoke him? Old man Tianji scolded. This man is bathed in blood, with golden patterns splitting his bones. He must possess the martial emperor physique. The martial emperor physique. Wasn't that Mu Kui? Lin Feng was shocked. He knew Mu Kui was strong, but he hadn't realized he was this formidable. Just standing in front of him, Lin Feng felt utterly devoid of any courage to resist. I sense the aura of a great emperor from this person. This aura is very faint, as if it has lost its imperial essence. Old man Tianji analyzed with grave concern. If I'm not mistaken, this Mu Kui is probably the reincarnation of a great emperor. And now, the emperor's memories dominate the body. In other words, the one before you was once a true great emperor. A great emperor. Waves of shock surged in Lin Feng's heart, and he swallowed hard. Such an incredible being was right in front of him, and staring at him at this moment. If this great emperor suddenly made a move against him, wouldn't he be done for? He could feel that the great emperor before him was looking at him with extreme malice. In that increasingly violent and crazed aura, a clear intent to kill was emerging. Gulp. After a hard swallow, Lin Feng's heart sounded the alarm, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Mu Kui. At that moment, Jiang Chen arrived. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor withdrew his gaze from Lin Feng and turned to look at Jiang Chen. Their eyes met. I am the martial emperor. My heart knows only martial arts, and I walk the path of breaking the heavens. Those who obstruct me will be killed, those who block my way will die, the martial emperor spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. He instantly understood that the seal on Mu Kui's martial emperor memories had been broken. And at this moment, standing before him was not Mu Kui, but the martial emperor who walked the path of breaking the heavens. This turn of events was absurdly off the rails. Throughout the 9 cycles of reincarnation, Mu Kui often fell into a state of rage but never broke through the seal of the martial emperor's memories. But now, who knows which idiot had caused Mu Kui to break the memory seal, allowing this mad martial emperor to descend and take over the body. What's more, this martial emperor was clearly coming for him with hostile intent. Jiang Chen first probed the martial emperor's cultivation level, then found he couldn't understand it at all. Undoubtedly, with such a vast difference in cultivation, he couldn't win even if he had ancient artifacts. The Buddha's 6 prisons could shield all divine senses, even his protector Chen Sheng wouldn't be able to detect what was inside. In other words, he wouldn't be able to escape today unless he crushed his final life-saving jade slip. Crushing that jade slip was the last resort, as it would bring many powerful members of the Jiang family across domains. With the strength of the Jiang family, suppressing a great emperor who only had memories was not difficult. But doing so would hasten the downfall of the Jiang family. The situation became extremely troublesome and dangerous. For his own sake and for the Jiang family, Jiang Chen had to take another approach. Gritting his teeth, he pointed at Lin Feng's nose and said, "This man is the son of destiny. Kill him and you can defy the heavens." With these words, the martial emperor shuddered. His gaze once again turned towards Lin Feng, his eyes filled with a murderous intent to kill. Jiang Chen's attempt to divert disaster onto Lin Feng stunned him. Lin Feng quickly realized that this martial emperor probably had a grudge against the heavens, which was why he harbored such great hostility towards him, the son of destiny. "I am not the Hea," Lin Feng hastily denied. "Shut up." Old man Tianji interrupted loudly, more panicked than ever. "Others may deny your identity as the son of destiny, but you cannot. If you do, you will eventually be abandoned by the heavenly Tao." This made Lin Feng instinctively close his mouth. Thinking about it, it made sense. The son of destiny was the darling of heaven and earth. If he truly denied his identity, it would be like abandoning his fate. Naturally, he would eventually be abandoned by the heavenly Tao. He had always known this, but he almost blurted it out in a moment of urgency. Seeing him suddenly fall silent, Jiang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Feng truly abandoned his fate, then his own plans for ascension might be ruined. After all, without the blessing of destiny, Lin Feng's character would likely lead to his death sooner or later. The reason he had sold out Lin Feng was because he knew that even if the martial emperor really made a move, Lin Feng, being favored by destiny, would most likely not die. Of course, most likely did not mean definitely. Jiang Chen admitted that there was a gamble involved, but that was still better than biting the dust himself, right? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Seeing the martial emperor's killing intent growing stronger, Lin Feng closed his eyes in despair. The enemy was too strong. He had no way to resist and could only bet on destiny. Jiang Chen also quietly circulated the Azure Lotus Sword art, planning to flee the moment the martial emperor made his move. But unexpectedly, the martial emperor suddenly withdrew his gaze and shouted, "Jiang Chen, die." Jiang Chen was baffled. What grudge, what grievance? The martial emperor, who had self-destructed his imperial essence and sealed his memories to defy the heavens, was ignoring the son of destiny and turning to kill him instead. Could it be that madmen really can't be reasoned with? What he didn't know was, in the eyes of the martial emperor, Defying the heavens meant defying the heavenly Tao, and Lin Feng was at best the son of the heavenly Tao. Killing him wouldn't truly defy the heavens. But as long as he killed Jiang Chen, he would surely be able to break free from the control of that mysterious power. After all, that power was clearly aiding Jiang Chen. Lin Feng was also stunned, but soon his heart blossomed with joy again. He looked at the martial emperor with new respect. He had thought he was dealing with a madman who defied the heavens, but it turned out he was a good person. Yes, a good person. In Lin Feng's view, anyone who opposed Jiang Chen and wanted to kill him was a good person. Just as the martial emperor raised his fist and was ready to annihilate Jiang Chen with one punch, Jiang Chen pulled out a jade slip in his hand. Ah! The martial emperor suddenly clutched his head and screamed in agony. The intense pain made his aura fluctuate wildly, and the bloodlight in his eyes gradually faded. The martial emperor realized that this was Mu Kui resisting. Even though Mu Kui had been suppressed by him and should have fallen into a deep sleep, he still instinctively tried to stop him from attacking Jiang Chen. Coward, a coward controlled by others, the martial emperor cursed loudly. Mu Kui's resistance grew stronger, and his cultivation level rapidly declined. In just a few breaths, he fell out of the upper four realms. Sensing that his cultivation level was still dropping, the martial emperor immediately threw a punch despite the pain. Jiang Chen, die, he roared, and then that punch landed on Lin Feng's body. Jiang Chen was dazzled. He watched, eyes wide, as Lin Feng was sent flying dozens of feet away, his blood tracing an arc through the air before he hit the ground. Lin Feng was even more confused. Wasn't Jiang Chen supposed to be the one dying? Why are you hitting me? The martial emperor was also somewhat dazed. He had clearly intended to kill Jiang Chen with his attack, but in the instant he struck, his body automatically changed targets. As the pain in his head grew more intense, he finally understood. It must have been Mu Kui's fierce resistance at the critical moment. Now, his cultivation had fallen and was no longer capable of delivering a fatal blow. But he did not give up. As the pain in his head slightly subsided, he shouted again, Jiang Chen, die. With that, he leapt into the air and landed in front of Lin Feng. Another punch thundered down. Boom! The force of this punch was not small, directly smashing Lin Feng into the ground, creating a deep crater. After taking two punches in a row, Lin Feng's bones were broken in many places, and his internal organs were crying out in agony. Seeing the martial emperor's lips moving as if he wanted to say something more, Lin Feng noticed a cave nearby just big enough for one person to hide in and quickly crawled towards it to escape. He noticed that something was off with the martial emperor and decided to hide to avoid further unwarranted disaster. Jiang Chen, die. Sure enough, the martial emperor's roar sounded once again. Then, Lin Feng watched helplessly as a large hand reached into the cave and dragged him out. Another punch came crashing down. PFF'd. Lin Feng was beaten until he vomited blood again, feeling like he was truly about to die. I'm not Jiang Chen, he shouted at the top of his lungs. At this moment, the martial emperor was in a critical struggle with Mu Kui for control of the body and naturally had no time to respond. Even if he had the leisure, his personality was such that he wouldn't bother. What followed was a sight that left Jiang Chen speechless. He saw the martial emperor continuously shouting Jiang Chen, die, and then punching Lin Feng over and over. How many punches there were, Jiang Chen couldn't count. All he knew was Lin Feng was close to being beaten to death. Despite being battered to the point of a swollen nose and broken limbs, no noble person came to help. Has heaven abandoned Lin Feng? Jiang Chen wondered in shock. But he felt that couldn't be possible. Even though Lin Feng's actions truly disgraced the Son of Destiny, in this life, it wasn't enough for heaven to give up on him. Since heaven hadn't given up, it meant that it was certain Lin Feng wouldn't die. But if things continued this way, Lin Feng would undoubtedly die. Jiang Chen frowned deeply, unable to understand what heaven really wanted. Eldest senior brother, save me, Lin Feng's cry for help suddenly rang out. Suddenly, Jiang Chen understood. Heaven had become smart. Heaven knew he wouldn't let Lin Feng die. In other words, at this moment, in the eyes of heaven, he was Lin Feng's noble person. Jiang Chen was annoyed and scoffed. 9 cycles of reincarnation, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't shake off the villain's aura. But now, heaven had actually placed Lin Feng's life in the hands of the villain. Perhaps if Jiang Chen truly decided not to save him, another noble person might appear, but he didn't dare to gamble. After 1,000 years of suffering through 9 lives, even though the plot of this life had gone awry, even though someone like Xiao Hongyi had fallen into madness, and even though he might truly defy the heavens in this life if he continued to rely on the system, he was tired. In this life, he didn't want to defy the heavens. He just wanted to live freely and then ascend to other worlds. He had been killed by Lin Feng 9 times. He had been blamed and cursed by the world because of Lin Feng for 9 lifetimes. To say he didn't harbor hatred would be a lie. But this hatred was trivial compared to leaving this damned world. To him, this world was the real prison. In this prison, the passion and hope in his heart had long been worn away to nothing. Only by leaving could he feel that he was still alive. Of course, if he had the chance to return after ascending, he would still chop Lin Feng into pieces to feed the dogs. But he wouldn't choose to stay in this world for revenge and endlessly keep reincarnating. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. Jiang Chen shook his head. Heaven wanted to protect Lin Feng, the son of destiny, and help him grow. He wanted to use Lin Feng to complete the system's task and ascend to other worlds. So Lin Feng couldn't die. Jiang Chen couldn't gamble. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a sword ringing out loudly. A blood spirit sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, and with a swing, he released a blood-red sword chi. The sword chi tore through the air, heading straight for the martial emperor's arm. The martial emperor's combat instincts kicked in, and he let go of Lin Feng's hand and quickly retracted it. Jiang Chen intercepted the martial emperor while standing on an azure lotus. He can't die, Jiang Chen said, looking straight at the martial emperor. As he said this, he kicked Lin Feng. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, the martial emperor was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Why? You clearly wanted me to kill him before." He couldn't reveal the real reason, and for a moment, Jiang Chen couldn't find a suitable excuse. He glanced back at Lin Feng. Slap! He raised his hand and slapped Lin Feng across the face. Indeed, no matter what, whenever he saw Lin Feng, he couldn't suppress the urge to beat someone up. Once again facing the martial emperor, Jiang Chen said, "Let's just say it's because he's my junior brother." The martial emperor was silent. Lin Feng was astonished. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, the martial emperor had learned most of Jiang Chen's affairs. He never expected that someone like Jiang Chen, who was despised by the heavens and earth and misunderstood by all, would protect his enemy for such a reason. Is this what kindness is? The martial emperor closed his eyes and murmured to himself. At this moment, he was moved. Even he, who valued martial prowess above all else and discarded all other emotions, couldn't help but feel stirred. Lin Feng was equally moved. He had always seen Jiang Chen as a stepping stone and an archenemy. His desperate call for help was a last-ditch effort. But when Jiang Chen truly appeared before him and shielded him with his body, only then did he realize that the silhouette of Jiang Chen was so towering. Although Jiang Chen kicked and slapped him upon arrival, there was no doubt that he had saved his life. Lin Feng was torn inside. He still loathed Jiang Chen, yet he couldn't remain indifferent. "Jiang Chen, I owe you for this. If one day we fight to the death and I win, I will spare your life once, eventually," he said with a bow. "Spare my life?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded, asserting proudly, "Although you're somewhat annoying, you also have some redeeming qualities." "Hey!" Jiang Chen laughed. He had only protected this ascension tool out of necessity for his own grand plan. Who would have thought that this tool would actually be grateful? Not kill him. It was simply unforgivable. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out. In a flash of sword light, Jiang Chen's blood sword pierced directly through Lin Feng's abdomen. PFF'd. Blood sprayed out as Lin Feng's expression twisted in pain. "Why?" he exclaimed in horror. "Junior brother, it seems there's been some misunderstanding between us." Jiang Chen said with a cruel smile, "I prefer to torment you rather than kill you. And before I've had my fill of fun, no one else can kill you. Understand?" As this scene unfolded, the martial emperor's mouth twitched, deciding to take back his earlier words. Lin Feng's expression became even more horrified. And the touch of emotion that had just risen in his heart vanished in an instant, replaced by a deep loathing. He also decided to take back his earlier words. "I swear I will kill you." Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with blood. This satisfied Jiang Chen, who then pulled out the blood sword. At the same time, Lin Feng collapsed unconscious. Seeing the martial emperor staring at him with a hostile expression again. Tisk tisk, a martial emperor at the early stage of human origin. Glaring at me. You just told me to die. Jiang Chen scoffed and suddenly shouted, "Great majestic heavenly dragon." Instantly, the martial emperor's expression stiffened. Buddhist power descended from above, and a golden dragon appeared abruptly. Great majestic heavenly dragon came naturally to Jiang Chen, and he felt a strong sense of immersion when using it. Most importantly, with the enhancement of the Buddha Stupa Sutra, although a superior grade secret manual, the great majestic heavenly dragon didn't consume much of his vital energy. That's why he used this move over and over again. However, the martial emperor was still the martial emperor, far from comparable to any enemy Jiang Chen had encountered before. Facing the descending Buddhist power, the martial emperor merely glanced at it and threw a punch. Boom! The fist made contact with the Buddhist power, and with a muffled sound, the Buddhist power was directly shattered. Not only that, as the golden dragon approached, the martial emperor didn't dodge or evade. He actually grabbed the dragon's horns and wrestled with it. What followed was an eye-opening scene for Jiang Chen. Even though the golden dragon was solid and powerful, it couldn't make the martial emperor take a single step back. Moreover, the martial emperor even had the spare strength to pull back one hand and punch the dragon's head during the struggle. Destroy! His voice fell with his fist. The golden dragon was smashed into the ground by the martial emperor, struggled for a moment, and then dissipated into starlight. This made Jiang Chen's mouth twitch. The martial emperor was indeed the martial emperor. Even with just memories and a cultivation level of human origin, the combat power he unleashed was far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. In fact, Jiang Chen didn't want to fight the martial emperor, but he had no choice. The martial emperor had been wanting him to die, and there was no escape, so it was better to fight while the martial emperor's cultivation had fallen. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had many trump cards. If Great Majestic Heavenly Dragon didn't work, he still had the ancient way of the sword and ancient weapons. He hadn't used them immediately because both consumed a lot of vital energy. The martial emperor stared at Jiang Chen and suddenly spoke. Jiang Chen's expression immediately darkened. Could he tolerate this? Without any hesitation, he stood with his sword, his eyes slightly closed. The flame blood dragon sword in his hand shone with a blood-red light, and a chilling sword intent burst forth from within him, growing stronger and sharper, like an unparalleled sword, aiming to pierce through the 6 prisons. Ancient way of the sword. The martial emperor was taken aback. Jiang Chen didn't respond, continuing to charge his powerful move. Normally, being interrupted in such a situation would be very dangerous. But he was very clear that the martial emperor would never act like that. Because he was the martial emperor, an arrogant madman who aspired to be someone who break the heavens and refused to be controlled by anyone. Such a madman would never take advantage of someone's weakness but would rather wait for the opponent to show all their strength. As Jiang Chen expected, after a brief shock, the martial emperor simply crossed his arms and quietly waited. Finally, the powerful move was fully charged. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and behind him appeared the phantom of an old man with white hair holding a sword. He and the old man swung their swords in unison while murmuring, "Ancient swordsmanship, first form, Skybreaker." Clang! The sound of the sword was incessant, and 100 Jiang sword chi condensed, the sword intent within it seemed capable of piercing through all things. Seeing the 100 Jiang sword chi coming, the martial emperor was neither surprised nor panicked. Instead, he commented, "Your way of the sword is only a minor achievement, yet you've managed to imbue sword intent into this move. Such talent is unparalleled in the world, worthy of a sword emperor. But too weak." Martial emperor suddenly bellowed, and the golden patterns within his body crackled. The blood that enveloped him seemed to come alive once more, writhing and converging. The golden patterns on his bones, like ants, emerged from his skin and fused with the blood. In a moment, the blood and golden patterns coalesced into muscle-like structures, solidifying into an armor that resembled golden blood, enveloping martial emperor. 100 Jiang around him was filled with a blood-red glow, and those dazzling golden patterns were like 10,000 golden sword beams piercing through the darkness of the desire prison. Then, 100 Jiang sword chi struck. Break! Martial emperor roared as he threw punch after punch, confronting the 100 Jiang sword chi with his bare body. Despite only having the cultivation of the human origin realm, the combat power he unleashed was so formidable that it halted the sword chi in its tracks. With another loud shout, martial emperor changed his punches into claws and tore the 100 Jiang sword chi in half. After the sword chi split, it rushed past him on both sides, leaving two deep ravines on the ground that eventually disappeared without a trace. The martial emperor physique needs no weapons, for both blood and bones can match divine instruments, martial emperor said calmly, patting his hands together. But no sooner had he spoken than his pupils contracted. He's gone. Jiang Chen, who had just been in front of him, had now vanished. Could it be that he took the opportunity to flee while martial emperor was contending with the sword chi? Suddenly, martial emperor sensed something and immediately looked up. What met his eyes were obscure ancient characters shining like dragon light. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chen had leapt above him, standing on an ancient royal bell, ready to cover him with it. Feeling the power of the ancient bell, martial emperor let out another explosive shout and thrust his hands up as if lifting a cauldron, holding the bell above his head. At the same time, Jiang Chen leapt from the top of the bell, swung his sword in the air, and executed the ancient sword's first form. The 100 Jiang sword chi appeared once again and struck the bell. Dong! The bell rang out, and its sound waves rippled through the air. Caught in the brunt of it, martial emperor felt dizzy and his blood and bones trembled. The blood-golden armor that wrapped around him showed signs of disintegration. Ha! Despite the crisis, martial emperor laughed instead of panicking. He suddenly let go of the bell, and before it could cover him, he launched dozens of powerful punches into the air. Each punch was so forceful that even the wind from them was enough to slow the descent of the bell, and with the final punch, the bell was actually blown away by the resulting blast of air. After spinning many times in the air, it dimly fell to the ground. Ha, Junior. If you have any more tricks, bring them on, martial emperor laughed boisterously. From Ant to Junior, this change in address was an acknowledgement of Jiang Chen, and in response to martial emperor, there were lotus flowers of azure hue. Within the petals of these azure lotuses were blood-red meridians, which at first glance looked like blood vessels. Dense blood lotuses bloomed around martial emperor and then transformed into myriad blood lotus sword chi, slashing rapidly towards every part of his body. With no other choice, martial emperor once again had to resist the sword chi with his flesh. But he quickly realized that his blood-golden armor disintegrated for a moment under such dense and formidable sword chi. And in that instant of disintegration, a sword chi struck precisely at his chest. Although not fatal, it left a bloody wound. This was a sword technique combining the Azure Lotus sword art and the Flame Blood Dragon sword. The Azure Lotus sword art could enhance the power of sword chi, and the Flame Blood Dragon sword was a superior grade spiritual energy with blood-red sword chi, hence the myriad sword chi like blood lotuses. Combined, their power was not much less than the ancient way of the sword. After everything settled, martial emperor stood motionless but stared at his wound in a daze. He, martial emperor, had been injured by a junior. Although he could only use the martial emperor physique to its utmost due to his low cultivation, the most important thing is his understanding of the martial path was far above Jiang Chen's. Yet, he was still wounded. I lost, martial emperor admitted frankly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. From the beginning, he knew that even with martial emperor's cultivation only at the human origin level, he could not win. The reason he fought with all his might was precisely because he knew martial emperor's character. Although violent and bloodthirsty, martial emperor was also straightforward and never denied his defeat. As martial emperor, even with his current low cultivation, being injured by a junior was an unquestionable defeat. At this moment, Jiang Chen was almost out of vital energy. If he hadn't broken through to the earth origin level this time, he wouldn't have been able to use the ancient way of the sword twice in a row, let alone have the energy for other techniques and secret manuals. I concede. With that, Jiang Chen turned to leave. Hold on, martial emperor called out to stop him. This made Jiang Chen frown. Logically, since the proud martial emperor had admitted defeat, there should be no reason for him to continue wanting to attack him. Could it be that the plot has become so absurd that martial emperor's character has also collapsed? He couldn't help but think so. With the mindset of better safe than sorry, Jiang Chen became secretly vigilant. You're quite good. You're worthy to defy the heavens together with me, martial emperor said in admiration. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was a bit dizzy. Jiang Chen thought this martial emperor was not only crazy but also sick. Admitting defeat was one thing, but to take him along to defy the heavens. Is that a joke? If he really defied the heavens, how could he ascend? If the martial emperor succeeded in defying the heavens before his ascension, his plans would definitely be ruined. The more he thought about it, the more Jiang Chen felt a headache coming on. The plot of this life was truly absurd. The key point was that he couldn't outright refuse Martial Emperor's invitation. Otherwise, if the Martial Emperor realized that he was not someone who wanted to defy the heavens, he might just say, "Jiang Chen, die." Helplessly, Jiang Chen had to start bluffing again. Defying the heavens must be done gradually. It must be low-key, and haste makes waste. You should sleep for 100 years, and after 100 years, we will break the heavens together. 100 years. Martial Emperor raised his thick eyebrows, finding it quite reasonable. He had truly fought against the heavens and knew its might. Moreover, 100 years for a former great emperor was like a fleeting moment, not a big deal at all. But why should he sleep for 100 years? Wouldn't it be fine to stay awake? Now that the Mu Kui personality had deviated, he had to keep an eye on it until he proved his imperial status. Only then the two personalities could merge again before breaking the sky in one go. You've been greatly influenced by the heavens. Only by letting Mu Kui grow can you achieve the grand plan. Seeing through Martial Emperor's thoughts, Jiang Chen added. Martial Emperor didn't respond and fell into thought. Knowing that an emperor was not so easily fooled, Jiang Chen had to change his approach. If you don't want to sleep for 100 years, then sleeping for a few decades is also possible. Martial Emperor still didn't respond. Now, Jiang Chen was getting a headache again. Suddenly, Martial Emperor noticed something strange. Mu Kui, who had been ceaselessly trying to regain control of the body, had eerily quieted down. This quietness was not sleep but a state of stagnation. Could it be? Martial Emperor thought of something. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his eyes suddenly widened, and he stood there, stunned as if he had lost his soul. This abrupt situation left Jiang Chen completely baffled. After calling out a couple of times and seeing that Martial Emperor still had no response, he made a run for it. Halfway through his escape, he ran back and took the unconscious Lin Feng with him. Although he didn't know what madness had struck Martial Emperor, Lin Feng was the son of destiny. If Lin Feng were to be killed later, then his tool would be gone. Junior brother, I've saved your life again, Jiang Chen lamented while giving Lin Feng a big thumbs up. Martial Emperor stood in the void, right above the Juyin sect. He looked up at the sky. The second world. He furrowed his brow with a sense of anger welling up within him. But in the end, he suppressed this anger, unlike the last time when he wanted to shatter the three golden characters of second world. The reason was simple. He had acknowledged Jiang Chen, which meant his actions were not controlled by others but were of his own volition. As such, there was no need to contend with that mysterious force in the universe, especially now that they were allies. The Martial Emperor saw himself again. To be precise, it was the personality of this life, Mu Kui. At this moment, Mu Kui also stood in the void, clearly in a daze. Undoubtedly, this time the mysterious force had pulled both his and Mu Kui's personalities into the 9 cycles of reincarnation together. Mu Kui also saw the Martial Emperor. Two personalities with the same appearance, their eyes met. And then, coward, they cursed at each other simultaneously. Mu Kui cursed the Martial Emperor because the latter had cast aside all distractions except for the comprehension of martial arts, seeking to defy the heavens. Little did he know, this was actually the behavior of a coward, afraid of the heavens. The reason the Martial Emperor cursed Mu Kui was simple. Always whining and losing face. HMPH. Both personalities snorted coldly and looked away from each other. The Martial Emperor sat cross-legged in the air, waiting for the 9 cycles of reincarnation to end. Meanwhile, Mu Kui floated around, looking for Jiang Chen. Soon, Mu Kui found him. The point in time was not before the start of the second life but decades after Jiang Chen was expelled from his sect. By then, the Jiang family had been destroyed, and the Juyin sect had been promoted to an upper domain sect. In the upper domain, Mu Kui saw Jiang Chen enlighten himself. They met on a cliff. Jiang Chen seemed to be committing evil and the Mu Kui in the scene happened to pass by. At that time, the Mu Kui in the scene was beginning to unlock his sealed memories and felt a strange sense of discomfort and familiarity with the scene of Jiang Chen committing evil. It was this feeling that led Mu Kui to greet Jiang Chen. They chatted idly, all of it meaningless. Yet, they both felt good about it. Mu Kui, remember, Jiang Chen said before parting. In this life, you are Mu Kui, not anyone else. It is Mu Kui who defies the heavens, my once fourth junior brother, and it is Mu Kui. Upon hearing this, the Mu Kui in the scene was confused. But the observing Mu Kui understood. He knew he was the reincarnation of the martial emperor and that the martial emperor's memories had been unlocked, revealing that personality. Just like now, two personalities, one body. In the end, only one personality could be destroyed or they could merge with each other. Mu Kui was clear that if he accepted the martial emperor's personality, his cultivation and combat power would skyrocket. But then, would he still be himself? Mu Kui didn't fully understand, but he remembered Jiang Chen's words. As long as Jiang Chen wished it, he would always be Mu Kui. Next, the retrospective scenes began to change rapidly. Mu Kui saw Jiang Chen's tragic death, learned of Jiang Chen's true purpose, and the truth of this world. Although these scenes also appeared during the first cycle of reincarnation, at that time, he was suppressed by the martial emperor's personality and saw almost nothing. The second life came to an abrupt end. The third life. The fourth life. The fifth life. The 10th life. Without the interference of the martial emperor, Mu Kui watched the 9 cycles of reincarnation in their entirety. During this time, he also broke down and wept. But without exception, after all the emotions passed, what followed was intense anger. Anger at himself and anger at the heavens. In this life, Jiang Chen donned black clothes and began to truly commit evil acts. Mu Kui smiled in relief at this. Because his eldest senior brother truly deserved to live unrestrained and free. The martial emperor felt the same way. After watching the complete 9 cycles of reincarnation, the martial emperor made a decision. He would sleep for 100 years. The reason for this was not because he was moved by Jiang Chen's goodness but because he understood a fact. After 9 lives, Jiang Chen was really experienced in defying the heavens. Although in this 10th life, Jiang Chen seemed to have given up on defying the heavens, this must be just an illusion. This is an illusion to confuse the heavenly Tao. Just before falling into the 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen had personally laid out a 100-year plan of defying the heavens for himself. And this mysterious force was also helping Jiang Chen defy the heavens. Moreover, what Jiang Chen said made sense. He had indeed been too deeply influenced by the heavens. Otherwise, he would not have self-destructed his imperial essence, nor would he have shown such anger at being influenced by external forces. As for Mu Kui, let him grow as he pleases. Perhaps this is the correct way to defy the heavens. With this thought, the martial emperor closed his eyes. At the same time, the retrospective time suddenly closed. Mu Kui awoke in the desire prison, no longer feeling the interference of the martial emperor but able to recall the memories that belonged to the martial emperor. With no one to suppress his emotions anymore, the influence of the 9 cycles of reincarnation became even more apparent, and emotions such as anger, heartache, sadness, and guilt surged in his heart. With a surge of hostility in his eyes, Mu Kui made a decision. He would not return to the Juyin sect but would travel around to strengthen himself. From then on, he would practice only one punch. This punch was a technique from the martial emperor's memories, an ancient technique with only the ancient fist first form. Open the heavens. His goal was to master this ancient technique to the extreme. And then, sooner or later, he would break open the heavens for Jiang Chen. At the same time, outside the Buddha temple, hundreds of spirit boats raced over, the characters Juyin, on their hulls extremely eye-catching. On each spirit boat, hundreds of cultivators wielded various spirit instruments. In front of the 100 spirit boats, 12 supreme elders, the sect master, and peak masters of the Juyin sect were standing suspended in the air. At this moment, everyone was still immersed in the grief of the old ancestors' demise, but they forced themselves to be spirited, not wanting to lose momentum because of it. Supreme Great Elder Shao Ting waved his hand towards the back. Oh, topple Buddha temple, save Lin Feng. The disciples of the Juyin sect shouted one after another with great vigor. Among them, the disciples of the 9th peak were the most enthusiastic. Especially the 9th peak elder Lu Yang, who was standing on the edge of the spirit boat, waving his spirit knife while shouting as if he was injected with chicken blood. The shouts spread out like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the entire Buddha temple. Seeing that no one from the Buddha temple came out to negotiate, Shao Ting frowned and said, "Control the dome realm and break the salvation formation first." What? Are we really going to attack? Another supreme elder was somewhat confused. He thought that this was just a bluff and a show of force. Moreover, the salvation formation of the Buddha temple was not of a high grade. Even if it really needed to be broken, it wouldn't require the dome realm to take action. Just a few supreme elders working together could easily break the formation. We did not hide our tracks on the way here. The Buddha temple should have known about our arrival long ago. They know, yet they don't send anyone out to negotiate. Wouldn't we lose momentum if we don't really attack? Xiao Ting retorted. That makes sense. Sect Master Jiang Chen communicated secretly. The arrow is on the bowstring and must be shot. Let's scare those baldies with our sect's dome realm first to show them our stance. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Soon, a glazed treasure mirror appeared in the air. This treasure mirror was several zhang high and 1 zhang wide, with a mirror surface as clear as a pond and as deep as an abyss. The frame was pitch black, with 9 lifelike, blood-red beasts carved on it, bearing their teeth and claws, looking quite terrifying. This was the Juyin sect's divine-grade spirit instrument, the jade water-glazed dome realm. Such a level spirit instrument was only possessed by first-rate sects in the central domain and used as a sect's treasure. If the sect's dome realm was used for scouting, it could observe every location in the central domain that was not protected by a high-level formation. If used for attack, its power was equally formidable. Xiao Ting personally controlled the dome realm, flicked his finger, and a beam of spiritual light shot into the mirror surface. Whoosh! The dome realm's mirror surface rippled like waves, making a sound like water. Then, Xiao Ting aimed the mirror at the salvation formation in front of them and flicked dozens of beams of spiritual light with his hand. It wasn't until he was somewhat weary that the dome realm finally emitted a dazzling blue light. Under the blue light, the 9 beasts carved on the frame seemed to come to life, roaring with their mouths open. At the same time, a pillar of light mixed with rainbow divine light shot out from the dome realm's mirror surface, carrying a momentum that could destroy heaven and earth, aiming at the salvation formation. In the blink of an eye, the divine light pierced through the great formation, shooting forward rapidly. Wherever the divine light passed, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and the ground collapsed instantly, forming trenches. The cultivators who had not yet managed to leave the Buddha temple were merely glanced at by the divine light and were annihilated, turning into dust scattered in the wind. Continuing forward, the divine light eventually reached a temple that was majestic, surrounded by colorful Buddha light, and extremely grand, where golden bodies of various Buddhas could be seen everywhere. This place was the main temple of the Buddha temple. Amitabha. As the divine light was about to hit the main temple's defense formation, 4 emaciated monks with dark yellow complexions suddenly appeared. Together, they threw a golden alms bowl into the air that was surging with Buddha light. The golden alms bowl gradually enlarged, and inside was pitch black like a bottomless hole. Within the darkness, Buddha light shone, and various Buddha figures could be vaguely seen emerging behind the bowl. This was the Buddha temple's treasured divine instrument, the demon-subduing bowl. Amidst the murmurs of the Buddhas, the light from the bowl grew even stronger. At the same time, the pillar-like divine light struck directly into the interior of the bowl. Boom! The two collided, shaking heaven and earth. The Buddha light and the divine light clashed, and the resulting shockwaves spread out in all directions. Wherever they went, cultivators died tragically, and temples and the ground collapsed. In just a few breaths, except for the main temple of the Buddha temple, almost all the other affiliated temples were destroyed. Hundreds of miles turned into scorched earth. Seeing this scene, the 4 monks were furious. There were rules and processes to be followed even in a war between sects. Normally, the battle would start with the ordinary disciples of both sects and then the level of conflict would escalate gradually, with the treasured divine instruments or the old ancestors of both sides only being used at the very end. This rule was followed even by the demonic path. The reason was simple. It was not easy to establish a sect, and unless necessary, no one wanted to escalate the war to an irreversible extent. Because once the strong members and divine instruments of both sides clashed, regardless of the outcome, their power was enough to destroy everything. Crazy. These Juyin sect lunatics. Amitabha, we originally wanted to give the Juyin sect some time to calm down, then come out to negotiate and convert them. Who would have thought that the Juyin sect would break the rules and directly destroy our Buddha temple? In my opinion, the Juyin sect has fallen into the demonic path. Summon all the strong members of the Buddhist sects, and we will meet them. If a battle occurs, we must try to keep the battlefield away from the main temple. The Juyin sect has brought their treasured divine instruments, they are starting a war of extermination. Presumably, that old ancestor Jiang must have also arrived, otherwise, these people wouldn't be so arrogant. Right, what does Buddha old ancestor think? Buddha old ancestor said that there is a reincarnated martial emperor in the 6 prisons with awakening memories. The Juyan sect old ancestor's strength is unfathomable, and a slight mistake could bring disaster to our Buddha temple today. The monks discussed among themselves. As the last words fell, their expressions became extremely solemn. Just one old ancestor Juyan was enough to put pressure on the Buddha temple, let alone that martial emperor who had entered the 6 prisons. This is a huge problem. But no matter what, they had to go and meet them. Otherwise, the 100-year reputation of the Buddha temple would be ruined in an instant. On the other side, in front of the Juyan sect spirit boats. Seeing that most of the Buddha temple was destroyed, the ordinary elders and disciples of the Juyan sect were shocked. Too fierce. Their own supreme elder was too fierce. The battle had not even started, and they had already destroyed hundreds of the Buddha temple's temples. This was an absolute crushing in terms of momentum. Oh! The crowd shouted again, chanting, "Topple Buddha temple, save Lin Feng." Hearing this, sect master Jiang Chengqing's mouth twitched, and he communicated secretly, "Supreme Great Elder, isn't this a bit too much? What if those baldies get desperate? What are you panicking about?" Xiaoting glared, also communicating, "My intention was to break the defense formation of the Buddha temple's main temple in one go. Who would have thought that those baldies would be so foolish as to use a divine-grade spirit instrument to counter? When divine instruments clash, of course, it will affect the surroundings." "What do you mean? What are you panicking about? If you're not panicking, why is your voice trembling?" Jiang Chengqing was speechless. "If that Buddha old ancestor comes in a rage, we'll run. Understand?" Xiaoting communicated secretly. "All right." Jiang Chengqing nodded solemnly. In his view, they were just bluffing for now. If the Buddha old ancestor really came, with the old ancestor Juyan already fallen, they would naturally have to run quickly. It might mean losing momentum, but it was better than being wiped out here. The ordinary elders and disciples still do not know of the old ancestor's fall. We must not give ourselves away, or the morale will surely collapse, Xiaoting added. Jiang Chengqing nodded, understanding Xiaoting's intention. He turned his head and glanced at the Juyan sect elders and disciples who were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Then Jiang Chengqing raised his arm and shouted, "Juyan sect, invincible." "Oh!" The crowd roared again. "Juyan old ancestor, invincible." "Oh!" "Topple Buddha temple, save Lin Feng." "Oh!" Such rallying cries stirred the spirits of the Juyan sect, their momentum surging like a rainbow. Jiang Chengqing nodded slightly, clearly very satisfied with the situation. Just as he and the other high-ranking sect members were preparing to wait in this state for the bald monks of Buddha temple to come and negotiate. "Charge!" 9th Peak Great Elder Luyang suddenly shouted. And then, "Oh! Kill them! I've been annoyed by these bald monks for a long time. With the old ancestor behind us, we shall never retreat. Juyan sect is invincible." Amidst the roaring chants, thousands of disciples leapt from the spirit boats, wielding various spiritual weapons, and charged into Buddha temple with murderous intent. The great sect war had begun. This turn of events left Xiaoting and the other high-ranking sect members completely dumbfounded. Not long after Luyang and thousands of disciples from the Juyan sect broke into the Buddha temple, they engaged in battle with the monks of the temple. The Juyan sect is comprised of 9 peaks, each with several true disciples. In recent times, the sect's attention has been mostly focused on the true disciples of the 9th peak, making the true disciples of the other peaks feel somewhat overlooked. As a result, in this battle, the true disciples of each peak put forth their utmost effort, aiming to take down a monk with each strike. Although the disciples of the Juyan sect were as if they were injected with chicken blood, they still had some restraint. Since all were from righteous sects, they focused mainly on causing severe injuries, resorting to inflicting serious wounds only in the heat of battle. After the previous internal conflict, within their sect, the disciples of the 9th peak, including Elder Luyang, gained a lot of experience and no longer took the usual path. They rarely engaged in head-on combat with the monks of the Buddha temple. Instead, they used strategies like flanking and surprise attacks to achieve great success. Amitabha. Accompanied by a murmur, several monks with Buddha's light above their heads appeared on the battlefield. The Buddha sons from the Buddha temple. The great elder of the 9th peak Luyang looked slightly solemn upon seeing this. The Juyan sect naturally had intelligence on the Buddha temple. Luyang and the others were well aware that all the Buddha sons were of the heavenly origin level and possessed profound Buddhist teachings. Although the Juyan sect had many true disciples, there were definitely not many who could match them. To put it bluntly, this was the merit of the Buddhist sect's relics. If it weren't for the fact that the Buddha sons of the Buddha temple had inherited the Buddhist relics and had been blessed with Buddhist teachings, in terms of cultivation talent alone, they really couldn't compare to the true disciples of the Juyan sect. The appearance of the Buddha sons put the Juyan sect on high alert. For a moment, both the Juyan sect and the Buddha temple stopped fighting and glared at each other angrily. This poor monk's dharma name is CFA, the third Buddha son. Suddenly, a short Buddha son stepped forward to challenge them. I will fight you. A young swordsman from the Juyan sect stepped out from the crowd with a determined face. This person was Zhou Jian, the first true disciple of Sword Peak. Before Lin Feng joined the Juyan sect, Zhou Jian had challenged Jiang Chen but was defeated by the latter in an overwhelming manner. At that time, Zhou Jian was an early-stage Earth origin sword cultivator. Zhou Jian learned from his shame after that competition and became even more diligent in his cultivation. Now, he had reached the mid-stage of Earth origin. Do not underestimate the difference of this small realm. Sword cultivators are different from ordinary cultivators. Even a small realm difference can lead to a significant increase in combat power. Holding his sword, Zhou Jian glanced at the short Buddha son and wondered, the third Buddha son. Where are the first and second Buddha sons? Hearing this, the third Buddha son Sifa's face darkened instantly. Sifa's face darkened instantly. The Buddha temple had a total of 6 Buddha sons, 4 of whom had been beaten half-crippled by Jiang Chen's great majestic heavenly dragon. Especially the first Buddha son, Xian, who was still in a coma to this day. Not only that, although the Buddha temple had many law-enforcing monks, the ones who went to enlighten Jiang Chen